possessing the same name as the protagonist of Do Pe Song Xiong. Xiao Yan unexpectedly traversed into the realm of Do Pe due to his sudden death from prolonged sleepless nights. Strangely, he became bound to the Naruto system, embarking on a path akin to that of a cheat, destined to become a formidable force. Fire Palm. Such trivial skills. Witness my fire release. Great fireball technique. Earth-level martial arts. 3,000 thunderclaps. What? An Earth-level martial technique? How terrifying. But can you match my speed of teleportation? Flying thunder god technique. You push me to this. Body of the Do Emperor. Oh, quite intriguing. I wonder how it compares to my six paths body. Chapter 1. 3 stages of Do Chi. Non-existent. Next, Xiao Yan. Before the imposing testing stone tablet, the resounding voice of a middle-aged man echoed, clearly reaching the ears of every individual in the vast plaza. His gaze slowly swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon a somewhat frail-looking youth. A faint sigh escaped his lips, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and sympathy. As a tester for the Xiao family in Wutan City, he had witnessed the rise of a genius youth. Yet, in the past 3 years, the once celebrated prodigy, hailed as a rare talent in a century for the family, had faded away like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky. In those days, the boy was not only a paragon for the younger generation of the family, but even evoked a sense of reverence and fervor in the eyes of adults when speaking of the third young master of the Xiao family. Regrettably, the genius had overnight devolved into a burden for the family. Not only did his cultivation fail to progress over 3 years, but his original strength also waned day by day, ultimately falling behind even Junior's 2 or 3 years his junior. Consequently, the boy's status and influence within the clan transformed dramatically due to this extreme shift from genius to waste. Once a model of martial prowess, he had become a quintessential cautionary tale, with prior admiration and adulation replaced entirely by disdain and mockery. Go up there and embarrass yourself. Genius boy. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that the clan leader is his father, he would have been expelled long ago, unable to linger in the family, feasting without contribution. I genuinely look forward to that day when the expression on this once mighty fellow's face will be utterly delightful. As the tester called out the name that once symbolized glory and admiration within the Xiao family, many in attendance issued scornful remarks. Some unflattering comments, lacking any pretense, resonated clearly throughout the plaza. Among them, certain onlookers, emboldened by their familial connections to the clan elders, felt no hesitation in reveling in the misfortune of the third young master, whistling in glee while casting derisive glances at his figure. Within the arena, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the young man gradually lifted his head, revealing a delicate yet somewhat youthful visage. His pitch-black, profound eyes leisurely swept across the assembly, while a subtle, enigmatic smile graced his lips. Could this lad have gone mad after 3 years of stagnation, regressing instead of progressing in strength? Indeed, he has availed himself of the finest cultivation resources from the family, yet he remains utterly ineffectual. Not only does he feel no remorse, but he displays such an attitude. The expression on the young man's face was laid bare for all to see, transforming the earlier mockery and indifference on the faces of the onlookers into sheer astonishment. For in the young man's demeanor, they detected not a trace of despondency or resentment. Rather, his smile exuded confidence and certainty, laced with an undercurrent of disdain for their judgments. His somewhat unusual behavior incited a wave of murmurs throughout the square, as bewilderment and confusion gripped the hearts of the spectators. They pondered whether this once promising prodigy of the family had succumbed to madness due to his 3 years of stagnation, or if he had emerged from his trials, reclaiming the brilliance that had once rendered him an unreachable pinnacle for the younger generation. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young man maintained his smile, approaching the testing stone tablet with measured steps, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chatter. Upon halting before the stone tablet, he slowly extended a hand, gently placing it upon the dark surface. As he felt the cool, jade-like texture beneath his palm, he unexpectedly closed his eyes. At that moment, as the slim young man's hand made contact with the tablet, the vast square fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixed upon the colossal stone. Many swallowed hard, fully aware that the forthcoming results would reveal whether this once great prodigy had faded into obscurity like a shooting star, or if he would rise once more from the depths, akin to a dragon emerging from the abyss, reclaiming his rightful place at the pinnacle of glory after 3 years of hardship. As seconds slipped by, the silence became palpable, with the sound of a pin dropping audible in the stillness. The only noise was the frantic beating of hearts within chests. Yet, After an unnerving 3 to 5 minutes, the silence was shattered by a chorus of derision and scorn. Such theatrics. I expected him to have some hidden strength, yet it seems he cannot even stir the testing stone. Indeed, it appears that the once great prodigy has completely exhausted his inner energy, reduced to a mere shell incapable of any cultivation. The disdain and mockery that echoed through the square were sharper than before. The testing monument assesses levels based on the energy infused by the tester. The prolonged silence of the stone signifies that the tester has completely depleted their energy. In this realm, where strength reigns supreme, the inability to cultivate is a devastating blow for most individuals. This anguish is magnified exponentially when the individual in question was once a prodigious talent in energy cultivation. The staggering fall from the pinnacle to the abyss is a profound shock. Even the most resilient hearts may find their resolve and confidence shattered in an instant. The trajectory of their life may very well lead them to be forgotten among the masses, reduced to dust a century hence, with no one to remember them. However, just as the onlookers lamented the fate awaiting the young man before the testing monument, the previously tranquil dark stone suddenly erupted with an extraordinary brilliance, more potent than that of some rising stars from his lineage who had undergone testing earlier. The blinding light emanating from the monument filled the faces of all present with astonishment and disbelief. Through the gaps between their shielding hands, they finally discerned the large characters inscribed upon the stone. Chapter 2. A slightly frustrating system. As numerous onlookers in the square finally discerned the brilliantly radiant characters inscribed upon the stone tablet, a chorus of incredulous gasps erupted, filling the air with astonishment. Having served as a tester for the Xiao family for nearly a decade, he was acutely aware that the results displayed on the testing stone were infallible. This indicated that the youth, who had endured 3 years of being underestimated, had once again ascended to the pinnacle among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. Moreover, the cultivation talent he exhibited this time was even more astonishing than 3 years prior. Brother Xiao Yan, congratulations. Amidst the cacophony of chatter, a melodious voice akin to that of a lark rang out, instantly quieting the raucous crowd. Many gazes shifted from the previously prominent youth to the direction of the enchanting voice, their eyes shimmering with fervor. There stood a young girl clad in a simple white dress, exuding an elegant demeanor. Despite her tender age, her slightly immature visage radiated an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a pristine lotus. Unfazed by the ardent stares of the onlookers, the girl's captivating gaze remained fixed on the somewhat slender figure of the youth by the testing stone. Like a sprite from a painting, she bounded towards him with a playful spirit, becoming a striking focal point amidst the throngs in the bustling square. She paused just before the youth, her charming smile accentuating her exquisitely delicate features. The genuine excitement that danced in her eyes seemed to surpass even that of the youth himself. Oh, it's Sun-Er. Gazing at the girl's adorable countenance, the youth named Xiao Yan revealed a rare smile, a tender side of him emerging as he reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Congratulations, brother Xiao Yan. Your strength has finally been restored. At this rate of cultivation, I fear it won't be long before you become a true fighter. Sun-Er playfully stuck out her tongue, her bright eyes curving into crescent shapes, utterly charming. You little rascal, others may not know, but I am all too aware of your prowess. You've likely surpassed me already, haven't you? Xiao Yan replied with a mock scowl. Next, Xiao Sun-Er, brother Xiao Yan. Sun-Er is heading up. Upon hearing the tester's call, Sun-Er waved at Xiao Yan and slowly approached the testing stone amidst the gazes of the crowd. Upon reaching the stone, Sun-Er displayed no hesitation. With arms as delicate as lotus stems, she gently raised her small hand to touch the stone. After a brief moment of closed eyes, the stone erupted with a dazzling golden light, even more intense than when Xiao Yan had tested his abilities. Regarding this outcome, Xiao Yan appeared to feel no surprise whatsoever, while Sun-Er remained oblivious to the waves of astonishment erupting around her due to her test results. She directly descended from the testing platform and returned to stand before Xiao Yan. Let us go. Xiao Yan smiled at Sun-Er, and under the envious and jealous gazes of those around them, he took the girl by the hand and proceeded towards the back courtyard of the Xiao family. In the back courtyard, the young couple paused before a quaint and charming room. Sun-Er smiled at Xiao Yan and spoke softly. In response, Xiao Yan nodded, and as the sound of the girl's voice gradually faded from his sight, he slightly closed his eyes. Host, Xiao Yan level, Junior Ninja Chakra attribute, Fire experience, 100. 500 exchange points, 100 skill points, 100 gold coins, 100 ninjutsu. Not yet acquired. As Xiao Yan beheld the glowing screen materializing in his mind, he fell into deep contemplation. Although he bore the name Xiao Yan, he was not a native of this world, but rather a boy with an internet addiction living on Earth. 3 days prior. One fateful night, while reclining with his legs crossed and smoking in the only internet CAF in his small town. He was engrossed in watching the animated series Naruto Next Generations. Suddenly, a sharp pain, akin to being pierced by needles, erupted in his chest, rendering him unconscious within mere seconds. When he awakened, he found himself in a world of battle and magic, having inexplicably transformed into a character sharing his name. Unlike the protagonist depicted in the story, Xiao Yan's fate was far from extraordinary. His parents had divorced during his middle school years, each forming new families, which left Xiao Yan feeling like the most superfluous presence. This upbringing fostered a certain reclusiveness and self-destructive attitude within him, leading him to spend countless nights in the internet CAF, relying on the monthly allowances enforced by the law from both parents. It was on the third consecutive night of his online escapades that death finally came knocking, seemingly out of pity for the tragic life Xiao Yan endured. However, by a twist of fate, he did not meet his demise but instead found himself inexplicably transported to the world of Do-Pu, bound to a system named Naruto. Xiao Yan had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of this system before Sun-Er, that persistent girl, began to cling to him. Being a true underdog in his past life, one who had never even experienced romance, Xiao Yan found it difficult to resist the affections of such a beauty. After a somewhat awkward initial period, he gradually adapted to their relationship and began to embrace life in this new world. Now, he intended to carve out some time to thoroughly explore the utility of this so-called Naruto system. A few days ago, when the system was bound, it directly activated a beginner's gift package for first-time binders, granting Xiao Yan 100 points each in experience, exchange points, skill points, and gold, along with a unique fire attribute chakra. Although Xiao Yan appeared remarkably composed during the previous stone tablet test, he harbored a degree of apprehension within. After all, this was a realm governed by fighting spirit, while the system he was bound to pertain to ninjas. The nature of chakra and fighting spirit as the same energy remained to be examined. Fortunately, the results of the test alleviated Xiao Yan's concerns. Upon deeper reflection, one could surmise that chakra, which was disseminated only after Kaguya consumed the fruit of the divine tree, originated from the energies nurtured by nature itself. Thus, the initial chakra was indeed a form of energy derived from the natural world. Conversely, fighting spirit was discovered by exceptionally gifted individuals who had found a method to absorb and utilize the energies of heaven and earth, giving rise to practitioners. Therefore, the terms fighting spirit and chakra merely represent different nomenclatures for the same energy, lacking any essential disparity. How does one acquire ninjutsu? At that moment, Xiao Yan pondered the most crucial question. A notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Open. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan complied. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the visual interface in his consciousness transformed, revealing a vastly enlarged screen compared to before. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu, rank, Ninjutsu, cost, 500 points. Earth style, Earth Flow / rank, Ninjutsu, cost, 500 points. Lightning style, Chidori, rank, Ninjutsu, cost, 1,000 points. As he murmured the names of these jutsu along with their corresponding exchange points, a twitch of frustration crept across Xiao Yan's lips. This beginner's gift package was indeed quite disappointing. With merely 100 exchange points, he could not even redeem a single rank ninjutsu. Ding. Would you like to filter available ninjutsu based on the host's current exchange points? Just as Xiao Yan grew increasingly vexed while scanning through the dense array of ninjutsu, the system offered a rather considerate prompt. Yes. Overjoyed by the response, Xiao Yan quickly affirmed, and as his words fell, the multitude of ninjutsu vanished, leaving only one name prominently displayed. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, rank, Ninjutsu, cost, 100 points. What a joke. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. He was well aware of this jutsu, renowned throughout the Naruto world, often employed, yet never having claimed a life. Now, this rather lackluster technique had become his sole option, inciting an urge to cough up blood. Who do we have here? Is that not our prodigious youth? As Xiao Yan hesitated over whether to exchange his meager 100 points for the fire release, Great Fireball technique, a chilling and mocking voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. He quickly turned around to find 3 youthful figures standing behind him, their expressions cold and arms crossed, eyes fixed on him with hostility. The leader of the trio, whom Xiao Yan recognized from the recesses of his memory, was none other than Xiao Ning. The weight of his first stumbling block on the path of growth darkened Xiao Yan's expression, dispelling his earlier indecision entirely. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully spending 100 points to acquire the fire release, Great Fireball technique. Would you like to begin practicing it immediately? Yes. As the command echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, a torrent of vast yet concise information surged through him, and he sensed that with just a thought, He could unleash the fire release, great fireball technique effortlessly. While Xiao Yan successfully mastered the technique, the figures in the distance drew closer, their faces adorned with mockery and disdain. Xiao Ning sneered, and as he approached, a faint layer of fighting spirit began to envelop his body. Chapter 3. Provocation. As Xiao Ning's tone grew increasingly cold, the two young men behind him wore expressions of derision, arms crossed as they awaited Xiao Yan's humiliation. It was hardly unexpected that Xiao Ning had appeared. Though 2 years older than Xiao Yan, he had always lived in the shadow of Xiao Yan's genius, a source of deep humiliation for the somewhat petty Xiao Ning. During Xiao Yan's nearly 3 years of being deemed a failure, Xiao Ning had not missed an opportunity to ridicule him. Now, seeing the so-called failure seemingly poised to rise above him, how could Xiao Ning allow such a situation to unfold? One must possess self-awareness. I hope you do not act in a manner that you will come to regret. Casting a detached glance at the advancing Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan's cold words escaped his lips. At these words, Xiao Ning's steps faltered slightly, his shadowy expression momentarily frozen before transforming into a nearly maniacal laughter. Haha, cousin Xiao Yan, you certainly have a grandiose sense of self. Allow me to show you just how you will come to regret this. With a final, sinister grin, Xiao Ning's demeanor shifted as he summoned a faint azure fighting spirit that enveloped his hands. He then propelled himself off the ground, hurtling toward Xiao Yan like a cannonball. Rending claw. With a chilling shout, Xiao Ning's figure appeared before Xiao Yan in an instant, a cruel smile gracing his lips. His right hand morphed from palm to claw, striking toward Xiao Yan's chest. As the azure fighting spirit enveloped, his claw loomed larger in Xiao Yan's vision. A flicker of panic surfaced in his eyes. In his previous life, although he had engaged in a few scuffles with some petty hoodlums on the streets, he had never encountered a struggle that felt so perilously close to death. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ning could be so devoid of warmth, not only resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, but also launching such lethal attacks. Xiao Yan sensed that if he allowed the sharp wind of claws to strike his chest, even if he miraculously survived, he would be left severely maimed. A fleeting moment of panic flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by a chilling and fierce resolve. On the very day he traversed into this new world, Xiao Yan had secretly vowed to himself that since heaven had granted him a chance at rebirth, he would live this life with purpose and dignity. As the razor-sharp claws approached, enveloped in a faint azure aura of energy, they produced a sound like the tearing of air. Before even making contact, Xiao Yan felt a stinging pain on his chest, akin to a blade slicing through skin. At that moment, he dared not exhibit any negligence. He strained to mobilize the chakra within him, forming a delicate crimson barrier in front of his chest. Simultaneously, his body instinctively shifted slightly to the right, narrowly evading Xiao Ning's ferocious strike. Seeing his attack evade, Xiao Ning's expression bore no trace of disappointment. Instead, a smirk of mockery curled at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, the claw that had missed transformed as he spread his fingers wide, converting claws into an open palm, and struck fiercely at Xiao Yan's chest once more. Just as Xiao Yan had barely escaped Xiao Ning's previous assault and was about to exhale in relief, he suddenly sensed a shift in the situation. Before he could react, a dull thud of flesh colliding echoed through the air, and he felt as though his chest had been struck by an iron hammer. The faint crimson chakra enveloping him dissipated rapidly, and his internal organs churned painfully, forcing his body to stagger backwards several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Not far behind Xiao Ning stood two indifferent youths, watching Xiao Yan's bloodied retreat with cold amusement. "Since you have forced us so, do not blame me," one of them sneered. Faced with the trio's mocking taunts, Xiao Yan finally steadied himself, raising a hand to wipe the blood from his lips. As he lifted his head slowly, his eyes revealed a chilling coldness reminiscent of a venomous serpent. "Xiao Yan, cease your pretense, in my eyes. You are nothing but a waste. Show me what you can do." The fleeting fear that had crossed his mind transformed into boundless rage. He had resolved that even if Xiao Yan's father was the clan leader, today would be the day he taught this boy a lesson, making him pay a bloody price for his insolence. However, before he could make his move, he noticed Xiao Yan not far away suddenly shifting his hand seals, performing a series of intricate and arcane formations. In the next moment, his hand movements ceased abruptly as he took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing out like a balloon. Simultaneously, a voice filled with cold, murderous intent erupted within him. "Fire release. Great fireball technique." Chapter 4. The Might of the Fireball Technique. As Xiao Yan swiftly executed his intricate hand seals, the expressions of Xiao Ning and his companions, who had initially scoffed at him, gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Their internal fighting energy began to circulate quietly, ready to counter Xiao Yan's fierce assault. However, the moment Xiao Yan completed his seals and took a deep breath, the expressions of Xiao Ning's trio momentarily displayed astonishment, before erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Haha, cousin Xiao Yan, are you puffing up that big mouth to blow a bubble? You look just like a toad. Haha. Yet, in the next instant, the mocking smiles on their faces froze, instantly transforming into expressions of shock and fear. For as Xiao Yan gathered his power to its peak, a turbulent and scorching fireball erupted from his mouth, sending waves of flames surging forth, rapidly expanding towards Xiao Ning and his companions. The fireball spread with a terrifying velocity, covering the distance of merely 3 or 4 yards in the blink of an eye. And as it traveled further, it grew larger and more ominous. At this moment, evasion was utterly impossible for Xiao Ning. Indeed, he was a notable figure among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. Realizing that dodging Xiao Yan's fireball was futile, he hastily retreated while desperately channeling all his fighting energy, forming a thin layer of defensive energy around his body. Just as the defensive layer materialized, the searing waves of fire crashed upon Xiao Ning's form. Sizzle. The moment the flames met his protective barrier, they produced a sound akin to water splashing into boiling oil. In the blink of an eye, the previously encompassing layer of fighting energy was eroded, revealing numerous voids under Xiao Ning's horrified gaze. The encroaching flames found their way through these gaps, swiftly penetrating Xiao Ning's body. The intense burning pain surged through him, forcing Xiao Ning to let out a horrific scream. His protective barrier was visibly crumbling, and at that moment, only the outermost flames of the fireball had made contact with him. It would not be long before the massive fireball completely engulfed him, and he would likely be reduced to mere ashes. You dare, young one. As Xiao Ning's screams diminished, a sudden, authoritative voice erupted from nearby, followed by an elderly figure appearing beside him as if teleporting through the inferno. With a surge of translucent water-type fighting energy, a defensive barrier resembling a curtain of water formed in front of the charged Xiao Ning. Sizzle. In the arena, a colossal fireball, brimming with an extraordinary and searing energy, relentlessly collided with the ethereal water curtain suspended in midair. Billows of white smoke ascended from the surface of the curtain, which had originally cascaded like a waterfall. As time elapsed, under the astonished gaze of the elder, it astonishingly shattered. Startled by the rupture of the water curtain, the elder swiftly scooped up the unconscious Xiao Ning and, with a powerful push of his toes against the ground, launched himself to the side. Boom. The immense fireball grazed the elder's garments as it shot forth, its intense flames igniting his robe in an instant. Hastily, he channeled his internal energy to extinguish the flames, while the fireball, having narrowly missed him, crashed into a towering tree in the corner of the courtyard. In mere moments, that magnificent tree was reduced to a pile of black ash, leaving all present, including Xiao Yan, in a state of profound shock at the terrifying display of fiery power, which now began to dissipate. The sheer magnitude of this flaming assault was beyond the capabilities of even a formidable Do Wang. How had this youth achieved such a feat? The elder, astounded, realized that despite his own strength as a 3-star Do Shi, he had been unable to intercept that fearsome attack. It was unfathomable that such overwhelming power could emanate from a youth who had yet to even become a Do Jia. However, as he glanced down at Xiao Ning, whose body was charred black as if it were coal, the elder's astonishment was swiftly eclipsed by a surge of rage. You little brat, today I shall take your life. His face flushed crimson with fury, bloodshot veins coursing through his eyes. He laid Xiao Ning flat upon the ground without a moment's hesitation. Once more, his water attribute, Do Qi, surged forth, coalescing before him into a gigantic water serpent, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length. Upon its formation, the serpent suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, and with a powerful flick of its tail, it propelled itself toward Xiao Yan with the swiftness of a spring uncoiling. The menacing visage of the water serpent magnified in Xiao Yan's vision, causing his expression to turn gravely serious once more. An idea struck him, and he attempted to activate his sole remaining ninjutsu, the fire release, great fireball technique. Ding! The system alerted the host that due to insufficient chakra, the ninjutsu could not be executed. The subsequent notification ignited a surge of frustration within Xiao Yan. As he felt the oppressive force drawing nearer, his heart sank, and a wry smile of helplessness surfaced upon his lips. Unexpectedly, I had just experienced a brush with death. Initially, I had hoped that upon traversing into the world of Do Pu, I would cleanse my soul and start anew, crafting a legendary tale of my own. However, scarcely had 3 days passed before I found myself on the verge of death once again. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to close his eyes and await his fate, a resounding roar akin to that of a lion echoed from above, followed by a colossal crimson lion's head soaring past him, carrying with it an overwhelming tempest of energy, charging towards the encroaching water serpent. Chapter 5. The Furious Sinner. Boom. In midair, a thunderous explosion reverberated, sending terrifying energy ripples expanding like waves across the space. Moments later, the fiery lion's head and the water serpent collided, both annihilating simultaneously. At that moment, as Xiao Yan had been resigned to his impending demise, a flicker of uncontainable joy illuminated his face upon the appearance of the gigantic scarlet lion's head, the highest grade of the Xian rank intermediate fighting technique. The furious lioness wrath was a skill reserved solely for the clan leader. Thus, the identity of the one who had come to Xiao Yan's rescue was unmistakably evident. Father. Not far behind Xiao Yan stood a tall, middle-aged man, exuding an imposing presence with a rugged visage, unmistakably the current clan leader, Xiao Yan. Yan, are you unharmed? Noticing the traces of blood at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, his tone imbued with concern. Father, I am fine, merely sustaining a few minor injuries. Although Xiao Yan had only recently traversed into this world, the heartfelt concern emanating from his father brought a warmth to his heart. Perhaps due to the incomplete nature of his previous family, this rare paternal bond felt exceedingly precious to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded. Yet a cold glint of murderous intent surfaced upon his countenance as he directed his gaze towards the elder nearby, his voice chillingly resonant. Elder, do you intend to take my son's life? Humph. Xiao Yan, do not presume that your position as clan leader intimidates me. That wretched child has harmed Ninger to such an extent. I demand an explanation today. Upon hearing the elder's furious outcry, Xiao Yan finally noticed the unconscious figure of Xiao Ning, lying motionless on the ground like a piece of charred coal, astonishment flickering across his face. However, he was all too familiar with his younger son's temperament. Gradually, the look of astonishment faded, replaced by a cold smirk directed at the elder. Xiao Yan, you. As Xiao Yan's merciless words echoed, the elder's expression darkened completely, his fury reaching a boiling point, transforming into boundless murderous intent. His formidable water attribute, Do Qi, surged once more, locking onto Xiao Yan with a predatory gaze, poised to unleash an assault at any moment. Humph. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yan let out a cold snort, immediately positioning Xiao Yan behind him, while unleashing his battle aura with unreserved intensity. Brother Xiao Yan, what is happening? Just as the atmosphere became taut with tension, a radiant figure of a young girl appeared in the distance, capturing everyone's attention. As she approached Xiao Yan and noticed the faint traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, a chilling glint surfaced in her lively eyes. Her gaze, imbued with lethal intent, swept across the gathering, and with her astute intellect, she swiftly deduced the events that had transpired. Focusing her icy stare on the elder with a face contorted in fury, suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying energy storm erupted from the girl, sweeping through the air like a tempest. A dazzling golden light, brilliant as the sun, began to rise from her form, and remarkably, her originally dark and bright eyes transformed into a striking golden hue, exuding a peculiar, yet perilous aura. The sheer ferocity of the girl's sudden outbursts startled the elder, causing him to instinctively take a step back. He sensed an extreme danger emanating from her presence, a sensation he had not experienced even in the face of the five-star Dome Master, Xiao Yan. As the elder of the clan, he possessed some knowledge of the girl's background. She was not a member of the Xiao family, but had been entrusted to them by a mysterious and powerful force from a young age. While he might wield authority as the elder within the clan, feeling little trepidation even towards the clan leader Xiao Yan, the unsettling power behind the girl instilled genuine fear within him. Offending Xiao Yan might allow him to leverage his status and rally other elders against him. But angering this extraordinary girl could unleash the wrath of her formidable and enigmatic backing, leaving him oblivious to his impending doom. All right, sooner, just as the girl, enveloped in radiant golden light, began to advance toward the elder, a slender yet warm hand clasped her delicate wrist. Brother Xiao Yan, with Xiao Yan grasping her wrist. Suna halted her steps. It seemed that only in Xiao Yan's presence did the aloof expression that kept others at bay vanish entirely from her face. Let us leave this to Father to resolve. I promised to take Suner to explore Wutan City, remember? Gazing at the now fierce yet adorable Suner, akin to a puffed-up kitten radiating an intimidating aura, Xiao Yan smiled warmly, affectionately ruffling her hair and playfully remarking. Upon hearing his words, Suner felt compelled to express something, yet ultimately restrained herself. Concurrently, the golden light enveloping her body began to gradually recede. She naturally understood the implications of Xiao Yan's words. And being the obedient and considerate person she always was in his presence, she would not defy his wishes. Witnessing the calm demeanor of the girl before him, Xiao Yan smiled faintly, then greeted his father nearby, and took Suner by the hand as they leisurely departed. In the courtyard, Xiao Yan observed the elder who bore a grim expression and chuckled. Xiao Yan, just wait. This matter is far from over. After casting a glance at the barely conscious Xiao Ning lying on the ground, the elder hesitated momentarily, then hoisted Xiao Ning into his arms. With a cold glare directed at Xiao Yan, He hastily exited. On the bed, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, seemingly immersed in a state of cultivation. However, only he knew that his thoughts were entirely absorbed in the Naruto system within his mind. Originally, he had promised sooner that they would venture to Wutan City together after completing their strength assessment. However, due to the incident involving Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan had sustained minor injuries. While he considered them inconsequential, Suner was exceedingly distressed, prompting a postponement of their plans to allow him proper recuperation. Yet, since his internal injuries were not severe, Xiao Yan eagerly settled down to delve into the system within his mind. After witnessing the formidable power of the Great Fireball technique, his interest in the Naruto system had notably peaked. It seemed that the potency of the jutsu within this ninja system far surpassed anything in the Naruto world. Xiao Yan mused. In his previous life, he had observed that the Great Fireball technique had a diameter of about 4 to 5 meters, whereas his earlier demonstration had reached an impressive length of 4 to 5 zhang, a stark contrast that suggested the jutsu in the system had been significantly enhanced. It was only logical. As the story progressed, the combat skills within the Do-Po world possessed the capability to obliterate the heavens and the earth. If the jutsu were not amplified, Xiao Yan would struggle to survive in a realm teeming with formidable adversaries. Nevertheless, with the current amount of chakra within him, he could only execute the Great Fireball technique once before becoming a mere target for others. Furthermore, despite the technique's immense power, its drawbacks were glaringly apparent. Unlike ordinary combat skills, the initiation of ninjutsu required hand seals, thereby consuming a considerable amount of time before execution. Had Xiao Ning not been careless and foolishly waited for Xiao Yan to complete his seals, the successful casting of the jutsu would have been questionable. After the previous battle, Xiao Yan finally grasped the truth behind the saying from the original work. In the Do-Chi continent, strength reigns supreme. Without power, even relatives bound by blood within the same family would mock and deride you for becoming a worthless being, let alone those unfamiliar outsiders. As for Xiao Yan's earlier intervention to prevent Sun Er from taking action, it was not out of weakness or compassion. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that Xiao Ning was, after all, the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder. Should he truly perish at Xiao Yan's hand, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly be driven to fury, plunging the family into a devastating internal strife, an outcome his father would certainly abhor. Furthermore, as a man, Xiao Yan possessed a sense of pride. If he were to endure humiliation and consistently rely on a woman to intervene, he would lead a most pitiable existence. At this juncture, he was no longer as powerless as in his past life, endowed with a system. He was confident that it would not be long before he could silence all those in the Xiao family who underestimated him through sheer strength. Host, Xiao Yan level, primary lower ninja chakra attribute, fire experience, 120, 500 exchange points, 20 skill points, 120 gold coins, 120 ninjutsu, fire style, Great Fireball technique. The personal information displayed in his mind revealed a notable transformation. Each attribute had increased by 20 points, presumably as a reward for his prior victory over Xiao Ning. While Xiao Yan was aware that he could utilize exchange points to acquire various ninjutsu, he remained ignorant of the other particulars. Thus, he embarked on a journey to explore the intricacies of the Naruto system. As time gradually passed, nearly an hour slipped by unnoticed, with Xiao Yan remaining motionless upon his bed, akin to a monk in deep meditation. With his eyes tightly shut, his facial expressions shifted continuously, sometimes perplexed, sometimes contemplative, and at times filled with delight, rendering him seemingly entranced to an outside observer. After another hour had elapsed, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, the confusion on his face dissipating significantly. At this moment, he had attained a general understanding of the Naruto system. Exchange points, which Xiao Yan had already utilized once, could be spent to acquire any ninjutsu within the Naruto realm. Once successfully exchanged and employed, he, as the host, would instantaneously master the technique with remarkable proficiency. However, the cost in exchange points escalated with the rank of the ninjutsu. For instance, the fire style, Great Fireball technique was a D-rank ninjutsu requiring only 100 points, while the water style, Water Dragon Bullet technique, a B-rank ninjutsu, demanded 500 points. The exchange points required for A-rank ninjutsu and forbidden techniques were staggering. As for skill points, these were utilized to enhance the level and potency of ninjutsu. For example, the 8 Gates technique required exchange points for acquisition, while the subsequent upgrades from the 1st to the 8th gate necessitated skill points, with the requirement increasing for higher levels. Naturally, low-level ninjutsu, like the Great Fireball technique, could not be upgraded. Lastly, gold coins could be employed in the marketplace to purchase various items from the Naruto world, such as shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags. Beyond these common ninja tools, there were items that truly captivated Xiao Yan's interest. such as Xiangling's blood, the cells of the first Hokage, and even the Sharingan could be procured. The grotesque nature of these items was something Xiao Yan fully comprehended. For instance, should he procure the original cell, he would be capable of implanting it within himself, thereby enabling him to wield the unique wood release of the first Hokage after a certain period. Furthermore, the terrifying regenerative abilities of the first would also be conferred upon Xiao Yan. As for the formidable Sharingan, it scarcely requires elaboration. If Xiao Yan could exchange for such artifacts, he would undoubtedly be able to traverse the Garma Empire with impunity. However, when his gaze lingered on the exorbitant amount of gold coins required for the final exchange, he was left utterly astounded. 3,000 points. This was merely the cost for a single original cell. Although the Sharingan and the blood of Xiangling were somewhat less expensive, they still represented a staggering sum for Xiao Yan. With a resigned sigh, he could only proceed to examine the next numerical value with a sense of despondency. Experience points were rather straightforward. Upon accumulating 500, Xiao Yan would ascend from his current lowly rank of Genin to that of a mid-level Genin, followed by high-level Genin and Chunin, akin to the classifications of fighters, battle masters, and grand battle masters in the Duki continent, with increasingly greater experience requirements for each subsequent elevation. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan temporarily closed the system in his mind and gazed out at the gradually dimming sky. Perhaps due to the healing elixirs he had consumed, his eyelids felt heavy, and shortly after reclining on his bed, he was lulled into a gentle slumber, accompanied by faint snoring. Chapter 7. Galio. Morning sunlight cascaded warmly, enveloping the surroundings in a languid comfort. Fixing his gaze unwaveringly upon the lively girl beside him, who danced about like a lark, Xiao Yan felt a subtle smile tug at the corners of his lips. Today, Sun Er wore an exquisitely fitting light green ensemble, the delicate hue enhancing her purity and vitality. As his eyes wandered downward, he noted her elegantly developed figure, causing a flurry of emotions within him. In this tranquil moment, with a beauty at his side, the shadow cast by Xiao Ning's affair from the previous day dissipated entirely. Third young master. Good morning, Miss Sun Er. Although it was morning, the broad streets of Wutan City were already bustling with activity. Occasionally, as they passed by some of the shops operated by the Xiao family, familiar faces would greet them enthusiastically, recognizing their identities. Accompanying Xiao Yan on this excursion, Sun Er radiated joy, tugging at his arm and weaving through the myriad of splendid stalls. Young master, miss, would you like to purchase a bracelet? Our bracelets are not only exquisitely designed, but some high-end ones also possess unique effects, making them perfect for a lovely girl like you. At this moment, Sun Er halted beside a relatively large stall. Although the stall primarily offered a single type of bracelet, the myriad styles and designs numbered in the hundreds. As a girl, she seemed utterly defenseless against such exquisite adornments. Much like the girls on Earth who are enamored with expensive and elegant handbags, it appears that the same allure exists on the Do-Chi continent. Brother Xiao Yan, I want this one, Sun Er exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flitting over the various bracelets on display. After a brief moment, she picked up an exceptionally delicate bracelet, which shimmered with a faint jade-like green glow, and mischievously winked at Xiao Yan as she spoke. Upon seeing the bracelet Sun Er had chosen, before Xiao Yan could respond, the stall owner's face broke into a beaming smile, and he immediately began to flatter them, extolling the bracelet's virtues in grandiose terms. How much is it? Xiao Yan asked, unable to suppress a wry smile as he waved his hand to interrupt the owner's incessant chatter. 2,000 gold coins, the owner declared. Xiao Yan's heart sank. He had swiftly classified this stall as a ripoff. As the distinguished third young master of the Xiao family, he received just over 300 gold coins monthly from his family. On Earth, that would qualify him as a minor affluent heir, yet here, he found himself unable to even purchase a bracelet for a girl. Brother Xiao Yan, I suddenly think this bracelet suits me perfectly. Will you help me buy it? Sun Er said, her eyes sparkling as she held the bracelet. Xiao Yan examined the craftsmanship and materials of the bracelet, which was undeniably superior to the previous one. Even someone as unversed as he could distinguish its quality at a glance. While warmth flowed through his heart, a pang of guilt surfaced. He was utterly penniless at the moment and could only hope to compensate her in the future. How much for this bracelet? He inquired. 30 gold coins. The owner replied with a dismissive glance at Xiao Yan, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation from overly enthusiastic to indifferent. Xiao Yan paid little heed to the owner's attitude. He retrieved 30 gold coins from his spatial ring and tossed them over, intending to take Sun Er away. Who could that be? Oh, it's the third young master of the Xiao family. Has he truly fallen so low as to have Miss Sun Er wear street vendor goods? A mocking voice rang out from behind as Xiao Yan took his first step away. His expression turned cold as he turned to see a young man dressed in splendid attire, surrounded by a group of several others, akin to a star surrounded by its admirers. The Jiaoya family, Jiaoya Ao. Recognizing the identity of the young man at the forefront, Xiao Yan's gaze hardened further. 3 years prior, when Xiao Yan transitioned from a prodigy to a pariah overnight, the news spread like wildfire, soon echoing throughout the city of Wutan. The Gale family, which kept a vigilant watch over the Xiao family's affairs, was naturally among the first to receive the tidings. Now that he had traversed into this realm and inhabited this body, Xiao Yan understood that certain responsibilities and duties were his to bear. Moreover, even during his readings of the original text, he harbored a certain disdain for Gale Ao. As Gale Ao's words fell, the entourage of sycophants behind him erupted into laughter. Observing Xiao Yan's expression darkening, Gale Ao remained unfazed, leisurely approaching him. Chapter 8. I shall quietly watch you strut. Boss, this bracelet is 2,000 gold coins, correct? Gale Ao nonchalantly picked up the bracelet that Sun Er had previously admired, not bothering to lift his gaze. Indeed, young Master Gale, but if you choose to purchase it, I can offer you a 20% discount. In Wutan City, the young master of the Gale family was a familiar figure on this street. Unlike Xiao Yan, who rarely ventured into town, preferring to indulge in revelry with his lackeys, Gale Ao thrived in such social settings. Thus, the shopkeeper immediately recognized him and hurriedly approached with a beaming smile, more exaggerated than his earlier demeanor towards Xiao Yan and Sun Er. How dare you say such things? Our young master is of such high standing that he would covet your trifling offer. I wouldn't dare. The Gale family's wealth was unmatched in Wutan City, rendering 2,000 gold coins utterly insignificant to them. The shopkeeper, startled by the sudden outburst, quickly regained composure, bowing profusely and breaking into a nervous sweat. In this bustling street, every merchant knew that offending Gale Ao was a grave mistake. Otherwise, not only would their stall be demolished, but they might also find themselves severely beaten. Ah Huang, well done. Come to me at the end of the month for your reward. Observing the shopkeeper's reaction, Gale Ao's smile widened even further as he addressed the one who had previously shouted, casting a subtle glance towards Sun Er's direction. Thank you, young master. The sycophant named Ah Huang, who had been by Gale Ao's side the longest, instantly wore a flattering smile and expressed his gratitude. He understood well the temperament of their young master. What do the scions of wealthy families value most? Certainly it is face, especially in the presence of the women they desire. His prior remark had undoubtedly bolstered Gale Ao's pride. Boss, I shall take this bracelet. Noticing that Gale Ao had not taken offense at his earlier comment, the shopkeeper sighed in relief and cautiously inquired, Young master, will you be paying by card or in cash? Cash it is. After a moment's hesitation, Gale Ao's gaze lingered upon Xiao Yan's face, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, tinged with subtle mockery. He then swept his hand over the spatial ring, and 5 bags brimming with gleaming gold coins materialized before him. Without a second glance, he tossed one to the proprietor beside him. Clearly, the spectacle of unleashing such a wealth of glittering coins had a far greater visual impact than merely swiping a card. This amounts to 500 gold coins. Count them. And the extra 500 shall be a token of my generosity. The shopkeeper, witnessing this, beamed with joy, hastily reaching out to catch the heavy bags. Upon opening one, his smile blossomed like a chrysanthemum, even his plump cheeks seeming to swell with delight. The reputation of young Master Galio was one to trust. There was no need for counting. Look over there, that's the young master of the Galio family, so extravagant. He just gifts 500 coins casually, enough to sustain an average family for a year. Indeed, one could only wonder which fortunate maiden had captured young Master Galio's attention. It was a blessing beyond measure. Such a display by Galio naturally drew the eyes of many onlookers along the street, as they beheld his lavishness. Hushed whispers filled the air, dripping with envy. Seeing the effect of his earlier display, Galio nodded in satisfaction, ignoring the surrounding clamor. He strolled towards Sun Er, the bracelet he had just purchased in hand, and smiled. Sun Er, if there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to tell me. In this city of Wutan, there is nothing I cannot procure, unlike certain young masters. His gaze turned playfully toward Xiao Yan as he concluded. In response to Galio's provocation, Xiao Yan observed with a detached demeanor. Galio's antics could be succinctly summarized in 2 words, showing off. While Galio could be considered a wealthy pretender, the pinnacle of pretentiousness was a concept Xiao Yan had personally defined, the art of subtlety. Subtle pretentiousness, the most lethal form. Such a simple phrase starkly illustrated the power of this refined display, and after years of navigating society, Xiao Yan felt he had just begun to grasp the essence of subtlety. Confronting a novice like Galio, he felt a measure of confidence. Young Master Galio, we are not so familiar. Please, address me by my full name, Guxiao Sun Er. Furthermore, I have no interest in that bracelet. Without even glancing at the trinket held by the ever-smiling Galio, Sun Er spoke with an air of icy indifference that suggested a desire for distance. Oh, if you do not fancy it, I could exchange it, or perhaps I shall simply purchase all the bracelets." Upon witnessing Sun Er's frigid demeanor, Galio's expression faltered, and he hastily responded. Upon the utterance of his words, aside from the ecstatic vendor, Sun Er exhibited no reaction whatsoever, displaying a distinct disinterest in engaging further. "Xiao Yan Gij, let us depart." Ignoring Galio entirely, Sun Er flashed a smile at Xiao Yan, and then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, adorned her alabaster wrist with the ordinary bracelet that Xiao Yan had previously procured for 30 gold coins. She then grasped Xiao Yan's arm, eager to turn and leave. At that moment, Xiao Yan cast a sympathetic smile towards the now grim-faced Galio, clearly pleased with the effectiveness of his earlier tactic, which he had whimsically dubbed, "I merely watch you flaunt yourself." "Sun Er, why do you choose to linger by the side of such a waste? I could offer you wealth and splendor." Galio's furious roar echoed behind them, just as Sun Er and Xiao Yan began to stride away. At that instant, Xiao Yan felt the delicate hand gripping his arm tighten abruptly, the once charming smile on Sun Er's face being swiftly replaced by a chilling aura of killing intent. "Sun Er, allow me to handle this." With a gentle smile, Xiao Yan softly patted her clenched hand, slowly turning his body to face the onlookers. Chapter 9. The attributes delivered to your doorstep? As Xiao Yan turned gradually, his previously warm smile faded into a cold demeanor. "Xiao Yan Gij, this individual's strength has likely ascended to that of a true fighter. Perhaps we should reconsider sensing the frigid energy emanating from Xiao Yan." A hint of concern crept onto Sun Er's lovely face. "Alas, you are far too exceptional, attracting trouble wherever you go. But fear not, for your Xiao Yan Gij can manage this." Xiao Yan affectionately ruffled Sun Er's hair, a wry smile of resignation etched upon his features. Whether within the confines of his family or beyond, due to his close bond with Sun Er, he frequently found himself embroiled in conflicts instigated by her admirers. He understood well that this was merely the beginning, for Sun Er hailed from a formidable ancient lineage, which would indubitably create numerous obstacles between them in the future. Sun Er must be sufficiently remarkable to be worthy of her Xiao Yan Gij. Under Xiao Yan's affectionate gestures, Sun Er's cheeks blossomed with a captivating flush, playfully sticking out her tongue and shyly remarking. Observing her enchanting visage, Xiao Yan shook his head in mild exasperation. He mused that any normal man would find themselves enchanted by her allure. His mission was clear, to ensure that Sun Er remained unperturbed by the advances of any other suitors besides himself. Today, he would make an example of Galio. "Huh, what? Do you intend to make a move against me, you worthless fool?" Upon encountering the figure of Xiao Yan, who slowly turned to face him with a chilling gaze brimming with lethal intent, Galio could only manage a bitter smile fueled by rage. This feeling intensified, particularly after witnessing the intimate interaction between Xiao Yan and Sun Er in plain view of the public, causing a frigid smile to creep across his face. Since someone had audaciously thrust their face toward him, inviting retaliation, he felt it would be rather unreasonable to deny their expectations. Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly, his tone strikingly indifferent. "Oh, I am intrigued to see what emboldens you to utter such words in the presence of a fighter." As Xiao Yan's provocations hung in the air, Galio's expression darkened considerably, an aura of formidable fighting spirit emanating from him, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption, exuding an overwhelming sense of danger and aggression. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense, and the onlookers, sensing the imminent confrontation, displayed expressions of alarm. Understanding the proverb that divine beings clash while mortals suffer, they prudently retreated, creating an unexpected spaciousness in the once crowded street. Everyone comprehended that, given Galio's vengeful nature, today's events could hardly conclude amicably, especially considering the public provocation. Xiao Yan's next words served as a veritable spark to the powder keg. "A one-star fighter, you say? I achieved that at the tender age of 11. While it took you nearly a decade longer. How surprising that you take pride in such a delay. If I were in your shoes, I would likely seek refuge in the nearest crevice." As he spoke, an expression of bemusement danced across Xiao Yan's face, gazing at Galio as one might regard a simpleton. Beside him, Sun Er could not suppress a giggle at Xiao Yan's cheeky demeanor, her charm rendering the surrounding flowers pale in comparison. Boom! As Xiao Yan's words faded, Galio's eyes suddenly ignited with a crimson hue, his inner turmoil exploding like a volcanic eruption. The force surged forth like a tempest, toppling nearby stalls, leaving the once joyful vendors in despair, their lives taking precedence over material possessions. Galio was aflame with fury. Xiao Yan's words had struck like daggers, each one piercing a sensitive spot. Galio had unwittingly regarded Xiao Yan as his peer due to his own ignorance. Yet the stark reality was that Xiao Yan was 5 or 6 years his junior, having reached the level of a one-star fighter at merely 11 years of age, while Galio was now 21. The disparity of an entire decade, coupled with such a striking contrast, not only astonished him, but also enveloped him in an overwhelming sense of humiliation. This feeling, which lasted but a moment, swiftly morphed into an uncontainable and furious wrath. Xiao Yan, even if you were once a prodigy, you are now merely a worthless being incapable of storing dou qi. Today, I shall make you aware that in this land, the worthless have no right to exist. Prepare to meet your demise. As the furious shout echoed, Galio hesitated no more. The dou qi within him surged forth like a tidal wave. He stomped the ground with such force that the hard bluestone floor shattered into dust, propelling his figure like a cannonball towards Xiao Yan, who stood not far away. Indeed, it is true that the worthless have no right to survive in this land. A sentiment with which I wholeheartedly agree. Upon witnessing Galio's furious charge, Xiao Yan's expression darkened significantly, a flicker of murderous intent swirling within his obsidian eyes. Since you have so willingly presented yourself, I shall gladly accept your attributes as a fighter. A chilling voice echoed within his heart, and at that moment, a faint crimson fire chakra enveloped his feet as he abruptly retreated. Though he had yet to practice any advanced techniques to enhance his speed, Xiao Yan was still capable of the rudimentary application of chakra to his feet to augment his velocity. You worthless coward, do you only know how to flee? Galio's angered voice rang out as he observed Xiao Yan's retreat. Certainly not. A hint of mockery surfaced on Xiao Yan's face, and with a swift motion of his hand, a dagger-like projectile shot forth from his fingertips, trailing behind it a piece of paper densely covered in peculiar symbols. Seeing the object launched from Xiao Yan's hand, Galio was momentarily taken aback, but soon a sneer of derision appeared on his lips as he scoffed. What use is such a trivial weapon? Without dodging, Galio, under Xiao Yan's incredulous gaze, threw a punch towards the dagger-like object, treating it as if it were an imbecile's plaything. Fool! Xiao Yan cursed inwardly as he fixed his gaze on the increasingly close Galio, suddenly unleashing a sharp cry. Explode. Chapter 10. Utilizing explosive talismans to earn the first fortune. As Xiao Yan's command resonated, Galio, now mere inches from the dagger-shaped projectile, felt a sudden wave of danger wash over him. He could vaguely sense a subtle energy fluctuation emanating from the bizarrely inscribed talisman. Not good. At this moment, even Galio, despite his dullness, sensed something amiss. He swiftly mobilized all of his dou qi, enveloping himself in a thin veil of protective energy. Boom! Just as Galio's defensive barrier formed, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and a terrifying wave of fire erupted instantaneously from in front of him, accompanied by the sudden sound of an explosion. The onlookers nearby gasped in unison, some even being toppled to the ground by the fierce gust of heat that spread through the air. In that moment, the street erupted into chaos, as everyone abandoned their intentions of spectating and scattered in all directions. Not far away, Xiao Yan, displaying considerable gentlemanly demeanor, held Sun Er closely in his embrace, causing her delicate face to flush with a hint of crimson. However, she uttered no words, burying her little head against Xiao Yan's chest in a posture reminiscent of a timid bird seeking refuge. Xiao Yan, well aware that the scorching wind posed no threat to Sun Er given her strength, seized this precious opportunity to act as her protector without hesitation. Young master, as the dust began to settle, Xiao Yan's gaze turned towards the location of Galio. Cough, cough. In the center of the crowd, a rather disheveled figure gradually came into view. It was Galio, whose once resplendent attire had become tattered and torn in the wake of the explosion. Through the rips, patches of charred skin were barely visible, and his previously neatly tied long hair now lay in disarray. His handsome face bore splotches of white and black, and a trickle of crimson blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, rendering him reminiscent of a beggar on the street. Xiao Yan, I will kill you. Everyone attack. Whoever slays Xiao Yan will be rewarded with a bounty of gold coins and the freedom to choose any technique from our clan. After a brief silence, a voice filled with boundless rage, tinged with madness, erupted from the disheveled Galio. To be publicly outwitted by a seemingly worthless opponent incapable of storing fighting energy was a humiliation he could not bear. Enraged, his reason was consumed by fury, his eyes burning red like a madman, wishing he could devour Xiao Yan alive. Kill! Kill Xiao Yan! As Galio's words echoed, a dozen henchmen behind him were ignited with fervor and greed, their eyes bloodshot as they brandished their gleaming weapons, charging towards Xiao Yan. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Xiao Yan's expression turned icy as he faced the group, his voice cold and resolute. With a swift motion of his hand, he revealed several concealed weapons akin to those he had previously used. Explosive talismans. These were the very items Xiao Yan had employed against Galio. Common in the world of ninjas, they were a type of tool often used alongside shurikens, allowing for surprise tactics in battle. In the realm of Duki, the inhabitants remained blissfully unaware of such a novel contraption, which is why Galio foolishly entertained the notion of confronting it unarmed. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have lost an arm to the explosion. Earlier, while examining the system, Xiao Yan discovered that the detonation talismans were available for purchase in the marketplace at a remarkably low price of merely 1 gold coin, with the kunai priced the same. Thus, a single kunai detonation talisman required only 2 gold coins. Given the meager exchange points in Xiao Yan's system, he couldn't afford to acquire another ninjutsu. And even if he could, the chakra within him could only sustain the release of one technique, after which he would have to wait for time to gradually replenish his chakra reserves. Consequently, he needed to seek out items in the marketplace that were within his financial means and could safeguard his life in critical moments. After a prolonged search, his gaze settled upon the kunai detonation talisman. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. With a spirit of experimentation, Xiao Yan was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of the kunai detonation talisman. A single strike had already inflicted significant injuries upon Galio. Of course, this was merely the most basic and inexpensive detonation talisman available in the Naruto system marketplace. The more advanced versions, as described, could unleash destructive power rivaling that of AJ Nin's fire-style jutsu. Yet, with Xiao Yan's current financial standing, even a single advanced detonation talisman was beyond his reach, compelling him to rely on quantity to achieve victory. With a swift flick of his wrist, several sharp whooshing sounds erupted as Xiao Yan expertly hurled multiple kunai detonation talismans into the fray, reminiscent of celestial maidens scattering flowers, targeting the throng of adversaries charging towards him. The art of throwing kunai came naturally to Xiao Yan. In his previous life on Earth, he was quite the dart player. Although the weight of the kunai differed, as long as he controlled the throwing force accurately, landing them in designated spots posed no challenge for him. As the figures, driven by greed and the desire to end Xiao Yan's life in pursuit of their own glory, surged forward, they had barely taken a few steps when a cacophony of thunderous explosions erupted. The relentless system notifications echoing in his mind filled Xiao Yan's face with uncontainable joy. At this moment, he felt triumphant. Chapter 11. A jest concluded. Prepare to meet your demise. The incessant system notifications only intensified the elation on Xiao Yan's countenance. In the Duki continent, where strength reigns supreme, Xiao Yan had quickly grasped the harsh realities of survival in just a few short days. Faced with these individuals, whose reason had been consumed by avarice and who sought to take his life, he harbored no semblance of sympathy or compassion. Boom, boom, boom. On the streets, the series of explosions reverberated, accompanied by the chilling cries of agony emanating from the waves of fiery destruction that spread outward. The sounds were bone-chilling, as if one had descended into the very depths of hell on earth. After several moments had elapsed, the sounds of explosions and anguished cries gradually diminished, and the searing smoke and dust that permeated the air dissipated with the gentle caress of a breeze. The scene before the gathered crowd was now fully revealed, and a look of astonishment appeared on Xiao Yan's face. The once sturdy stone-paved street had been transformed into a landscape of deep craters, while several nearby shops had also suffered collateral damage. Among these gaping holes lay an alarming number of charred limbs and severed body parts, provoking an involuntary shudder. The outcome was all too evident. The dozens of henchmen who had previously flanked Galio lay lifeless at Xiao Yan's hands, their deaths marked by a gruesome fate. Witnessing such a scene, cold sweat trickled down Xiao Yan's forehead, and a wave of nausea began to swell within him. Despite his rebellious youth in a past life spent engaging in petty brawls with street thugs, he had never taken a life. Yet, in an instant, he had become the harbinger of death for so many. Although these individuals had brought their demise upon themselves, Xiao Yan had indeed intended to claim their lives. When confronted with the stark reality of the battlefield, the visceral impact of the carnage starkly contrasted with his prior imaginings. "Brother Xiao Yan, are you all right?" The concerned voice of Sun Er broke through his thoughts as she rushed to his side, noticing the change in his expression. Despite being a girl, Sun Er, born into the Do-Chi continent and backed by a formidable ancient clan, merely furrowed her brows slightly at the hellish scene before them, maintaining a composure that Xiao Yan could not muster. Most importantly, these men had sought to end Xiao Yan's life. Even if he had not acted, she would have swiftly dealt with them. Sun Er would never tolerate any threat to Xiao Yan's existence. "I'm fine." Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan attempted to calm his turbulent emotions, wiping the cold sweat from his brow before offering Sun Er a strained smile. Life was as fragile as grass, and this was the stark realization that resonated within Xiao Yan at this moment. Indeed, as Galio had stated earlier, the weak had no right to exist in this realm, for what they cherished could be reduced to ashes at a moment's notice by the strong. Without strength, even one's own life became precarious in the eyes of the powerful. The lives of ordinary people were but as worthless as ants. Having fully grasped this truth, Xiao Yan silently resolved within his heart. Given that fate had granted him a second chance at life, he could not afford to squander it as he had in his previous existence. He would carve out his own legend in this new world, even if it shone as fleetingly as a shooting star, at the very least. He would prove that he had once existed. Whoosh, whoosh. However, just as Galio had sprinted a mere dozen meters, two piercing sounds of wind suddenly echoed above him. The familiar sensation sent chills down his spine, prompting him to hastily halt and retreat several dozen steps. The sharp clinks of metal reverberated in the now desolate street, as two shurikens embedded themselves into the stone pavement before him, their tails adorned with explosive talismans swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a faint yet ominous scent of death. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" A detached voice resonated nearby as the explosives struck the ground, and Galio turned slowly, his expression ghastly, only to meet Xiao Yan's gaze, which bore a hint of chilling malice. "What do you intend to do, Xiao Yan? Are you truly planning to kill me?" The murderous intent flickering in Xiao Yan's eyes sent a shiver coursing down Galio's spine. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly, but there are no prizes." Xiao Yan's footsteps advanced slowly, his voice as cold as ever. "You dare. If anything happens to me, my father will surely seek vengeance, and it will be a relentless feud with your Xiao family." Realizing that Xiao Yan was not jesting, Galio's complexion paled dramatically. Despite his threatening words, his confidence was evidently lacking, a facade concealing his fear. "Isn't our relationship already akin to this? Enough with the banter. Prepare for death." As Xiao Yan produced two more explosive shurikens in his hands, Galio understood that evading his fate today was impossible. "Xiao Yan, if you are a man, confront me in a true life-and-death duel based on your genuine strength. What skill is it to rely on such underhanded tactics?" Acknowledging that escape was futile, Galio abandoned any thoughts of pleading for mercy, his gaze venomous as he glared at Xiao Yan, his voice a thunderous roar. In his view, Xiao Yan's ability to injure him and slay many of his subordinates was solely attributed to those explosive devices, while his own martial prowess remained woefully inadequate. "Heh, as you wish." Hearing Galio's defiant shout, a smirk of mockery curled at the corners of Xiao Yan's lips. As his steps came to a halt, his hand seals abruptly shifted. Chapter 12. A true man never looks back at explosions. With a flurry of movements, Xiao Yan formed a series of peculiar hand seals. Upon completing the seals, he inhaled deeply, then suddenly exhaled towards Galio, who stood not far ahead. Fire release, great fireball technique. Xiao Yan's heart thundered with a fierce proclamation. And to Galio's astonishment, a blazing sphere of crimson flames erupted from Xiao Yan's mouth. As it surged forward, the range of the flames expanded dramatically, ultimately coalescing into a fireball of considerable size, rushing towards him with alarming speed. Real flames unleashed? And from one's mouth? How is that even possible? Confronted with the terrifying onslaught of Xiao Yan, a look of profound shock and horror instantly manifested on Galio's face. He was no fool, and could undoubtedly sense the immense peril emanating from the colossal fireball. He harbored no doubt that if he were struck by that entity, he would be reduced to mere ash in an instant, leaving not even a remnant behind. The blazing firelight illuminated Galio's pallid visage, and as he was about to retreat, he abruptly halted. He had forgotten that Xiao Yan had left two timed explosives behind him. Given the speed and coverage of the fireball's assault, evasion was now an impossibility. Clenching his teeth resolutely, Galio relinquished any thoughts of fleeing, allowing a surge of pale azure wind attribute Do Chi to erupt within him, converging entirely upon his right arm. Wind Spiral Soulbreaker. With a thunderous shout, Galio's right arm began to rotate in an extraordinarily peculiar arc. As his arm revolved, circles of tangible wind spirals materialized before him, rapidly gathering and expanding until they coalesced into a massive vortex, reminiscent of a tornado, formed from condensed Do Chi. At the moment the vortex took shape, the enormous and searing fireball thundered toward Galio, arriving mere moments later. Without a hint of hesitation, Galio swung his right arm fiercely, the wind spiral, accompanied by a piercing sound, surged forth like a sharp drill, colliding violently with the fireball. The wind spiral soulbreaker was a low-level, mysterious Do technique passed down through the Galio family, and its potency, when combined with Galio's unique wind attribute Do Chi, was significantly enhanced. This was the most formidable technique he could currently command. It was evident that Galio intended to utilize the wind spiral to forcibly tear a breach in the massive fireball. Should he succeed, an opportunity for escape would arise. He had resolved that once he fled, he would inform his father and ally with the Oba family, vowing to eradicate the Xiao family in a short span and personally slay this boy to satiate his deep-seated resentment. Boom. Just as Galio was cursing Xiao Yan in his heart, the colossal fireball collided violently with the wind spiral midair. At the moment of contact, The searing flames of the fireball erupted in all directions under the wind spiral's whirlwind, igniting several buildings along the road. Fool. However, upon witnessing Galilio's foolish decision to confront the fireball head-on, a smirk of derision curled at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth. Observing that Galileo wielded wind attribute Do Qi, Xiao Yan regarded him with an expression akin to that one would reserve for an imbecile, not to mention that the fireball technique, even at the hands of a 3-star Grand Elder, was a force too formidable to withstand. Galileo's foolish actions would not only fail to breach Xiao Yan's fireball technique, but would, in fact, serve to exacerbate Xiao Yan's assault, akin to adding fuel to the flames. Unless the opponent's strength far surpasses that of Xiao Yan, such a confrontation is undoubtedly akin to self-destruction. At present, Galileo certainly does not possess such qualifications. The outcome, as anticipated, unfolded predictably. Before Galileo could express his astonishment at the effects of the swirling wind, it was abruptly engulfed by an intense fireball. As the wind dissipated, the enormous fireball surged forth with a vigor reminiscent of a robust man invigorated by springtime elixirs, its flames becoming even more ferocious. While the crimson hue on its surface deepened, the terrifying heat radiated outward, causing even the hard bluestone pavement beneath to show signs of cracking under the oppressive temperature. Witnessing the sudden shift in the situation, Galileo's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes, and as the image of the fireball reflected in his eyes magnified, a paralyzing fear akin to the brink of death crawled up his heart. Regrettably, the earlier attack utilizing a low-level Earth-tier combat technique had already depleted his internal energy, compounded by injuries sustained from the explosive talismans, leaving him utterly defenseless. No. A heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupted from Galileo's lips, and in the next instant, the colossal fireball whizzed past, completely engulfing him, ultimately crashing down onto the bluestone ground with a thunderous explosion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a 1-star combatant, earning 100 experience points and 100 exchange points. Sooner, let us depart. Hearing the notification echo in his mind, Xiao Yan did not even glance at the explosion behind him, instead smiling at Sooner beside him. Xiao Yan, you are truly remarkable. Sooner's delicate face bore a hint of astonishment. The extraordinary abilities Xiao Yan had demonstrated, whether the explosive talisman or the tangible flames emanating from his mouth, although impressive, did not seem to fall within the realm of combat techniques, as she understood them. However, Brother Xiao Yan, having killed Galileo, the Gale family will likely not let this matter rest, especially since he is the sole heir of Patriarch Galebai. As they walked along the now desolate street, Sooner's lovely face was tinged with worry as she clutched Xiao Yan's arm and murmured, "Huh, Galebai, you say?" In response, Xiao Yan let out a cold chuckle, his expression gradually cooling. "If you knew your place, I would refrain from troubling the Gale family. Should you remain blind to the situation, then let you and your son reunite in the underworld." Chapter 13, I do not agree. Crash. In the spacious and opulent hall, the sudden sound of a shattered teacup echoed, followed by a voice filled with extreme rage and murderous intent. "What did you say?" "That waste from the Xiao family killed Ao." In the hall, a burly middle-aged man was gripping a frail servant by the collar, roaring furiously. "Indeed, the clan leader has just received news. Earlier in the city, the young master engaged in a conflict with a certain worthless member of the Xiao family, resulting in a physical altercation." Observing the emotionally unstable Galeb, who resembled an injured tiger, the servant spoke with evident trepidation. "How could this be possible? Aoer has already attained the strength of a 1-star fighter. How could such a feeble individual possibly defeat him, leaving no trace behind?" However, before the servant could finish his sentence, Galeb interrupted him with a thunderous shout. "Clan leader, that lad somehow acquired some dagger-like concealed weapons that, upon being thrown, would explode. Dozens of our family's skilled fighters who were accompanying the young master perished in that explosion. It was during that chaos that young Master Galeb sustained injuries. But the truly fatal blow came from that boy's mysterious martial technique, enabling him to unleash a massive fireball from his mouth, consuming the young master entirely and leaving no remains." As the servant recounted the events, his voice gradually diminished, for he noticed the faint crimson hue emerging in Galeb's eyes, a manifestation of extreme fury and cold-blooded intent. The oppressive aura emanating from Galeb's turbulent fighting spirit rendered the servant breathless, sending chills down his spine. He understood that Galeb was genuinely enraged. Galeb Ao, as the heir to the clan leadership and Galeb's only son, had been cherished by the family since birth, never having faced any hardship in the city of Wutan. Yet today, he had met his demise at the hands of a worthless young master from the Xiao family, reduced to nothingness, not even ash remaining. With a resounding thud, the servant was thrown heavily to the ground by Galeb, causing him to cough up blood. "Immediately send someone to contact the Oba family. In 3 days, we shall join forces to annihilate the Xiao family. Inform Obapa that, upon success, they may claim 70% of the Xiao territory. Yes, clan leader. The fallen servant, quaking with fear, rushed to comply, hastily exiting the hall to convey the order. The Xiao family. In 3 days, I shall ensure your expulsion from Wutan City. And that worthless boy who killed Aoer must be captured and subjected to 1,000 tortures to alleviate my deep-seated hatred. Xiao Yan, let us see how you will manage the debacle caused by your well-raised son. Within the Xiao family council chamber, several elder clan members were seated, their faces etched with concern. In the Xiao family, few dared to speak so boldly to the clan leader, save for the Grand Elder. As the words of the Grand Elder resonated through the spacious hall, a flurry of whispered conversations erupted, revealing that many present deemed Xiao Yan's actions somewhat inappropriate. However, the situation had drastically changed. With Galio now dead at Xiao Yan's hands, the Gale family, led by the patriarch Gale Bai and his sole heir, would undoubtedly seek retribution. It was anticipated that soon they would launch a full-scale assault, making an inevitable conflict between the two families a grim reality. Were it merely the Gale family, the Xiao clan could stand resolute in open battle. Regrettably, the Oba family, another of the 3 major powers in Wutan City, loomed menacingly nearby. In recent years, the Oba and Gale families had forged a clandestine alliance, complicating matters significantly. Given a few years of development, the Xiao family could gradually overpower both the Gale and Oba families, making the unification of all factions in Wutan City a plausible goal. Yet, as the head of the Xiao clan, he must contemplate the welfare of the hundreds of clan members, and thus could not afford to act as impulsively as Xiao Yan. Now that the events had unfolded, further discussion seemed futile. It would be far more practical to devise a solution. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan felt a surge of agitation. Casting a cold glance at the Grand Elder, he barked, "Humph." The Grand Elder, sensing the pointedness of Xiao Yan's remark, merely snorted in response, choosing not to elaborate further. With Xiao Yan's voice echoing in the hall, the atmosphere turned tense and quiet. Many exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness, clearly at a loss for a viable resolution. I propose we surrender Xiao Yan to the Gale family. That would likely quell their wrath considerably. After all, our strengths are comparable, and they would hesitate to act recklessly, suggested one voice. Bang! Before the speaker could finish, the wooden table beside Xiao Yan shattered into splinters. Rising abruptly, Xiao Yan's eyes blazed with barely contained fury as he glared at the speaker. Elder 2. What did you just say? Under Xiao Yan's furious gaze, an elderly man with white hair and a gaunt frame slowly stood up, unfazed by the anger directed at him. His calm voice echoed throughout the hall. Xiao Yan, as the leader of your clan, the lives of hundreds rest in your hands. Since your son has created this mess, let him bear the consequences. Though our Xiao family has seen rapid growth in recent years, the Gale family is a long-standing power in Wutan City. I absolutely refuse to gamble the fate of the entire Xiao clan for your son. As he concluded, the elder's tone grew increasingly frigid. I concur with Elder 2. Surrender Xiao Yan to ensure the safety of the Xiao family. The Grand Elder, his expression darkening, also rose to voice his agreement. I stand with Elder 2, affirmed a lean old man beside him. Indeed, it is Elder 3. Now, the 3 elders of the Xiao family have reached a unanimous decision, one that even the clan leader, Xiao Yan, cannot alter. As voices of agreement resound throughout the hall, Xiao Yan's expression darkens increasingly. Just as he prepares to confront these obstinate old men, a clear yet indifferent voice pierces the air from the entrance of the grand hall. I disagree. With the girl's chilling words echoing, all eyes in the hall swiftly converge upon her figure at the entrance. Clad in a pale green gown that subtly accentuates her youthful curves, her once pure countenance now shrouded in a cold and detached aura. As her footsteps resonate, an eerie silence envelopes the hall. Who is it that proposed handing over my brother, Xiao Yan? After a brief pause, the young girl halts before the seats, her indifferent voice reverberating as her beautiful eyes slowly scan the elders present. Within her dark, lively eyes, an unusual glimmer of dark gold emerges, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread in those who meet her gaze, causing them to hastily avert their eyes, unable to maintain direct contact. When her emotionless, dark gold eyes rest upon the 3 elders seated, their expressions grow increasingly unnatural. Boom. In the next moment, without warning, a spectacular golden light erupts from the girl, blinding those present and unleashing a terrifying pressure that sweeps through the hall. Tables and chairs are overturned, and some of the weaker individuals are flung aside, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. This is the aura of a Do Wang. How can this be? A Do Wang under the age of 15. Even Xiao Yan, seated at the head, wears a look of astonishment. For despite being the strongest in the Xiao family, A 5-star Do master, he feels no inclination to resist under such overwhelming pressure, a sensation he had only previously experienced from a Do Wang-level powerhouse. If Xiao Yan feels this way, the 3 elders, whose strengths are inferior to his, appear even more disheveled. Moreover, as the instigator of this event, the pressure unleashed by the girl predominantly targets them. The first and second elders manage to hold themselves together, their eyes reflecting shock and fear, their aged forms trembling under the weight of the pressure. After channeling all their Do Qi to form a protective barrier, they barely manage to remain standing. However, the third elder, being the weakest among them, is far less fortunate. With his barely attained strength of a 1-star Do master, he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the terrifying pressure of the direct onslaught. Consequently, after a brief struggle, his legs buckled, and with a resounding thud, he knelt down. Observing the 3 elders in such a disheveled state, the young girl seemed to have no intention of relenting. Her golden, luminous eyes, devoid of any emotion, fixated on the trio as she advanced once more under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the 3 elders turned exceedingly grim. All their strength was now devoted to resisting that overwhelming pressure, leaving them utterly incapable of exerting any energy for other endeavors. Even a mere mortal, incapable of cultivation, could effortlessly take their lives at this moment. "Sooner, please show mercy." Just as the overwhelming dread of impending death engulfed the hearts of the 3, Xiao Yan, seated in the main position, hastily interjected. As the clan leader, despite his disdain for these 3 old men, he realized that should Sooner execute them, it would not be long before their Xiao clan crumbled from within without any external interference. Despite his prior awareness of Sooner's unique identity, he had not anticipated that the aura she unleashed would reach a terrifying level akin to that of a Do Wang. Such a formidable being could obliterate the Xiao clan with a mere flick of their wrist. Thus, he dared not speak with any hint of reprimand typical of an elder towards a junior. Rather, his tone carried an implicit plea for mercy. Xiao Zhan's voice caused the girl's forward motion to falter, and the golden light enveloping her gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. With the complete disappearance of the golden radiance, the oppressive aura that had enveloped the entire hall dissipated, allowing many to exhale a sigh of relief, their gazes towards the girl filled with fear and disbelief. The 3 elders could not help but wipe the cold sweat from their brows, their aged bodies trembling incessantly. Even the usually imperious Grand Elder averted his gaze from Sooner, not wishing to experience that feeling of helpless terror once more. With a cold, indifferent glance sweeping across everyone present, Sooner then slowly turned to leave the hall. Her frigid voice echoed, "Out of respect for Uncle Xiao Yan, I shall not hold you accountable today. However, should I hear any further slander against Brother Xiao Yan in the future, I will not show mercy." As her final words faded, the slender figure of the girl vanished from view. Sighing, Xiao Yan remarked with a wry smile, "Oh, I hardly possess such influence. It is rather more about that little fellow's standing." Yet, gazing in the direction where her graceful silhouette had disappeared, he felt a sense of relief, the earlier tension lifting from his heart. With this girl around, coupled with his relationship with Yenner, perhaps the trials facing the Xiao clan could indeed be surmounted. Unbeknownst to the protagonist Xiao Yan, events were unfolding within the Xiao family's council hall. At this moment, he sat with his eyes closed, meditating on his bed. Host, Xiao Yan. Rank, Intermediate Lower Ninja. Chakra Attribute, Fire. Experience, 5, 906,000. Exchange Points, 490. Skill Points, 590. Gold, 570. Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The system prompted him, indicating that the host had received a promotion package upon advancing from a beginner lower ninja to an intermediate lower ninja. Would he like to open it now? Open. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired a random chakra attribute from the package, unlocking new privileges, including the right to purchase the Great Power Pill. Additionally, the host's luck has exploded, granting an extra 1,000 exchange points. Wow, a windfall. Upon hearing the final words of the system's announcement in his mind, Xiao Yan leaped up from the bed in exhilaration. Chapter 15. The Frustrating Great Power Pill. The previous battle with Galio had been immensely rewarding for Xiao Yan. Not only did he successfully elevate from a beginner lower ninja to an intermediate lower ninja, but he also experienced a stroke of luck in the promotion package, gaining an additional 1,000 exchange points. Observing his attribute panel, where the exchange points had increased to 1,490, he could not suppress a soft chuckle. Gradually tempering his joy, Xiao Yan redirected his focus to another matter, the random chakra attribute obtained from the promotion package. As the name suggests, upon use, Xiao Yan would randomly receive a chakra attribute from the system. Ding. The random attribute package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, the host has acquired lightning attribute chakra. As the system's voice resonated, Xiao Yan noticed that his personal information panel now displayed not only fire, but also lightning as a chakra attribute. He could distinctly feel the addition of a silver-white chakra stream alongside the previously flowing faint red chakra within him. In the world of Naruto, to unleash a series of ninjutsu, one must first possess the chakra of the corresponding attribute. Previously, in the beginner package, Xiao Yan had acquired the fire attribute. However, the singular fire-based ninjutsu proved limited in practical combat. Through his earlier encounters with Xiao Ning and Galio, Xiao Yan had come to recognize the crucial role speed plays in battle. Had Galio not been careless, acting recklessly without understanding the explosive tags, he would not have been restricted in his movements, becoming an easy target. Regarding speed, Xiao Yan recalled 3 possible options from his memory. When discussing speed, those familiar with Naruto would immediately think of the one known as the Yellow Flash, the 4th Hokage, his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Created by the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, enabled instantaneous movement and surpassing of space. The user would leave a technique mark wherever they could touch, and once an enemy's body was marked, it signified their impending doom. This technique achieves a speed that transcends the instant body technique, allowing the practitioner to traverse space freely and navigate between various battlefields, akin to an existence akin to a cheat code. The second technique, renowned within the realm of Naruto, is the 8 Gates Released Formation. This formation unlocks internal limits, accelerates the flow of chakra, and instantaneously releases all chakra within, resulting in immense power. Both speed and strength reach unimaginable levels. When Guy opened the final 8th gate, he nearly delivered a decisive kick that concluded the battle. As for the third technique, it falls slightly short compared to the previous 2, yet it excels in versatility. The lightning release body technique mastered by generations of Reikage. This ninjutsu, a fusion of ninjutsu and taijutsu, enhances the physical body with lightning, enveloping the user in a shroud of electricity to bolster defense. The third Reikage's lightning release body technique could withstand even Naruto's wind release, Raisin Shuriken, and the 8 Tails Tail Beast Bomb without sustaining any damage, earning the title of the strongest shield. The fourth Reikage's version emphasizes speed, capable of evading Sasuke's Amaterasu, surpassing the limits of the eye's perception, making him one of the fastest individuals physically. With a plan in mind, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer and began to search the marketplace in his mind. As time gradually passed, the excitement on his face began to wane, eventually transforming into bitterness. This was not due to an inability to find these ninjutsu within the marketplace, but rather the staggering prices. Each of these 3 ninjutsu is categorized by varying levels, necessitating not only the expenditure of exchange points for purchase, but also the allocation of skill points for advancement. Otherwise, even if acquired, they cannot be utilized. The purchase price of the Flying Thunder God technique is 5,000 points. Furthermore, the special kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal must be purchased separately, with each kunai priced at 200 gold coins. The 8 Gates Released Formation has a redemption cost of 3,000 points, which seems somewhat acceptable, yet the skill points required to open each gate are exceedingly daunting. Given Xiao Yan's current exchange points, he is far from affording either of these 2 ninjutsu. Consequently, Xiao Yan can only focus on the last technique, the Lightning Release Body technique, which is priced at 1,500 exchange points. After purchasing, it requires skill points for leveling up to be usable, and this technique can be upgraded 3 times. Each level up significantly enhances the speed, strength, and defensive attributes of the body compared to the previous level, although the requisite skill points increase with each upgrade. However, Xiao Yan currently possesses only 1,490 exchange points, falling short by 10 points to redeem the Lightning Release Body technique, which leaves him feeling quite anxious. It appears he must venture out shortly to devise a means of acquiring more exchange points. Fortunately, he previously unlocked Lightning Attribute Chakra. Otherwise, even if he could redeem this ninjutsu, he would not be able to cultivate or utilize it. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze to the final item in the promotion package, the purchase rights for the strength pill, murmuring a somewhat familiar name. A peculiar expression manifested on Xiao Yan's face. Could this be a remedy for kidney enhancement? Reflecting on his somewhat unfortunate fate, having lived 2 lifetimes yet still remaining inexperienced, he couldn't help but wonder if this system was designed solely to mock him by unlocking such a feature. With a hint of indignation, Xiao Yan typed Dolly Pill into the search bar. The Dolly Pill, upon consumption, could restore all chakra within 5 seconds, priced at 20 gold coins. Upon reading this, a glimmer of joy illuminated Xiao Yan's visage. Had he unlocked this sooner, he wouldn't have been troubled by insufficient chakra during his previous battle with Xiao Ning, unable to unleash any ninjutsu. However, As his gaze lingered on a line of small text in parentheses, the smile on his face gradually faded. To cater to the host's palate, 2 variants of the Dolly pill were available for selection. The first, a pill made from excrement that tasted like chocolate, and the second, a chocolate pill that bore the flavor of excrement. Chapter 16. Prosperity and Abundance. Tonight we feast. Is this some sort of jest? In an effort to cater to the host's tastes, you have offered such choices? At that moment, Xiao Yan's expression darkened significantly. It appeared the system was not only deceitful, but also quite mischievous. Was there no third option? Xiao Yan frantically inquired within his mind. Yes, the host may choose not to purchase. I bought a watch last year. Why must you say such things? He retorted inwardly. Alas, it seemed that in dire circumstances, he had no choice but to consume the chocolate-flavored excrement pill. After a considerable time, Xiao Yan's fury began to subside, and he sighed, internally resolving that, after all, his life was far more valuable than the alternative. Moreover, it was merely a chocolate concoction with an unusual flavor. He could simply regard it as a novel chocolate experience. After all, wasn't there cat poop coffee on Earth in his previous life? With a deep breath, Xiao Yan managed to calm the irritation brought on by the system. He rose from his bed, stretched lazily, and stepped toward the door, as he first needed to address the issue of acquiring those 10 exchange points. Where on earth could he procure such elusive exchange points? Stepping outside, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. It was clear that the quickest way to earn exchange points was through taking lives, but currently, he found himself within the Xiao family estate, devoid of suitable targets. Venturing outside would undoubtedly be ill-advised. The news of Galio's demise at his hands must have spread like wildfire, and should he inadvertently cross paths with the Galio family, the consequences could be dire. Relying solely on his fireball technique and a few basic explosive tags, he had no confidence in breaking free from any encirclement. Just as Xiao Yan was deep in thought, a peculiar sound akin to a chicken's cluck pierced the air. Turning his head, he discovered 2 servants of the Xiao family approaching, carrying a cage containing 5 or 6 creatures resembling chickens, yet adorned with tails as vibrant and colorful as a peacock's. As he searched through his memories, Xiao Yan recalled the information about the fire-tailed turkey, a creature that could barely be classified as a first-tier magical beast. This beast, while not particularly aggressive, was known for its remarkable speed, due to its succulent meat, which was reputed to enhance physical strength. Some mercenary groups would often capture a few while collecting magical cores in the mountains, selling them in the market for the enjoyment of wealthy families. Third young master. 2 attendants passing by bowed in greeting. What do you intend to do with these fire-tailed turkeys? Xiao Yan inquired, nodding slightly, circling the cage a few times. A contemplative expression crossed his face. He then summoned a faint red chakra at his fingertips and swiftly struck one of the turkeys. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a fire-tailed turkey. You have gained 0.5 exchange points and 0.5 experience points. Indeed, the notification in his mind filled Xiao Yan with immense joy. Without hesitation, he swiftly dispatched the remaining turkeys in the astonished gaze of the 2 attendants. Go fetch me 15 or 16 more fire-tailed turkeys. And make sure they are alive, Xiao Yan commanded, his excitement evident as he waved his hand eagerly at them. But third young master, the kitchen needs other ingredients as well. We won't need that much chicken. One of them replied, a look of distress on his face. With such exquisite fire-tailed turkeys available, who needs other staples? It's a feast tonight. Quickly now, I will await your return, Xiao Yan exclaimed, tossing a pouch of gold coins to one of the attendants. His impatience palpable. Yes, third young master. The 2 attendants, their faces alight with anticipation, promptly accepted the pouch and hurried off, placing the slain turkeys on the ground before heading toward the market with the cage. With the promise of reward, their efficiency was commendable. In less than half an hour, they returned, panting, with a cage containing several live fire-tailed turkeys, their clucking filling the courtyard as if it were a chicken farm. Seeing these delightful creatures, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled. To him, they were not merely turkeys but living embodiments of exchange points. With each gentle tap of his chakra-encased fingers, one by one, the unfortunate little birds fell, transforming into attributes within Xiao Yan's system. Finally, he sighed in relief as he beheld a striking 1,500 exchange points, a smile creeping onto his face. All right, you 2, take these fire-tailed turkeys to the kitchen. If anyone asks, just say I helped with the slaughter, Xiao Yan said, clearing his throat to appear less excited, gesturing to the attendants. Yes, third young master. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for the body technique, thunder release protection. You have spent 1,500 exchange points. Upgrading requires 500 skill points. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade now? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the thunder escape body technique. You are currently able to utilize the initial state. Shall I proceed? Xiao Yan turned his head to survey the surroundings and, Upon realizing that there was no one present in the backyard, issued the command, "Activate." As soon as the thought echoed in his mind, Xiao Yan felt an electrifying surge as the silver-white lightning chakra, which had been coiled within his lower abdomen, rapidly spread throughout his entire body. A sensation akin to being electrified washed over him, tingling yet extraordinarily pleasurable. Crackling sounds resonated like thunderclaps as Xiao Yan's hair stood on end, resembling steel needles. Every bone, muscle, and even each cell in his body felt as if they were ignited, brimming with boundless power. So, this is the might of the Thunder Escape Body technique. Truly formidable. As Xiao Yan slowly clenched his fist, the arcs of electricity, resembling silver serpents, collided, producing a piercing sound. In the next instant, enveloped in these mysterious silver arcs, he stomped his foot onto the ground, propelling himself forward as if teleporting several dozen meters. When he reappeared, he stood before a tree so large that it would require 2 or 3 people to encircle it. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 17. The Calm Before the Storm. Boom. With a deafening crash, Xiao Yan's fist, crackling with silver arcs, collided violently with the trunk. What followed was a scene of utter astonishment. The seemingly sturdy tree trunk crumbled as if it were mere tofu, effortlessly penetrated by Xiao Yan's fist. Impressive. The power of the Thunder Escape Body technique exceeded his expectations. In terms of both speed and strength, there was a nearly transformative enhancement compared to before. Xiao Yan felt confident. Should he encounter Galio now, he was assured he could obliterate him with a single punch. And this was merely the effect of the first state of the Thunder Escape Body technique. He shuddered to think of the terror that awaited should he elevate it to the second or even third state. However, given his dwindling skill points, it seemed somewhat impractical to upgrade the technique further. Yet, he remained unperturbed, now that he had grasped a method to quickly acquire attributes. Obtaining exchange points and skill points in the future wouldn't be overly difficult. On the continent of Doqi, there are no legal constraints as in modern society. Here, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, one can truly act as they please. Xiao Yan, what is happening to you? Examining himself, Xiao Yan noted that he was entirely enveloped in silver arcs, occasionally emitting crackling sounds. He ran his fingers through his hair, which had become as hard as steel, and found the appearance somewhat unsettling. Don't worry, Sun'er, I'm merely practicing my Do technique, he reassured her, releasing the state of the Thunder Escape Body technique. He turned to the eagerly approaching Sun'er and smiled. What Do technique are you practicing, brother Xiao Yan? As the electric aura surrounding Xiao Yan gradually dissipated, Sun'er's expression of concern noticeably softened. However, when her enchanting eyes caught sight of the remarkable hollow in the nearby towering tree, a look of astonishment graced her delicate features. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan flashed a cunning smile at Sun'er and playfully flicked her pert nose with his finger. Witnessing this tender gesture imbued with affection, a faint blush crept onto Sun'er's cheeks, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. Deep within her heart, she understood that regardless of the secrets Xiao Yan might harbor or what he might be concealing from her, one undeniable truth remained. He would never harbor any ill intentions towards her. Seeing Sun'er's bashful demeanor stirred an unusual impulse within Xiao Yan. He instinctively enveloped the young girl in a tight embrace, burying his head in her silky, fragrant hair. In that fleeting moment, his heart found a serene tranquility, as if no tempest could ever disturb the calm. As dusk approached, the Xiao family estate appeared to be on the brink of an impending storm. Numerous individuals clad in the Xiao family robes traversed the grounds, gradually disappearing upon reaching designated locations. Xiao Yan sensed a formidable aura emanating from those guards, indicating they were indeed seasoned fighters. Understanding the commotion within the estate was likely connected to the Gale family, Xiao Yan was acutely aware that even though more than a day had passed since he had slain Galio, the Gale family had yet to make any move. Given their influence in Wutan City, they would have surely received word of the incident almost immediately. Xiao Yan was far from naive. He did not believe they would simply swallow their anger. The current calm was merely the precursor to a brewing storm. It seemed imperative for him to pay a visit to the Gale residence that night to discern their true intentions. His eyes narrowed, and a chilling aura of murderous intent flickered across his face. As nightfall crept in, the sky, once adorned by a crescent moon, became shrouded by ominous clouds, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. At that moment, Xiao Yan stealthily exited his dwelling. After surveying his surroundings, brilliant silver arcs of electricity enveloped him, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the night, heading swiftly toward a certain location in the city. Though it was the dead of night, the spacious hall was ablaze with light, fully occupied by dozens of individuals. At that moment, a rather diminutive middle-aged man respectfully addressed a robust figure clad in opulent attire seated at the head of the table. What does the patriarch say? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and a chilling wave of murderous intent suddenly radiated from him. According to the conditions proposed by the clan leader, upon successful completion, the Xiao family's territory and market would be split, with the Uba family claiming 70%. However, Uba's intention was to expedite the timing of their action to the early hours of the night. The slender man, witnessing the reaction of the former, dared not to be negligent. He promptly bowed and declared, "Humph, a snobbish fellow. Yet, this is for the best. The longer the night stretches, the more dreams it may conjure. Tonight, I shall annihilate the Xiao family and avenge the great grievance of Ao. Relay the command, organize the troops. After the hour of the tiger tonight, I shall ensure the Xiao family is eradicated from Wutan City." Understood, clan leader. In the hall, a dozen individuals clasped their fists in acknowledgement before swiftly exiting. However, unbeknownst to them, a youth had observed everything from several feet above their heads. They have indeed allied with the Uba family. If that is the case, I shall prepare a grand gift for both of your families. Chapter 18, A Grand Gift. The hour of the tiger, the darkest moment before dawn, enveloped Wutan City, which had fallen silent after a day of clamor. Yet, before the residences of the Uba and Xiao families, shadows clad in black quietly melded into the night, their destination being the estate of the Xiao family. We are different. Each of us has a distinct circumstance. We are here, waiting for you. At this moment, Xiao Yan lay on his bed, arms cradling his head, humming a popular tune from his past life, appearing quite at ease, entirely devoid of any tension foreboding an approaching storm. As a notification echoed in his mind, a cold smile emerged on Xiao Yan's face. With a nimble motion, he flipped himself upright and walked toward the door. "Jia bai Ubapa, I wonder how you will receive the grand gift I have prepared for you. Enemies are approaching. All personnel, remain vigilant." No sooner had he stepped outside his room than the Xiao estate erupted into a chorus of alarm. Torches flared to life around the estate's walls, illuminating the once pitch-black night as bright as day. "Brother Xiao Yan, is that the Jia family?" Just as Xiao Yan was about to head toward the front courtyard, a somewhat icy voice from behind interrupted him. "Indeed, not only the Jia family, but also the Uba family. However, I have already prepared a grand gift for them." I can only imagine the splendid expressions on the faces of Jia Ao and Uba Pa right now. "Come, Suner, let us witness the spectacle." Though puzzled by Xiao Yan's cryptic words, Suner allowed herself to be led forward to the front courtyard. At this juncture, the entrance to the front courtyard had gathered hundreds of skilled members of the Xiao family, all clad in uniform attire, their expressions solemn and fierce. Despite the sudden situation, they displayed no signs of panic, orderly forming a defensive formation to confront the impending threat. At the forefront stood some of the clan's more esteemed members. Led by Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao clan, flanked by three elders, Xiao Yan, pulling Suner along, made his way through the throng toward Xiao Zhan. Along the way, several eyes regarded Xiao Yan with unusual emotions, yet upon noticing the delicate maiden by his side, they hastily averted their gazes. "Father, how is the situation now?" Approaching Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan wasted no time with frivolous conversation and directly posed his question. Witnessing his father's actions, a warm current flowed through Xiao Yan's heart. This feeling of being cherished was something he had seldom experienced in his past life. "Rest assured, father, this matter is indeed a consequence of my actions, but I am no longer the useless person I once was. Trust me." Xiao Yan lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as it fixed on Xiao Zhan, articulating each word with conviction. Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, looking at the young man before him who had matured considerably compared to a few years prior. A look of gratification appeared on his face, swiftly replaced by a fervent battle spirit gleaming in his eyes. "Excellent. You are truly my son, Xiao Zhan. Today, we shall fight side by side and vanquish all foes," he proclaimed, clapping Xiao Yan on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Vanquish all foes. Vanquish all foes." Inspired by Xiao Zhan's fervor, the hundreds of Xiao family's guards behind him were equally invigorated, raising their voices in unison, their rallying cry resonating powerfully. "Sons of the Xiao family, follow me into battle." The crowd surged with excitement, and with his face flushed, Xiao Zhan bellowed and strode purposefully towards the gates of the estate, followed closely by Xiao Yan and Suner, who exchanged a brief glance before hastening to keep pace. At the end of the avenue before the Xiao family gate, illuminated by the flickering, enchanting flames, figures clad in dark garments began to emerge, as one individual's gaze fixated upon a gaunt silhouette illuminated by the bright lights of the Xiao estate. A voice filled with rage and murderous intent erupted suddenly. "Xiao Yan, you wretch! I will kill you," accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps drawing near. The figures from the shadows fully revealed themselves to the Xiao family's sight. The leader, a towering figure with a formidable build, exuded an aura of menace, while beside him stood a frail old man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. Both seemed to be in a disheveled state, their clothing tattered, hair unkempt, and faces smeared with dust and blood. Yet, in their eyes as they regarded Xiao Yan, there was a palpable venom and thirst for vengeance. Xiao Yan was no stranger to these two figures. They were none other than Jie Li Bai, the patriarch of the Jie Li clan, and Uba Pa, the patriarch of the Uba clan. As his gaze shifted behind them, he noticed nearly 200 dark-clad figures, most of whom bore wounds. Some even limping with broken arms or legs, relying on others for support. Could all of this be the work of Yena? Shock registered on Xiao Zhan's face. The earlier tirade from Jie Li and Uba was evidently directed at Xiao Yan, and as he turned to see the smiling young man, Xiao Zhan's conviction in his assumption deepened. So, gentlemen patriarchs, are you satisfied with the grand gift I have prepared for you? In stark contrast to the furious expressions of Jie Li Bai and Uba Pa, Xiao Yan stepped forward from the crowd with a bright smile, arms crossed, regarding the two with a distinctly schadenfreudian delight. Xiao Zhan's predictions proved accurate. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than Xiao Yan himself. After infiltrating the Jie Li residence and gathering intelligence, he had strategically placed explosive talismans along the route to the Xiao family, expending a total of 100 gold coins. Fortunately, the returns from this expenditure had just multiplied. According to the system's notification, Xiao Yan roughly estimated that nearly 50 members of the Jie Li and Oba families had perished in the recent explosion. Although most of them were cultivators whose strength had yet to reach the level of fighters, it was evident that this had significantly weakened the combat capabilities of both families. Chapter 19, The Clash. Listen up, everyone from the Jie Li family. Whoever can capture or slay that little brat Xiao Yan today will become the next candidate for the clan leader, roared Jie Li Bai, his face still adorned with a malicious grin. Kill him, slay Xiao Yan, and avenge our young master, echoed the guards of the Jie Li family, their eyes blazing with fury as they brandished their gleaming weapons and charged toward Xiao Yan. Observing this, Oba Pa hesitated momentarily, but a fierce determination soon etched itself upon his aged visage. He then waved his hand, signaling the dark tide of Oba family members to surge forth like a torrent. They had also suffered the loss of no fewer than 20 capable fighters in the earlier explosion, and such a loss could not simply be swallowed in silence. As long as they could eradicate the Xiao family today, the promised 70% of the territory and market from Jie Li Bai would be theirs, rendering today's losses trivial by comparison. As the throngs of dark figures rushed towards him like a relentless tide, Xiao Yan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Jie Li Ao held considerable weight in Jie Li Bai's mind, warranting such a high price for Xiao Yan's head. Protect the third young master. Without needing Xiao Zhan's command, the well-trained guards of the Xiao family instinctively surged forward, forming a defensive formation around Xiao Yan. Simultaneously, numerous guards appeared atop the Xiao family's compound, launching specially crafted crossbow bolts that whistled through the air, catching many from the Jie Li and Oba families off guard, leading to their anguished cries as they fell. Having anticipated that the Jie Li family would not let the death of Jie Li Ao go unpunished, the Xiao family had made ample preparations. These specially modified crossbow bolts posed a significant threat to cultivators below the fighter level. Charge! Seeing that dozens had already fallen on his side, Jie Li Bai roared in fury. This astute Jie Li Bai understood that if their forces were to stray too far from the Xiao family, they would merely become sitting ducks. Only by engaging in close combat could they minimize their casualties. Indeed, as the throngs of people converged, the guards of the Xiao family atop the courtyard wall hesitated to release their crossbow bolts, fearful of inadvertently harming their own. In a swift motion, they leapt down from the wall, drawing their swords and plunging into the fray. In an instant, the once tranquil street became a cacophony filled with the thunderous shouts of battle, the sharp clanging of metal, and the heart-wrenching wails of the fallen. Yenner, I will hold back that wretched Gale, so make sure to protect yourself. Xiao Zhan's gaze was fixed upon the menacing figure of Gale, whose direction of assault was unmistakably aimed at the crowd where Xiao Yan stood. Rest assured, father, I will handle that old scoundrel, Xiao Yan replied with a confident smile, his earnest demeanor betraying no hint of jest. With her presence, it was certain that Yenner would not come to harm. Obapa, you must assist me in restraining Xiao Zhan. I intend to deal with that little rascal personally, Gale declared coldly to Obapa after delivering a punishing blow that sent a Xiao family guard reeling, blood spilling from his lips. He understood that to eliminate Xiao Yan, he must first neutralize Xiao Zhan, whose strength was on par with his own. Very well. After a brief moment of hesitation, Obapa nodded in agreement. The notion of benefiting from Gale's promised rewards compelled him to lend his assistance. Although Obapa matched Xiao Zhan in strength as a 5-star combat master, his age, nearing 60, had taken its toll on both his stamina and inner energy, while Xiao Zhan was in the prime of his life, brimming with vitality. Thus, facing Xiao Zhan would undoubtedly present considerable strain for him. as the two conversed. Their momentum did not wane. Amidst the chaos of battle, the significance of power became evident. Despite the valiant efforts of the Xiao family guards, they could offer little resistance against the onslaught of two 5-star combat masters. The defensive formation they had established was soon breached by the combined might of Gale and Obapa. "Little rascal, today I shall tear you apart." Gale's eyes burned with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yan in the distance. "Brother Yan, allow me to assist." Upon hearing Gale's contemptuous words once more, Sun's delicate face flushed with anger, her eyes shimmering with a faint golden light. "You little girl, do you not trust Brother Yan? Fear not, I shall not be reckless. You go help deal with the strong ones from the Gale and Obapa families. Leave this old rascal to me." Xiao Yan ruffled Sun's hair, a look of exasperation crossing his face. This little girl truly believed he was incapable of handling things alone, always placing herself in front of him. Such notions of masculinity felt somewhat disappointing. With a bitter smile, Xiao Yan shifted his gaze to the bloodthirsty Gale charging toward him, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Then, to the astonishment of many, he propelled himself forward, launching directly at Gale. Yenner. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan recklessly burst forth from the protective circle of the Xiao clan's guards, an anxious expression manifested on Xiao Zhan's face. He was just about to pursue Xiao Yan when a fierce gust of wind suddenly assailed him from the right, compelling him to halt abruptly. He then shifted slightly to the left, narrowly evading the concealed ambush. "Xiao clan leader, let them resolve their grievances among themselves. Though my old bones may be of little use, I still wish to seek your esteemed guidance. Obapa, since you seek your demise, I shall oblige." As he beheld the aged figure that emerged before him, Xiao Zhan's countenance gradually darkened. Without a hint of hesitation, the robust fighting spirit within him surged forth like a tidal wave. Chapter 20. The Initial Battle of the Great Fighter. Xiao Yan pondered that with his father's strength, overcoming Oba Pa would merely be a matter of time. As for the elders of the Gaili and Oba families, with Sun's assistance, the Xiao clan should sustain minimal losses, though the combined forces of the two families outnumbered the Xiao clan significantly. Thanks to Xiao Yan's previous deployment of explosive talismans and the earlier attacks from the Xiao clan's specially crafted crossbows, the enemy forces had already suffered nearly 1/3 of their numbers, while their overall strength still surpassed that of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan felt little concern with Sun's joining the fray. He was well aware of her formidable prowess. Indeed, as he caught a glimpse of Sun's from the corner of his eye, he noticed that no fewer than 5 adversaries, all above the fighter rank, had already been slain by her hand. With no lingering worries, he could now focus entirely on the foe before him. "Old fool, if you wish to avenge your son, it will depend on whether you possess the capability." As his gaze slowly shifted to the infuriated Gaili Bai, a cold, murderous intent gradually surfaced in Xiao Yan's eyes, his words devoid of any politeness. "Haha, you little brat, I am eager to see what abilities you possess to be so audacious. Once I capture you, I shall surely pluck out your teeth one by one." In response, Gaili Bai, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally. As the patriarch of the Gaili family, not only had his son been slain, but he had also been openly referred to as old fool by this young man in front of the public. Given his status in Wutin City, everyone he encountered treated him with utmost deference. Speaking cautiously, he had never endured such humiliation. Xiao Yan's actions truly incited a desire to spit blood. With a furious roar, Gaili Bai clearly abandoned any intentions of engaging in a war of words with Xiao Yan. His deep yellow fighting spirit instantly enveloped him, converging entirely upon his right fist. Without a moment's hesitation, he stomped his foot upon the ground, propelling his robust figure like a cannonball towards the not-so-distant Xiao Yan. "Earth attribute fighting spirit, is it?" Noticing the deep yellow fighting spirit swirling around Gaili Bai's fist, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. In the realm of Duki, the attributes of the fighting energy cultivated by practitioners vary significantly according to their physical constitution, resulting in distinct characteristics during combat. However, the Earth attribute Duki bears a notable flaw: its deficiency in speed. This exemplifies the adage that one must sacrifice in one area to gain in another. Although the Earth attribute Duki is formidable, it is precisely countered by the lightning element, a fortuitous advantage. Activate the lightning escape body technique. With a thunderous shout, a fervent battle spirit surged within Xiao Yan's eyes. Eerie silver arcs of electricity enveloped his entire being, causing his hair to stand on end. The sharp, crackling sound of electric arcs resonated, evoking an unsettling and eerie atmosphere. This is lightning attribute Duki. How can this be possible? At that moment, the charging Galibai noticed Xiao Yan's transformation. Upon witnessing the silver arcs of electricity surrounding him, his pupils involuntarily constricted, his face reflecting shock and disbelief. Previously, he had been informed that Xiao Yan had employed a powerful fire attribute technique to slay Gaoyao. Yet now, the latter revealed a clear lightning attribute Duki. Everyone on Duki continent understands that an individual can possess only one attribute of Duki. Even the rare alchemists predominantly wield fire attribute, with a hint of wood attribute. The existence of someone like Xiao Yan, embodying two dominant attributes within a single body, is truly astonishing. Could it be that this fellow's technique is peculiar, enabling him to harbor two different attributes of Duki without suffering backlash? Amidst his astonishment, a sudden thought emerged in Galabai's mind. This notion was rather abrupt. Yet at that fleeting moment, he felt an inexplicable certainty within him. If he could capture this young man, the mystery would undoubtedly unravel. With this thought, the shock on Galabai's face gradually receded, replaced by a smirk tinged with greed. The deep yellow Duki enveloping his right fist intensified, and he struck fiercely at Xiao Yan's chest, now merely an arm's length away. His massive fist collided with Xiao Yan's chest, but suddenly, the smile on Gao Yao's face froze. For as his fist made contact with Xiao Yan's body, it bizarrely passed through, imparting no sensation of impact whatsoever. In front of him, Xiao Yan slowly began to dissipate. A mere afterimage. How can this young man's speed be so astonishingly swift? Galabai's complexion shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe his eyes. Even though Xiao Yan had previously slain Gao Yao, he had perceived it as merely a consequence of Gao Yao's carelessness. With Xiao Yan relying on explosive hidden weapons to achieve such a feat, however, just moments ago, the terrifying speed displayed by Xiao Yan was already comparable to that of a true great fighter, and in fact, it surpassed his own by a margin. Galabai, preoccupied with engaging his opponent, was not making a wise choice. Just as Galabai was momentarily stunned by Xiao Yan's fearsome velocity, a chilling laugh suddenly echoed from behind him. Chapter 21, Tricky. As the cold voice resonated, Galabai felt a sudden chill creeping up his back, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He hastily focused his mind and, with great effort, shifted his body to the right. The sound of tearing fabric mingled with the sharp crackle of electricity, and Galabai soon felt a piercing pain in his left arm, followed by a numbing sensation enveloping the entire limb. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Galabai was struck with terror. He quickly propelled himself backward, glancing at his left shoulder, only to witness his complexion darkening with fury. His clothing was completely shredded, and faint silver arcs of electricity flickered across his skin. A conspicuously strange wound marred his shoulder, resembling the cracked earth of a long dry landscape. As if the force had erupted from within, rupturing his skin. Upon the wound, delicate silver arcs pulsed, while crimson blood cascaded down his shoulder like a stream, staining much of his body. Alas, although Xiao Yan's strength had ascended to the level of a mid-level ninja, estimated to be equivalent to the power of a 3 to 5-star fighter, and his mastery of the lightning release body technique was nothing to scoff at, he still possessed the capability to contend against those who stood at the threshold of great fighter status. However, the Galabai before him was no ordinary great fighter, but rather a 5-star great fighter, and the chasm between their powers was insurmountably vast, one that even Xiao Yan, equipped with the ninja system, could not easily bridge. Xiao Yan was acutely aware of this disparity. Thus, from the outset, he intended to leverage Galabai's underestimation of him during their initial confrontation, aiming to deliver a fatal blow with his unexpected speed. Unfortunately, as a 5-star great fighter, Galabai possessed immense combat experience and swiftly recovered from his earlier stupor, making the right decision in a fleeting moment, narrowly evading that deadly strike. Well done, young man. I truly underestimated you. Casting a glance at his blood-stained left arm, surprisingly, Galabai did not exhibit the same violent rage as before. Though his expression remained ominously grim, he seemed to have regained a semblance of composure. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but furrow his brow. In this state, Galio was undoubtedly more formidable than the previous version of himself, who had succumbed to a fit of rage. A fierce tiger, claws bared, was far less perilous than a cold, venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. However, the more impressive your performance, the more excruciating your demise will be once I have you in my grasp. As the chilling voice fell, a deep yellow aura of fighting spirit surged forth from Galio's body, a torrent of violent energy swirling around him. With the fighting spirit spreading across his surface like an impenetrable armor, his previously numb left arm gradually regained its normality, while the incessant bleeding from his wounds, attributed to the peculiar nature of thunder-based fighting spirit, began to show signs of cessation. Indeed, a grand fighter is a formidable opponent. Observing this, Xiao Yan's expression grew grave. The Galio before him was exponentially more challenging than the one he had previously vanquished. With a steely gaze, Xiao Yan summoned 5 explosive kunai into his palm and, without a moment's hesitation, hurled them towards Galio. Boom, boom, boom. As a series of explosions erupted, the hard blue stone slabs of the street were sent flying, dust swirling in the air. Debris scattered, and some unfortunate souls cried out in despair as they fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan remained fixated on the center of the explosion, fully aware that attempting to slay a 5-star Grand Fighter with such rudimentary explosive kunai was a futile endeavor. His primary objective was to ascertain the might of the fighting spirit armor that the Grand Fighter could wield. If he could inflict even a modicum of injury upon Galio, it would be a notable achievement. As a gentle breeze swept through the arena, the dissipating dust gradually revealed a figure. Such a degree of assault could hardly harm me. With the chilling voice echoing, Xiao Yan's gaze fixed upon the figure, where Galio stood, enveloped in his deep yellow fighting spirit armor, which had not lost its hue. It appeared as though the prior attacks had had no effect on him whatsoever. Ineffectual, it seems. It appears I must engage him directly. Xiao Yan understood that the explosive symbols had failed to inflict any damage upon Galio, who was now fully armored. Thus, he resolved not to squander any more gold on futile efforts. With a decisive move, silver light flickered across his form, and with a firm thrust of his foot against the ground, he charged toward Galio. If combat was inevitable, then it was imperative to strike first. Xiao Yan grasped the principle of seizing the initiative. Seeking death, are we? Upon encountering Xiao Yan, who unexpectedly initiated an assault, a hint of coldness surfaced on Galabai's countenance. As Galabai approached within half a zhang, his massive fist, enveloped in fighting spirit, struck fiercely towards Xiao Yan's face. In Chapter 22, forcing me to eat excrement. Clang. The fist, crackling with silver arcs, collided brutally against Galabai's back, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. At that moment, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Having underestimated the defensive capabilities of the fighting spirit armor, his full-force strike, executed after employing the thunder escape technique, failed to breach Galabai's defenses. I have already stated that with your current strength, you cannot penetrate my fighting spirit armor's defense, even with your rather peculiar lightning attribute techniques. In stark contrast to Galabai's robust arms, which resembled the girth of a bull, Xiao Yan appeared as slender as a bamboo pole. This pronounced visual disparity seemed to indicate a foregone conclusion. Bang! A deep, resonant sound of physical impact erupted, and Xiao Yan felt as though he had been struck by a tank. The tremendous force radiating from his arm coursed through his body, causing him to stagger backward for several steps before regaining his balance. His internal organs churned violently, and a pallor washed over his face. Xiao Yan had indeed underestimated the combat prowess of a 5-star great fighter. Furthermore, Galabai's fighting spirit was rooted in the earth attribute, renowned for its exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities, with each of his moves imbued with immense strength. Had it not been for the protective thunder escape, Galabai's strike could have easily shattered Xiao Yan's arms. This observation does not imply that the thunder escape's protective technique is inferior to the fighting spirit armor. Rather, the disparity in their respective realms was pronounced. The depth of their fighting spirit was not on the same level, resulting in a significant difference in the potency of their attacks. A direct confrontation was no longer tenable. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan formulated a plan. Although activating the thunder escape technique had granted him a remarkable enhancement in both strength and defense, it did not sufficiently bridge the gap in power between himself and Galabai. However, among the attributes he had augmented, one remained unshared by Galabai: speed. While the earth attribute fighting spirit was impeccable in terms of defense and ferocity, it exhibited a notable shortcoming in speed. Conversely, the thunder escape technique conferred a substantial increase in swiftness. Thus, in this interplay of strengths and weaknesses, speed emerged as Xiao Yan's significant advantage against Galabai. It was indeed foolish of him to engage directly, attacking with his weaknesses against Galabai's strengths. Realizing this, a subtle smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he propelled himself forward, maximizing his speed, charging once more towards Galabai. Humph, a futile endeavor. Upon witnessing the scene, Jailebi emitted a cold chuckle, remaining utterly still, as if quietly awaiting Xiao Yan's impending assault. With his seasoned demeanor, he was acutely aware that he could not match Xiao Yan's speed, thus he relinquished any intention of initiating an attack. After all, the intensity of Xiao Yan's strikes could hardly penetrate his Do-Chi armor. He was prepared to endure a war of attrition. With his strength as a 5-star Do master, he firmly believed he would not be outlasted by a mere youth. Noticing Jailebi's immobile stance, a smirk graced Xiao Yan's lips. It appeared that the old man was convinced that his defenses were unbreakable, to the extent that he could not even be bothered to move. However, this suited Xiao Yan just fine. Contemplating this, he continued his relentless advance, his body shimmering with silver light as he dashed toward Jailebi at an astonishing pace. When Jailebi finally launched his attack, Xiao Yan, agile as a monkey, deftly maneuvered around him, delivering a swift kick to Jailebi's back. The scene unfolding was somewhat comical. With Xiao Yan darting about, seizing every opportunity between Libi's strikes to circle behind him, landing punches and kicks. A careful observer would note that all of Xiao Yan's attacks targeted the same spot on Libi's back. Under the incessant and almost brazen onslaught from Xiao Yan, Libi found himself increasingly irritated and agitated, akin to a bothersome fly that he could not catch. Though he had considered unleashing a wide-ranging Do technique to eliminate Xiao Yan, the relentless barrage of attacks made it impossible for him to focus enough to execute such a technique. Furthermore, the chaos surrounding them, with numerous guards from the Oba family engaged in battle with the Xiao clan, meant that should he attempt a Do technique, he risked not only missing Xiao Yan but also incurring substantial losses to his own forces. Thus, Libi was left to suppress his rising anger, muttering curses under his breath. "You little brat, keep jumping around. I shall see how long your Do Chi can sustain you." Just as this thought crossed Libi's mind, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly darkened. Ding! A notification for the host. Due to insufficient chakra, the lightning release body protection technique will be in 10 seconds. Countdown, 10, 9. Damn it, this is pushing me to my limits. Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in frustration. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. If he were to lose his lightning release body protection due to chakra depletion, Libi would surely seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Yan resolutely commanded himself in his mind. Purchase the strengthening pill. Please select the type of purchase. 1. Chocolate-flavored strengthening pill. 2. Excrement-flavored chocolate strengthening pill. 1. Congratulations to the host for spending 20 gold coins to successfully purchase the strength pill, acquiring a random flavor, the cow dung flavor strength pill. Accompanied by the system's notification sound echoing in his mind, a wave of energy rippled through Xiao Yan's palm, and a pill radiating a faint silver glow materialized in his hand. Although this silver pill appeared devoid of any characteristics typically associated with excrement, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yan could not shake the feeling that a sinister grin seemed to flicker across its surface. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and without further hesitation, placed the strength pill into his mouth. Chapter 23, A Dismal User Experience. As the silver pill entered his mouth, Xiao Yan initially intended to swallow it whole. However, it seemed the creators of the strength pill had anticipated this, crafting it to be precisely the size that could not be easily swallowed. Consequently, after several futile attempts, he had no choice but to crush it between his teeth. Cursing the insufferable system under his breath, Xiao Yan dared not linger in indecision. The system was already counting down, and after consuming the strength pill, he had a mere 5 seconds for its effects to take place. Thus, there was no time to squander. With a sharp crack, Xiao Yan bit down on the strength pill, and at first, a surprisingly sweet flavor emerged. However, his expression swiftly soured as the outer silver coating shattered, revealing the core within, which was indeed the taste of cow dung. The sensation was indescribable, akin to accidentally biting into a rotting apple, as an overwhelmingly nauseating aroma immediately filled his mouth. Moreover, it was compounded by bits of plant fibers, reminiscent of half-digested grass, swirling in his mouth like a grotesque mixer, inciting an uncontrollable urge to vomit. Hold on, Xiao Yan, you can do this. In this critical moment, he clenched his jaw, his cheeks puffing out like a frog, his face flushed red from the effort. Now, he had no other option. Should he expel the cow dung? Oh no. The strength pill, from his mouth, the depletion of his chakra would cause the lightning armor to dissipate, leaving him vulnerable to the predatory gaze of Libi. With death as his only outcome, fueled by an indomitable will to survive, Xiao Yan suppressed the nauseating sensation, and beneath his reddened visage, his throat subtly convulsed as he swallowed the crushed strength pill whole. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consuming the strength pill. Chakra recovery countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chakra has been restored to peak condition, and the hidden task, A Taste of the Human Experience, has been completed. A hidden gift package has been obtained. Would you like to open it? As the system notification echoed in his mind, Xiao Yan distinctly sensed that the chakra, which had previously been nearly depleted within him, was once again surging with an overwhelming vitality. The silver arcs of electricity that enveloped his body brightened from their previous dimness. Spitting onto the ground with disdain, Xiao Yan had no time to concern himself with any concealed rewards. His gaze, filled with resentment, fixated on the nearby Galeb, and without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, his feet shimmering with silver light. Is this kid insane? He moves as though under the influence of a stimulant. Galeb couldn't help but curse inwardly at the sight of Xiao Yan, whose ferocity had multiplied manyfold compared to before. He had witnessed Xiao Yan's earlier consumption of the strength pill, mistakenly believing it to be a remedy for restoring his internal energy. Yet, the discomfort etched on Xiao Yan's face suggested it tasted worse than excrement. Was it truly so foul? More importantly, After ingesting that pill, not only had Xiao Yan's energy returned in an astonishingly brief time, but his assaults had grown exponentially more potent, as if he were fighting with a life-or-death resolve. Harboring a deep-seated vendetta against Caleb, Caleb found it perplexing. After all, it was his son who had fallen at Xiao Yan's hands, making him the one seeking revenge. Why? Then, did it appear as though Xiao Yan's actions were reversing their roles? Unbeknownst to Caleb, had he not relentlessly pressured Xiao Yan, forcing him into a dire battle that drained his chakra and compelled him to consume that dreadful strength pill, Xiao Yan would not be consumed by such rage, naturally attributing all blame to Caleb. "Take this punch, you old fool," Xiao Yan roared, his figure flickering as he maneuvered to Caleb's rear, unleashing a fist imbued with silver lightning that struck fiercely against Caleb's back. "Take this kick, you old rascal." At this moment, the battlefield around them had silently cleared a vast space, with many of the guards from the three factions who had been embroiled in chaos pausing their actions, their eyes wide with astonishment and fear as they beheld the scene unfolding. Xiao Yan had wholly immersed himself in the battle, hurling a barrage of insults such as old scoundrel and old dog, while relentlessly assaulting Caleb's back. In light of this situation, Caleb appeared increasingly flustered. Yet, despite his arms flailing like windmills, he was unable to graze even the hem of Xiao Yan's garment due to the latter's terrifying speed. At a certain moment, as Xiao Yan delivered another ferocious punch to Caleb's back, a faint sound of cracking reached his ears. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a particular spot where a nearly imperceptible fissure had appeared in the deep yellow armor of fighting energy that encased Caleb's body. A subtle smile graced his lips, and in the next instant, Xiao Yan's figure seemed to teleport, abruptly materializing before Caleb. Suddenly, Xiao Yan appeared before him, startling the menacing Galabai, whose face was etched with a murderous intent. Yet, upon seeing the slight smile on Xiao Yan's countenance, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. "Go down and accompany your son." The two stood mere inches apart, Xiao Yan's cold voice resonating clearly in Galabai's ears, accompanied by a pungent stench. As Xiao Yan's words fell, his foot unexpectedly materialized before Galabai, delivering a fierce kick to his chin. With a dull thud that mingled with the sound of shattering teeth, Galabai's massive form surprisingly lifted off the ground, his body uncontrollably flipping, exposing his back to Xiao Yan's gaze below. Lion's leap. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yan soared into the air, unleashing a tempest of strikes, fists, elbows, and feet, targeting the fissures in Galabai's battle armor with relentless ferocity. Under the onslaught of Xiao Yan's vigorous assault, Galabai's form was repeatedly battered, akin to a kite caught in a storm, ascending into the air. Crack! At a certain moment, after Xiao Yan delivered a devastating kick, a crisp sound of shattering resonated clearly from Galabai, whose deep yellow battle armor revealed a conspicuous crack. This fissure swiftly expanded like a spider's web, and in mere moments, it shattered with a resounding bang, disintegrating into a myriad of luminous particles. At that instant, Xiao Yan harnessed the recoil, plummeting swiftly to the ground, landing steadily. "It's over." A faint smile graced his lips as he observed Galabai suspended in midair, now devoid of the protective battle armor. In the next moment, the hand seals in Xiao Yan's grasp shifted abruptly. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a booming declaration, the hand seals froze in place. He leaned back, inhaling deeply, placing his palm near his mouth in a trumpet shape, and then unleashed a fierce breath towards Galabai, who hovered helplessly in the air. In the next instant, a searing crimson flame erupted from Xiao Yan's mouth, expanding rapidly. Waves of scorching fire surged forth like a tidal wave, hurtling towards the suspended Galabai. In that moment, Galabai found himself devoid of any foothold in the air, and with the prior onslaught having shattered his battle armor, he was rendered akin to a living target, helpless to defend himself. Although his back was turned to Xiao Yan, he could still feel the intense heat approaching, a wave of primal fear flooding his heart as he shouted in alarm. "Xiao Yan, please spare me." However, before the pleading words of Jalebi could fully escape his lips, a searing fireball surged forth, resembling a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, instantly engulfing his entire form. In the midst of the blazing inferno that filled the air, a chilling sound echoed, the hissing of flames scorching flesh. Jalebi managed to let out a single, anguished cry before he was irrevocably silenced. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped everyone present, including Xiao Zhan and Obapa, who had been engaged in fierce combat not far away. They halted their movements, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the fiery tempest above. After a few breaths, as the conflagration dissipated, Jalebi's form vanished without a trace. Just as the crowd began to process the bewildering event, something seemed to descend upon their faces and bodies, a fine, black ash that resembled grains of sand, still faintly carrying the scent of charred flesh. "Jalebi is dead." A chorus of incredulous murmurs arose among the onlookers. The patriarch of the Jali family, a formidable 5-star dome master, had perished at the hands of a mere 16-year-old boy, and in such a horrific manner. Reduced to ashes without a trace of his body left behind. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing the event, few would have believed such a tale. As realization set in, a common thought emerged in their minds. Henceforth, the name Xiao Yan would resound throughout the entirety of Wutan City and even across the vast Jiamai Empire. Damn it, this boy is a monster. Had I known, I would never have allied with that fool Jalebi against the Xiao family. With Obappa's thunderous command, the dazed members of the Obappa family quickly snapped back to reality, screaming as they scattered in panic. The Obappa family, in such disarray, was nothing compared to the Jali family's guards, who, devoid of leadership, fled in all directions. Some discarding their weapons in their haste, a frenzied swarm racing towards safety. Do not let them escape, pursue them. Witnessing the sudden loss of morale among the Obappa and Jali families, the Xiao family members were invigorated, faces flushed with excitement as they brandished their gleaming weapons, charging after the fleeing adversaries like ravenous tigers. Observing the tide of battle turn in their favor, Xiao Yan exhaled a long sigh of relief. It seemed the crisis for the Xiao family had finally been averted. Brother Xiao Yan, you are incredible. How could I compare to you, my dear? Xiao Yan replied with a smile, ruffling the hair of the adoring girl before him. The prowess of this girl is truly astonishing. After enduring a series of fierce battles, she exhibits neither flushed cheeks nor labored breaths, and her light green dress remains untouched by blood or dirt, standing amidst the chaotic battlefield like a pristine blue lotus. Brother Xiao Yan, what is that scent on you? However, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Sun Er, who previously showed no sign of aversion to their intimate gestures, took a small step back. With her delicate, onion-like fingers, she gently pinched her exquisitely shaped nose, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Xiao Yan. Oh no, this cursed strength pill has backfired. Realizing the situation, Xiao Yan inwardly cursed, quickly covering his mouth with his hand and hastening towards the Xiao residence. His voice muffled as it escaped through his fingers. Sun Er, Brother Xiao Yan has something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After consuming the strength pill, he had been in a heightened state of tension during the battle and had momentarily overlooked the taste in his mouth. Now that he had completely relaxed, the nauseating flavor surged forth, inciting an overwhelming urge to sever his own tongue. He rushed directly to the kitchen, where he stood beside a large vat filled with water. Disregarding its cleanliness, grabbing a ladle, he filled it to the brim and commenced a frenzied rinsing of his mouth. After approximately half an hour of this relentless action, Xiao Yan finally ceased, feeling as though his entire mouth was no longer his own, utterly devoid of sensation. These strength pills are indeed a scam. It seems I must seek opportunities to procure some restorative elixirs for my fighting spirit. Hopefully, they will prove effective. With a sigh, Xiao Yan's discontent gradually dissipated. After all, compared to the bountiful rewards of the night, this minor grievance was still bearable. Host, Xiao Yan. Rank, Intermediate Lower Ninja. Chakra attributes, Fire, Lightning. Experience, 30, 906, 000. Exchange points, 2, 300. Skill points, 2, 490. Gold coins, 2, 840. Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Level, Body Technique, Lightning Release, Body Protection, State 1. Lion's Roar, Level 1. In his room, Xiao Yan gazed at the personal information within his mind, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 25, Abundant Gains. This battle proved to be immensely fruitful for Xiao Yan. The explosive talismans he had set up in the city claimed the lives of nearly 50 guards from the Gale and Oba families, granting him 2,000 points in various attributes. Additionally, after defeating Gale Bai, he acquired another 500 points in attributes, making it a windfall. Primarily, Gale Bai's Earth attribute fighting spirit was countered by Xiao Yan's lightning release. Furthermore, the former, relying on the defensive prowess of his fighting spirit armor, grew complacent, allowing Xiao Yan to seize the opportunity. Utilizing his speed advantage, he concentrated his strikes on a single point of the armor repeatedly, through sheer persistence. Even the most formidable defenses could eventually be breached. This principle is akin to the adage that even the most feeble drop of water, through relentless persistence over time, can pierce through the hardest stone. How much more so does this apply to Xiao Yan, whose formidable assault is further amplified by the protective state of lightning release. In the final moments, to prevent the fireball technique from endangering the members of the Xiao clan present, while ensuring that he struck his target, Xiao Yan expended 200 gold coins in the marketplace to acquire the body technique, Lion's Barrage, and invested 100 skill points to enhance its efficacy. Originally known as Shadow Dance Leaf, this technique is a remarkably swift body maneuver, serving as the initiation of the high-speed Lotus Blossom technique. allowing the practitioner to approach the enemy with such rapidity that the motion becomes imperceptible to the naked eye. It delivers a kick that sends the opponent into the air, followed by a decisive blow. Subsequent techniques may include Lotus Blossom, Surface Lotus, and Inner Lotus. Sasuke, utilizing the replication ability of his Sharingan, modified and innovated it into the Lion's Barrage. While this level of body technique might only be marginally classified as advanced, after Xiao Yan activated the Lightning Release body technique, the power he displayed was undeniably formidable. Moreover, this technique can be further upgraded with skill points to enhance Surface Lotus and Inner Lotus, promising a significant increase in power. However, despite Xiao Yan's currently impressive attributes, having witnessed the exorbitantly priced items in the system marketplace, he realized that his status merely afforded him a modest living. He was far from being a wealthy individual, let alone achieving a comfortable standard of living. Thus, he understood the necessity of conserving his attribute points wisely. Oh, by the way, there seemed to be a gift package. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yan smacked his forehead, recalling the hidden task he had completed upon first consuming the strength pill, which had rewarded him with a concealed gift. Upon opening it, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 substitute talismans. Substitute talismans? What are these? Surprised by the system's announcement, Xiao Yan focused on the description of the item below. This item is a consumable that, when the user faces a lethal attack, allows a wooden stake to take the damage in place of the body. This appears to be no different from the substitution technique. Muttering to himself, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that the reward for his humiliating sacrifice would be so trifling. For a ninja, the substitution technique is one of the most fundamental ninjutsu, likely not costing much in exchange points in the marketplace. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan's thoughts shifted, prompting him to enter the term substitution technique into the search bar. He had almost forgotten that, despite being a basic ninjutsu, its practicality is unparalleled. Acquiring it essentially grants one an extra life. However, the next moment, upon seeing the words displayed on the mental screen, his expression darkened. Search result, none. How could this be? Such a fundamental ninjutsu should surely be available in the marketplace, right? While confusion brewed within him, a sense of unwillingness followed, and he began to flip through page after page. After approximately an hour, he ultimately relinquished his search with a sense of dejection. Indeed, the art of substitution does not exist within the marketplace. However, he has discovered the previously acquired substitution talismans, priced at 5,000 gold coins each. Such an exorbitant cost astonished Xiao Yan, realizing that after enduring arduous battles and forcing himself to endure hardships, he had only amassed 500 gold coins. By this calculation, the value of these 3 seemingly insignificant substitution talismans totals a staggering 15,000 gold coins. Yet, after the initial shock subsided, Xiao Yan gradually regained his composure, coming to understand why substitution techniques were absent from the marketplace. Perhaps it is precisely due to their overwhelming power. Basic substitution techniques, after making a few appearances in the early stages of Naruto, were seldom seen thereafter, replaced by higher-level techniques such as Orochimaru's substitution technique and the Eight Tails tentacle clones. In light of this, the price of 5,000 gold coins for a substitution talisman seems rather reasonable, as it equates to a life-saving charm in critical moments. Moreover, it possesses unique characteristics not found in ninjutsu, allowing Xiao Yan to not only use it himself, but also to gift it to others from the system, retaining its efficacy. It appears that this item must be used sparingly in the future. Although substitution talismans can be purchased from the marketplace, the price of 5,000 gold coins remains exorbitant for Xiao Yan at this time. Muttering to himself, he withdrew his thoughts from the system, turning to gaze out the window, where the horizon was beginning to glow with the light of dawn, and the earlier sounds of battle outside the mansion had completely vanished. After stretching his limbs, Xiao Yan pushed the door open and stepped outside, just in time to see Xiao Zhan returning with hundreds of Xiao family's guards at the end of the street. Yenner. Upon spotting Xiao Yan from a distance, Xiao Zhan, drenched in blood, let out a hearty laugh and hurried over. Father, how are things? How is your health? Xiao Yan rushed to meet him, expressing deep concern upon noticing his father's condition. Haha, I am fine. This is merely the blood of those scoundrels. Earlier, that Obaba was severely wounded while fleeing and will likely not survive much longer. The Gale family, having lost Gale Bai, has become a disarrayed bunch, posing no threat. From this day forth, the city of Wutan will belong solely to my Xiao family. All of this is thanks to you, Yenner. Xiao Zhan exclaimed joyfully, patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder, his emotions running high. The 3 elders following Xiao Zhan nodded in agreement. Even the eldest elder, who had previously held biases against Xiao Yan due to the matters concerning Xiao Ning, looked at him now without the hostility that once marked his gaze. Father, You flatter me. As a member of the Xiao family, it is only natural for me to contribute. However, even though the Gale and Obaba families have lost their patriarchs, they have established themselves in Wutan City long before us and possess profound foundations. Thus, we must not be complacent. What do you mean, Yena? Noticing the increasingly serious expression on Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Zhan's smile gradually faded as he inquired. Eradicate the roots within 3 days. Ensure that the Gale and Oba families are completely obliterated from Wutan City. Chapter 26. The tactics of the Xiao family in the distant horizon. A resplendent sun ascends, casting a gentle and warm glow that bestows equality upon all of nature. Thus begins another beautiful day. Yet, the typically bustling Wutan City bears a stark contrast today. The once crowded streets lie deserted, with doors tightly shut in every household. Only through the narrow crevices of those doors can one catch glimpses of curious and fearful eyes peering out. The events of the previous night have spread like wildfire throughout Wutan City by dawn, and all are aware that the long-standing equilibrium among the 3 prominent families may soon shatter. As many ponder this shocking outcome, they cannot help but reflect on when the Xiao family acquired the strength to contend against the alliance of 2 families. Just as their thoughts swirl in confusion, a throng of individuals clad in Xiao family guard attire suddenly emerges along the road leading to the Gale residence, brandishing glimmering weapons and advancing with fierce expressions. At the forefront stands a slender youth, appearing no older than 15 or 16, none other than Xiao Yan, the 3rd young master of the Xiao family. Is this news truly so obscure? Did he not, merely days prior, slay Gale by S. only son, Gale Ao, within the city? Surely, the actions of the Gale and Oba families last night are intricately tied to that event. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appears that the 2 families have suffered significant losses at the hands of the Xiao family, an astonishing turn of events. Who can say? Regardless, it seems the tides in Wutan City are about to change. We, the ordinary citizens, can simply enjoy the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Amidst the whispers and discussions that fill the city, within mere hours, another shocking revelation surfaces. Under the fierce assault of the Xiao family, the Gale residence has succumbed. Before the populace can fully process their astonishment and disbelief, word soon follows that the Oba residence, much like the Gale estate, has also fallen entirely under the control of the Xiao family. In less than 2 days, every stronghold of the Gale and Oba families within Wutan City has been meticulously uprooted by the Xiao family, leaving the populace with a surreal sense of awakening. The Gale and Oba families are utterly finished. As Wutan City settles into a temporary calm, news begins to circulate. The failure of the Gale and Oba families' operation that night was fundamentally due to the slaying of the 5-star Dome Master, Gale by Xiao Yan. This staggering news sends ripples of unrest throughout Wutan City, and as it receives both direct and indirect corroboration, the atmosphere within the city ignites with fervor. It is difficult to fathom that the long-standing patriarch of the Gale family, who has dominated Wutan City for decades, could meet his demise at the hands of a mere youth of 15 or 16. One must remember, Gale Bai possessed enough prowess to rank among the top 3 within Wutan City. Such formidable strength has unexpectedly succumbed to a youth who was once deemed a mere waste, incapable even of harnessing fighting energy. Moreover, it is said that not a trace of his body remains. This news is indeed profoundly shocking. At the Xiao residence, seemingly unaffected by the tumult of the outside world, today it has undoubtedly transformed into a jubilant ocean of revelry. Within the grand banquet hall of the Xiao family, hundreds of seats are filled to capacity. A banquet table, extending over 5 or 6 zhang, is adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, emanating an irresistible aroma. Graceful maidens, clad in attire befitting their station, flit between the tables, pouring refreshing and crisp wine into crystal goblets. For decades, my Xiao family has established its presence in this Wutan city, navigating carefully between the Gale and Oba families. Yet from this day forth, the Xiao family shall be the paramount authority in Wutan City. Come, everyone, raise your glasses. We shall not depart until we are inebriated. Cheers. At the head of the table, Xiao Zhan's face is aglow with mirth, his cheeks flushed, clearly having indulged in considerable libations. Beside him sits not the 3 elders or senior clan members, but rather a slightly svelte youth, none other than Xiao Yan. As a loyal companion, Sun Er is seated next to him, clutching his arm and chattering away, her melodious laughter occasionally punctuating the air. Embracing Sun Er's delicate waist, inhaling the faint, fragrant scent of her hair that mingles with the intoxicating warmth of the alcohol, Xiao Yan experiences a euphoric sensation akin to transcendence. The life he had dreamt of in his past existence, gourmet food, fine wine, and a beautiful companion by his side, has now been fully realized. Yet, for Xiao Yan, This fulfillment carries an ethereal sense of unreality. Of course, all of this is owed to his son, Xiao Yan. Had he not vanquished that old rogue from the Gale family, how could the Xiao family bask in today's glory? The patriarch is correct. If it were not for the third young master's valiant efforts, it would have been our family facing annihilation. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to the third young master. Let us raise a toast in his honor. As Xiao Zhan's words resonate, every person at the table directs fervent gazes toward Xiao Yan, particularly the passionate younger generation, who, their necks flushed with excitement, lift their goblets in salute to him. Faced with such enthusiasm from his kin, Xiao Yan could not possibly refuse. He promptly rises, seizing the goblet brimming with wine, and drinks deeply. The rest of the guests also rise, raising their cups and drinking heartily. Excellent, excellent. All are valiant sons of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan chuckles heartily, and after a moment, he retrieves a funding card from his robe, placing it before Xiao Yan. Yan heir, this decisive eradication of the Gale and Oba families earns you my commendation. Herein lies 200,000 gold coins. Take it. Gazing at the unprecedented smile adorning his father's face, Xiao Yan felt a surge of emotion within him. His father's wish was simple. He merely desired a place of refuge for the Xiao family in the bustling city of Wutan, free from the incessant harassment and oppression inflicted by the Jali and Uba families over the years. With the complete annihilation of those two families, the smile on Xiao Zhan's face radiated an unparalleled sense of relief. This could be considered a small tribute from a son to his father, a gesture of gratitude. As for the substantial reward presented to him, Xiao Yan did not feign modesty in declining it. In just a few days, the Miter family would be hosting a grand auction in Wutan, and he needed to prepare accordingly. After all, he had no desire to experience the unpleasant taste of defeat once more. Chapter 27, Miter Yafi. Today, the Miter auction house in Wutan was undoubtedly the most bustling it had been in a year. The spacious hall was teeming with people, leaving both Xiao Yan and Suner momentarily dazed upon entering. Truly, the Miter family was remarkable. Even a simple auction could draw such a crowd, highlighting the considerable gap between the Xiao family and their prominence. Facing the surging tide of individuals, Xiao Yan silently acknowledged the Miter family's significant influence as one of the three great families within the empire. Although this auction house was merely a branch of the Miter family, the rare elixirs, combat techniques, and martial arts on offer would entice powerful factions from several neighboring cities to participate. With the Miter family's esteemed reputation, no fool would dare to entertain thoughts of robbery at the auction, and such security would naturally attract even more attendees. Brother Xiao Yan, what are you planning to buy here? Amidst the throng, Suner clutched Xiao Yan's arm tightly, her delicate brow furrowing as she inquired. Just some elixirs to restore my fighting energy, Xiao Yan replied, casually waving his arm to part the crowd as he moved forward with a smile. Brother Xiao Yan, if you need any elixirs, just let me know. I can help you acquire them. Suner looked up at him, her lips pouting playfully as she teased. You little girl, do you truly think your brother Xiao Yan is someone who relies on others for support? I would rather not be labeled a pretty boy behind my back. Xiao Yan feigned indignation at her words. All right, Suner will do whatever brother Xiao Yan wishes. Noticing Xiao Yan's mock anger, she shook his arm gently, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner. In the bustling crowd, this pair of golden boy and jade girl attracted many curious glances. Upon seeing the ethereal beauty resembling a pristine lotus, many gazed at Xiao Yan with a hint of envy and jealousy. Who would have thought such a beauty existed in Wutan? Although she lacked the mature charm of Yafi, her unique, pure demeanor was captivating in its own right. What's this? Lord Lu, she seems interested in that girl. Perhaps I should send someone to capture her. As one directs their gaze towards the spot where the young man is looking, a middle-aged man beside him, adorned with an expression of obsequiousness, remarks, your crude approach demonstrates a profound ignorance of a woman's heart. Moreover, we are currently within the auction house, and it is essential to show some respect to the Mitter family. Keep a close watch on her. We shall discuss everything after the auction concludes. The youth known as Lu, she merely smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits as he observed the gradually vanishing figures of Xiao Yan and Suner, his palm clenched tightly within the confines of his sleeve. Yes, my lord. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Mitter family's auction house. Please welcome our chief auctioneer, Mitter Yafei. Upon the utterance of this name, a cacophony erupted within the auction hall, with many rising from their seats, their gazes fervently fixed on the sole pathway leading to the auction stage. As the crisp sound of footsteps gradually resonated, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent, countless eyes fixated on the source of the sound. The gaze slowly ascended, traversing the elegant swan-like neck, and Xiao Yan's attention was drawn to her visage, causing his breath to quicken. The woman possessed brows like delicate ink strokes, a prominent nose, and cheeks as smooth as jade, perpetually adorned with a subtle smile that exuded an air of aloofness. Her lips, of vivid crimson, resembled bloodied roses, brimming with wild allure. Her bright eyes mirrored a serene lake, unperturbed by anyone or anything, akin to the vast expanse of the sky harboring countless celestial bodies, utterly captivating. As all eyes beheld the figure that had emerged, they fell into a stupor, many swallowing hard, unable to suppress the involuntary gulp. Even Xiao Yan felt a surge of unholy fire rise within him, and it seemed that even his unyielding comrade below exhibited signs of awakening. Brother Xiao Yan, what are you staring at? At that moment, Sun Er noticed Xiao Yan's unwavering gaze fixated on the stage. A hint of playful annoyance flitted across her delicate features as her jade-like hand pinched his thigh sternly. Ouch! I was merely admiring the elixirs. There are some that I require on that auction stage. However, Xiao Yan's excuse appeared rather feeble, and after a cold huff, Sun Er turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him further. In response, Xiao Yan could only shake his head with a bittersweet smile. This could hardly be blamed on him. The woman on the auction stage was simply too beguiling, her every movement an enchanting display, her every smile capable of inciting wars. Any normal man, standing before her, would likely find himself utterly captivated, willingly yielding to her charms. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally grasped the profound meaning behind the phrase, men conquer the world, while women conquer men. Wu Songgui's fury ignited for the sake of beauty, and King Yu of Zhou ignited strife for the laughter of Baoxi. Xiao Yan believed that if this woman were to speak, even if it meant their demise, the men in attendance, governed by their desires, would leap into the flames without hesitation. Thank you all for gracing the Mitre auction house with your presence. We shall now commence the bidding for our first item, the Intermediate Xian Grade Battle Technique, Wind Whirl. The starting bid is set at 50,000 gold coins. Under the fervent gaze of the audience, Yafei's expression remained utterly composed. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and a melodious voice, akin to jade beads cascading onto a fine plate, resonated forth from her lips. As Yafei's enchanting voice reverberated through the hall, the atmosphere was instantly electrified, plunging the auction into a frenzied bidding war. 51,000, 55,000, 60,000. Observing the throng of bidders, their faces flushed with excitement and desperation, Xiao Yan felt a profound astonishment at Yafei's allure. It was no wonder the Mitre family held this seemingly unremarkable woman in such high regard. She was a veritable enchantress, a formidable adversary for these infatuated bidders. Though Wind Whirl is classified as an intermediate Xian grade technique, it could only unleash its full potential in the hands of a practitioner of wind attribute energy. Xiao Yan doubted that many of those present possessed such abilities. Most were simply wealthy fools, willing to squander their riches for a mere smile from such a beauty. He had no doubt that even a pile of rubbish could fetch a golden price if placed in her hands. For the Mitre family, Yafei was a living treasure trove. Ultimately, this intermediate Xian grade technique, Wind Whirl, was purchased by a tall, slender gentleman for more than double the starting price. Congratulations, sir. As Yafei observed the multitude of bags brimming with gold coins atop the stone platform, her captivating smile deepened further. With a delicate wave of her hand, the pale blue scroll glided gracefully from her grasp, tracing an elegant arc in midair before landing perfectly in the gentleman's hands. The gentleman, his gaze fervent, stole a glance at Yafei's enticing silhouette, disregarding the eyes of the crowd, and audaciously inhaled the spot where she had previously held the scroll. The next item up for auction is sure to captivate many female cultivators. Unfazed by the gentleman's lewd behavior, Yafei waved her hand, and an object emanating a faint blue glow materialized in her palm. This item, known as the Heavenly Silkworm Ice Armor, is crafted from the silks produced by the heavenly silkworms of the Northern Sea. Although its weight is comparable to that of ordinary garments, its defensive capabilities are remarkably formidable, capable of withstanding attacks from a one-star Great Battle Master. Following Yafei's announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through the hall. For cultivators at the level of fighters, possessing such powerful protective gear is akin to gaining an extra life. However, noting the armor's design, which bore little distinction between male and female, many of the gentlemen present seemed to overlook Yafei's prior remarks and eagerly anticipated the bidding to commence. There is no need for everyone to rush. Although the Silkworm Ice Silk Armor boasts exceptional elasticity, ensuring comfort for any body type, it possesses another remarkable effect. It can gradually enhance certain body parts, regardless of gender. At this moment, Yafei casts a playful glance at the crowd beneath the auction stage, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Could this be the legendary corset that facilitates secondary development? It is indeed surprising to find such an item in the Duki continent. In the audience, Xiao Yan is momentarily taken aback. He has encountered numerous advertisements for such products during his past life as television shopping escapades. However, his interest had never been in the styles or functionalities of the lingerie. but rather in the models showcasing them. He could hardly believe that intimate apparel was being auctioned off so openly in the Duki continent. Given the reputation of the Meitel family, it is likely that few would question the efficacy of Yafei's silkworm ice silk armor. The starting bid for this silkworm ice silk armor is 30,000 gold coins. Let the bidding commence. I bid 35,000 gold coins. 40,000. 50,000. Following Yafei's announcement, several female cultivators, initially hesitant due to shyness, quickly joined the fervent bidding. Soon after, some men also entered the fray, evidently unsatisfied with the proportions of their partners. 80,000. The moment this bid was declared, a brief silence enveloped the room. With all eyes drawn to the source of the voice, a corpulent middle-aged man resembling a small mountain. Hey, Yang Wei, you're a man and single. Why are you making a fuss? A previously bidding female cultivator exclaimed in dissatisfaction towards the rotund man. Why do you care? I could buy it for my mother. Yang Wei retorted, his face flushing as he stammered, yet his tone lacked conviction. As he spoke, his gaze furtively darted downwards, betraying his underlying insecurity. Such a subtle movement did not escape Xiao Yan's keen observation, and he finally grasped why this man was so intent on bidding for this item. It seemed clear that he was dissatisfied with his own endowments, hoping to conceal himself beneath the silkworm ice silk armor in hopes of enhancement. Xiao Yan could not help but scorn Yang Wei's lewd intentions, glancing down at himself and nodding in silent relief. Thankfully, I have no such need. After internally expressing his gratitude, Xiao Yan's peripheral vision caught sight of Sun Er, who appeared to show considerable interest in the silkworm ice silk armor. However, the young girl refrained from voicing her desire, likely due to modesty. Xiao Yan discreetly observed Sun Er's developing figure, her form now beginning to exhibit signs of maturity. He murmured to himself, it should be suitable for her. Though she has not fully matured, this matter must be addressed early on, otherwise it may be too late should any unforeseen circumstances arise. 90,000. After formulating his intentions, Xiao Yan spoke up without any hesitation to make a bid. He had long regarded Sun Er as his own, and thus, even for the sake of their future offspring, he felt compelled to secure the celestial silkworm armor for her today. After all, one must ensure that the child is well fed. 100,000. Chapter 29, Seeking Death. Upon noticing the lascivious gaze of a certain bidder lingering on Sun Er, Xiao Yan's expression turned utterly frigid. It appeared that another individual harbored intentions towards Sun Er. However, he ought to take a good look at himself. He was nothing more than a toad yearning for a swan. 120,000. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan raised his bid, unwilling to be outdone by that grotesque creature. 150,000. No sooner had Xiao Yan's words left his lips than a shadowy voice emanated from behind him once more. Who exactly was this individual? Willing to go to such lengths for a woman's possession? Don't you know? Despite his unremarkable appearance, his status is quite formidable. He is an elder of the He family in Blackrock City and a second-tier alchemist. The He family? It is said that their patriarch is a genuine Do Wang powerhouse. Indeed, although the young man was capable of offering such a substantial amount, his background must also be formidable. However, offending the He family could lead to dire consequences. The bidding war between Xiao Yan and his opponent stirred quite a commotion in the hall, and several keen observers recognized the identity of the unsightly man, their whispers reaching Xiao Yan's ears. As for Xiao Yan's identity, he seldom made appearances in Wutan City. Previously, during the elimination of the Uba and Jelly families, the residents had been living in fear, and few dared to openly watch. Thus, despite the notoriety of the third young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, very few truly knew what he looked like. So this fellow is Lu Shi, who would have thought he was so unattractive? Merely a minor character from the early stages of Do Pa, ultimately dealt with by Sun Er in the shadows. However, since he had traversed into this world, there was no reason to allow a woman to take action. What an intriguing little fellow. Standing gracefully upon the auction stage, Yafei cast a disdainful glance at Lu Shi before redirecting her attention to Xiao Yan, a hint of interest evident on her face. As one of the three great families of the empire, the middle family had an extensive intelligence network. Consequently, Yafei had promptly learned of the recent events in Wutan City. While others might be unaware of Xiao Yan's identity, she was fully informed. The middle family would not intervene in the various factions conflicts within the city. Their focus was solely on profit. However, according to her intelligence, this young man named Xiao Yan had single-handedly slain the 5-star Do Shi Jelly. It was hard not to draw her attention. It appears that after the auction concludes, it will be necessary to engage with the Xiao family, for the business in Wutan City still requires their attention. Moreover, my dear little one, my sister has taken quite an interest in you. At this moment, Xiao Yan wore a grim expression. Just as he was about to bid once more, a delicate hand grasped his arm. Forget it, brother Xiao Yan. At this time, Sun Er's complexion had also softened considerably due to Xiao Yan's previous bid. It seems that Brother Xiao Yan is not as dull as I had imagined. He is capable of discerning Sun Er's thoughts. However, Sun Er was all too aware of Xiao Yan's financial limitations, and to her, his willingness was already sufficient. Upon hearing Sun Er's words, Xiao Yan relinquished his intention to bid again, his previously dark expression fading away, replaced by an air of indifference. In response to Xiao Yan's demeanor, Sun Er, who was quite familiar with him, realized that the name Lu Shi had undoubtedly made its way onto his list of targets. Lord Lu Shi is indeed formidable. A mere child, unaware of his own insignificance, dares to compete with him. What a foolish endeavor. Indeed, as a peak second-tier alchemist, the financial prowess of Lord Lu Shi was beyond the reach of these insignificant individuals. At that moment, the two companions of Lu Shi wore expressions of flattery, eagerly offering their praises. Once the auction concludes, ensure that we deal with that boy. However, upon hearing their words, Lu Shi's countenance revealed little joy. Instead, he fixed a brooding gaze upon Xiao Yan, his voice cold as it emerged from his lips. In his heart, he had long regarded Sun Er as his prized possession, and he had been keenly aware of the intimate interactions between Xiao Yan and Sun Er, thus harboring murderous intent towards this audacious young man who dared to covet what belonged to him. Rest assured, my lord, he is merely a brash youth. Leave him to us. The two men beside him nodded in agreement, their demeanor dismissive of Xiao Yan. As time passed, more auction items continued to be revealed, consisting of rare herbs or martial arts techniques. However, these items held little allure for Xiao Yan, who possessed a system of ninjutsu. Unsurprisingly, under the enchanting voice of Yafei, these items were auctioned off at prices far exceeding their intrinsic value. The next item up for bid was sure to pique the interest of those present. With her beautiful eyes sweeping across the audience, Yafei delicately gestured over the auction platform, revealing a hidden compartment that opened, allowing a silver-white jade box to ascend slowly into view. With a gentle flick of her finger, the lid of the box was slightly ajar, and through the billowing white mist, several round pills could be discerned within. A rich herbal fragrance emanated from the box, quickly filling the entire venue in an instant. 35,000, 40,000, 80,000. As a soft voice emerged from Xiao Yan's lips, all eyes in the room were drawn to him. A wave of astonishment washing over the crowd. Many began to exchange whispers, speculating about Yang Yan's identity. After all, raising the bid by 40,000 gold coins was hardly something a mere scion of a minor faction or family could afford. This gentleman bids 80,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Going once, going twice, just as Yafei's auction hammer was about to fall, a slightly hoarse and shadowy voice resonated once more. 100,000. Upon hearing that voice, Xiao Yan's body froze momentarily, a chilling intent to kill spreading through his heart. This fellow was truly courting death. Chapter 30. You have successfully captured my attention. When that low, raspy voice echoed again, all gazes shifted towards Lu Shi. By now, many astute observers had realized that Lu Shi seemed to be deliberately countering the frail youth's bids. Each time the latter raised the price, he would interject. As their eyes settled on the enchanting Sun Er beside Xiao Yan, the reason became clear. Despite Lu Shi's unattractive appearance, he had a penchant for exquisite beauty, particularly for the finest of maidens. Thus, any woman who caught his eye would find it nearly impossible to escape his grasp. Furthermore, as a second-grade alchemist backed by the formidable He family, his victims typically chose to endure rather than confront him, swallowing their grievances in silence. It was rumored that Lu Shi had long coveted Yafei, having made several attempts to ingratiate himself with her, often approaching under various pretexts. Naturally, Yafei found such persistent advances repugnant. However, considering the power of the He family, even the Meitel family was reluctant to provoke them, leaving her with no choice but to endure. 120,000. 150,000. Lu Shi raised the bid again, a provocative smile gracing his face as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan exhaled slowly, striving to suppress the fury and murderous intent brewing within him before declaring his final price. 200,000. In response to Xiao Yan's bid, Lu Shi merely smiled and remarked, our esteemed master Lu Shi, being a top-tier second-grade alchemist, finds concocting such pills to be a mere trifle. Yet, it is amusing that some individuals treat it as a treasure. Alas, as Lu Shi's words fell, the two individuals beside him regarded Xiao Yan with the same derisive expressions typically reserved for fools, their mocking and sneering remarks echoing throughout the auction hall. They casually suggested that Xiao Yan had unwittingly raised the auction price by an additional 100,000 gold coins, ensnared in Lu Shi's trap. This unfortunate fellow had indeed drawn Lu Shi's attention. Although it was commendable that such a young person could muster 200,000 gold coins, it was evident that he had some backing. Regrettably, against Lu Shi and the He family, he could only swallow his pride. As whispers of sympathy began to ripple through the crowd, Several gazes were cast towards Xiao Yan, laden with pity. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Xiao Yan's countenance remained as tranquil as a still pond, as if he were an outsider in that moment. With a gentle caress across the storage ring, a purple gold card materialized between his fingers, which he then flicked, sending the card gracefully gliding towards Yao Fei at the auction stage. Given her extensive experience and insight from years of presiding over the middle auction house, Yao Fei recognized that Xiao Yan's calmness in the face of repeated provocations could stem from one of two possibilities. The first was that he, like many others, feared the might of Lu Shi and the powerful forces behind him, choosing instead to endure in silence. The second scenario suggested that Xiao Yan possessed a level of restraint and ferocity uncommon among his peers. A roaring tiger is not inherently fearsome, but a wounded serpent that bides its time in the shadows, ready to strike with lethal precision, is truly terrifying. Yao Fei silently hoped that this young man belonged to the latter category. Shaking her head slowly, she pondered why such thoughts had suddenly arisen in her mind. Beside her, Sun Er could not help but stick out her little tongue in response to Xiao Yan's demeanor. While others might be oblivious, she understood all too well that this version of her brother was the most formidable, akin to a powder keg ready to ignite. Even with their close bond, she dared not speak lightly. Simultaneously, Sun Er felt a twinge of sympathy for the grim fate that awaited Lu Shi. Clearly, her intuition was sound. Xiao Yan's heart was far from the calm he exhibited. Lu Shi's incessant taunts had ignited within him a deadly resolve, having amassed a wealth of attribute points. He was eager to test the potency of his newfound jutsu on Lu Shi. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Yan's eyes gradually closed, his spirit entering the realm of the ninja system. Meanwhile, the auction continued with fervor, but without Xiao Yan's bids, Lu Shi fell into silence, refraining from attempting to purchase any further items. As the auction drew to a close, Yao Fei expressed her gratitude on behalf of the middle family for everyone's attendance. With her words, Xiao Yan opened his eyes and turned to Sun Er, stating simply, "Let us depart." Sun Er nodded obediently, grasping his arm as they moved with the throng toward the exit. Observing this, Lu Shi and his two companions exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. Noticing this exchange, Yao Fei's alluring expression shifted as her gaze fixated on the slender figure of the youth in the distance. With a graceful gesture, she summoned two men clad in middle family attire, instructing them, "You two, follow that young man. Lu Shi seems intent on challenging him. Remember to assist if necessary." At this point, a glint of intrigue sparkled in Yao Fei's beautiful eyes, as she felt an inexplicable sense of extraordinary potential emanating from that young man. "Yes, my lady," they replied. After the two synchronized their responses, their figures flickered and vanished without a trace. Chapter 31. The 8 Gates of Duanjia, Thunder Armor. Brother Xiao Yan, they are following us. Shortly after exiting the auction house, Sun Er detected an anomaly, a hint of icy murderous intent gracing her delicate face. "Hee. I would be worried if they didn't follow," Xiao Yan replied with a smile, swiftly pulling Sun Er along the street. However, their destination was not the Xiao family estate, but rather the outskirts of Wutan City. It was a desolate expanse, perfectly suited for murder and treasure hunting. As Xiao Yan and Sun Er continued their rapid advance, the number of pedestrians on the street dwindled. After some time, they finally emerged from the residential area into a wild, open space overgrown with weeds. This was the eastern outskirts. "This is the place." After a brief moment, a few sounds of rushing wind pierced the air, and 3 figures landed not far in front of Xiao Yan and Sun Er, their faces displaying a hint of playful malice akin to a cat teasing a mouse. "Why aren't you running, kid?" Lu Shi, with his narrowed eyes, was the first to speak. "This place is quite nice." Xiao Yan seemingly ignored Lu Shi's words, his gaze leisurely sweeping over the desolate surroundings as he spoke to himself. The 3 of them exchanged glances, puzzled by Xiao Yan's cryptic statement. "This area is rarely visited and exceedingly spacious. If it were to become your final resting place, I imagine no one would disturb your eternal slumber." Xiao Yan's calm words rang out, causing the expression of Lu Shi and his companions to stiffen momentarily before they broke into hearty laughter. "Lu Zong, Lu Shang. Did you hear that? This inexperienced brat actually thinks he can kill us." Lu Shi regarded Xiao Yan as if he were a fool. With his status as a second-tier alchemist and the backing of the formidable Lu family, even a Dou Ling expert would hesitate to utter such words before him. Naturally, when these words emerged from the mouth of a mere 15 or 16-year-old youth, he dismissed them as a mere jest. "My lord, it seems this kid is utterly terrified and has lost his wits, spouting such ignorant nonsense." Lu Zong and Lu Sheng exchanged knowing glances, their expressions a blend of mockery and condescension as they gazed at Xiao Yan. "Enough. Quickly deal with that brat. Remember, I want him alive. Once we capture him, we shall extract his teeth one by one." Lu Shi's laughter ceased abruptly, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon Xiao Yan. As the two approached with deliberate steps, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. Suddenly, his mind shifted, and silvery arcs of electricity enveloped him, causing his hair to stand on end. An overwhelming, tempestuous aura erupted from his very being. Without a moment's pause, he summoned the thunder armor and bellowed. 8 gates of Duanjia. Open the first gate. After the shout reverberated, Xiao Yan felt as though a switch in his mind had been activated, instantly granting him a clarity akin to enlightenment. The limitations that usually restrained his body were entirely lifted at this moment, and actions that previously seemed insurmountable now appeared effortlessly achievable. Second gate, rest gate, open. Boom. With Xiao Yan's commanding voice echoing once more. A terrifying tempest of energy erupted with ferocity, surging forth like a gale, while Xiao Yan stood at the eye of the storm. His once slender physique began to swell slightly, muscles bulging as if fueled by a powerful catalyst. Veins on his forehead, temples, and neck throbbed like writhing worms, creating a rather alarming sight. Even his eyes glimmered with a peculiar green glow, devoid of any emotional tint, as they fixated coldly on the 3 figures of Lu Shi nearby. Brother Xiao Yan, are you all right? Su Er, witnessing Xiao Yan's transformation, displayed a look of concern on her delicate face, having never seen him in such a state before. Do not worry. Just stay aside and watch how your brother Xiao Yan deals with these fellows. Xiao Yan reassured her, though perhaps due to the activation of the 8 gates. His voice resonated with a profound depth, akin to a mighty bell. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Su Er's anxious heart gradually found solace. What a peculiar young man. Let us strike together to eliminate him. Lu Zong's expression grew solemn. After witnessing Xiao Yan unleash both the Thunder Escape armor and the 8 gates, the aura he emitted instilled a sense of danger even within Lu Zong, a 2-star great fighter. He spoke in a low voice, conveying the seriousness of the situation. Lu Xing nodded in agreement. Having honed their skills for decades and having vanquished countless cultivators, they were not so easily intimidated by Xiao Yan's aura. They unleashed their internal fighting energy, forming a solid armor of fighting spirit around their bodies, and then charged toward Xiao Yan with great speed. 2 fists, enveloped in formidable fighting energy, struck towards Xiao Yan's head. However, just as their attacks were mere inches from him, the smiles on their faces abruptly froze. For Xiao Yan had suddenly vanished from their sight. A residual image? How could this guy's speed be so astonishing? Die? A frigid voice, reminiscent of a final judgment, echoed in their ears. Lu Zong and Lu Sheng instinctively lowered their heads, their pupils shrinking to pinpricks, for they suddenly found a fist imbued with terrifying energy imprinted upon their chests. Crack! In the next instant, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass erupted from their bodies, as the solid armor of fighting spirit, which had surrounded them, shattered completely. The battle armor lay shattered, and the ferocious force of Xiao Yan's fist descended upon Lu Zong and Lu Sheng like a torrential storm. Both men turned pale, blood erupting violently from their mouths, their bodies hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings, ultimately skidding across the ground for several dozen feet before coming to a halt, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Chapter 32. The Lethal Embrace of a Sister Cough. Cough. Who exactly are you? At this moment, the fallen Lu Sheng and Lu Zong coughed incessantly, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths like a babbling brook, their faces etched with shock and disbelief as they stared at Xiao Yan, their voices faltering. It was no wonder they were so disconcerted. They had diligently cultivated for nearly 20 years to reach the level of a 2-star great fighter. While their talent in cultivation was not particularly exceptional, it was nonetheless respectable. However, the power exhibited by the youth before them far exceeded their comprehension. Despite appearing nearly 15 or 16 years of age, he possessed the strength to shatter their battle armor defenses with a single punch. Moreover, the terrifying speed he displayed was something even some peak great fighters could not possess. As Xiao Yan's footsteps moved slowly, the sound of his feet brushing against the grass was hardly loud, yet to Lu Zong and Lu Sheng, it resonated like the tolling of a death knell, each step drawing them closer to the clutches of death. We are members of the He family. If you kill us, you will not fare well either. In the face of Xiao Yan's advancing presence, Lu Zong and Lu Sheng were filled with terror, their hands bracing against the ground as they continued to retreat, threatening weakly. Enough! A cold, indifferent voice escaped Xiao Yan's lips. In the next instant, electric sparks flickered at his feet, and his figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind the horrified Lu Zong and Lu Sheng. Bang! Bang! Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating a 2-star great fighter. Experience points gained, 200. Hearing the notification in his mind, Xiao Yan did not even glance at the 2 fallen men. He merely tilted his head, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. The once arrogant demeanor they had displayed was nowhere to be seen, replaced by the appearance of frightened dogs. I mentioned that this would be a fitting resting place for you. The tone of his voice was remarkably calm, yet to Lu Shi, it rang like a death sentence. A chilling dread rising within him as he abruptly halted his flight. He realized that, at some point, Xiao Yan had already appeared before him. If you spare me, I will give you anything you desire. Money, beautiful women, or even introduce you as an elder into the He family. Regret surged within Lu Shi. He cursed his own lustful desires for provoking this calamity known as Xiao Yan. He had initially planned to eliminate Xiao Yan in front of Sun Er to establish his authority, intending to later present her with the celestial silkworm ice armor he had won at the auction. With such a display of both kindness and intimidation, he believed he could surely win her heart. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, the dynamics between hunter and prey would shift so dramatically? Under the combined might of two formidable two-star combat masters, they found themselves unable to withstand a single strike from the young man before them. The conditions you proposed are indeed enticing. However, as Xiao Yan pondered over Lu Shi's suggestion, a contemplative expression graced his face. Lu Shi, witnessing this, could not help but feel a surge of hope, though inwardly he cursed vehemently. Should he escape this predicament, he would ensure that Xiao Yan pays a steep price in the future. Alas, my current interest lies solely in your life. Yet, Xiao Yan's subsequent icy words abruptly halted the smile on Lu Shi's face. Just as he was about to plead for mercy once more, he found Xiao Yan's figure had vanished from his sight. Accompanied by the sound of whistling winds, Lu Shi sensed countless figures swirling around him, their speed intensifying until it felt as though he were at the eye of a tempest. At that moment, Xiao Yan assumed a position akin to an inverted stance, delivering a powerful kick to Lu Shi's abdomen. As Lu Shi's body soared into the air, Xiao Yan grinned widely, then propelled himself upward, pushing off the ground with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, Xiao Yan's feet rained down upon Lu Shi like a torrential storm, each blow elevating Lu Shi further into the air, while crimson blood spewed forth from his mouth, drenching Xiao Yan in the process. The two figures ascended continuously, defying the laws of physics in a manner that would leave even Newton aghast. Yet, through the dual enhancement of the lightning escape armor and the 8 gates of escape, Xiao Yan achieved the impossible. At a certain moment, when both Xiao Yan and Lu Shi reached an altitude of nearly 100 meters, they seemed to hit a critical threshold. At the instant their ascent halted, Xiao Yan extended his arm, and 2 white bandages shot forth from his sleeves, swiftly wrapping around Lu Shi, who was now drawing breath but unable to exhale. As Lu Shi became ensconced like a mummy, Xiao Yan suddenly appeared behind him, locking him in a tight embrace. Their bodies then began to spin like a top, hurtling rapidly towards the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As their rotation quickened, the air currents coalesced into a tornado, with both figures resembling meteors plummeting towards the earth in a breathtaking display. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan's thunderous voice resonated through the chaos, embracing the maiden in a deadly embrace. Chapter 33, Countdown to Death. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted as Xiao Yan and Lu Shi collided with the ground. Akin to a meteor striking the earth, grass and soil were flung into the air, dust clouds billowing forth like a tempest passing through. Xiao Yan's voice rang out. Big brother Xiao Yan. Upon witnessing this scene, a look of concern emerged on Sun Er's delicate face. While others may have failed to discern the circumstances amidst the tempest, she clearly perceived that Xiao Yan had just collided with Lu Shi and plummeted to the ground. With this thought in mind, disregarding the raging storm around her, Sun Er lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her graceful form soaring towards the site of the incident like a butterfly caught in the storm. Xiao Yan brother. Xiao Yan brother. Just as Sun Er was about to descend and investigate further, a sudden cough resonated, and a figure, cloaked in dust, appeared before her. Although the individual before her bore a disheveled appearance, the faint outline was unmistakably that of Xiao Yan. At this moment, Sun Er's expression transformed from worry to joy. Without a second thought for Xiao Yan's current disarray, she leapt into his embrace, her slender shoulders trembling as soft sobs escaped her lips. All right. Didn't I tell you that everything is fine? You're all grown up now, yet you still cry like a child. It's truly embarrassing. Placing his hands on Sun Er's shoulders to steady her, Xiao Yan gazed at the tear-streaked girl before him, feeling a pang of sympathy. After gently wiping away her tears with his finger, his expression turned peculiar. The dust on his fingers mingled with her tears, leaving 2 long dark streaks on her fair cheeks, giving her the appearance of a little cat. What's wrong, Xiao Yan brother? As Sun Er gradually ceased her weeping and noted the strange expression on Xiao Yan's face, she tilted her head in confusion and inquired. It's nothing. Here. This is for you. Suppressing a laugh, Xiao Yan waved his hand over his spatial ring, producing a light blue inner armor that he presented to Sun Er. It was the heavenly silkworm ice silk armor that Lu Shi had acquired at the auction, and with Lu Shi's demise, his spatial ring naturally fell into Xiao Yan's possession. Upon seeing this, Sun Er's cheeks flushed, yet she did not refuse. With a swift motion, she grasped the armor and placed it into her own spatial ring. Oh, and I have another gift for you, Xiao Yan, brother. Noticing that Sun Er had accepted the inner armor, Xiao Yan smiled and then seemed to recall something. He flipped his hand, revealing a peculiar talisman that materialized in his grasp. What is this? Curiosity flickered across Sun Er's face as she examined the suddenly appeared talisman. This is called a substitute talisman. As long as you carry it, when faced with a lethal attack, it can summon a wooden stake to absorb the blow in your stead, Xiao Yan explained with a smile. Such an incredible item, Sun Er exclaimed. Astonishment etched on her features. As the daughter of an ancient clan, she had encountered numerous rare treasures across the continent. Yet this talisman, with its remarkable efficacy, was a first for her. Though the efficacy of this talisman may sound rather implausible, Sun Er remained steadfast in her belief. For she trusts that Xiao Yan would never deceive her. Thank you, brother Xiao Yan. Without hesitation, Sun Er carefully accepted the talisman and tucked it away. After completing these exchanges, Xiao Yan had no intention of lingering. Although this place was relatively remote, it was inevitable that travelers would pass through the city over time. While he harbored no fear of the so-called He family, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. After collecting the spatial rings from Lu Zong and Lu Sheng, he promptly made his way towards the Xiao family's direction. However, shortly after Xiao Yan and his companion departed, two figures swiftly emerged, pausing beside the pit. They gazed into the depths of the several-meter-deep pit, where Lu Shi had been reduced to a puddle of flesh, their faces etched with horror. This boy is truly monstrous. At such a young age, he can effortlessly eliminate 2 second-star Do masters and 1 first-star Do master. After a moment, incredulous murmurs escaped one of their lips. The other, with a grave expression, responded, and the two exchanged glances before soaring towards the city of Wutan. Host, Xiao Yan. Realm, Intermediate Lower Ninja. Chakra attributes, Fire, Lightning. Experience, 47, 906, 000. Exchange points, 1, 000. Skill points, 1, 290. Gold, 4, 540. Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Level, Body Technique, Lightning Release, Body Armor, State 1. 8 Gates of Duanjia, 2 gates. Gazing at his personal interface, Xiao Yan fell into deep contemplation. Despite the accelerated acquisition of various attribute points with the enhancement of his strength, he still found himself feeling financially strained compared to the exorbitant prices of ninjutsu and items in the shop. Prior to his battle with Lu Shi and the others, he had expended 3,000 exchange points to purchase the 8 Gates of Duanjia and an additional 2,000 skill points to upgrade it to the 2-gate state. Had he not acquired 1,000 points in various attributes while cleansing the remnants of the Gaili and Oba families a few days prior, he would have truly struggled to sustain such extravagance. Although the costs were considerable, the power of the 8 Gates of Duanjia did not disappoint him. Moreover, with each gate opened, its corresponding skills would automatically unlock. For instance, the previous technique called Embrace the Sister, or Balianhua, was a skill unlocked upon opening the 1st gate. This implies that upon opening the 6th gate, he would gain Morning Peacock, and the 7th would yield Daytime Tiger, all without the need for additional skill points. While Xiao Yan currently lacked sufficient skill points to further upgrade the 8 Gates of Duanjia, its combination with the Lightning Release armor unleashed a force and speed that exceeded his previous capabilities by more than double. After vanquishing Lu Zong and Lu Sheng, Xiao Yan earned 200 attribute points from each, and despite Lu Shi's lesser strength, his status as a second-rank alchemist granted Xiao Yan an impressive 300 attribute points. However, just as Xiao Yan became immersed in the system, an overwhelming wave of fatigue suddenly swept over him, rendering his body weak and powerless, compelling him to succumb to slumber. At this moment, Xiao Yan was taken aback. Ding. Reminder to the host, this is merely a side effect following the activation of the 8 Gates of Duanjia. There is no need for concern. As the elixir entered his mouth, it possessed a texture akin to jelly, accompanied by a hint of coolness. Upon a gentle bite, the juices burst forth, filling Xiao Yan's mouth with a rich and fragrant aroma. He felt as though every pore in his body had opened, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort and refreshment. This was an elixir. What on earth was that strength-enhancing pill? Xiao Yan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Ding. Warning, warning. Toxic substance detected in the host's body. Death will occur in 1 minute. Countdown begins. 60, 59, 58. Upon hearing the sudden voice from the system echoing in his mind, Xiao Yan's expression turned ghastly pale, more so than after consuming a strength-enhancing pill. Chapter 34. Yafei's Visit. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Yan cursed vehemently. His face drained of color, for he could sense that with each tick of the system's countdown, The vitality within him was slowly ebbing away. It became evident that the system was not jesting. If this continued, he would indeed perish. Confronted by the imminent threat of death, a primal fear surged within Xiao Yan, akin to having a hand gripping his throat tightly, inexorably tightening with every struggle, leaving him helpless to escape, merely watching his life force dwindle away. The gradual approach of death was undoubtedly the most terrifying experience imaginable, due to the system's modifications to the host's body. Its internal structure differed from that of cultivators in this world. Thus, the elixir could not fulfill its intended purpose and, instead, would corrode the host's internal functions. Toxicity countdown, 60:59. The system's voice resonated once more in Xiao Yan's mind. Isn't this a cruel joke? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Xiao Yan was infuriated, feeling as if he could explode with rage. The system had previously exhibited a degree of humanity when providing him with the strength-enhancing pill. Yet at this critical juncture, it seemed to abandon him. System, you never inquired. Xiao Yan At this moment, Xiao Yan was overwhelmed with an urge to unleash a torrent of curses upon this deceitful system, which was undoubtedly toying with him. Were it not for the matter of his life, he would have already condemned the system's ancestors repeatedly, without any variation. You are quite relentless. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan forcibly suppressed his fury and urgently inquired, how can I detoxify? Ding, the host now has two choices. 1. Choose to unbind this system, and your physique will revert to its original state. 2. Spend 1,000 gold coins to purchase an antidote prepared by Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. Toxicity countdown, 30:29. 2. At this juncture, Xiao Yan dared not hesitate even for a moment, for the scant vitality remaining within him permitted no delay. As for the option of unbinding the system, that was utterly impossible, now and forever. Moreover, certain elements within the system possess effects that are entirely absent from the world of Dopa, such as the substitution talisman. However, upon opting for the latter option, the hard-earned gold coins he had painstakingly acquired would once again diminish in value. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully spending 1,000 gold coins to purchase an antidote. Poison release countdown, 10:09. As the system's voice faded, a fluctuation of space within Xiao Yan's palm heralded the appearance of a syringe filled with a pale yellow liquid, along with a cotton ball soaked in alcohol. At this moment, Xiao Yan could scarcely afford the luxury of sanitizing with alcohol, nor did he care whether it was a vein or an artery. He swiftly seized the syringe and plunged it into his arm. Antidote successful. The host's bodily functions are beginning to restore, with the pale yellow liquid coursing through his veins. The system's notification chimed, and as he felt the resurgence of vitality within him, Xiao Yan let out a long, relieved sigh, collapsing onto the bed in a state of exhaustion, not wishing to move an inch. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of escaping death and receiving a survival gift pack. Would you like to open it? Yes. Hearing the voice from the system, Xiao Yan felt a surge of energy. After all, he had wrestled with death and had not returned empty-handed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the secret technique of the Konoha's body technique, the 1,000 years of pain from the gift pack. This technique allows one to instantaneously move behind an enemy and deliver a powerful strike to their rear. What the heck is this ninjutsu? At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression turned utterly grim. Did this mean that in future battles, he would have to resort to using his fingers to poke someone's rear end? The mere thought was already quite amusing. Well, it's not the first time this system has led him astray. Shaking his head, the fatigue from his earlier use of the 8 gates technique washed over him once more. Xiao Yan reclined on the bed, and soon, the gentle sounds of snoring filled the air. The following morning, in the city of Wutan. Hey, have you heard? Something big happened in the eastern suburbs yesterday. Lu Shi was killed, and in a most gruesome manner, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. If it weren't for someone recognizing the appearance of his 2 bodyguards, his identity would have remained unconfirmed. Lu Shi, are you referring to that second-grade alchemist, the elder of the He family from Heian City? Who else could it be? This scoundrel, so arrogant and overbearing, often bullying beautiful young maidens, truly met a fitting end. While that may be true, the one who acted as a vigilante is surely in grave peril. Once the He family uncovers his identity, the outcome will likely be dire. There's no help for it. The He family wields significant power. In the Wutan City branch of the Mitre auction house, a woman clad in crimson leaned languidly against the window, her posture accentuating her captivating figure. Her enchanting gaze swept across the bustling crowd outside, while beside her, a middle-aged man was animatedly speaking to her. Judging by his appearance, he was one of the 2 members of the Mitre family who had witnessed Xiao Yan slay Lu Shi in the eastern suburbs. The little fellow truly knows how to stir things up. Within just a few days, he has managed to create quite a tempest in the city of Wutan. Yet he remains utterly unperturbed. As her crimson lips parted, a voice that could soften one's very bones resonated from the woman, her elegant neck slightly raised, revealing a delicate, snow-white chin. Her gaze fixed intently in a certain direction within Wutan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Lady Yifei, regarding this matter. A middle-aged man hesitated before inquiring. Prepare a grand gift. I shall personally pay a visit to the Xiao family. Furthermore, news of the eastern outskirts must be kept under wraps. Absolutely no leaks. Understood, Lady Yifei. The honor of having Miss Yifei visit us brings immense glory to our Xiao family. Please, do come in. Upon receiving the guard's report, Xiao Yan wasted no time, hurrying to the entrance to greet the esteemed guests. Although the Xiao family currently holds a prominent position in Wutan, there remains a considerable gap when compared to the Mitre family. Thus, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of uncertainty at the unexpected visit from one of the three great families of the empire. Patriarch Xiao, you are too modest. The Xiao family is indeed the foremost power in Wutan now. In the future, we will rely on your esteemed family for assistance with our business endeavors in the city. Yifei smiled, her captivating beauty leaving many of the younger members of the Xiao family utterly spellbound. Unfazed by their fervent gazes, Yifei scanned the room before raising an eyebrow and tentatively asking, Patriarch Xiao, may I inquire if your youngest son, the third young master Xiao Yan, is at home? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, wondering if perhaps Yan had inadvertently offended Lady Yifei. However, he maintained a calm exterior and gestured for a middle-aged man dressed as a servant to step forward. Patriarch. The third young master seemed extremely fatigued yesterday and has yet to rise, the man reported respectfully. Such behavior is unacceptable for someone of his age. Summon him at once. Xiao Yan commanded, his brow furrowing. Never mind, Patriarch Xiao. Since the third young master is still in slumber, it would be best not to disturb him. Instead, let us proceed inside and discuss the future development of the Xiao family alongside the Mitre family in Wutan. Yifei interjected with a smile, halting Xiao Yan's actions. Grateful for the Mitre family's consideration, I cannot express my appreciation enough. Miss Yifei, please, Xiao Yan exclaimed. Elated at the prospect of establishing a cooperative relationship with the Mitre family, which would undoubtedly benefit the Xiao family's future endeavors. Once inside the grand hall of the Xiao family, they took their respective seats. Yifei wasted no time. With a graceful gesture of her delicate hand, a companion rose and, with a sweep over a spatial ring, 3 exquisite jade boxes appeared in his palm. Miss Yifei, what is this? Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled at the sight. 3 qi gathering pills, a humble token of respect. I sincerely hope Patriarch Xiao will accept them, Yifei replied, her lips curving into a radiant smile. After Yifei's words fell, the man cooperatively opened a corner of the jade box. Inside the box lay a pill, entirely emerald green and the size of a longan, quietly resting within. A rich, exotic fragrance wafted from it, invigorating all who inhaled it. Qi gathering pill. Upon hearing Yifei's words, Xiao Yan and the 3 elders behind him hastily rose, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they fixated on the 3 jade boxes. Although the Xiao family had recently risen in prominence after the downfall of the Gao family and the Oba family, their overall strength still paled in comparison to that of the middle family. The saying goes that no free meal comes without a cost, and the current Xiao family lacked the weight to warrant a gesture of goodwill from the middle family. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's refusal, the faces of the 3 elders turned grim. Behind them, many younger clan members were present, and the temptation of the 3 qi gathering pills was far more significant for them than for Xiao Yan. However, after careful consideration, they harbored doubts about the situation, thus suppressing their desires and refraining from further comments. Astute as Yifei was, she understood Xiao Yan's concerns. She smiled brightly and said, Lord Xiao, please do not bear any psychological burdens. Consider these 3 qi gathering pills as a small token of gratitude to young Master Xiao Yan. Gratitude for Yener. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. With the middle family's influence, what troubles remained that a mere 16-year-old youth could assist with? The 3 elders behind Xiao Yan exchanged glances, their faces reflecting their astonishment. Thus, Yifei reiterated, there is no need for Lord Xiao to feel any burden. I kindly ask you to accept this modest gift. After all, in the future, the middle family and the Xiao family will need to support each other and grow together in Wutan City. At this moment, Yifei skillfully shifted the topic, clearly wishing to avoid dwelling on what assistance Xiao Yan had provided. Xiao Yan, being a perceptive individual, recognized her intent and refrained from asking further. After a brief pause, he rose and cupped his fists in salute to Yifei, solemnly stating, I, Xiao Yan, shall remember this kindness. Should there be any need in the future, the Xiao family will gladly offer our service. Seeing Xiao Yan relent and accept the qi gathering pills, Yifei beamed and gracefully returned the gesture. Lord Xiao is too courteous. In truth, When Yafei mentioned Xiao Yan's assistance, she referred to the resolution of the bothersome Lu Shi, who had previously harassed her. Due to the backing of Lu Shi's forces, the middle family had been reluctant to provoke him. Who would have anticipated that this significant headache would be effortlessly dealt with by Xiao Yan? As the situation improved, the atmosphere in the hall relaxed, and both parties began to discuss various matters regarding the future cooperation between the Xiao family and the middle family in Wutan City. Is that rascal awake yet? In the midst of their conversation, Xiao Zhan waved for the earlier servant to approach, inquiring. Not yet, the servant replied, his face showing signs of distress. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, it's already past noon. This is simply unacceptable. I shall go wake him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brows. Fully aware that today, Yafei had clearly come for Xiao Yan. Yet, the young lad had yet to make his appearance. And such a lackadaisical attitude would undoubtedly stir discontent in her. Patriarch Xiao, allow me to go. Xiao Zhan was about to rise when Yafei interjected with a smile. Is that appropriate? Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed rather improper for the esteemed Golden Empress of the Mitre family to personally rouse a mere child. Since our families have reached a consensus on cooperation, we might as well consider ourselves one family. At my age, I am perfectly suited to be that little one's elder sister. It would be nothing unusual for an elder sister to wake her younger brother. Take Miss Yafei to that rascal's residence. Seeing Yafei's insistence, Xiao Zhan refrained from further protest and instructed a servant to lead the way. Miss Yafei, this is the place. Under the servant's guidance, Yafei came to a halt before an unremarkable house. You may go now, she dismissed the servant, then gracefully approached the door. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her delicate hand and pressed it against the door, which creaked open. Stepping quietly inside, Yafei's beautiful eyes surveyed the room's furnishings. The decor was exceedingly simple, devoid of any lavishness typically associated with wealthy families. Aside from a table and a few chairs, there was a bed, larger than usual, upon which a young man with striking features lay sleeping peacefully, occasionally emitting soft snores. Moving silently, Yafei paused at the bedside, her gaze fixed on the young man's serene profile, and an unusual feeling stirred within her. The sleeping youth seemed to have entirely shed the vigilance and wariness of his usual demeanor. His innocent visage, the slight curve at the corner of his mouth as he dreamt, made it difficult to reconcile this image with the ruthless and decisive young man who had swiftly dispatched Lu Shi before. Perhaps this was his truest self. Murmuring softly, Yafei found herself playfully inclined. She bent slightly, inching closer to the slumbering Xiao Yan, and delicately twirled a strand of his hair between her fingers, gently brushing it against his cheek. The young man, in deep slumber, stirred slightly, furrowing his brow and swatting aimlessly at his face, before turning over to continue sleeping, showing no signs of waking. That little rascal sleeps so soundly, Yafei mused, covering her mouth with her hand as she chuckled softly, continuing her playful gestures. Sooner. Stop messing around, Xiao Yan mumbled, flailing his arms in the air while his eyes remained stubbornly shut. Sooner must be that little girl who was with him at the auction, right? Strangely, upon hearing that name, Yafei felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of annoyance. Deciding against further teasing Xiao Yan, she straightened her posture, her breathtaking curves once again accentuated. It's time to wake up. A voice, laced with a hint of annoyance that sent shivers down Xiao Yan's spine, echoed in his ears. Stop messing around. Let me sleep a little longer. In a half-dreamy state, Xiao Yan evidently struggled to discern the identity of the speaker. After a murmured response, he wrapped himself tighter in his blanket, smacking his lips as he drifted back to sleep. I will count to 3. If you do not get up, I shall lift your blanket. Xiao Yan's stubborn demeanor gradually eroded the last vestiges of Yafei's patience. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. As her countdown reached its conclusion, Yafei seized a corner of the blanket and yanked it upward with force. With the blanket thrown aside, a body exuding the burgeoning charm of a mature man was fully revealed to the air. Her gaze followed the well-defined lines of his physique, and when it settled upon a prominent feature nestled within a thicket of hair, Yafei's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Ah, scoundrel! Who dares to disturb my slumber so early in the morning? As the blanket was lifted, Xiao Yan felt a chill wash over him. His half-closed eyes landed on the unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar silhouette before him. Lowering his gaze to his own bare form, his eyes widened in shock, and he hastily grabbed the nearby blanket to cover himself, pointing at Yafei in disbelief. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Are you here to rob me, or worse? You little rogue, how can you ask me that? Why on earth are you sleeping without any clothes? Upon noticing the deep blush on her charming face, Xiao Yan finally recognized Yafei's identity, and a peculiar expression crossed his countenance. Sister, I'm accustomed to sleeping in the nude. Who told you to barge in without knocking and lift my blanket? Xiao Yan curled up within the blanket, revealing only his small head, looking rather pitiful as if he feared an invasion from Yafei. You. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yafei's face flushed with both embarrassment and anger, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. In frustration, she stamped her foot, choosing to remain silent. All right, I am no longer jesting. Tell me, what brings you here? You should put on some clothes first. Oh, Xiao Yan replied, emerging from the blanket. Upon seeing his aroused state and catching a glimpse of the alluring figure not far away, a surge of heat coursed through him, causing his manhood to stand a little taller. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xiao Yan quickly pressed down on his member with his hand and hurriedly donned his clothing. Done. Hearing Xiao Yan's voice from behind, Yafei patted her ample bosom, exhaling a fragrant breath, her flushed cheeks somewhat less vibrant as she turned around. Suddenly, a flawless and exquisite visage was laid bare before Xiao Yan's gaze. Her swan-like, elongated neck gleamed with a porcelain-like purity, complemented by a delicately pointed chin and a mouth as rosy as cherries. Her petite, high-bridged nose and alluring, elongated eyes seemed to harbor a myriad of enchanting emotions. The subtle blush adorning her cheeks rendered her utterly captivating, leaving one spellbound and unable to extricate themselves from her allure. Truly, she was a bewitching enchantress. At such close proximity, Xiao Yan finally comprehended why the Mitre auction house thrived with fervor and how this seemingly unremarkable woman could one day ascend as the matriarch of the Mitre family. In contemporary terms, it could be said that beauty could indeed grant one the power to have their way. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, this woman appeared to be a notable exception. Under Xiao Yan's unabashed scrutiny, Yafei experienced a peculiar sensation rising within her, a blend of emotions that was not anger, but rather an indefinable feeling. Throughout the years, she had encountered countless gazes akin to Xiao Yan's, which had never stirred her heart in the slightest. Yet inexplicably, when faced with Xiao Yan's unwavering stare, her long-dormant heart began to race, nearly bursting forth from her chest. Convinced that lingering any longer would only reveal a more discomposed side of herself, she hastily transferred the purple gold card into Xiao Yan's hands and fled in a flurry of confusion. Reward? What have I ever done to assist you? Chapter 36, Xiao Yu. Women are indeed peculiar beings. Reclining on his bed, toying with the purple gold card, Xiao Yan shook his head and murmured to himself. He commanded his thoughts with clarity. So simple. I can even select attribute points at will. Excellent. I choose skill points. Although he had previously experienced the formidable power of the 8 gates of Duanjia, excelling in both speed and strength, the severe after-effects rendered its use perilous, nearly sapping him of all combat prowess. In life-and-death confrontations, this would pose a dire predicament. Thus, Xiao Yan resolved to upgrade his lightning armor to level 3, while minimizing the use of the 8 gates until his body could withstand the aftermath. Seeing his information panel effortlessly increase by 500 exchange points, Xiao Yan smiled to himself, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Rising from his bed and stretching lazily, he was in high spirits, cradling his head in his hands and whistling as he ambled toward the door. Xiao Yan, get out here. However, scarcely had he stepped outside when a furious feminine voice echoed from a distance, growing nearer. Who could that be? Startled by the direct call of his name, Xiao Yan paused, recognizing the voice as somewhat unfamiliar. Aside from Sooner, he had not interacted extensively with any other women within the Xiao residence. As he pondered this mystery, a figure emerged from the back courtyard, drawing closer. Though the woman's features lack the beguiling allure of Yafei, they possess a certain exquisite charm that is undeniably captivating. Yet, at this moment, her lovely face is marred by a tempest of anger, particularly as her beautiful eyes fixate on Xiao Yan standing before the door, her ire intensifying. Gazing upon that sulking visage, Xiao Yan feels an unsettling familiarity, and as his gaze shifts downwards to her long, alluring legs, the answer dawns upon him. Internally lamenting, Xiao Yan is well aware of this woman's formidable nature. Prior to his arrival in this realm, he had inadvertently stumbled upon her bathing in a hot spring and, in a moment of folly, brushed against her thigh, which led to him being pursued by Xiao Yu for over half a year. Although the Xiao Yan of that time was not the same as the present, he knew this transgression would inevitably be laid at his doorstep. With a wry smile, he musters the courage to speak. However, before he can finish his sentence, a crimson whip, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh, suddenly strikes. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have surely felt its sting. Cursing under his breath, Xiao Yan wonders if this woman truly has a penchant for violence. Attacking over mere words. Despite his discontent, he feels compelled to offer an explanation to evade the relentless pursuit that may follow. Cousin, please hear me out. I sincerely apologize for inadvertently intruding upon your bathing space and for the unfortunate incident with your thigh, but that was not me. It was merely an individual sharing my name and appearance. Yet, as his words fall, Xiao Yu's countenance darkens further, her anger unyielding. If it wasn't you, How do you know so much? That incident had been a source of lifelong humiliation for her, and now, witnessing him not only bring it up again, but also weave excuses, ignites her fury even more. Xiao Yan finds himself at a loss for words. Such intimate matters are known only to the two involved. Should he attempt to explain that he is not of this world, but rather an interloper? He fears that such a revelation would only invite the wrath of her whip. Moreover, his visit today is not solely due to that past incident. It is because of the state her brother is in, his meridians twisted and unable to cultivate, his appearance marred. If he does not ensure this impudent boy is thoroughly incapacitated today, he would not be worthy of the name Xiao Yu. Channeling his thoughts, Xiao Yan swiftly summons his lightning armor, his hand crackling with silver arcs as he grasps the descending whip with determination. I apologize for that incident as well. But your brother instigated it first. This is not my fault. I do not care. Today, I will teach you a proper lesson. And not even the clan leader can save you. Xiao Yan was somewhat astonished that he could withstand a strike solely with his physical strength. However, that feeling was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming fury. At that moment, his internal dou qi surged into his palm, and with a vigorous pull, the long whip slipped from his grasp. With a flick of her delicate wrist, Xiao Yu aimed to strike him again in a fit of rage. What was happening today? Were all the women going mad? Xiao Yan sidestepped to evade the attack, feeling immensely vexed. First, an inexplicably intrusive woman had flung back his covers early in the morning. And now this suddenly appeared deranged woman was attacking him upon their first meeting. Fine, if I cannot confront you, I shall evade you. With a wry smile, he dashed away, his feet shimmering with silver light as he leaped over the wall and sprinted towards the back mountain of the Xiao family. A wise man does not engage in conflict with women, especially not with a mad one. Xiao Yan, don't run, came Xiao Yu's furious shout from behind. Chapter 37. Liberating myself from those bothersome women is truly refreshing. At the summit of the back mountain, Xiao Yan leaned against a massive rock. A piece of grass root nestled in his mouth. His gaze swept over the picturesque scenery below, his heart filled with trepidation. A gentle breeze caressed him, carrying the fragrant scent of flowers and grass, allowing him to relax entirely in that moment. What is that? Under the sunlight, something glimmered fleetingly on the grass not far from Xiao Yan. Intrigued, he approached and discovered an ancient ring. Is this the ancient flame ring? He recognized the ring very well. It was not only a keepsake from his mother, but also the hiding place of the medicinal elder. That old fellow had absorbed dou qi from this body for 3 years. Yet, why was this ring here? Could it be that before his transmigration, Xiao Yan had stumbled upon it and discarded it here? Picking up the ring, he held it in his hand, probing its interior with his consciousness, but encountered no resistance. Although the space within was vast, it was utterly empty, void of any substance. Xiao Yan felt a wave of disappointment. This ring was not only the elder's sanctuary, but also contained his lifelong collection. Why, then, was it devoid of anything now? Moreover, upon touching the ring, he felt no sensation of his internal chakra being drained. Hey, old fellow, come out. I know you are the renowned medicinal sovereign of the continent. If you want dou qi, I can provide it, as long as you promise to help me flaunt and soar in the future. There was no response from the ring. Just as Xiao Yan was about to speak again, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Host, stop being foolish. No signs of life are detected within the ring. This is clearly the ancient flame ring. Why is the medicinal elder not inside? Sigh. Some occurrences in this world may have changed due to my transmigration. With a deep sigh, Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation. He then placed the ancient flame ring into his storage ring. Just as he was about to rise, a sudden whooshing sound pierced the air behind him. Startled, Xiao Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He wasted no time and swiftly leapt aside. Crack! The crimson whip struck fiercely upon the ground where Xiao Yan had just stood, sending a layer of moist earth flying. Xiao Yan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as he observed the aftermath. Had that whip connected with him, it would surely have left him severely injured. Hey, do you ever tire of this? He shouted. Don't think just because you're a woman and my cousin that I want to retaliate. After being ambushed repeatedly by this madwoman, each time with such ferocity, Xiao Yan felt a surge of anger boiling within him. Was she truly relentless? Very well. Today I shall see just how much you've improved during my absence from the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, a faint smirk appeared on Xiao Yu's delicate face. In truth, her temperament bore some resemblance to Xiao Yan's. She preferred softness over hardness. The more he threatened her, the more determined she became to prove him wrong. As her words faded, a surge of fiery energy erupted from within Xiao Yu, enveloping her whip with flames that resembled tangible fire. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the whip arced through the air like a serpentine blaze, relentlessly lunging toward Xiao Yan. This is your doing. Xiao Yan found himself in a precarious position, retreating rapidly to evade the onslaught. his expression marred by genuine fury as he realized he had been pushed to his limits. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's hand seals shifted abruptly, his palms coming together to form a tiger's seal. Then, in an instant, he vanished as if teleporting. Xiao Yu stood bewildered, her eyes darting around in search of Xiao Yan. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. The secret technique of the hidden leaf, 1,000 years of pain. As the incantation resounded, Xiao Yan, crouching behind Xiao Yu, thrust his fingers forward toward her delicate backside. You wanted to chase me? Not only will I touch your thigh, but I shall also caress your most private area. A mischievous grin crept across Xiao Yan's face as he thought to himself. The 1,000 years of pain technique, executed with hands and a tiger's seal, was a lethal maneuver aimed at the opponent's vital points. Beyond its physical impact, it carried the dual effects of breaking defenses and psychological torment. Those struck by this technique, even if not physically incapacitated, often found their will to fight shattered, making it a truly fearsome attack. Having acquired this ninjutsu from a hidden quest earlier, Xiao Yan had refrained from using it until now. Finally, the moment had come. As his fingers reached their destination, despite the barrier of clothing, he felt a soft and firm sensation. At that instant, he sensed Xiao Yu's entire body stiffen. Now you understand my prowess, don't you? Let us see if you dare to challenge me again. However, at the halfway point of his words, Xiao Yan suddenly fell silent, his gaze fixated on the crimson blood trickling down from Xiao Yu's delicate legs, his mind momentarily blank. Could it be that I exerted too much force? Or perhaps it coincidentally coincided with her monthly cycle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully harmed an innocent maiden. Completing the hidden task, the first drop of blood. You have received the following rewards: a vial of Xiangling's menstrual blood and the unlocking of a new ninjutsu, the art of seduction. Just as Xiao Yan was lost in thought, the system's notification echoed in his mind. At that moment, he finally comprehended that the bloodstains were not from her cycle, but rather the maiden's first blood. What a grave sin, what a grave sin. How could this wretched system miscalculate? Wasn't it supposed to be a different matter entirely? To his cousin, I am truly sorry. This was an accident, a mere accident. Ah, Xiao Yu, I suddenly recall that I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With those words, Xiao Yan, without a moment's hesitation, summoned his lightning armor, electric sparks swirling around his feet. In a few fleeting moments, he vanished from sight, his speed exponentially greater than when he had battled Jelly. Xiao Yan understood that lingering any longer would truly endanger his life. To have his first time taken away inexplicably by someone he despised was an unbearable thought for any woman, especially for someone as temperamental as Xiao Yu, who would undoubtedly place great significance on such an event. Thus, in the interest of preserving his life, Xiao Yan had no choice but to flee. Xiao Yan, I will kill you. As he sprinted down the mountain, he heard a voice from the summit, imbued with boundless rage and murderous intent. Chapter 38, Seeking Punishment. In the ensuing days, the rear courtyard of the Xiao residence was enveloped in an eerie silence. Ever since that incident on the mountain, Xiao Yan had been living in constant fear, even sleeping with one eye open, terrified that Xiao Yu might burst in at night and stab him. To his surprise, Xiao Yu had not made an appearance during this time, and there were no reports from the elder's residence regarding her, which only deepened Xiao Yan's feelings of guilt. Despite the significant rift between them, Xiao Yu was still a girl, and her most precious first experience had been inexplicably taken from her. What made Xiao Yan feel even more frustrated was that he had done nothing wrong, remaining a complete novice himself. This feeling of unexpressed anger was exceedingly uncomfortable. This damned system has truly brought me to ruin. Xiao Yan could not help but curse inwardly, and then seemingly recalling something, he flipped his palm. With a ripple in the air, a small glass vial containing a red liquid appeared in his hand. Is this what Xiangling's menstrual blood looks like? It is essential to understand that Xiangling, possessing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, is akin to a living medical kit in the world of Naruto. Whenever someone is injured or depleted of chakra, a mere bite from her or a sip of her blood can restore them to full vitality, as if by magic. It could be said that as long as one draws breath, there is no one she cannot revive. As for the so-called seduction technique, after this lesson, Xiao Yan would think twice before attempting it again. Well, in moments of life and death, one cannot afford to be overly concerned. After all, having consumed excrement, what is there to fear about menstrual blood? With such self-destructive thoughts, Xiao Yan felt a sense of balance return to him. However, upon further reflection, it occurred to him that there was indeed a little test subject available to experiment with the efficacy of this menstrual blood, and it might even serve to atone for the harm done to a certain someone. I am truly a genius, he thought, suddenly smacking his forehead. Unable to resist praising his own cleverness, he retrieved a small jade vial from his spatial ring and poured out about a third of the blood contained within, then made his way towards the secluded residence of the elder. As soon as his foot crossed the threshold of the elder's abode, Xiao Yan faintly discerned the sound of a young girl weeping and an elderly man's anxious voice. Could it be? This little demoness has such a vulnerable side. At that moment, Xiao Yan was taken aback. Was this truly the Xiao Yu he knew? Based on Xiao Yan's assumptions, after he had committed that act, Xiao Yu's temperament would lead her to pursue him relentlessly, disregarding everything else until she claimed his life. Yet here she was, sobbing like a delicate girl hidden away in her room, causing Xiao Yan to doubt his senses. As a novice in understanding the emotions of women, how could Xiao Yan grasp the complexities behind every seemingly strong woman? Each one has her reasons for adopting such a facade. Indeed, women are often perceived as fluid. Even queens are human, and the strength they project is frequently a mere disguise. Xiao Yu exemplified this truth. Perhaps she could chase him for months over an incident as trivial as him peeping while she bathed, or drive him away like a stray dog due to her brother's injuries. However, when the most precious aspect of her femininity was taken by that insufferable man, and as she transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, her heart shattered. The carefully constructed facade of strength crumbled in that instant. And by the time she realized what had transpired at the mountaintop that day, Xiao Yan had already vanished without a trace. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan steeled himself and stepped forward. Young Master Sansan. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Xiao Yan, the elder was momentarily taken aback, a complex expression crossing his face. Yet he still greeted Xiao Yan. Before him stood a youth, invoking an indescribable sensation within him. Despite having harbored considerable animosity towards Xiao Yan due to his association with Xiao Ning, the tide began to turn as Xiao Yan single-handedly reversed their fortunes, obliterating the Jia Lai and Ao Ba clans. Subsequently, the Maitel family sought to curry favor with the Xiao clan, elevating Xiao Yan's reputation to unprecedented heights within the Xiao household, even eclipsing that of the clan leader, Xiao Zhan. Leave the matter of the elder to me, Xiao Yan stated, feeling somewhat awkward as he clasped his fists toward the elder. Could it be that Yuer's transformation was connected to this young man? A thought surfaced in the elder's mind as he observed Xiao Yan's somewhat guilty demeanor. Under the elder's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Yan felt a wave of unease wash over him, though he struggled to maintain a facade of composure, fearful that the elder might discern his inner turmoil. In that case, I shall trouble the third young master. The elder finally spoke after a brief hesitation. Yet, inwardly, he thought, should I discover that Yuer's plight is due to you, rest assured, I will make you pay dearly. The elder's affection for his granddaughter surpassed even that of Xiao Ning. If he were to learn that Xiao Yan had taken Xiao Yu's innocence, it would likely provoke a fierce confrontation. Once the elder and others departed, Xiao Yan exhaled a long sigh of relief. After a moment's contemplation, he approached the door and summoned his courage to speak. Cousin Xiao Yu, I get out. A heart-wrenching cry, tinged with sorrow, echoed from within the room. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's body stiffened, replaced by a wave of guilt and self-reproach. He could sense the emotions of the woman from her anguished outcry, sadness, helplessness, and even despair. Clearly, the impact of the incident on Xiao Yu was beyond his expectations. Though he had called her cousin, he was acutely aware that their blood ties had grown exceedingly tenuous, lacking any significant connection within 3 generations. Yet, he felt unjustly burdened. He had done nothing to deserve this blame, and even if he wished to take responsibility, Xiao Yu might not agree. The more he pondered, the more frustration brewed within him. In a moment of exasperation, he shouted toward the room, Xiao Yu, must you weep like a maiden? If you truly wish to end my life, I would gladly offer my existence to you. As his words resonated, the door before him suddenly shattered with a resounding crash, a fiery whip-like shadow slicing through the splintered wood, striking down towards Xiao Yan's head. Yet, in the face of this imminent attack, Xiao Yan exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. Crack! Just as the fiery whip was about to strike Xiao Yan's head, it unexpectedly carved a peculiar arc in midair, slightly altering its angle and grazing his ear before landing forcefully on his shoulder. The impact sent a jolt through Xiao Yan's body, and the searing pain from his wound instantly caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. Without the protection of the thunder escape armor and chakra, in terms of sheer physical strength, Xiao Yan was scarcely superior to an ordinary fighter. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to kill you? At that moment, a graceful figure emerged, particularly drawing attention with her long, slender legs. However, her originally narrow eyes were now swollen like peaches, streaked with crimson veins, and remnants of tears still marred her face. Upon noticing the gruesome wound on Xiao Yan's shoulder, an unusual expression flickered in Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a frigid demeanor as she pointed her whip at him, exclaiming in anger. Xiao Yan grimaced in pain, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and forced a smile towards Xiao Yu, saying, You finally decided to show yourself. Chapter 39. The remarkable efficacy of Andy's blood. Could it be that this insufferable brat deliberately used this method to provoke me? Xiao Yu's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Yet she steeled herself, continuing to direct the whip at Xiao Yan, coldly asserting, "Your provocation will only hasten your demise." Xiao Yan couldn't help but bitterly smile at her words. This woman was truly tough on the outside, yet soft on the inside. If she had genuinely wished to kill him, she would not have shown mercy at such a critical moment. However, before you consider taking my life, perhaps you should first attempt to heal your brother's injuries. Xiao Yan had no intention of exposing Xiao Yu's contradictory words. With a flick of his wrist, a small jade vial appeared in his palm. "What is this? You claim it can save my brother?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy crossed Xiao Yu's delicate face, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by a skeptical gaze fixed on Xiao Yan. "This is something I fortuitously acquired from a master alchemist, genuine blood of the 9 Yin, derived from the blood of 9 extremely cold and sinister beasts, known for its remarkable efficacy in treating burns." Naturally, Xiao Yan could not reveal the true origin of the blood within the vial and concocted a tale instead. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu extended her elegant hand to accept the vial from Xiao Yan, opening it to inhale its scent, though her brows furrowed in concern. Why does this scent seem so familiar? After pondering for a moment without resolution, Xiao Yu ceased her internal conflict, putting away the vial and coldly stating, "Follow me. If this proves ineffective, we will settle both old and new scores." Without hesitation, she turned and gracefully strode towards a building within the courtyard. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could only smile bitterly and hurriedly followed in her wake. In the winding paths of the courtyard, after a few minutes, Xiao Yu arrived at a rather spacious house. Her steps were somewhat hurried, clearly indicating her concern for her brother's injuries. Upon reaching the door, she did not knock, but rather pushed it open and entered directly. "Sister, you have come." Upon entering, a youthful voice filled with joy resonated. Xiao Yan, following closely behind Xiao Yu, glanced at the bed and his face reflected a hint of shock. The current Xiao Ning bore no resemblance to his former elegant demeanor. He was swathed like a mummy, with only a few patches of exposed skin, resembling an aging man with deep, unsettling wrinkles. The pungent odor of medicinal concoctions permeated the room, inducing a wave of nausea in him as he stepped inside. However, Xiao Yu seemed unaffected by the environment. Walking straight to the bedside, her eyes brimming with concern, Xiao Ning struggled to sit up, his gaze filled with apprehension as he scanned Xiao Yu from head to toe, evidently worried about her well-being. He had no time to dissuade her. He was acutely aware that Xiao Yan had transformed dramatically, capable of defeating a 5-star dome master single-handedly. With Xiao Yu's current strength, she would certainly not be a match for Xiao Yan. For days, he had been on edge, and upon seeing Xiao Yu, he hastily inquired, "Sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Xiao Yu replied as she sat down beside the bed, offering a reassuring smile to Xiao Ning. As she settled, Xiao Yan's presence became apparent, and Xiao Ning's expression shifted abruptly as he pointed at Xiao Yan, exclaiming, "Xiao Yan, what are you doing here?" Although Xiao Yan detected a trace of fear and even terror in Xiao Ning's demeanor, the latter's actions subtly shielded Xiao Yu behind him, as if he feared Xiao Yan would harm her. Unexpectedly, this seemingly indifferent individual was deeply concerned for his sister, which explained Xiao Yu's fury on his behalf. Disregarding Xiao Ning's accusation, Xiao Yan showed no interest in responding. While he felt a degree of sympathy and pity for Xiao Ning's current plight, he had no regrets about his earlier actions, for he understood that had he hesitated even slightly back then, it would be him lying here now. "Fear not. With your sister here, he will not dare to act. Now, drink this. It will aid your injuries." Xiao Yu's soothing words gradually calmed Xiao Ning. After casting a wary glance at Xiao Yan, he accepted the jade vial from Xiao Yu without hesitation and, after a few gulps, consumed the contents entirely. It appeared that this fellow was indeed quite the devoted brother, swallowing it down without a second thought. At that moment, Xiao Yan inexplicably felt a surge of unease. "How do you feel?" Xiao Yu inquired, her gaze intensely focused on Xiao Ning's somewhat grim expression, clearly aware that the taste of the concoction was far from pleasant. Not only that, but Xiao Ning could also feel that the previously scorched and distorted meridians within his body were gradually regaining their former elasticity and resilience, becoming increasingly unimpeded. Realizing such a transformation in his body, Xiao Ning could not help but display an expression of ecstatic joy on his face. He then extended his hand, and with a single thought, a thin layer of fighting energy emerged upon his skin. "Sister, my body has returned to normal." Xiao Ning's voice trembled with excitement as he joyfully exclaimed to Xiao Yu. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yu broke into a radiant smile, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She had always been protective, and had Xiao Yan's remedy proven ineffective, even if she had initially refrained from harming him, she would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him for a lifetime. Fortunately, Reality did not unfold in that unfortunate direction. Observing the siblings embracing each other in overwhelming joy and tears, Xiao Yan let out a faint sigh, his sense of guilt towards Xiao Yu diminishing slightly. He shook his head with a bitter smile and proceeded towards the door. "What are you doing?" Ignoring Xiao Yan's inquiry, Xiao Yu tugged at him until they reached her previous room. After settling Xiao Yan onto a chair, she began rummaging through her belongings in search of something. What is this woman up to? As Xiao Yan pondered in confusion, Xiao Yu soon appeared before him, bearing several jade vials and a roll of gauze. At this moment, Xiao Yan understood her intentions and hurriedly spoke up. "Be quiet." With a swift motion, Xiao Yu stopped in front of Xiao Yan, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, her slender hands grasped the fabric over his wound and tore it apart, revealing a robust physique that bore the signs of a mature man. Witnessing this, Xiao Yu's face flushed deeper, and she quickly picked up one of the jade vials, carefully sprinkling some white powder onto the wound on Xiao Yan's shoulder. The two were mere inches apart, inhaling the fragrant aroma that wafted between them. Xiao Yan felt a tumultuous stir within him, and as Xiao Yu moved, her silky hair occasionally brushed against his face, igniting a peculiar and tender sensation that tickled him to the core, particularly when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the slight reveal of her bosom due to her bent posture. A surge of heat flared within him, causing his face to redden as he hastily averted his eyes. After applying the powder, Xiao Yu took up the gauze and began to bandage Xiao Yan's wound. Given that the whip mark on his shoulder was elongated, the bandaging required her to wrap the gauze around his back, drawing them even closer together. Nearly reaching an intimate proximity, Xiao Yan could distinctly feel Xiao Yu's slightly hurried, warm breath brushing against his face, accompanied by a captivating fragrance that enveloped him. At a certain moment, when Xiao Yan felt two soft sensations on his body, his lower self could no longer resist lifting his head. Xiao Yu, too, sensed something amiss. After a brief pause in her actions, she quickened her pace. Once she had properly bandaged Xiao Yan's wounds, she let out a long sigh of relief, her previously flushed cheeks dimming slightly. However, as she straightened up, she caught sight of the prominent tent beneath Xiao Yan, and a mixture of embarrassment and anger surfaced on her lovely face. With a sharp slap, she struck the freshly bandaged wound. Ouch! Chapter 40, Nailin Yanran? Breaking off the engagement? Following the earlier scene, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. After a lengthy silence, Xiao Yan finally broke the stillness, hastily making his way toward the door. In a few days, Mentor Ruolin would arrive in Wutan City to select a new batch of students for the Xiao Yan Academy. Given your prowess, being chosen should not pose much of a challenge. Just as Xiao Yan was about to step out, he heard Xiao Yu's voice from behind. The Xiao Yan Academy, a prestigious institution of martial arts on the Doqi continent, possesses an impressive foundation of strength. If compared, even the dominant Yunlan sect of the Jia Ma Empire pales in comparison. The cultivation resources, techniques, martial skills, and medicinal pills available there are simply beyond what the modest Xiao family of Wutan City can offer. Xiao Yu's words were undoubtedly intended for Xiao Yan's benefit. With his innate talent for cultivation, entering Xiao Yan Academy for proper training would surely pave the way for a boundless future. Xiao Yan understood Xiao Yu's intentions, feeling a warm current flow within him. Indeed, women often have sharp tongues but tender hearts. Rest assured, I will definitely attend Xiao Yan Academy. Pausing for a moment, he glanced at the meticulously bandaged wound Xiao Yu had tended to. Thank you for healing me, and if you ever wish to take my life, feel free to come and claim it. Watching the frail figure of the young man gradually disappear from her sight, a complex expression emerged on Xiao Yu's delicate face. She lightly bit her red lip, and after a long pause, a barely audible murmur slipped from her lips. What a troublesome person. Having resolved matters with Xiao Yu, a weight lifted from Xiao Yan's heart. After all, being constantly preoccupied by a woman intent on his demise was hardly a pleasant circumstance. In the subsequent days, Xiao Yan found himself languidly idle. With the system at his disposal, he was spared from tedious training. Today, however, Sun Er, who had been in seclusion for several days, finally emerged, eagerly insisting on a stroll through the city. Xiao Yan was more than delighted and readily agreed. Fortunately, the healing medicine provided by Xiao Yu was remarkably effective. After a few days, his injuries had nearly healed, and he had removed the bandages. Thus, Sun Er remained blissfully unaware of any signs, sparing him from further complications. In the streets of Wutan City, a young couple strolled hand in hand, exuding an ease akin to that of an elderly married couple, garnering the attention of numerous passers-by. In this vibrant city, the majority of the marketplace was under the dominion of the Xiao family, and many of the guards stationed there had joined Xiao Yan in the campaign against the Jiaoya and Uba families. Thus, upon encountering Xiao Yan and Sun Er, the guards greeted them with enthusiastic salutes, clearly displaying their admiration for Xiao Yan, whose reputation within the clan seemingly eclipsed even that of Uncle Xiao Yan. Observing the fervent looks of admiration from the Xiao family guards, Sun Er playfully blinked at Xiao Yan, exclaiming, "You only know how to tease your brother Xiao Yan." In a display of affection, Xiao Yan tenderly flicked her pert nose, chuckling in response. Third young master, third young master." A voice cried out urgently. Is something amiss with the Xiao family? This sudden thought caused Xiao Yan to stiffen, and he quickly stepped forward, inquiring with concern. What has happened to the Xiao family? Noticing Xiao Yan's anxious demeanor, Pei Yan hurriedly explained, panting, "A guest? Who is it?" "It's Nalan family," Nalan Yanran. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yan wore a grim expression, silent and brooding, while Sun Er, walking beside him, attempted to speak several times. However, upon catching a glimpse of the simmering fury in Xiao Yan's eyes, she refrained, biting her tongue and suppressing her words. Nalan Yanran was the daughter of Nalan Su, the head of one of the 3 prominent families in the empire. A few years prior, she had been taken as a disciple by Yun Yun, the current leader of the Yunlong sect. Not only was she young and beautiful, but her aptitude for cultivation was also remarkable. It was said that Xiao Yan had been betrothed to her since childhood, yet they had seemingly never met before. Why then did he react with such anger upon hearing her name? Though Sun Er found this perplexing, she could not shake a subtle feeling of delight at the sight of Xiao Yan's wrath. In the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan was engaged in amiable conversation with a gaunt old man, while a young maiden sat gracefully beside him. The maiden's complexion was as fair as snow, her features exquisitely refined. Her long, flowing tresses cascaded down her slender waist, reaching the curve of her hips, while delicate emerald earrings adorned her earlobes, producing a soft chime with her movements. Her demeanor was strikingly poised, exuding an air of nobility and confidence, reminiscent of a celestial being descended into the mortal realm. Although she appeared to be of similar age to Xiao Yan, she possessed an enchanting beauty that rendered any man before her utterly humbled. However, she seemed somewhat shy and anxious, her slender fingers fidgeting as she dared not meet the gaze of Xiao Zhan, who turned to her with a warm smile, saying, "In that case, I thank you, Uncle Xiao." Upon hearing his words, a faint blush adorned the young maiden's delicate face. She gracefully rose and offered a respectful bow to Xiao Zhan, whispering softly. As they conversed, Xiao Zhan's gaze drifted towards the entrance of the hall, where he spotted the hurried approach of Xiao Yan. A smile illuminated his face as he quickly stood to greet him. The moment Xiao Yan appeared, the elder and the maiden seated nearby cast curious glances in his direction. After a brief pause, the maiden's enchanting eyes lingered on Xiao Yan, causing the blush on her cheeks to deepen, and she bashfully turned her head away. Meanwhile, the elder smiled, stroking his beard and nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well, father. I understand everything now. Leave this to me. Nalan Yenji, is it? I am aware of your purpose here today. As the cherished jewel of the Nalan family, one of the 3 great families of the empire and the prized disciple of the Yunlong sect, you are indeed a paragon of excellence in the entire Jiama Empire. I, however, am merely a young master of the modest Xiao family in Wutan City. Such a status hardly merits your regard." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a hint of surprise flickered across Nalan Yenji's lovely countenance. Just as she was about to respond, Xiao Yan gestured for her to remain silent and continued. "If one cannot carve out a path of their own in life, if one cannot live a life of brilliance, how regrettable that would be. I may have once been ordinary, perhaps even fallen, but only through relentless effort can one defy fate. Even if I am a genius, if I cannot withstand failure, I shall not welcome the future. You may think I am unworthy of you now, but do not forget. 30 years of the East River and 30 years of the West River. Do not belittle the youth who is struggling." Xiao Yan's resolute words caused Nalan Yenji's petite form to tremble, tears seemingly welling up in her beautiful eyes. Yet, undeterred by the situation, Xiao Yan strode toward a nearby table and began to write fervently. After a flurry of strokes, he forcefully placed the paper before Nalan Yenji. "You need not speak. Miss Nalan, today, I, Xiao Yan, am severing our ties. From this moment forth, you and the Xiao family, and I, Xiao Yan, shall have no further connection. Of course, if you feel dissatisfied, you may challenge me now, without waiting for 3 years." As Xiao Yan's words echoed through the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space. All eyes were fixed on him, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Even Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, he scolded Xiao Yan in frustration. "Yenner, what are you doing? How can you treat a guest with such rudeness? You must understand that today Yenji has come to. Father, there is no need for concern. As long as I, Xiao Yan, am here, the Xiao family shall not fall." Xiao Yan believed that Xiao Zhan was intimidated by the Nalan family and the Yunlong sect, and thus spoke up. "Uncle Xiao, please do not say any more. It is I, Nalan Yenji, who does not deserve your esteemed son. I bid you farewell." At this moment, Tears glistened on Nalan Yinji's enchanting face. Rising from her seat, she cast a glance filled with resentment at Xiao Yan before turning away in anger and leaving. The elderly man beside him cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan, then snorted coldly before striding out in pursuit. Witnessing Nalan Yan weeping as she left, Xiao Zhan's face also betrayed a flash of anger. Xiao Yan had never seen such a demeanor from his father towards him. Filled with disappointment, Xiao Zhan delivered a heavy kick to Xiao Yan's backside. Xiao Yan, clutching his rear, stumbled out of the hall, his expression one of utter humiliation. What a predicament. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Chapter 41. The break. Having fled the Xiao residence in a rather disheveled state, Xiao Yan wore a bitter expression. He had never anticipated that Nalan Yanran had not come to annul their engagement, but rather to propose. Xiao Yan's grandfather and Nalan Yanran's grandfather, Nalan Jia, were sworn brothers. And coincidentally, both children were born at the same time, leading the two old men to arrange this union. Now, with less than half a year remaining until they both turned 16, the age of maturity, Xiao Yan, who believed he understood the trajectory of events, had resolved to dismiss her before she could speak of a divorce, in order to preserve his father's and the Xiao family's dignity. This led to the earlier scene, and a wave of guilt washed over him. "Miss Nalan, wait," Xiao Yan called urgently as he rushed out of the Xiao residence, spotting Nalan Yanran and the elderly man at the end of the street. Yet, as his voice reached her, the graceful figure did not pause. Instead, her pace quickened. He could faintly see her raising a hand to wipe away tears, intensifying his feelings of remorse as he hurried to catch up. "Miss Nalan, I acted rashly, and I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior," he began to explain, following closely behind her. At a certain moment, Nalan Yanran's figure suddenly halted. Xiao Yan's heart leaped, thinking there might be a chance for reconciliation. However, before he could utter another word, a sharp sound echoed as Nalan Yanran swiftly drew her sword from her waist. With a rapid flick of her wrist, the emerald blade sang and trembled, forming 5 tangible sword-shaped afterimages before him in the blink of an eye. Divided spirit sword technique. With tears still glistening on her delicate face, Nalan Yanran fixed her cold gaze upon Xiao Yan. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her sword arm forward, unleashing 5 razor-sharp sword energies that shot towards Xiao Yan with the swiftness of arrows, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air. Each of the 5 sword energies aimed directly at his forehead, neck, heart, abdomen, and most vital area, clearly indicating that Nalan Yanran was genuinely enraged. Goodness, is there not a single sensible woman in this world? Why is it that every encounter is so ruthless? Xiao Yan lamented inwardly. First, it was Yafei, then Xiao Yu, and now Nalan Yanran. Could it be that a woman's ferocity is directly proportional to her beauty? For someone like him, who lacks a deep understanding of Nalan Yanran, it is only natural that he remains oblivious to her inner thoughts. As the eldest daughter of the Nalan family and a disciple of the Yunlan sect's leader, she possesses a pride that is uniquely hers. Her exceptional talent for cultivation justifies this pride. At the tender age of 15, she attained the status of a 5-star fighter. A remarkable achievement that places her among the elite of the younger generation throughout the entire Jiamai Empire. Nalan Yanran has long held a curiosity about her betrothed, a marriage arranged since childhood, yet with whom she has never met. Although she is reluctant to accept her grandfather's arrangement for her lifelong commitment, she harbors a flicker of hope that Xiao Yan might indeed embody the qualities of the Prince Charming she envisions. However, due to the delicacy of a young woman's pride, she has refrained from seeking him out for an extended period. Xiao Yan, the third young master of the Xiao family, single-handedly defeated the 5-star Grandmaster Gali Bai, leading the Xiao clan to conquer the Gali and Uba families, thereby ending the tripartite stalemate in Wutan City and establishing the Xiao family as its undisputed sovereign. Such astonishing feats naturally stirred ripples within the higher echelons of the Nalan family. The fact that a mere 15-year-old could slay a 5-star Grandmaster indicates that Xiao Yan is destined to become a Do Huang, or even a Do Zone level powerhouse in the future, an individual capable of commanding respect throughout the Jiamai Empire. Consequently, the Nalan family convened and decided to send an elder to accompany Nalan Yanran to the Xiao family to gauge the young man's intentions. Nalan Yanran, having heard various recent tidings regarding Xiao Yan, found herself increasingly intrigued by her unseen fiancé. In the world of Do Qi, where strength reigns supreme, even the proudest of women may find a man capable of conquering her heart. The adage that heroes are drawn to beautiful maidens and maidens to heroes rings true. Thus, Nalan Yanran resolved to set aside her reservations and, accompanied by the family elder, made her way to the Xiao residence. Upon her initial encounter with Xiao Yan in the hall, Nalan Yanran's fondness for him grew. For although he did not appear as a strikingly handsome man, his features were distinctly defined, and together they exuded a unique charm. However, The subsequent barrage of Xiao Yan's dismissive remarks and disdainful expressions transformed her growing admiration into animosity. No matter how impressive Xiao Yan's accomplishments, Nalan Yinran maintained her own pride and principles. She would never be so foolish as to chase after someone who had so blatantly rejected her. With a divorce notice thrust before her, what further purpose could there be? After departing from the Xiao residence, Nalan Yinran seethed with indignation and vowed never to associate with that insufferable Xiao Yan again. Yet, mere moments later, he clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, inexplicably uttering a stream of conciliatory words. The stark contrast in Xiao Yan's behavior solidified a singular realization in Nalan Yinran's heart. The young man is undoubtedly toying with her. In a fit of rage, Nalan Yinran unleashed her full force without a hint of mercy. Lightning armor. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Xiao Yan wasted no time and summoned the lightning armor with a mere thought. Clang, 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 accompanied by a series of crisp sounds akin to metal clashing. Nalan Yinran was astonished to witness 5 exceptionally powerful sword auras shatter upon striking the silver armor enveloping Xiao Yan's form, rendering them utterly ineffective. The elderly man beside Nalan Yinran, witnessing this, also changed countenance. As a Grand Do Master, he was quite familiar with Doqi armors. However, he was certain that although Xiao Yan's technique appeared remarkably similar, it was undoubtedly not a Doqi armor, and its defensive capabilities seemed to surpass that of a Doqi armor. This young man, possessing such strength and talent at such a tender age, was destined for greatness. Yet, it was unfortunate that he appeared to harbor a prejudice against Yinran, the elder mused. The third young master of the Xiao family is indeed formidable. It seems I, Nalan Yinran, am unworthy of you. Rest assured, I shall honor your wishes. From this day forth, I shall have no further entanglements with you, Xiao Yan. I will not return to Wuten City again. Let us each cherish our paths. After the shock, a wry smile of self-mockery graced the corners of Nalan Yinran's lips. Who would have thought that the first man to capture her heart in over a decade would regard her as mere refuse? Not only did he publicly reject her in front of the Xiao family, but he also pursued her to humiliate her further. Overwhelmed by feelings of grievance, resentment, and anger, she fought back tears, her voice slightly choked as she completed her words before abruptly turning and fleeing. In the moment she turned, tears cascaded down like pearls that had slipped from their string. The elder of the Nalan family, observing this, cast a complex glance at Xiao Yan, sighed softly, and turned to leave. Gazing at the figure of the young woman gradually fading from view, Xiao Yan found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Unable to discern whether he felt sorrow or guilt, as if something lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. Standing in a daze for quite some time, he shook his head with a bitter smile and slowly made his way back to the Xiao family residence. Given Nalan Yinran's attitude, it was evident that any change in her disposition towards him was unlikely in the near term. He would have to seek opportunities for atonement in the future. Chapter 42, Recruitment. Clearly, Xiao Zhan was genuinely furious this time. Even when Xiao Yan had been reduced to a mere waste, Xiao Zhan had never been as enraged as he was today. As a father, if Nalan Yinran were his daughter, he would be unable to bear the thought of her humbling herself to visit the young man's family only to receive such a poor reception, and to be publicly humiliated by this insufferable brat. Empathizing with her plight, Xiao Zhan could no longer afford to show favoritism toward Xiao Yan. Apart from Xiao Zhan, the elders and seniors of the Xiao family also harbored their share of grievances toward Xiao Yan. Although the Xiao family could now be considered dominant in Wuten City, it paled in comparison to the formidable influence of the Nalan family. The prospect of forming an alliance with them would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for the future development of their clan. Of course, given Xiao Yan's current prowess and reputation within the Xiao family, they dared not voice their concerns in his presence, opting instead to gossip behind his back. Faced with his father's furious outburst, Xiao Yan was naturally reluctant to utter any rebellious words and hurriedly acquiesced, bowing his head in submission. However, he found himself in a dire predicament. Without summoning the Thunder Escape armor for protection, he would likely have been pierced like a sieve by now. Initially, the appearance of one enchanting beauty after another led Xiao Yan to believe that his fortunes had finally turned, convinced that his rebirth had liberated him from the misfortunes of his past life. Yet, he soon realized that this was no stroke of luck, but rather a classic case of calamity disguised as romance. The following day, however, Xiao Yan was plunged into despair. He awoke early, seeking out Sun Er, only to find that she, much like the earlier Xiao Yu, was sequestered in her room, unresponsive to his calls. Initially perplexed, Xiao Yan wondered if Sun Er had been influenced by those women and had undergone a drastic change in temperament. Upon calming his thoughts, he deduced the reason behind her behavior. She must be sulking over the incident involving Nalan Yinran. Armed with this understanding, Xiao Yan attempted to coax Sun Er with gentle words and soft persuasion, but to no avail. Not only did she continue to ignore him, but she also relocated to the Xiao family's secret training chamber, leaving him utterly at a loss. This was the one thing Sun Er could not tolerate. As a proud daughter of the ancient clan, one of the 8 noble families, her pride surpassed that of Nalan Yanran by a considerable margin. She could not bear the thought of sharing her beloved with another woman, and even if Xiao Yan's earlier agreement was merely a temporary concession, it only deepened her feelings of resentment. With this in mind, Sun Er resolved to teach Xiao Yan a lesson. She would not yield easily simply because he had offered an apology. However, after 5 days of boredom and melancholy for Xiao Yan, there came a turning point. For today marked the day when Jianan Academy would recruit students in Wutan City. As one of the esteemed institutions of higher learning on the Dochi continent, Jianan Academy was regarded as a sacred ground for the young cultivators of the entire Jiama Empire. Graduating from Jianan Academy virtually guaranteed a bright future, allowing one to return home in glory and become a coveted target for various factions. Yet, unlike the aspirations of others, Xiao Yan's motivation for attending Jianan Academy was to seek the fallen heart flame within the inner courtyard's heavenly flame refining tower. Although he possessed a system that prevented him from practicing the local techniques and combat skills, his path to strengthening his abilities remained inexorably tied to the mysterious flames. Thus, Xiao Yan was determined to attend the Canaan Academy, as the likelihood of encountering the mysterious flame there far exceeded that of any other avenue. Early in the morning, the square of Wutan City was bustling with a dense throng of people, among whom the uniformly dressed young members of the Xiao family stood out prominently. With the recent downfall of the Garrett and Uba families, the Xiao family had undeniably established itself as a dominant force in Wutan City. However, instead of annihilating the minor factions scattered throughout the city, the Xiao family chose a more lenient approach. Consequently, this year's enrollment at Canaan Academy attracted many young cultivators from various smaller clans. Yet, Xiao Yan found himself in a state of vexation. Although Sun Er was present in the crowd, she consistently distanced herself whenever he approached, clearly still harboring resentment. Xiao Yan felt a sense of helplessness, as he was now acutely aware of the complexities of dealing with women. Teacher Ruolin, Xuan I. Just as Xiao Yan was lost in his thoughts, he heard an excited shout from Xiao Yu beside him. Upon hearing this, he lifted his gaze towards the enrollment entrance of the square. There stood a woman clad in a flowing green dress, her face adorned with a gentle smile that radiated warmth. Her eyes sparkled with a tender gaze that swept over the crowd, evoking a feeling akin to a serene spring flowing through one's heart, leaving one entranced. This woman appeared slightly older than Xiao Yu, possessing a graceful and curvaceous figure that exuded a mature charm unattainable by younger girls. This unique allure, honed by the passage of time, held a captivating power over men. Beside this mature woman stood a youthful figure, vibrant and lively. The girl wore a striking red outfit, her face illuminated by a dazzling smile, with her chestnut hair casually pulled into a ponytail. Her ample bosom created captivating curves as she bounced playfully, and her slender waist and well-rounded hips suggested a development that far exceeded her age. Behind the two women was a tall, slender youth with a handsome visage, whose gaze immediately fixated on Xiao Yu with ardent admiration, his infatuation evident. "I've missed you all so much," Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly, rushing into Teacher Ruolin's embrace, while the girl named Xue and I joined them, and the three engaged in fervent conversation. The young man behind them seemed eager to speak with Xiao Yu, yet, whether intentionally or not, she consistently ignored him, not even granting him a glance. "Where? How have you been during the break?" Teacher Ruolin affectionately patted Xiao Yu's head, smiling. It's been all right." For some inexplicable reason, the scene of her encounter with Xiao Yan on the back mountain suddenly flashed through Xiao Yu's mind, causing her cheeks to inexplicably flush as she stammered. "Allow me to introduce my esteemed teacher, Mentor Ruolin, and my dear friend, Xuan I." In an apparent attempt to conceal her own embarrassment, Xiao Yu hastily diverted the conversation to introduce the younger generation of the Xiao family. However, when her gaze met that of Xiao Yan, both their faces flushed, prompting them to quickly avert their eyes, observing that Xiao Yu had blatantly disregarded him. The young man behind Mentor Ruolin wore a particularly grim expression. This was especially true upon noticing Xiao Yu's evasive glance towards Xiao Yan and the subtle blush on her cheeks, which darkened his look towards Xiao Yan with an ominous intensity. Xiao Yan was naturally aware of the young man's unfriendly demeanor, but chose to disregard it. Given his current perspective, it was difficult for him to regard these so-called geniuses of the Canaan Academy with any admiration. Were it not for the need to obtain the fallen heart flame, he would have no interest in participating in any student selections. Yet, for reasons he could not quite fathom, upon witnessing the fervent gaze directed at Xiao Yu, a wave of inexplicable anger surged within him, further intensifying his disdain for the young man. After some pleasantries, Xiao Yan and the others reported their names to Mentor Roland, and the testing commenced. It is worth noting that Xiao Yan was not one to seek the limelight in such situations. Thus, he ceased the flow of chakra within him as soon as the testing monument indicated a 1-star Do fighter level. Nevertheless, this did not prevent his results from eliciting astonishment among many present. Achieving the 1-star Do fighter rank at such a young age showcased an exceptional talent for cultivation. Even within the Canaan Academy, it seemed that this journey to Wutan City would yield considerable rewards. Mentor Roland's gaze towards Xiao Yan was filled with satisfaction as she mused to herself. After the assessment, Xiao Yan had no intention of lingering. But just as he was about to leave, a chilling male voice called out from behind him. Xiao Yan, why the rush to depart? Achieving the 1-star Do fighter rank at such a young age, I am eager to experience your prowess. Rob, do not be excessive, Xiao Yu exclaimed, her frustration palpable. As a senior, I am merely guiding a junior. Is there anything inappropriate about that? Rob retorted. Moreover, this is the Academy's rule. As long as a newly admitted student does not refuse a challenge after passing the assessment, such contests are permitted. Upon hearing this, Rob's expression darkened further, his gaze towards Xiao Yan growing increasingly frigid. Xiao Yu, incensed, stomped her foot in anger but found no grounds for rebuttal. Thus, she cast a pleading look towards Mentor Roland. Noticing Xiao Yu's gaze, Mentor Roland shrugged helplessly, indicating that she was equally powerless in this situation. The reason Canaan Academy has established itself as a premier institution along the road to greatness lies not only in its formidable faculty, but also in its stringent management system. Within the Academy, the tendency to permit students to form cliques and engage in friction is commonplace, resulting in numerous fatalities each year. Yet, it is precisely this ruthless selection process that ensures only the most gifted and resilient individuals endure, which elucidates why the formidable graduates of Canaan Academy far surpass those who emerge from more sheltered institutions. Consequently, even upperclassmen are tacitly allowed to challenge newly admitted students, provided the latter consents. In Canaan Academy, age and experience hold no sway. Only strength commands respect, and the mightiest wield absolute authority. How about it, Junior Xiao Yan? Will you accept this challenge? Rob's cold gaze lingered on Xiao Yan, a smirk playing on his lips as he posed the question. In such a public setting, should Xiao Yan decline, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Conversely, if he accepted, it would afford Rob the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, unbeknownst to Rob, many in the crowd regarded him with expressions akin to that reserved for fools, whispers of speculation circulating among them. The name of Xiao Yan, the third young master of the Xiao clan, was indeed a force to be reckoned with in Wutan City, and it appeared that this unwelcome outsider was about to encounter a harsh reality. At that moment, Xiao Yu's gaze was unwavering as she looked at Xiao Yan, subtly shaking her head, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of concern. Rob, who had emerged shortly after Xiao Yu entered Canaan Academy, had relentlessly pursued her. After facing repeated rejections, he had become rather shameless, persistently clinging to her like an unshakable piece of gum. Coincidentally, he had followed her to Wutan City under the pretense of attending an enrollment event hosted by Mentor Roland. Although Xiao Yu had little interest in Rob, his strength was commendable. In his early 20s, he had already attained the rank of a 6-star fighter, making him a notable figure within the Academy's outer court. Feeling warmed by Xiao Yu's concern, Xiao Yan offered her a gentle smile, signaling her not to worry. He then turned his gaze towards Rob, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Since my senior has extended such a warm invitation, it would be ungrateful of me to decline. However, I do hope you will show some mercy during our bout. Hearing Xiao Yan's somewhat submissive words, Rob interpreted them as a sign of weakness he could exploit, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. Rest assured, Junior Xiao Yan, since you have passed the assessment and are now a part of Canaan Academy, I shall indeed go easy on you, though you may find yourself bettered for a month. The latter statement was a venomous resolution silently concocted in Rob's mind. As Xiao Yan agreed to the duel, the crowd atop the elevated platform instinctively parted to create a spacious arena around the two. The onlookers dispersed, and Rob, with a smile directed at Xiao Yan, extended one hand in a gesture of invitation, signaling for Xiao Yan to make the first move. Let Rob take the initiative, he thought. Since the act of bullying the weak had already commenced, it would be carried through to the end. Following Xiao Yan's words, laced with subtle mockery, a ripple of quiet laughter emanated from the surrounding spectators, clearly deriding Rob's earlier actions. In the Duki continent, where strength reigns supreme, there exists no absolute fairness. An adversary intent on taking your life will not spare you simply because of your youth. Very well, today, let the senior impart this lesson upon you. Upon hearing the laughter from the crowd, Rob's expression darkened entirely. He ceased any further banter with Xiao Yan, his body enveloped in a faint azure wind attribute Duki. With a powerful stomp against the ground, he shot forth like an arrow, his seemingly slender fists generating a piercing whoosh as they cut through the air, displaying formidable might. At this moment, all eyes in the arena were fixated on Xiao Yan, with many eager to witness how the most renowned young talent in Wutan City would respond to this provocation. Yet, when everyone anticipated Xiao Yan's counter, he showed no inclination to evade Rob's rapidly approaching fist. Has this fellow lost his mind? Observing this, Xiao Yu's face paled, her heart racing wildly, nearly leaping into her throat. A full-force strike from a 6-star dosher could not be disregarded, especially since Xiao Yan had previously displayed only the prowess of a 1-star dosher. Thunderclap armor. Just as Rob's fist was mere inches from him, Xiao Yan roared internally. His entire body flickered with white lightning, his hair standing on end as if a celestial being had descended. Boom! As a low, thunderous sound reverberated through the arena, astonished expressions adorned the faces of all present, for they observed that Xiao Yan had taken Rob's punch head-on without so much as a scratch, his body remaining perfectly still. This is Duki armor. How could this be? Rob's smile abruptly froze as he gazed at Xiao Yan, enveloped in shimmering silver arcs of electricity, murmuring in disbelief. Nearby, Minter Roland's expression shifted, shock evident on her delicate features. A mere 15-year-old great dosher with such extraordinary talent was indeed startling. However, moments later, she discerned subtle differences. Although the silver arcs enveloping Xiao Yan bore some resemblance to Duki armor, a closer inspection revealed a stark contrast. Xiao Yan's protective layer lacked the solidity characteristic of true Duki armor. Senior Rob, are you truly showing such restraint? Or perhaps your arduous journey has drained your strength? Why not have a meal first before we continue our duel? Xiao Yan feigned surprise as he observed the drastic change in Rob's complexion. Preposterous. With those words, Rob's fury ignited, and a torrent of fighting spirit surged forth from within him. He unleashed a powerful punch towards Xiao Yan's chest once more. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding resonated through the air, yet Xiao Yan remained unyielding, not even shifting an inch beneath the force of Rob's blow. Impossible. At that moment, Rob's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. The attack he had poured all his energy into had failed to even graze a hair on Xiao Yan. Instantly, the shock and horror within him transformed into humiliation and boundless murderous intent. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, and his fighting spirit surged violently. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Fists, feet, elbows, every part of his body capable of striking was employed in a frenzied assault against Xiao Yan. As figures flickered, powerful strikes rained down upon Xiao Yan's body, his chest, shoulders, even his head. Yet, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent. At one moment, he even languidly stretched, pointing to his back and saying, "Ah, Senior Rob, this spot itches just perfectly." In the square, countless onlookers were left agape at this somewhat comical scene, exchanging bewildered glances. Speechless, they had anticipated a thrilling clash, only to witness it devolve into such a farce. Your Xiao family members are quite extraordinary. At that moment, a girl named Shui and I gasped in astonishment, clutching the arm of her companion Xiao Yu. I never expected this fellow, after years of absence, not only to have fully regained his innate talent, but to have grown to such an extent. Recalling her earlier confrontation with Xiao Yan, driven by anger, she realized that had he not held back, she would not have survived to this day. Suddenly, the thought crossed her mind that despite being willing to endure her lash, he never truly struck her with malice, stirring within her a peculiar sense of intrigue. This fellow truly conceals his capabilities. It seems he deliberately masked his strength during the previous assessment. It is worth noting that their mentor's comprehensive evaluation is tied to the performance of their students. Having summoned such a prodigy as Xiao Yan into her ranks would undoubtedly bring her significant advantages. Among those present, the only one maintaining a semblance of composure was Sun Er. She was already aware of Xiao Yan's prowess and thus did not exhibit excessive surprise. Particularly when she witnessed his playful demeanor, feigning to scratch an itch, she could not suppress a light chuckle. The irritation she had felt towards Xiao Yan due to the matters concerning Nail and Yanran had also begun to dissipate. After a prolonged interval, Rob finally ceased his futile assault, having utterly devolved into a mere jester in the eyes of onlookers. The whispers and pointed fingers surrounding him morphed into faces laced with mockery and disdain, intensifying his burgeoning hatred for Xiao Yan. You have pushed me to this point. Rob's gaze, as piercing as a viper's, fixated on Xiao Yan, and a chilling command escaped his lips, punctuated with deliberate emphasis. At that moment, his hand gestures abruptly shifted. He was poised to unleash his combat technique. Chapter 44. A single blow. Rob, cease at once. Instructor Roland's countenance shifted with alarm as she urgently interjected, unwilling to see her promising protege fall in this manner. Wind blade tornado dance. As Rob's hand signs transformed, A ferocious roar erupted from his throat. His eyes blazed with a crimson hue. Filled with boundless fury and murderous intent directed at Xiao Yan, reason had long been obliterated by madness, rendering him impervious to Instructor Wolin's admonitions. As Rob's hand seals concluded, a swirling vortex composed of countless minute wind blades materialized before him. The cacophony of clashing blades produced an ear-piercing din, evoking a spine-chilling sensation. Should one inadvertently be ensnared within, their body would likely be reduced to countless fragments in an instant. Die, with a visage twisted in wrath and malice. Rob's bellow resonated as he thrust his palm forward, unleashing a wind blade tornado, over 5 or 6 zhang in length, which roared towards Xiao Yan in a ferocious gale. Clang, clang, clang. As the wind blade tornado collided with the ground, it emitted a sound akin to metal striking metal, leaving deep, cleaver-like gashes upon the granite surface of the stone platform. The onlookers, though positioned at a distance, were nonetheless struck with palpable fear, feeling as if their exposed skin was being sliced by blades. They hastily retreated, anxious to avoid being caught in the collateral damage. Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiao Yu gasped in horror, her delicate hand covering her mouth, tears glistening in her almond-shaped eyes. Stubborn fool. Faced with Rob's onslaught, Xiao Yan merely scoffed, his expression darkening with resolve. With a surge of determination, he summoned the silver-white electric aura enveloping him, intensifying its brilliance. Then, with a powerful stomp on the ground, he left a deep imprint upon the granite, and his form vanished from sight, as he lost his mind, to confront a combat technique solely with brute strength. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd, their faces etched with disbelief. For at that moment, Xiao Yan charged headlong into the razor-sharp tempest of wind blades with a reckless audacity. Not far away, Minter Roland gaped in astonishment, evidently startled by Xiao Yan's reckless actions, choosing to disregard the formidable assault launched by a 6-star Dome Master. Even as a 5-star Great Dome Master, such a feat was not easily accomplished. Unperturbed by the astonished murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Yan advanced toward the swirling tempest of wind blades without a hint of hesitation, launching a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, Xiao Yan maintained his forward momentum, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. As his fist made contact with the sharp wind blades, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed through the air. In an instant, the seemingly razor-sharp barrage of wind blades was obliterated beneath the force of Xiao Yan's strike. Igniting a dazzling shower of sparks, the arena fell into an eerie silence. This spectacle was overwhelmingly shocking for all present. The figure of Xiao Yan, who was not particularly tall, now appeared to the onlookers as a formidable celestial being descended from the heavens, rendering any obstacle before him utterly annihilated. Clang, clang. The crisp sounds of metal clashing reverberated as Xiao Yan deftly maneuvered through the onslaught of wind blades. When his fist, radiating with a silver-white electric glow, shattered the final wind blade, the pale visage of Rob, filled with fear and dread, came into view. Earlier, when Xiao Yan had effortlessly shattered his wind blade assault with mere flesh and bone, Rob had been rendered pale with terror. The fury that had clouded his reason was beginning to wane. Yet, upon witnessing the cold, unyielding advance of Xiao Yan and the unwavering force of his punch, Rob was drenched in cold sweat. However, having just expended his energy in executing a Do technique, Rob found himself exhausted. As Xiao Yan's fist loomed larger in his vision, desperation seized him. Gritting his teeth, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest to brace for impact. Boom. Crack. As Xiao Yan's fist connected with Rob, the sound of bone shattering echoed ominously. In that fleeting moment, Rob's arm bones fractured, and the overwhelming force cascaded upon him like a torrential storm, sending his body hurtling backward as if a kite severed from its string. Simultaneously, his internal organs churned violently, dislodged from their original positions by the sheer impact. And he could not suppress the bitter taste in his throat as crimson blood erupted forth. Thud. Ultimately, under the horrified gazes of all, Rob crumpled to the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly motionless. Is this the end? Staring blankly at the still form of Rob, the atmosphere in the arena descended into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, someone finally murmured in disbelief. Although Rob was not particularly well-liked, he was nonetheless the one who had brought them from Wutan City. If this fellow were inexplicably killed by Xiao Yan, not only would it affect the latter's admission, but even Minter Roland would face repercussions from the academy. Those students who possess the qualifications and talents to join the Canaan Academy are often backed by formidable forces. Should Rob meet his demise here, the power behind him would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Academy. Although Canaan Academy is not one to cower in fear, it would still invite considerable trouble. This is precisely why Xiao Yan had previously held back. While he may not have regarded Rob's backing with much concern, He could not afford to jeopardize his entry into Canaan Academy or miss the opportunity to attain the fallen heart flame. Otherwise, Rob would have certainly lost his life by now. Take him down, the instructor Ruo Lin commanded, gesturing for two young men to carry Rob away. This little fellow is quite extraordinary, showing such ruthlessness and decisiveness, coupled with remarkable cultivation talent. Undoubtedly, he will fare well not only within the Canaan Academy, but also in the treacherous Black Corner region. Ruo Lin regarded Xiao Yan with keen interest. I never anticipated that your companion would be so concealed in his capabilities. He stands shoulder to shoulder with some of the prodigies from the inner academy. At this moment, Shui and I tugged at Xiao Yu's arm, casting her a teasing glance. Oh, be careful with your words, or I might just cut out your tongue, Xiao Yu retorted, her beautiful face tinged with a charming flush as she shot a reproachful look at Shui and I. Shui and I merely stuck out her tongue in response, refraining from exposing her friend's secrets. With a woman's sixth sense, how could she not perceive the subtle dynamics between Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan? Instructor Ruo Lin, I would like to request a favor. As soon as Rob was taken away, Xiao Yan approached Ruo Lin, cupping his hands in greeting. What is it, little fellow? Within my capacity, I shall do my utmost to assist you, Ruo Lin replied with a warm smile. She harbored a fondness for this newly admitted student, a sentiment akin to that of an older sister towards her younger brother. Xiao Yan continued. Oh, this is not a significant matter. How long do you wish to be excused? A year. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as astonished gazes fixated on Xiao Yan. A year's leave of absence? Many questioned the integrity of their hearing. To request a leave immediately after enrollment, and for an entire year, was unprecedented in the history of Canaan Academy. What is this fellow thinking? Shui and I, still in shock, turned to Xiao Yu for clarification. Xiao Yu could only shake her head in bemusement, equally puzzled by Xiao Yan's intentions. Are you jesting with me? A year-long leave is nearly equivalent to requesting 1/3 of the total duration of enrollment. While I am an instructor, I do not possess such authority. Apologies, Mentor Roland. I truly have matters of utmost importance to attend to. If you are unable to grant my request, I may have no choice but to wait until next year's enrollment at Canaan Academy. Although Xiao Yan's words were delivered in a rather unassuming manner, the firmness in his tone conveyed an unwavering resolve. How dare you? After much effort in accepting a prodigious student, Mentor Roland would not easily let him go. With a sharp glare, she admonished him. Xiao Yan, hearing this, shrugged in resignation. It was evident that he was determined to secure this year's break. Observing Xiao Yan's steadfast attitude, Xiao Yu Suner and several younger members of the Xiao clan looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend his fervent dedication and what he intended to accomplish during this year. Xiao Yan had his own plans. Although he was determined to obtain the Fallen Heart Flame and would eventually attend Canaan Academy, it was not the right time. With the old-timers in the inner academy guarding the strange fire and the seal set by the formidable Do Zun, Mang Tianqi, acquiring the Fallen Heart Flame with his current strength would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the Fallen Heart Flame ranked 14th on the list of strange fires, indicating its high level of danger. Considering the time, he might reach the location of the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire before Medusa could seize the strange fire. If that woman were to get there first, reclaiming the strange fire from her would prove immensely challenging. While it was predetermined that Medusa would become his wife, Xiao Yan, having suffered a setback due to Nalan Yanran, was now cautious in making any assumptions. Additionally, he could not overlook the matters concerning Yunlan's sect and the Soul Palace. He needed to devise protective measures for the Xiao clan members. Thus, this year's break was of paramount importance to Xiao Yan. It was not impossible to ask for leave. Mentor Roland's expression shifted, and after a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Xiao Yan felt a sense of relief, sensing a turning point in the situation. As he awaited her further words, if you can defeat me, I will grant you a year's leave, and I will also assist you with any issues at the academy. Mentor Roland's words undoubtedly caused quite a stir among those present. Although Xiao Yan had previously defeated the 6-star Do fighter Rob with apparent ease, Mentor Roland was a bona fide 5-star Do master, a significant disparity in levels that could not be compared. Very well, it is settled, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, showing no hesitation in agreeing. What an audacious fellow. Xiao Yu, witnessing this, couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration, concern etched on her face. However, she quickly reconsidered. Perhaps it would be beneficial for him to face a setback under Mentor Roland's guidance. If he were to lose, he would still accompany her to Canaan Academy. The sudden thought that surged within her heart caused a faint blush to grace Xiao Yu's face. Her beautiful eyes darted around in slight panic, and upon realizing that no one had noticed her, she let out a gentle sigh of relief. As the wager between the two was established, the square's elevated platform rapidly emptied, for the onlookers, having witnessed the earlier confrontation between Xiao Yan and Luo Bu, instinctively chose to retreat to a safe distance. Observing Xiao Yan standing not far away, Minter Ruolin's lips curled into a tender smile. Her delicate hand slowly lifted, and the ring on her finger glimmered with light. In the next moment, a long whip emanating a peculiar blue radiance appeared in her palm. The whip was adorned in a vibrant azure hue reminiscent of the sky, with a light blue gem, approximately the size of an egg, embedded at the grip. It subtly radiated a rich, moist energy characteristic of the water element. Evidently, the weapon in Minter Ruolin's possession was a finely crafted magic core weapon, and the water element core embedded within it provided a significant enhancement for practitioners whose fighting spirit aligned with the water attribute. "Will you not wield a weapon?" she inquired, pointing the long whip at Xiao Yan with her crimson lips slightly parted. In response, Xiao Yan slowly shook his head. After activating the Thunder Escape armor to its fullest extent, his defensive capabilities had transformed him into a veritable human weapon. Furthermore, his current Thunder Escape armor was markedly different from before. An intriguing little fellow. Whether you can secure a year's holiday hinges on your performance. With a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, Minter Ruolin smiled faintly, raising her hand. The long whip whistled through the air, akin to a coiling serpent, producing a faint blue afterimage as it struck down fiercely towards Xiao Yan. Thunder Escape armor. Buzzing. As Xiao Yan focused his thoughts, he summoned the Thunder Escape armor, which now appeared distinct from when he battled Luo Bu. Countless silver arcs of electricity danced across his body, producing a cacophony reminiscent of numerous birds in flight. Occasionally, a bolt would surge from his feet, striking the hard stone beneath and emitting a chilling crackle as it left a dark mark, accompanied by a wisp of smoke rising from the surface. Moreover, under the enhancement of the Thunder Escape armor, Xiao Yan's previously slender form expanded, muscles bulging and veins prominent, exuding a newfound masculine vigor. As he beheld the ever-growing shadow of the whip in his line of sight, Xiao Yan slightly swayed, instantly appearing several meters away. Crack! The pale blue whip struck the hard stone with tremendous force, leaving behind an oddly shaped water stain. Indeed, the little fellow had concealed his strength. Minter Ruolin's delicate face betrayed a hint of astonishment as she watched Xiao Yan effortlessly dart away. Now, the terrifying speed exhibited by Xiao Yan surpasses even that demonstrated during his earlier confrontation with Rob, leaving even the esteemed 5-star great fighter feeling slightly inadequate. Not far away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan lowered his head and could not help but clench his fist. Indeed, the second state of the Lightning Escape armor had not disappointed him. Earlier, he had invested 1,000 skill points to elevate the Lightning Escape armor by 1 level, and its displayed effects filled him with immense satisfaction. In this state, the Lightning Escape armor not only enhanced speed, strength, and defense compared to before, but more crucially, it activated the body, augmenting the reflexes and transmission speed of his internal nerves, allowing him to discern the direction of an opponent's attack at the first moment, thus securing an invincible position. Moving forward, Minter Ruolin must exercise caution. A slight smile played at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth before, in the next instant, he vanished from sight. An intriguing little fellow. The mentors of Canaan Academy are indeed extraordinary, although they are also 5-star great fighters. Their combat prowess and practical experience vastly eclipse that of the likes of Jailebi. Observing the approaching whip shadow, Xiao Yan mused internally, then lightly tapped the stone platform with his toes, propelling himself into the air to evade the strike. At a certain moment, when Minter Ruolin's long whip flashed past him once more, Xiao Yan seized the opportunity, his hand shooting out to grasp the whip firmly. A splendid opportunity. Even after activating the Lightning Escape armor, a searing pain shot through his palm upon contact with the whip, yet Xiao Yan paid it no mind. His face lighting up with joy. Gripping the long whip, he exerted a mighty pull, drawing Minter Ruolin's seemingly delicate form towards him with tremendous force. Utilizing this leverage, Xiao Yan surged forward and unleashed a powerful punch towards Minter Ruolin, who stood not far away. Forceful water mirror. As she beheld the rapidly enlarging fist in her line of sight, Minter Ruolin did not display any panic. Instead, a hint of playful amusement graced her delicate features. After uttering her command, a vast surge of blue water attribute fighting spirit erupted from her palm, ultimately forming an oval, mirror-like blue water barrier before her. When Xiao Yan's fist made contact with the blue water mirror, his expression shifted slightly, for he could sense that his punch felt as though it were striking against cotton, devoid of any tangible resistance. The formidable force he had harnessed dissipated as though it had vanished into the depths of the sea, rendered utterly ineffective by the peculiar water mirror. This unexpected turn of events startled Xiao Yan, prompting him to retreat. However, as soon as he attempted to move, he realized something was amiss. It felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, his speed drastically reduced. In a state of shock, he glanced down to discover that, unbeknownst to him, his feet had sunk into a peculiar, viscous puddle, the adhesive substance clinging to his feet like glue, significantly hampering his movement. At this moment, Xiao Yan had come to realize that Minter Ruolin had deliberately exposed a flaw to lure him in. Her extensive combat experience was undeniably beyond his capabilities. How about it, little one? Once tainted by my powerful adhesive liquid, at your current speed, you can only become a living target. Surrender, and obediently accompany me to the academy. Seeing Xiao Yan, whose movements were almost completely restrained, Minter Ruolin spoke with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic. She could not help but worry about letting such a promising talent roam freely for a year. So many unforeseen events could occur. And if Xiao Yan were to be poached by someone else, she would have nowhere to lament her loss. However, upon hearing Minter Ruolin's words, Xiao Yan maintained his composure, fixing his gaze intently upon her and slowly shaking his head. Chapter 46. Victory. Haha, the little guy is stubborn. In that case, the Minter shall allow you to endure some hardship. Noticing Xiao Yan's unyielding spirit, Minter Ruolin's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, her interest in him growing ever stronger. Suddenly, the pale blue water type Do Chi within her surged forth like a vast river, pouring entirely into her whip. In the next moment, a colossal blue energy erupted, swirling violently in the air, and within a few breaths, transformed into a gigantic water serpent measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. The serpent raised its head and let out a mournful cry, enveloping the surrounding area in a humid mist, as if a gentle rain had begun to fall, soaking the ground thoroughly. As the water serpent took shape, Minter Ruolin did not hesitate for an instant. With a graceful wave of her hand toward Xiao Yan, the enormous water serpent, under her command, charged downwards with terrifying power, ready to devour him. Is that the intermediate level Xian grade Do Chi, water mandala? I never expected Minter Ruolin to unleash it. It seems your old acquaintance is in for a tough time. Shui and I exclaimed in surprise, shaking her head as she turned to Xiao Yu beside her. Naturally, Xiao Yu had no time to respond, her gaze laden with concern for Xiao Yan. And inwardly she cursed. You, insisting on being strong-willed, deserve to face some trials. Nevertheless, at that moment, as the gigantic water serpent descended upon him, Xiao Yan's face remained devoid of panic. As his hand seals shifted rapidly, a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the words left his lips, the hand seals in Xiao Yan's grasp solidified abruptly, his cheeks puffing out. Then, with a fierce opening of his mouth, he unleashed a torrent of flames directed at the charging water serpent. Whoosh! As Xiao Yan executed his move, onlookers gasped in astonishment as an intensely blazing fireball erupted from his mouth. The fireball swelled in size with the wind, carrying an incredibly searing gust, and ultimately collided violently with the massive water serpent in midair. Hiss! As soon as the two entities made contact, a series of piercing sounds erupted. Reminiscent of a fiery iron plunged into water, and thick white vapor enveloped the entire square like a dense mist. This peculiar individual astonished all by simultaneously wielding techniques from both the lightning and fire elemental series. At that moment, Minter Ruolin's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The notion of a single person possessing dual attributes of fighting energy was indeed astounding. However, immersed in the heat of battle, she had little time to ponder this revelation. Her beautiful eyes remained sharply focused on the swirling mist before her, her energy circulating within, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. The fact that this little one could withstand her water mandala was unexpected, yet having fallen victim to her potent adhesive liquid, their speed was significantly hampered. Once the vapor dissipated, the advantage on the battlefield would still belong to her. With this thought, Minter Ruolin felt a slight sense of reassurance. What is happening? Has a victor emerged? Outside the arena, Xuanyi's delicate face was etched with anxiety and anticipation, her eyes wide as she peered into the white mist, fervently wishing to uncover the truth. At this moment, Xiao Yu's hands were tightly clenched before her ample bosom, her heart torn with conflicting emotions. She desired for Xiao Yan to triumph, to showcase his prowess and talent before such a vast audience, becoming the most radiant star among the crowd, while she would be content merely to watch him from below. Yet, she also feared his victory, for it would mean he could accompany her to the Jianan Academy. At the very moment Xiao Yu wrestled with her inner turmoil, a thunderous shout suddenly erupted from the stone platform, shrouded in mist. The instant the sound reverberated, Minter Ruolin's heart jolted, sensing a subtle yet ominous aura spreading throughout the arena, her gaze intensely fixed on the white vapor. In the next moment, her pupils dilated in shock as the mist swirled, revealing a figure enveloped in silver lightning and a faint green energy, suddenly materializing before her. Xiao Yan's appearance had transformed yet again. His physique, already robust, now seemed even more inflated, with bulging veins resembling writhing earthworms, a sight that was truly fearsome. Even his eyes glimmered with a ghostly green light, evoking a chill in anyone who dared to meet his gaze. How could this fellow, having been struck by my potent adhesive liquid, still unleash such terrifying speed? Minter Roland's complexion paled. The velocity demonstrated by Xiao Yan was not only unaffected by the adhesive, but appeared to be even swifter than before. Control water mirror. Faced with the defensive water mirror that had previously withstood her punch, Xiao Yan smiled broadly, transforming his palm into a blade. As silver lightning flickered, he forcefully swung his arm, aiming a horizontal strike at the water mirror. Lightning strikes the water. As the resounding clash echoed, Xiao Yan's hand, imbued with a dazzling silver-white lightning, struck forcefully against the azure water mirror with an unstoppable force. Bang! This time, the remarkably resilient water mirror failed to withstand the impact. Upon contact with Xiao Yan's hand, it shattered as easily as tofu. The mirror burst apart, transforming into a cascade of shimmering water droplets that fell like scattered jade petals. At that moment, Xiao Yan's hand, radiant with silver lightning, hovered merely inches from Minter Roland's graceful neck. You have lost. The expression on Minter Roland's delicate face shifted, and after a prolonged silence, she finally sighed softly. You have triumphed, young one. A year's holiday is yours. What? Minter Roland actually lost? How can this be? Shui and I gasped, her small hands covering her lips, staring incredulously at Xiao Yan. This fellow is quite capable. In the midst of astonishment, a slight smile graced Xiao Yu's lips. It seemed the rumors of Xiao Yan single-handedly vanquishing the five-star great fighter, Galabai, were indeed true. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the thought of that individual only attending the Canaan Academy a year later stirred an unaccountable sense of melancholy within Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, the crowd that had gathered erupted into a chorus of astonishment. Although they had heard of Xiao Yan's feats in annihilating the Galabai and Uba clans, most had not witnessed them firsthand, so many still harbored doubts. Yet now, a genuine five-star great fighter had been decisively defeated by Xiao Yan. An immediate visual impact far more profound and heart-stirring than mere hearsay. Had Minter Roland not shown mercy earlier, the outcome of this battle could very well have been uncertain. This statement was not mere flattery from Xiao Yan. Minter Roland's earlier use of the water mandala had only employed about 50 to 60% of her strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his fireball technique to easily withstand it. The Canaan Academy was indeed remarkable, far surpassing that old coot Galabai, a five-star great fighter, by at least threefold. Had I not upgraded my lightning armor to stage 2, the outcome of today's duel would have been genuinely debatable, Xiao Yan mused inwardly. Oh, regardless of the circumstances, you have won this wager. You can now roam freely for a year, while I shall be burdened with your affairs. At this point, Minter Roland cast a playful glare at Xiao Yan. Although she was a mentor at the academy, she had not fully committed to granting a year's leave to a student on the spot. It would certainly take considerable time to negotiate with the old-timers at the academy. This fellow has presented me with a monumental dilemma even before enrollment. Then I shall leave the matter to you, Minter Roland. We shall meet again in a year. Upon seeing Xiao Yan depart, Sun Air, not far away, displayed a conflicted expression. After a brief moment, she could no longer contain herself and stamped her foot before hurriedly following after him, gazing at the fading silhouettes. A fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in Xiao Yu's bright eyes. Chapter 47. Farewell. Are you taking a year off to marry Nalan Yinji in my absence? In a corner of the street, Sun'er glared at Xiao Yan with indignation, questioning him. Sun'er, it's not what you think. Xiao Yan replied with a bitter smile in his heart, attempting to ruffle her hair, only to have her pout and evade him. Then why did you request a year off? Sun'er pressed relentlessly. To grow stronger, Xiao Yan stated in a calm tone. Those 4 simple words were uttered with a seriousness that starkly contrasted his usual playful demeanor. Wouldn't it be better to attend the Jianan Academy? The cultivation resources there far surpass those of the Xiao family. Or is it that you wish to join Yunlan's sect and cultivate alongside Nalan Yinji? Upon seeing Xiao Yan's serious expression, Sun'er initially froze, but soon began to exhibit signs of agitation. Xiao Yan, recognizing her distress, internally lamented. This clever and understanding girl became exceedingly anxious whenever their relationship was concerned, resembling a little kitten with its fur bristled in distress. You have been secretly present in the Xiao family since childhood for the purpose of the ancient emperor's jade. Haven to you? Xiao Yan gazed gently at Sun'er, yet his tone shifted to one of neutrality. Brother Xiao Yan, how did you know? Sun'er's face instantly registered shock and a hint of panic. As she hurriedly added, though I was fostered in the Xiao family with intentions, I harbor no ill will towards Uncle Xiao Zhan or you, Brother Xiao Yan. As she spoke more fervently, fearing Xiao Yan might misunderstand, her eyes began to redden. However, she was interrupted mid-sentence by the palm he extended toward her lips. I know everything, Sun'er. The ancient emperor's jade is of great significance. Given the current strength of the Xiao family, we lack the ability to safeguard it and may even attract unforeseen calamities because of it. Since your influence can gather information about the ancient emperor's jade in this vast continent, it's only a matter of time before your old adversaries come to visit the Xiao family. As he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy, his eyes narrowing as he looked up at the void sky, as if trying to pierce through the boundaries of space to uncover something hidden. Could it be the Soul Clan? Suner exclaimed, her face paling slightly. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded, his gaze fixed on Suner's bright eyes, speaking softly. Thus, to protect my father and the Xiao family, I must grow stronger before the Soul Clan takes action. You must have noticed that my cultivation approach is vastly different from ordinary practitioners, and therefore, my ascent in strength requires extraordinary methods. Which is why I requested that year off. However, Brother Xiao Yan can assure you that he will expeditiously complete his tasks and then seek you out at the Jianan Academy, shall he? As Xiao Yan's gentle words reached her ears, Sun Er's countenance gradually softened, her earlier petulance dissipating entirely in that moment. With a charming nod, she suddenly leaped into Xiao Yan's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, feeling the delicate softness and the unique, fragrant essence of the young girl in his arms. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of tenderness, wrapping his arm gently around her slender waist, savoring the tranquility and warmth of this moment. All right, there are so many people watching, he remarked after they had embraced for a considerable time, gently patting Sun Er's small head, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she reluctantly withdrew from his embrace. Let us go. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yan took Sun Er's delicate hand and made his way towards the Xiao family residence. In the days that followed, the Xiao mansion was enveloped in a lively atmosphere, as numerous talented young members of the Xiao clan had successfully passed the entrance examination for Jianan Academy, officially becoming part of its esteemed ranks. Naturally, the clan leader, Xiao Yan, was overjoyed and ordered a grand feast to celebrate and send off these promising pillars of the family. In contrast to the jubilation surrounding them, the two most remarkable new students from this enrollment, Sun Er and Xiao Yan, had faded from the public eye over the past few days. Brother Xiao Yan, you will always treat Sun Er well, won't you? In the back mountains of the Xiao family, under a crescent moon, a few fireflies flitted by, casting a faint glow. The chirping of summer insects filled the air, and suddenly, a cool evening breeze swept through, lifting her silky hair and brushing against her cheek, evoking a gentle, ticklish sensation that seemed to reach her very heart. Silly girl, of course I will. The young man, sitting beside the girl on a large stone, turned his head with a smile in response to her question, tightening his arm around her waist. Brother Xiao Yan, look at the countless stars in the sky. They are interconnected, embracing one another. Yet, the moon and the sun can never meet. When one rises, the other sets. Aren't they quite pitiful? Sun Er gazed dreamily at the vast expanse of stars and the new moon, her head tilting slightly against Xiao Yan's shoulder as she murmured. Does this girl's mind leap so swiftly? Moreover, as a product of the 21st century, he understood that while the stars appeared close to one another, they were, in reality, separated by vast distances, thousands, even millions of light years apart, distances that even the mightiest of Dou emperors could never traverse in a lifetime. Furthermore, while the sun rose, the moon existed simultaneously, though it remained unseen by the human eye. However, Xiao Yan, in that moment, would not be foolish enough to shatter this romantic scene. Instead, he affectionately ruffled Sun Er's hair, smiling tenderly. Foolish child, sometimes what the eyes perceive does not necessarily reflect the truth. The seemingly solitary moon is always accompanied by unseen entities that silently guard it. Happy moments pass by all too swiftly, and before one realizes it, the day of parting arrives. At this moment of farewell, Xiao Yan feels a deep sense of reluctance, while Sun Er's eyes are swollen with tears. Ignoring the gazes of others, she rushes into Xiao Yan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Xiao Yan, feeling a pang of heartache, tries in vain to console her, but her tears remain unrestrained. Ultimately, it is only through the gentle persuasion of Mentor Ruo Lin and others that they reluctantly part ways. In contrast, Xiao Yu seems preoccupied with her own thoughts, remaining silent throughout, her gaze never lingering on Xiao Yan. As he watches Sun Er and her companions fade into the distance, Xiao Yan lets out a soft sigh, feeling a sense of loss. Normally, he would not mind Sun Er's incessant chatter, but now that the surroundings have fallen silent, he feels oddly disquieted. The thought of not being able to see her for a long time brings an inexplicable wave of melancholy. Suddenly, the image of Xiao Yu flits across his mind, prompting a question within him. After what transpired earlier, can he still regard her as a mere cousin? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan feels a surge of restlessness and shakes his head vigorously to dispel those negative emotions. A man should not be swayed by romantic sentiments. Striving to enhance his own strength is what he urgently needs to focus on. With this thought igniting a fierce determination within him, he strides purposefully toward a certain location in Wutan City. Before departing from the Xiao clan, he must ensure the safety of his father and kin by visiting a specific place. Chapter 48. Conditions. The direction Xiao Yan heads towards is the residence of the middle family in Wutan City. Although his arrival has altered the original course of events, he remains wary of both the Yunlan sect and the Soul Hall. With his current combat prowess, he is not yet capable of contending with such formidable forces. Thus, seeking external assistance is imperative. The middle family presents itself as a worthy ally. Upon arriving at the estate's entrance and announcing his name, he is led inside without hindrance by a servant, suggesting that the middle family, having fostered goodwill with the Xiao clan, has intentionally facilitated his visit, a promising sign for Xiao Yan. What could be the purpose of the third young master of the Xiao clan personally visiting today? Such an alluring and exceptional beauty, renowned as the Golden Empress, could only be the illustrious Maiteria Yufei. As Yufei finishes speaking, she offers Xiao Yan a gentle smile, and the delicate dimples that appear on her flawless cheeks draw one into a captivating whirlpool, ensnaring the entire being in an irresistible enchantment. The figure gracefully settled into the seat not far from Xiao Yan. As her skirt gently shifted, a slender, snow-white leg emerged, exuding an exquisite elegance akin to that of fine jade, especially when contrasted against the fiery red of her gown, captivating all who beheld it. Ahem, Miss Yufei, I have come to you with a request, Xiao Yan began. Ah, young Master San, you need not be so formal. During my previous visit to the Xiao residence, I reached an agreement with clan leader Xiao Yan regarding a collaboration between the middle family and the Xiao family. We are, in a sense, now akin to family. As I am a few years your senior, if it does not displease you, may I be addressed as sister? Noticing Xiao Yan's slight awkwardness, Yufei let out a soft laugh. However, recalling the day she had woken him up, a fleeting blush graced her charming face. All right, Sister Yufei. Ultimately, Xiao Yan had come seeking the middle family's assistance, eager to strengthen their ties. To his surprise, Yufei proactively extended her goodwill, which he gratefully accepted. Since you've called me sister, I shall call you by a name, Yufei mused, her face reflecting a moment of contemplation. After a brief pause, a delighted expression broke upon her features as she exclaimed, Xiao Yanzi, Xiao Yanzi. Xiao Yan responded, a wave of exasperation washing over him. He had been subjected to this nickname during the summer vacation, and aside from its unfortunate homophone, it seemed rather inauspicious, reminiscent of the titles typically bestowed upon household servants. Sister Yufei, perhaps you might simply call me Xiao Yan? Taken aback by Xiao Yan's peculiar expression, Yufei initially paused, then dismissed it with a wave of her hand. Very well, but you mentioned needing my assistance? Speak freely. Within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost to help you. Xiao Yan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied. Upon hearing his words, Yufei first looked surprised, then burst into a light, tinkling laughter. With the power your Xiao family wields in Wutan City, who would dare to cross you? Moreover, the news of the middle family's alliance with the Xiao family has circulated. With our two families united, what is there to fear? And what if it were the Yunlan sect? Xiao Yan's tone remained remarkably calm, yet to Yufei, it struck like a thunderclap, abruptly silencing her laughter. The Yunlan sect? Could it be that you have offended someone from there? In the vast expanse of the Jama Empire, among countless factions, the Yunlan sect held the most weight. Even the royal family, who governed the empire, harbored a degree of trepidation towards them. Thus, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, even the typically composed Yufei found it challenging to maintain her calm demeanor. It is not that I have directly offended them. Rather, they are bound to come seeking me sooner or later. The specifics of this matter are not something I can disclose to you, Sister Yufei. But I do hope the middle family will stand by the Xiao family. Xiao Yan asserted earnestly. Truly, you are a troublemaker. Yufei sighed inwardly, shaking her head with a wry smile. I apologize, young one, but the request you have made is beyond my authority. It must be reported to the higher echelons of our family, and we shall await the counsel of the elders. However, I suspect the likelihood of approval will not exceed 20%. 20%, you say? Xiao Yan murmured, feeling no surprise at this outcome. The name Yunlan sect looms over the Jiama Empire like an imposing mountain, dominating all factions and representing the true sovereign of the empire's cultivation realm. No power could challenge its status, not even when the three great families of the empire unite, let alone the singular middle family. A mere 15-year-old youth possesses the strength to defeat a 5-star dome master, a talent in cultivation that can only be described as astonishing. Indeed, among the young cultivators of the entire Jiama Empire, he stands at the pinnacle. Thus, the middle family is keen to foster a good relationship with the Xiao family, investing in a potential powerhouse who may one day ascend to the ranks of Do Huang or even Do Zong. Yet, If Xiao Yan were positioned against the Yunlan sect, compelling the middle family to choose, his influence would still seem insufficient. Despite his extraordinary talents, his current strength is worlds apart from that of the Yunlan sect. Genius is undoubtedly precious and brimming with potential, yet no one can guarantee that Xiao Yan will successfully grow to a level where he can rival the Yunlan sect. The leaders of the middle family would not risk the lives of their entire clan on such a gamble with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had anticipated this very situation. As the saying goes, there are no unachievable transactions in this world, only insufficient stakes. Thus, he had come prepared. With a gentle caress of his storage ring, a verdant jade vial, and a piece of talisman inscribed with peculiar runes appeared upon the table before Yafei. This jade vial contains a substance I fortuitously acquired from a master alchemist, known as Nine True Blood. It is said that any severely wounded individual, as long as they still draw breath, will recover immediately upon consuming this vial. Ignoring Yafei's astonished and curious expression, Xiao Yan continued, as for this talisman, it is called a substitute talisman. As the name implies, as long as it is carried on one's person, when faced with a fatal blow, the talisman will automatically activate, summoning an alternative to absorb the lethal damage on behalf of its bearer. Is this true? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's description, disbelief crossed Yafei's delicate features as she eagerly picked up the two items on the table for closer inspection. Though as the chief auctioneer of the middle auction house, she had encountered countless rare treasures, she had never seen anything as remarkable as what Xiao Yan described. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt no doubt towards his words. After toying with the substitute talisman for a moment, Yafei discerned no secrets within it. She then lifted the verdant jade vial, uncapped it, and brought it to her delicate nose for a sniff, only to involuntarily furrow her brow in response. Cough, Sister Yafei. If these two items were to be delivered to the middle family headquarters, I wonder how much support I could garner? Fearing that Yafei might discern something amiss, Xiao Yan hurriedly cleared his throat and spoke. Currently, the only assets Xiao Yan could present were this ant's blood and the substitution talisman. Thus, he was left with only one substitution talisman and merely a third of the ant's blood, which was quite a significant loss. Even if these two items possess the effects you claim, I believe the support from those old-timers in the clan for the Xiao family would not exceed 30%. Although these items are indeed precious and rare, relying solely on them to persuade the middle family to align with the Xiao family, risking the ire of the Yunlan sect, remains exceedingly challenging, Yafei said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He had underestimated the influence of the Yunlan sect in the Jiama Empire. However, he still held a trump card in his hand. Whether the alliance between the two families could be established now depended entirely on him. Oh, who is it? Xiao Yan deliberately kept the suspense, naturally piquing Yafei's interest. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily inquired. The Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong. Chapter 49, Cooperation Achieved. What? The Ice Emperor? As soon as Xiao Yan's words fell, Yafei sprang to her feet, her delicate face filled with shock and disbelief. Even more exaggerated than when Xiao Yan previously suggested joining forces against the Yunlan sect. Once one of the 10 strongest in the Jiama Empire, the Ice Emperor's formidable ice attribute Do Qi rendered him nearly unmatched among his peers. However, over 20 years ago, this foremost expert of the middle family mysteriously vanished for reasons unknown. Over the years, the family had discreetly sent numerous individuals to investigate the whereabouts of the Ice Emperor. Yet all efforts yielded no results. To think that Xiao Yan would claim to have news of the Ice Emperor now was utterly astonishing for Yafei. Although she was merely a little girl when Hai Buodong displayed his prowess in the Jiama Empire, she had often heard her elders mention his name, instilling in her a profound respect and reverence for this long-vanished powerhouse from her family. If that were the case, the prospect of cooperation between the two families would surely see a turning point. A 90% certainty, Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile. Yafei, being a decisive woman, recognized the gravity of the situation. Thus, there could be no delay. Then I must trouble you, Sister Yafei. Also, please convey a message to the higher-ups of the middle family. If this succeeds, I, Xiao Yan, swear that as long as I live, I will ensure the prosperity and flourishing of the middle family. As he prepared to leave, Xiao Yan solemnly clasped his fist towards Yafei and spoke earnestly. The words spoken by a youth, not yet 15, would typically elicit a dismissive scoff from Yafei, taken merely as a jest. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, gazing upon the earnest countenance of the young man before her, an unusual thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Perhaps the future of the Meitel family would indeed be transformed by this very youth. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Xiao Yan found himself engulfed in ennui. With no need for training, his father preoccupied with clan affairs, and the younger generation immersed in their own pursuits. He felt a sense of isolation as he was not particularly close to them. Previously, with Sun'er by his side, loneliness had not plagued him. Now, after just a day apart, he found himself missing her. Suddenly, the slender and graceful figure of Xiao Yu, along with the tearful eyes of Nalan Yanran and her fleeing silhouette, flooded his mind, further unsettling his emotions. He decided to retire to bed in an effort to escape his turmoil. Upon receiving news that alleviated his concerns, Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling free to venture out, the efficiency of the Meitel family was commendably swift. That very day, he noticed several merchant stalls had appeared on the street before the Xiao residence. Though they appeared to be dressed like ordinary folk, the occasional glint of golden light in their eyes revealed their extraordinary identities. Yenner, you intend to leave home for training. Xiao Zhan was taken aback by Xiao Yan's decision, having previously assumed his absence from the Canaan Academy stemmed from a reluctance to leave home. Indeed, father. I plan to be away for about a year, Xiao Yan replied, his face reflecting a mix of reluctance. Despite having just arrived in this world, Xiao Zhan occupied an irreplaceable position in his heart. To prevent his father from worrying and to avoid causing panic within the family, Xiao Yan refrained from disclosing the potential threats from the Yunlan sect and the Soul Hall. Time truly flies. Who would have thought our Yenner has grown so much? Father feels quite foolish. Your strength has surpassed mine. Remaining at the Xiao family would hinder your growth, so go forth with confidence. Suddenly, a look of solace washed over Xiao Zhan's face as he sighed softly. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was no longer the fledgling reliant on his father's protection. He had emerged as a formidable individual capable of standing on his own. Moreover, Xiao Zhan believed that Xiao Yan was not an ordinary talent. Given the strength and aptitude he had demonstrated, it would not be long before he outgrew not just the small town of Wutan, but potentially the entire Gamma Empire. The vast and boundless Do Qi continent awaited him as a stage for greatness. Father, at that moment, Xiao Yan could not help but feel his eyes welling with tears. In his past life, having grown up with divorced parents, he had never experienced such heartfelt care from family. To find it in this new life was unexpectedly precious. Enough, my son, there's no need for such sentimentality. We are not parting forever. Xiao Zhan gently patted Xiao Yan's head. Though his words were light, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Yes, father. Fearing that Xiao Zhan might revisit the past and become agitated, Xiao Yan wisely acquiesced. In truth, Xiao Yan harbored a sense of guilt towards Nalan Yanran. And regardless of their future lack of interaction, he would seek ways to offer some form of recompense. Seeing Xiao Yan's agreeable demeanor, Xiao Zhan's expression softened. By the way, father, could you grant me the ancient jade passed down through the Xiao family? I wish to take it with me. After a brief pause, Xiao Yan spoke up. Oh, Yenner, what do you need it for? Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Although the jade had been a treasured heirloom of the Xiao clan for generations, it did not seem particularly extraordinary. Each patriarch of the Xiao family leaves a trace of their soul within the jade. By carrying it, I can always be aware of your well-being, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. However, this was only part of the truth. Should the Soul Palace send truly formidable experts to capture his father, even the Meitel family would struggle to defend against them. If he were unable to locate the jade, it would surely protect his father's life in such dire circumstances. Xiao Zhan felt a surge of warmth in his heart and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. The ancient jade is in the Xiao Ancestral Hall. Follow me. Chapter 50. Cultivating by Ju life alone can indeed be quite dull. On a seldom-traveled forest path, Xiao Yan sat atop a unicorn, appearing somewhat listless. This first-tier magical beast had cost him 1,000 gold coins, serving as his mode of transport. After all, his rise in strength did not require arduous training, yet the solitude was undeniably trying. It had been 5 days since he departed from Wutan City. In his previous life, despite lacking parental affection, he at least had the internet and a smartphone to occupy him. Alas, that was no longer the case. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. To stave off boredom, he had previously visited a jade processing workshop, crafting a set of mahjong tiles from exquisite jade and fashioning a beautiful deck of cards from the feathers of a second-tier magical beast, the white feather rock sparrow. Unfortunately, having these items meant little without company. He certainly couldn't approach strangers and suggest they play a game of do di ju together, as he would surely be deemed either mad or foolish. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. A joyful expression illuminated his face as he closed his eyes, allowing his mind to delve into the ninja system. Host, Xiao Yan. Rank, Intermediate Lower Ninja. Chakra attributes, Fire, Lightning. Experience, 47,906,000. Exchange points, 1,000. Skill points, 790. Gold, 3,040. Ninjutsu, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Level, Body Technique Lightning Release. Body Protection, State 2. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Second Gate. Just enough. Gazing at his personal interface within the system, Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily before issuing a command in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing the first-generation cell for 3,000 gold coins, simultaneously unlocking the new functionalities, White Zetsu Cultivation and System Storage. Xiao Yan's expression brightened with joy, and he quickly began to peruse the system's introduction. The first-generation cell is derived from the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, as the reincarnation of Azura. The second son of the Sage of Six Paths, Hashirama perfectly inherited the characteristics of the sage body. In battle, he could heal wounds rapidly even without hand seals, rendering him remarkably formidable. Xiao Yan's decision to spend 3,000 gold coins on the first-generation cell was made with careful consideration. He needed to enhance his body's recovery capability and vitality to counteract the side effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Thus, despite the exorbitant price of the first-generation cell, Xiao Yan resolutely made the purchase, for acquiring it sooner would allow for earlier cultivation and division within his body, enabling him to relish the advantages brought by such a transformation. Regarding the White Zetsu cultivation feature, once Xiao Yan possessed the first-generation cell within him, he could utilize his own blood to cultivate and create White Zetsu. Although these beings lacked combat prowess, they proved quite proficient in reconnaissance, and more importantly, Xiao Yan sought companionship to alleviate his solitude. White Zetsu made for an excellent choice. Furthermore, the cultivation of White Zetsu had no quantity restrictions, necessitating their placement within the system's storage space. Previously, when Xiao Yan's consciousness ventured into that space, he was somewhat taken aback by its vastness. An endless expanse of darkness imbued with a sense of eeriness, akin to an infinite black hole. However, despite its enormity, according to the system's description, Xiao Yan could summon any desired item from this space with but a thought. It bore a limitation, though. Only items generated by the system could reside within that space, while possessions from the Duki continent, such as gold coins and magic cores, had to remain stored in his spatial ring, unable to be placed in the system's storage. After comprehending all this, Xiao Yan hesitated not a moment longer. He gently pricked his fingertip and, under the guidance of his thoughts, sent a drop of crimson blood into the system's cultivation apparatus. Ding. White Zetsu cultivation has commenced. Estimated time, 24 hours. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Cultivating one per day, such a slow pace. Xiao Yan couldn't help but mutter in frustration. Yet, this was an unavoidable reality, having just acquired a first-generation cell. The process of bodily transformation was inherently sluggish, thus making the cultivation rate seem entirely reasonable. After enduring yet another day of hardship, Xiao Yan successfully cultivated the first Baiju the following morning. While journeying, he occasionally engaged in a game of cards with his companion, albeit limited to simple games like comparing numbers or playing Seven Kings, which, although lacking in excitement, served to alleviate his boredom. By the third day, the second Baiju had also been cultivated, allowing the three of them to partake in a game of landlord, thereby enriching Xiao Yan's travel experience. On the fourth day, the third Baiju was brought forth, and the quartet found joy in playing mahjong, creating a lively atmosphere. However, after a few days, Xiao Yan began to feel a sense of ennui. Despite the increasing number of Baiju he could cultivate, their generally low intelligence resembled that of simplistic artificial intelligence. Consequently, their mahjong games became mechanical and monotonous, losing their charm over time. Moreover, playing with them offered little in terms of excitement, further diminishing the enjoyment. Noticing the current situation, he estimated that he would reach the foot of the monster mountain by this afternoon. Pulling out a map from his spatial ring, Xiao Yan murmured to himself. With a thought, he summoned the three Baiju into the system's space, then mounted his unicorn and quickened his pace. Although the monster mountain was home to some incredibly formidable beings, as long as Xiao Yan did not provoke them, they would likely disregard him as a mere human. Even if he encountered danger, he felt confident in his ability to protect himself, thanks to the combined speed of the 8 Gates Duanjia and the Thunder Duanjia armor, along with the aid of his substitute talisman and Xiang Ling's ancestral blood. Chapter 51. There's only one word. Roll, and I shall say it only once. This must be Qingshan Town, Xiao Yan mused as he took out his map for confirmation, then lifted his gaze towards the town ahead. The settlement was not particularly large. Yet due to its proximity to the monster mountain, it was bustling with people, predominantly dressed in mercenary attire, likely hailing from various directions to gather medicinal herbs and monster cores. Look, it's the little medical sage. How beautiful. If I could be with her in this life, even death would be worth it. What are you thinking? Not only has she treated most of the mercenaries in Qingshan Town, but she is also regarded as a precious jewel by the vice leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. If you entertain any thoughts about her, you might find yourself in grave danger before your dreams even materialize. Nearby, two men were engaged in a hushed conversation. Upon hearing the teasing remarks, one of them was quickly pulled back by his companion, who admonished him in a low voice. The former promptly fell silent, instinctively covering his lower region with his hands. Xiao Yan paid little heed to the lewd musings of these individuals, yet upon hearing the name Little Medical Sage, he could not help but direct his gaze toward the front. There, at the end of the line, a makeshift tent had been erected, where a woman sat serenely, attentively examining the injuries of a middle-aged man clad in mercenary garb. The young woman was clad in a flowing white dress, her long, dark tresses casually bound by a simple silk ribbon. While her features may not have been strikingly beautiful, the harmonious combination of her attributes exuded an ethereal grace, setting her apart from the mundane. As his gaze descended, Xiao Yan, peering through the gaps between tables and chairs, astutely captured the sight of her delicate waist, barely graspable and accentuated by a pale green ribbon. Despite the barrier of her clothing, the breathtaking curve it suggested stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Sighing heavily, he resolved to maintain his distance, acknowledging that recent romantic entanglements had brought him misfortune. Aware that a different, more impetuous youth might pursue such beauty with fervor, he found himself retreating, wary of the complications that could ensue. Haunted by past experiences that had left him with nothing but trouble, he understood the wisdom behind the adage, once bitten, twice shy. With these thoughts in mind, he intended to depart, but as he tightened the reins, several figures abruptly emerged, blocking his path. "Young brother, you seem unfamiliar. I doubt you hail from around Qingshan town," remarked a stout middle-aged man, evidently the leader, a smirk spreading across his ample face. "What do you want?" Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, sensing their intentions were far from benign, and, feeling a bit bored, he crossed his arms and regarded the rotund man with mild curiosity. "It appears you are about to venture into the Monster Mountain range. This area is fraught with peril. Even the outskirts are not free from second- or third-tier magical beasts. It would be prudent to join our Flying Tiger mercenary group for your journey. Your safety would be assured," the man continued, his gaze fixed greedily on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan remained silent, discerning the ulterior motives behind their seemingly generous offer. The old adage that no one offers kindness without a hidden agenda rang true in his mind. He maintained a cool demeanor, waiting for the man to reveal more. "Of course, as a form of compensation, you must relinquish that unicorn horse to us," the stout man added, his eyes glittering with avarice as they swept over the creature beneath Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiao Yan comprehended their plan. Although the unicorn horse was merely a first-tier magical beast, its remarkable speed and agility on rugged terrain made it highly sought after, rendering it quite valuable. Mercenaries lived perilous lives, often risking everything to hunt beasts, only to occasionally find themselves empty-handed, thus leading many to turn their sights upon their fellow adventurers. Alas, that unfortunate fellow had drawn the attention of the Flying Tiger mercenary group. The individual at the forefront is none other than the leader of the Flying Tiger mercenary corps, Tiger Shark. It is said that he recently ascended to the level of a 9-star fighter, merely a step away from becoming a true fighter. What does this signify? Behind him stands the dominant force of Qingshan town, the Wolf Head mercenary corps. It is not just an inexperienced newcomer. Even the older mercenary groups in the vicinity are often subjected to their oppression, daring only to harbor resentment in silence. Should that young man possess any sense, he would recognize that avoiding disaster through financial loss is the wisest choice. Any attempt at resistance would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate. The commotion here naturally drew the attention of numerous mercenary members in the vicinity. Whispers spread through the crowd, most expressing sympathy for Xiao Yan. Yet no one dared to step forward to offer assistance. It is hardly surprising that people can be so indifferent. After all, few would risk their own safety for a stranger. What if I refuse? Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept across the 5 individuals before him, and a hint of mockery curled his lips as he spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the smile on the face of Tiger Shark suddenly froze. With a metallic clang, he drew his gleaming long knife and pointed it at Xiao Yan, barking coldly, "Boy, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. I offer you one last chance. Dismount and leave quickly, or the Flying Tiger mercenary corps will show you what cruelty truly means." "Indeed, young man. It would be wise to leave promptly, lest you provoke our leader into action." Following Tiger Shark's words, the other 4 members of the Flying Tiger mercenary corps chimed in, their gazes toward Xiao Yan filled with derision and contempt. "Oh, if that is the case, I too shall extend you an opportunity. If you leave now, I shall treat this as if nothing has transpired and spare your lives." Otherwise, faced with the arrogance of the 5 members of the Flying Tiger mercenary corps, Xiao Yan displayed no sign of fear, a smile lingering on his lips as he spoke. Though his words were delivered in a remarkably calm manner, they resonated clearly in the ears of many present, causing expressions to shift dramatically, and an uproar ensued. Who is this impudent young man, daring to speak to Tiger Shark in such a manner? He rides a unicorn, so he must be a young master from some noble family, accustomed to arrogance. Haha, what a bold lad. Truly, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. Today, I, Tiger Shark, shall see what abilities you possess to utter such words. Brothers, dispose of him. In response to Xiao Yan's defiance, Tiger Shark, infuriated yet amused, bellowed. With a powerful push against the ground, his hefty form soared into the air, raising his long knife high above his head, poised to strike down at Xiao Yan's head. Chapter 52. Do not attempt to guess a woman's heart. Is this lad paralyzed with fear? Why does he not dodge or evade? Alas, what a pity for a young man in his prime. As the 5 members of the Flying Tiger Mercenary Corps descended like fierce tigers, wielding their gleaming blades towards Xiao Yan with furious intent, a chorus of gasps erupted from the onlookers. Xiao Yan appeared utterly dazed, remaining motionless atop his steed, devoid of any instinctive evasive action. Young man, since you seek death, allow me to grant your wish, sneered Hu Sha, as he swung his heavy blade down upon Xiao Yan's head. Clang, accompanied by a sound akin to metal clashing. The crowd's collective gaze turned blank, jaws agape as they struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them, contrary to their expectations of a gruesome scene. As Hu Sha's blade neared Xiao Yan, it was abruptly halted by a shimmering silver electric barrier, preventing any further advance. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of impact echoed as the remaining 4 members of the Flying Tiger Mercenary Corps struck at Xiao Yan's abdomen, arms, and thighs. Yet, like Hu Sha, their assaults bore no fruit. This is bad, retreat. Hu Sha realized that this youth was far beyond the capabilities of their rank. His earlier attack not only failed to inflict harm, but left his arms numb from the silver electricity emanating from the hilt of his blade. Huh, can you escape? Xiao Yan, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh. The defensive prowess of his thunder escape armor surpassed even that of a great fighter's battle armor, rendering the feeble attacks of these lowly foes futile. He had no desire to provoke trouble, yet some individuals insisted on challenging him. If Xiao Yan refrained from taking their lives, it would seem rather unreasonable, for he was simply the type to assist others in need, helping them to their next life, while simultaneously acquiring attribute points. Truly a win-win situation. Go. Without a flicker of emotion on his face, Xiao Yan gently shook the reins, prompting his unicorn to stride slowly towards the direction of the Beast Mountain range. Meanwhile, the 5 members of Hu Sha, their bodies rigid, collapsed to the ground with a thud, their once fearful eyes turning a dull gray, gradually devoid of all life. What just transpired? How did Hu Sha and his companions meet their end? It seemed that the young man was the one behind it. The swiftness of his actions was utterly terrifying. The sudden shift in the dynamics between hunter and prey elicited further gasps from the onlookers, their gazes toward Xiao Yan now tinged with caution and reverence. Many instinctively took a few steps back, fearful that a moment's displeasure from Xiao Yan might bring calamity upon them. With fewer than 200 attribute points remaining, Xiao Yan paid no heed to the crowd's reactions, nor did he glance at the fallen bodies of Hu Sha and his comrades. He murmured to himself, "It appears I must swiftly venture into the Beast Mountain range to hunt second or even third-tier beasts for more attribute points. Young master, please wait. Miss, do you require something?" Xiao Yan appeared nonchalant on the surface, yet internally he was lamenting his fate. What is destined cannot be evaded. "May I have a word with you, young master?" The little healer, with a subtle glance at the curious onlookers behind them, whispered softly. "Very well," Xiao Yan acquiesced, dismounting his horse and striding towards a small grove by the roadside. "What is it? We can speak freely now." The little healer, following closely behind, halted as well, her keen eyes sweeping the dense foliage around them. The atmosphere became somewhat indescribable for a lone man and woman in such a secluded place. A fleeting blush graced her delicate face before she finally mustered the courage to speak, albeit shyly. "I wish to ask for your assistance, young master." Observing her nervously fidgeting hands, Xiao Yan felt a playful impulse surge within him, a mischievous smile breaking across his face. "Oh, on our first encounter, are you not afraid I might harbor ulterior motives?" At this, he brazenly glanced at her slender waist, barely graspable with a single hand. Initially taken aback by his demeanor, the little healer soon regained her composure, her clear, large eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yan as she declared, "I trust my instincts are not mistaken." Indeed, the thought processes of women can be rather peculiar, Xiao Yan mused inwardly, a twinge of intrigue igniting within him regarding her request for help. "What is it? Please, tell me more." Seeing that there was room for negotiation, the little healer exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself and spoke. "I discovered a cave on a cliff in the Monster Mountain range, where it seems there may be treasures. I wish to invite you to accompany me tonight to explore it. You could certainly retrieve the treasures yourself. Why involve a stranger? Are you not concerned that once the treasure is in hand, I might eliminate you to claim it for myself?" Xiao Yan's tone was calm, Yet his words carried an unsettling undertone. If I could retrieve the treasure alone, I would not trouble you at all. However, there is a third-tier magical beast guarding the cave, making it impossible for me to approach. While the townsfolk of Qingshan Town may feign civility, I am well aware of their sordid intentions, especially those of Mu Li from the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps and Boss Yao from the Wan Yao Pharmacy. Thus, I cannot find anyone reliable in this town capable of defeating a third-tier magical beast. Your claim of being willing to kill for treasure only further assures me that you would not do so. Am I correct? The little healer gazed unflinchingly at Xiao Yan, a charming smile gracing her face as she awaited his response. Very well, you have persuaded me. I shall await you here tonight. Chapter 53, Action. Calculating the time. It should be approaching soon. Seated gracefully by the edge of the forest, Xiao Yan gazed at the radiant moon slowly ascending the horizon, murmuring softly to himself. To avert any suspicion from others, he had conferred with the little doctor regarding their plan to explore the treasure cave that night. The afternoon felt interminable. Yet Xiao Yan had cultivated numerous Baiju by now, and a few rounds of mahjong provided a welcome distraction, alleviating his boredom. As night fell, he stowed away the mahjong and Baiju, leaning against a tree to rest his eyes. After approximately 20 minutes, gentle footsteps echoed from a nearby path. Xiao Yan opened his eyes and raised his head slightly, spotting a graceful figure approaching. The woman wore a pure white dress, her movements causing the hem to flutter as if she were about to take flight. The silvery moonlight cascaded down like a flowing stream, illuminating her delicate features. Ethereal and elegant, leaving one to wonder whether it was the moonlight that brightened her or if she, in turn, illuminated the night. Xiao Yan stared, momentarily entranced by the little doctor, as a dryness crept into his throat, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. For reasons unknown, he sensed a certain magical allure emanating from her, akin to a fine vintage wine that grows richer and more intoxicating with time. Although he had been momentarily captivated by her demure grace upon their initial meeting, it paled in comparison to the profound effect she had on him now. Among the women he had encountered, Sun Er was the most breathtaking, possessing an impeccable charm and air of mystery, coupled with an enchanting playfulness. Yafei embodied sensuality, captivating men with a mere glance, and Xiao Yu exuded both elegance and competence, her long, shapely legs often leaving Xiao Yan spellbound. Yet, the little doctor was different from them all. While she might not rival Sun Er's exquisite features or Yafei's voluptuous form, there was an inexplicable quality about her that felt distinctly special, an essence that could only be felt, never articulated. Young master, shall we depart? Approaching Xiao Yan and noticing his dazed expression, the little doctor paused briefly before speaking. Ah yes, may I inquire about your name? Xiao Yan. Oh, and what might yours be? A hint of curiosity flickered across Xiao Yan's face as he turned to the little doctor. Recalling his lingering question from reading the original text, what could her true name be, considering there shouldn't be anyone with the surname Xiao in the Doqi continent? Upon hearing his inquiry, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed the little doctor's delicate face. After a moment of silence, she replied, I am an orphan, thus I have no name. However, everyone in Qingshan Town calls me the little doctor, and I have grown accustomed to it over the years. Xiao Yan felt a pang of regret upon realizing that his innocent question had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject for her. He quickly responded, I apologize. That was not my intention. In response, the little doctor offered him a serene smile. It matters not, for I have never known my parents throughout my life. Thus, the notion of familial bonds holds little significance for me, and as such, my heart is not burdened with sorrow. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. A glimmer of sympathy reflected in his gaze, as he recognized the tragic experiences of the little healer bore a semblance to his own past life. As their conversation unfolded, they advanced toward the Beast Mountain range. After approximately 30 minutes, the terrain grew increasingly treacherous, with distant, low growls of beasts echoing through the air, marking their entry into the realm of the magical beasts. Following the direction indicated by the little healer, Xiao Yan continued deeper into the mountains. However, as a young woman of limited strength, she struggled with wide chasms and towering rocks. Each time they encountered an obstacle, Xiao Yan gently grasped her delicate hand to guide her across. Initially, their palms met with a rush of warmth and heartbeat, yet as time passed, they grew more comfortable, their conversation blossoming with the occasional light laughter of the girl. There, just over there. After about an hour, they arrived at the edge of a cliff, where the little healer excitedly pointed across. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he followed her indication, and under the moonlight, he observed a smooth rock face adorned with climbing vines. Through the gaps in the foliage, a concealed cave entrance became faintly discernible. During a previous visit with Xiao Lan, I stumbled upon this cave, but it is guarded by a third-tier magical beast, the Xianbing python-tail tiger, which has thus far prevented my entry. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted. and he felt a surge of indignation for the little healer's plight. A vulnerable girl, left to fend for herself from childhood, merely sought a stable existence in this town, dedicated to healing others. Yet, those nefarious individuals harbored ill intentions toward her. It was clear that her years had been fraught with hardship. It seems that once this endeavor concludes, I must take the opportunity to impart some lessons to the proprietor of Wanyao Zhai and the members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Yan gradually collected his thoughts and surveyed their surroundings. They stood approximately 50 meters from the opposing cliff face, with no support nearby and a bottomless chasm beneath. Without flying magical beasts or the ability to manifest wings through Do Qi, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to reach that place. It should be feasible. Have you devised a method for us to cross? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's murmurs, the little healer's expression brightened, and she eagerly inquired. We shall leap across. Leap across. Is that truly possible? Are there any alternatives at this juncture? Fear not. I would never gamble with our lives. Observing the slight change in the little healer's countenance, Xiao Yan smiled reassuringly and opened his arms wide. The little healer's cheeks flushed as she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to take the plunge, gracefully leaping into Xiao Yan's embrace. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but flutter. The petite figure of the little medicine fairy felt remarkably light, as if she were a delicate feather descending into his embrace. His left arm cradled her slender legs, and through the gossamer fabric of her white dress, he could feel the occasional soft and smooth caress, while his right arm encircled her waist, so slender that he could barely grasp it, instilling within him an indescribable sense of fulfillment and contentment. Their faces were mere inches apart, breathing in sync, and the faint fragrance wafting between them was ethereal, reminiscent of distant meadows and trees. Her graceful and refined visage, coupled with a slight blush, added an alluring charm to the moment. As a normal man, Xiao Yan found his heart racing, his breath quickening, and an uncontainable surge of desire igniting within him. Xiao Yan, what kind of weapon are you carrying? It's pressing against me. At that moment, the little medicine fairy noticed something hard beneath her, prompting her instinctively to reach down and touch it. No, Xiao Yan, alarmed, was about to call out to stop her, but it was too late. The instant her fingers brushed against that warm sensation, one that was decidedly not metallic, the little medicine fairy realized the nature of the object, letting out a startled cry as she nearly slipped from Xiao Yan's embrace. Regardless of her innocence, she comprehended that it was not a mere cold weapon, but rather a heated one possessed by Xiao Yan himself. Xiao Yan's face flushed crimson. Despite his thick skin, he could not maintain his composure at that moment. He hastily pulled himself together, suppressing the lewd thoughts that surged within him, allowing the situation to stabilize. I'm going to jump. Hold on tight. The little medicine fairy responded softly, her head buried in Xiao Yan's chest, leaving him with the captivating profile of her face. Despite the earlier awkwardness, her instinct for safety prevailed, and she obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. Feeling the tender and silky touch against his neck, the suppressed desire within Xiao Yan began to stir once more, compelling him to restrain his thoughts. Lightning escape armor. With a mental command, silver-white lightning enveloped his entire being. He tightened his embrace around the little medicine fairy and, without hesitation, stamped his foot against the ground. As the rocks shattered beneath them, their forms shot forth like arrows released from a bow. With a resounding crash, after approximately 2 seconds, they landed precisely at the entrance of the cave, the vines covering it snapping upon impact. Due to the inertia, Xiao Yan could not slow his momentum in time and was about to fall. In a moment of urgency, he displayed his gallantry, holding the little medicine fairy tightly as he tilted his body, ensuring he landed first. Nevertheless, the two of them tumbled together several times on the ground, finally dissipating the force of their descent. Are you all right? Xiao Yan halted and quickly inquired. I'm fine. The little healer's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and after a moment of hesitation, she finally stammered to speak. Xiao Yan, taken aback at first, quickly regained his composure. The atmosphere between them had grown exceedingly intimate, with his form pressing down upon the little healer. In the heat of the moment earlier, he had not noticed, but now, feeling the soft sensation beneath him, he nearly lost control. Be careful. Just as Xiao Yan's thoughts began to wander, the little healer, pale with alarm, cried out. Xiao Yan's heart sank, and he swiftly turned his head, only to see a massive beast, resembling a tiger and measuring about 2 yards in length, silently approaching them. By the heavens! That cunning creature! Xiao Yan was shocked and quickly rose to a defensive stance, pulling the little healer behind him for protection. This beast had clearly begun to develop a semblance of intelligence. It had intended to launch a surprise attack while Xiao Yan was distracted. Had the little healer not alerted him in time, they might have met a disastrous fate today. Upon realizing it had been discovered, The beast emitted a roar reminiscent of a tiger's, its glowing green eyes locking onto Xiao Yan with predatory intent. At that moment, Xiao Yan finally discerned the creature's appearance. It resembled an ordinary tiger but was entirely covered in a silvery hue, its body seemingly encased in a layer of ice crystals. It was also much larger than a typical tiger, and most strikingly, its tail was peculiar. The tail stretched about 3 meters long, ending in a fearsome serpent's head, its jaws revealing razor-sharp teeth akin to daggers, while its crimson tongue flicked in and out, producing a hissing sound. This must be the icebound serpent-tailed tiger, Xiao Yan mused, its appearance aptly reflecting its name. Be cautious and protect yourself, Xiao Yan advised the little healer. Yes, you too, she replied, nodding obediently, given her strength. Remaining close to Xiao Yan was more of a hindrance than a help, as he would need to divert his attention to safeguard her. Thus, she retreated to a recess in the cave's passage, peeking out with a worried expression. Roar! At that moment, the icebound serpent-tailed tiger let out a furious roar that pierced the air, resonating painfully in the ears. It then propelled itself off the ground with its powerful hind legs, launching itself towards Xiao Yan with ferocity. Chapter 55, Weakness. As the icebound serpent-tailed tiger charged at him, Xiao Yan dared not hesitate. Silver lightning crackled across his form as he unleashed a powerful punch directly at its colossal paw. Boom! The deep sound of their collision echoed through the cave. As the icebound serpent-tailed tiger was struck by Xiao Yan's blow, its massive body flying backward before crashing into the stone wall of the passage. The entire cave trembled at the impact, debris raining down from the ceiling. Xiao Yan, having taken a few steps back to steady himself, found that each step he took caused the hard rock beneath him to shatter, a testament to the immense power he wielded. Indeed, the formidable three-tiered beast demonstrates such combat prowess that even the most ordinary 5-star combat masters pale in comparison. Once steadied, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Following their brief encounter, he had ascertained that the Xianbing Mongtao tiger possessed strength that was undeniably on par with his own when he activated the second stage of his Thunder Escape armor. Moreover, its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Xiao Yan's earlier strike had not only failed to inflict any injury, but had also allowed the chilling aura emanating from the tiger to invade him, causing his right arm to feel slightly numb and stiff. Roaring, the Xianbing Mongtao tiger rose once more, seemingly unscathed yet evidently incensed by Xiao Yan's previous assault. With a furious roar and a menacing glint in its eyes, it thrust its powerful hind legs against the ground and lunged at Xiao Yan with the ferocity of a descending tiger. Its enormous maw opened wide, revealing a set of fearsome fangs, from which saliva dripped incessantly, carrying with it a pungent stench that reached Xiao Yan before the beast did. Such a wretched creature! Xiao Yan shouted, his battle spirit surging as he deftly sidestepped the tiger's gaping jaws. With clenched fists, he launched a powerful strike towards the tiger's midsection. With a resounding thud, a menacing serpent's head loomed perilously close to his face, its sharp teeth glinting with a faint purple hue, indicating a potent venom. The acrid scent of its forked tongue filled the air, sending a chill down Xiao Yan's spine. Reacting swiftly, he arched his back, aligning his body parallel to the ground to evade the lethal bite while simultaneously delivering a fierce blow to the underside of the serpent's jaw. The impact elicited a high-pitched cry from the serpent, and both it and the Xianbing Mongtao tiger crashed heavily to the ground. This adversary was indeed formidable. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Xiao Yan maintained a vigilant gaze on the Xianbing Mongtao tiger, which was once again rising from the earth. Its resilience exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. The serpentine tail seemed to possess an independent consciousness, coordinating a flanking maneuver with its body. This left Xiao Yan in the precarious position of contending with two opponents simultaneously, causing him to feel somewhat flustered. Although activating the 8 gates of Duanjia might afford him the means to defeat the creature swiftly, it would inevitably leave him in a weakened state afterward, a perilous choice in the treacherous beast-infested mountains. Thus, he resolved not to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. However, the Xianbing Mongtao tiger had evidently been thoroughly provoked by Xiao Yan's actions. Without granting him a moment's respite, the beast let out a thunderous roar and charged at him once more. In that cavernous passageway, a fierce battle unfolded between man and beast. Though the entrance of the cave is not particularly large, it exhibits a gourd-like shape, small on the outside yet spacious within, and is remarkably sturdy, appearing less like a natural formation and more like a creation of human craftsmanship. It is fortunate for this, as otherwise, the cave would have surely collapsed amidst the fierce battle between Xiao Yan and the Xianbing Mongtao tiger. As time passed, Xiao Yan became increasingly alarmed. Not only did the Xianbing Mongtao tiger possess immense strength, but its defensive capabilities and speed were also on par with Xiao Yan's second-level Raijin armor. Continuing this drawn-out confrontation would not bode well for him. It seemed he had no choice but to utilize the 8 gates of Duanjia. At this moment, Xiao Yan could no longer concern himself with potential repercussions, for if he delayed any further, he might truly perish at the hands of this beast. Xiao Yan, the area along the spine of the Xianbing Mangtail tiger might be its weak point. You should attempt to strike there. Just as Xiao Yan was about to activate the 8 gates of Duanjia, he heard the urgent and melodious voice of the little medicine sage behind him. Oh! Startled by her words, Xiao Yan, while engaged with the Xianbing Mangtail tiger, directed his gaze towards its spine. Indeed, the little medicine sage's keen observation proved invaluable. A wave of joy surged within Xiao Yan, for he noticed that the Xianbing Mangtail tiger, entirely cloaked in silver-white icy armor, appeared somewhat less fortified near the base of its tail. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he could see that the skin in that area periodically bulged, reminiscent of a heartbeat. No wonder this beast leaped high and pounced during its attacks. It was attempting to conceal its vulnerability. However, since the weakness had now been revealed, dealing with it would be considerably more straightforward. At that moment, the Xianbing Mangtail tiger seemed to sense something amiss and let out a furious roar, thrashing its head and tail in an attempt to dislodge Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh, channeling his chakra to his feet. And regardless of the tumult, he clung to the creature like a gecko. It ends now. Following his fierce declaration, Xiao Yan lightly tapped the tiger's back with his toes and soared into the air. Reaching a certain altitude, he then plummeted with terrifying speed, akin to the weight of Mount Tai crashing down, as his right foot, enveloped in a dense silver-white lightning chakra, struck down upon the tiger's vulnerable spot on its back. Righteous thunder, angry thunder axe. With a resounding crash of Xiao Yan's foot, the Xianbing Mangtail tiger emitted a piercing howl as the crystalline armor at its weak point shattered, blood and viscous fluid erupting forth, filling the cave with a foul stench. The righteous thunder. Angry thunder axe was a skill unlocked when Xiao Yan upgraded his Raijin armor to its second state, and its power was undeniable. In the world of Naruto, had it not been for Gaara's timely intervention, the second Tsuchikage might have perished under the might of such a technique. Now, the ninjutsu Xiao Yan wielded had been further enhanced by the system and struck the Xianbing Mangtail tiger at its most vulnerable point, resulting in a decisive blow. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the frosted ice python tail tiger, earning 1,000 experience points and 1,000 exchange points. It is quite astonishing to acquire such a substantial amount of attribute points from vanquishing the frosted ice python tail tiger. With the bounty of 1,000 attribute points, Xiao Yan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, this beast was indeed worth the effort, had it not been for the little medicine fairy discovering its weakness. It would have taken considerable effort to subdue it today. You are truly remarkable, Xiao Yan. I knew I had not chosen the wrong person. As she gazed at the lifeless body of the frosted ice python tail tiger, the little medicine fairy rushed over, her face brimming with excitement. What's wrong? No magic core? Noticing the disappointment etched on Xiao Yan's face, she hurriedly inquired. Well, it's all right. Let us first see what treasures lie within this cave. Xiao Yan sighed, acknowledging that the likelihood of a third-tier magical beast possessing a magic core is less than 1 in 3. Coming to terms with this thought alleviated his disappointment considerably. Wait, what is it, little medicine fairy? At her silence, the little medicine fairy's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she retrieved a pristine white handkerchief from her spatial ring. Approaching Xiao Yan, she delicately began to wipe the dirt from his face and hands. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, yet her beautiful eyes dared not meet his gaze. As he felt the soft touch upon his skin, akin to the tender caress of a newborn, a delightful tingling sensation coursed through him. The intoxicating blush on her cheeks was mere inches away, with a faint fragrance reminiscent of blooming lilies wafting through the air, causing Xiao Yan's heart to flutter uncontrollably. All right, let us proceed. Outside the cave, the space was expansive, resembling a gourd in shape. Upon entering the innermost chamber, they discovered a space comparable to a small plaza. The walls of the cave were embedded with numerous moonlight stones, illuminating their path without obstruction. The first sight that greeted them was a nursery at the center. The soil of the nursery was a deep black, likely sourced from the outside world by the cave's former owner. A variety of flowers and herbs flourished within, while droplets of fresh spring water occasionally fell from the cave's ceiling, nourishing the plants. A delicate mist enveloped the area, and the unique aroma of the herbs filled the air, refreshing to the senses. Purple leaf orchid, white ridge abundant fruit, snow lotus. The little medicine fairy gazed wide-eyed at the nursery, each name representing rare and hard-to-find high-grade herbs, spilling excitedly from her rosy lips. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, she produced dozens of exquisite little jade bottles and a small spade from her spatial ring. She carefully dug up the precious herbs along with their roots, placing them into the jade bottles. Amidst the swirling mist, the little medicine fairy flitted about like a delicate butterfly, even humming a melodious tune, as if lost in a dream. With each rare herb she collected into the jade bottles, a childlike innocence illuminated her delicate face, a radiant smile blossoming forth. Xiao Yan gazed at the little healer, who flitted through the nursery like a sprite, a smile gracing his lips. The joy he felt seemed to surpass that of acquiring the precious herbs. Xiao Yan, perhaps you should select the herbs first, the little healer suggested, noticing him standing idly nearby after collecting several plants. Although she had discovered the cave, she knew she could not have defeated the Xianbing python tiger without Xiao Yan's assistance. Caught up in the excitement of the rare herbs, she had momentarily overlooked her greatest ally in this endeavor. It's quite all right, don't mind me. These herbs hold little significance for me. Please, take what you wish. He replied. Thank you. The little healer smiled brightly at Xiao Yan, feeling unreserved as she joyfully continued her gathering. This time, Xiao Yan opted to exchange his attribute points for gold coins, ultimately amassing a sum of 1,000 coins. Before long, the once lush nursery had become barren. In exchanging glances with the little healer, they both shared a light chuckle before venturing deeper into the cave. After walking a few dozen meters from the nursery, they could see the cave's end, where a stone chair sat at its center, upon which lay a bleached skeleton. The skull, with its sunken eye sockets, had succumbed to the ravages of time, appearing somewhat eerie in the tranquil cave. Before the remains, there was a long, wide stone platform, prominently featuring 3 locked stone boxes, likely the most valuable treasures within the cave, rendering the previously collected herbs mere appetizers. Xiao Yan's gaze fixated on the 3 stone boxes as he silently mused about the treasures within. Suddenly, the little healer pointed excitedly at the skeleton's right hand, exclaiming, "Look! The key is there." She reached out to retrieve it. "Allow me," Xiao Yan interjected quickly, preventing her advance. Reactivating his lightning armor, he cautiously approached the remains. After scanning the skeleton for any signs of danger, he carefully retrieved the 3 keys hanging from the finger bone. Reincarnated in the Do-Chi continent was far from the socialist society of his past life. Danger lurked everywhere, and exercising caution was always wise. However, once Xiao Yan had secured the keys, no unforeseen events transpired. Behind him, the little healer exhaled a sigh of relief, her petite hand resting on her ample chest. Having obtained the keys, Xiao Yan remained vigilant, circling the stone table several times before attempting to unlock the first stone box. When he inserted the second key, a satisfying click echoed as the lock released. It worked. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan felt a surge of joy within, exchanging a knowing smile with the little physician. With a slight exertion of his hand, the lid of the stone box gradually began to unveil itself. However, as soon as a corner was lifted, a chilling gleam shot forth directly towards Xiao Yan, revealing dozens of silver needles, as slender as cow hair. "Be careful." The little physician, not far away, gasped in shock and hastily called out a warning. Humph. In this moment, Xiao Yan let out a cold snort. Having watched numerous tomb raiding films and read countless novels in his previous life, he was well prepared. He swiftly pressed his palm against the crevice of the stone box, causing the sharp steel needles to collide incessantly against his hand, which was enveloped in the thunder escape armor, producing a series of crisp clinks. After approximately 5 seconds, the metallic sounds finally ceased. "Xiao Yan, are you all right?" The little physician, witnessing this, let out a long sigh of relief but could not help but voice her concern. "I'm fine." Cautiously, he fully opened the stone box, revealing a pale blue scroll that came into view. "The advanced flight Do technique, Wings of the Eagle?" murmured Xiao Yan, a sense of astonishment washing over him. Flight techniques were exceedingly rare on the Do continent, especially for those below the Do Wang level who could not manifest wings. Even the most basic yellow-tier flight techniques were considered valuable, let alone an advanced Xian-tier technique, whose worth could rival that of ordinary Earth-tier techniques. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's expression dimmed, for endowed with the ninja system, he was incapable of cultivating any techniques from the Do continent. With a tinge of regret, he tossed it into the little physician's arms. "This is a flight technique. Don't you want it?" Upon seeing Xiao Yan's actions, the little physician was momentarily taken aback. She understood the preciousness of flight techniques, and having collected most of the medicinal herbs previously, she had intended to offer the flight technique to Xiao Yan. Little did she expect him to hand it over to her instead. "I too desire this flight technique, but due to my physical constitution, I cannot cultivate it successfully. It would be a waste in my possession," Xiao Yan replied with a hint of helplessness, shrugging and smiling. "But, all right, you take it. Please, do not feel burdened. After all, there are still 2 more boxes. Should there be more valuable items, I will not hold back." As the little physician opened her mouth to say something further, Xiao Yan interrupted her. After a moment of silence, She finally spoke softly. Thank you. Consequently, Xiao Yan dared not squander any more time, fearing unforeseen incidents. He maintained the thunder escape armor, as his chakra had already waned significantly after the fierce battle with the Shimbing python. He certainly did not wish to endure the taste of that foul-strengthening pill again. With the remaining 2 boxes and 2 keys, Xiao Yan easily unlocked the second box. However, having learned from his previous experience, he approached with heightened vigilance and cautiously lifted the lid of the stone box. This time, no concealed weapons sprang forth. Only a colorful scroll lay quietly within. However, before Xiao Yan could exhale in relief, a sudden crisp sound echoed from the stone table linking to the stone box, as if some mechanism had been triggered, the noise resonating starkly within the empty cavern. In the next moment, a multitude of arrows shot forth from the ceiling and walls of the cave. A dense swarm resembling a locust invasion, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld it. Be careful. At that instant, Xiao Yan had no time to ponder. He swiftly turned and, with an arm wrapped around the slender waist of the petite medical fairy, shielded her beneath him amidst her startled cry. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless barrage of arrows struck Xiao Yan's body like a torrential downpour, igniting brilliant sparks upon impact. The continuous force of the assault pressed him and the medical fairy even closer together. However, the arrow's power exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Although clad in lightning armor that provided protection, the strikes, while not inflicting external wounds, nonetheless transmitted significant force through the armor, causing turmoil in his internal organs. At one moment, a trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth, cascading down to the fair visage of the medical fairy below, blooming like a cold plum blossom on a snowy mountain. Are you all right? Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's injury, concern etched across the medical fairy's face as she instinctively reached out to wipe the blood from his lips, oblivious to their surroundings. Don't move, Xiao Yan quickly urged, knowing that even the briefest exposure of his body in such a relentless rain of arrows would result in dire consequences. He did his utmost to shield the medical fairy entirely with his own body, fortunate that her petite form allowed for complete coverage. Hearing Xiao Yan's urgent tone, the medical fairy halted her motion, her gaze no longer evasive, fixating instead upon the young man's face so close before her, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chapter 58, A Narrow Escape. The spacious cave lay shrouded in silence, save for the occasional plink of water droplets falling from the ceiling. And the ground was strewn with a multitude of arrows, a sight enough to make one's skin crawl. Is it over? Has it finally come to an end? After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Yan laboriously rose from the ground, muttering curses under his breath. Are you okay? The medical fairy quickly sprang to her feet, delicately using her slender fingers to wipe away the remnants of blood from Xiao Yan's lips, her brows knitting in deep concern. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Feeling the gentle touch at the corner of his mouth, warmth spread through Xiao Yan's heart, and the pain in his body seemed to diminish considerably at that moment. Let us go and see what treasures lie within the second box. Gathering his composure, Xiao Yan smiled at the medical fairy. The little healer, with a slight nod of her head, carefully followed Xiao Yan as he deftly navigated through the forest of upright arrows, returning once more to the side of the azure stone table. Strangely enough, while other areas of the cave were ensnared by arrows after the mechanism was triggered, this azure stone table and the skeleton seated in the chair remained unscathed. It seemed the architect of these traps was quite ingenious. After a brief pause, Xiao Yan cautiously retrieved the colorful scroll from the second stone box and slowly unfurled it. The 7-colored poison sutra. Here, take it. Xiao Yan chuckled at the sight and tossed the scroll to the little healer. I apologize, but this 7-colored poison sutra happens to be precisely what I need, so. The little healer, feeling somewhat embarrassed, looked up at Xiao Yan as she stammered. It's fine. I have no use for poison anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. Xiao Yan feigned indifference and offered her consolation. All right, let us see what treasures lie within this final box. He deftly shifted the topic, directing his gaze to the last stone box. His chakra was nearly depleted. Time was of the essence. The little healer, upon hearing his words, softly murmured in agreement, silently praying that the last box would contain something beneficial for Xiao Yan to alleviate her sense of indebtedness. Creak. Within the cave, accompanied by a crisp sound, the third stone box was opened. Xiao Yan cautiously lifted the lid, his senses heightened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Empty. To his dismay, upon fully unveiling the stone box, he discovered it was utterly void of contents. Beside him, the little healer, upon seeing the barren box, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, intensifying her feelings of guilt toward Xiao Yan. Just as she was about to utter something, a hissing noise emanated from within the box. Be careful. Without needing the little healer's warning, Xiao Yan sensed something amiss. He stepped back a few paces, shielding the little healer behind him, his eyes fixed on the third stone box. To his astonishment, a small hole, the width of a finger, had appeared at the bottom of the box, from which a deep green mist began to seep forth. Xiao Yan, hold your breath. The little healer's urgent words startled him, and simultaneously, the hissing within the box grew louder, the green mist spreading with terrifying speed throughout the cave. Get out of here, Xiao Yan shouted at the little healer, covering his mouth with one hand. The little healer, her hand pressed tightly against her crimson lips, nodded and hurried towards the cave's exit. Damn it, still so unruly even in death. As Xiao Yan prepared to flee, his gaze fell upon the skeleton that still sat in the chair, and anger surged within him. With a silent curse, he delivered a fierce kick, shattering the remains. As he observed the scattered bones, his frustration lessened somewhat. Just as he was about to turn away, his eyes caught sight of a small scroll nestled among the pile of bones. What is this? Amidst the astonishment coursing through his heart, Xiao Yan hesitated not for a moment, stepping forward to grasp the scroll and unfurl it. The scroll was diminutive, scarcely thicker than a common person's little finger. A swift glance revealed what appeared to be a fragment of a map, though it seemed incomplete. Could this be a fragment of the map to the pure Lotus Demon Fire? After a brief pause, a revelation surged within Xiao Yan's mind. Among the precious map fragments in the Dopa universe, what else could it be but that of the pure Lotus Demon Fire? With this thought, joy flooded Xiao Yan's heart. Gathering all the map fragments was crucial for subduing the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Driven by his desire for strength, he had long included this third ranked on his list of goals, never expecting to stumble upon a fragment here. Xiao Yan, hurry out. At that moment, Xiao Yan, positioned at the cave's entrance, looked anxiously at the cave, soon to be enveloped by the green poisonous smoke, calling out in urgency. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Yan quickly stowed the fragment into his storage ring, stamping his foot against the ground. In a flash of silver lightning, he propelled himself several dozen meters away. Let us go. Reaching Xiao Yan's side, Xiao Yan flashed her a smile, extending his right arm, and, amidst her startled exclamation, he deftly tucked her under his armpit. Sprinting towards the cave's entrance. Haha. As he raced through the tunnel, the wind whistled past his ears, and Xiao Yan felt elated, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, he landed with a powerful stomp, sending debris flying, and in mere moments, he ascended into the air, gracefully landing on the opposite cliff. At last, freedom. Taking a deep breath of the fresh mountain air, Xiao Yan felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Looking down at Xiao Yan, nestled under his arm, he noticed her cheeks flushed crimson, almost as if she might bleed, her gaze shyly avoiding his. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly became aware of a soft, slippery sensation emanating from his right arm. Chapter 59, A Narrow Path for Rivals. In the heat of the moment, Xiao Yan had not wrapped his arm around Xiao Yan's waist as intended. Instead, he had inadvertently pressed against the softness of her chest. Under the pressure, it had been unceremoniously compressed into two soft spheres. Realizing his impropriety, Xiao Yan hastily released Xiao Yan, his face reddening with embarrassment as he awkwardly scratched his head, struggling to articulate an apology but failing to form a coherent word. Let us move on, Xiao Yan finally spoke, breaking the silence after a lengthy pause. Her voice barely above a whisper. Clearly, as a young lady, she found it difficult to swiftly overcome the previous awkwardness. Thus, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan walked side by side towards the Beast Mountain range. Though they were mere steps apart, the earlier incident rendered both hesitant to speak, and a palpable silence enveloped them. Let us first examine the spoils of this adventure. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan directed his thoughts inward, engaging with the system within his mind. Host, Xiao Yan. Realm, Intermediate Lower Ninja. Chakra Attributes, Fire, Lightning. Experience, 59, 906, 000. Redemption Points, 2, 200. Skill Points, 1, 990. Gold Coins, 2, 240. Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Level, Body Technique. Lightning Release Armor, State 2, 8 gates, second gate. Just 10 more experience points until the next level. What a pity. Observing the personal information panel within the system, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. With his current strength, should the 8 gates and lightning release armor be combined, defeating an ordinary 5-star or even 6-star great fighter would pose no challenge. If he were to break through to a new realm, it was likely that no one beneath the Do spirit would stand a chance against him. As his realm advanced, the power of the ninjutsu he practiced would also be further enhanced, naturally doubling Xiao Yan's combat prowess. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan felt a surge of anticipation. Each breakthrough not only meant personal growth, but also promised a reward package. The previous 2 rewards had proven quite satisfactory, and given the difficulty of this current advancement, the rewards were sure to be even more substantial. Xiao Yan, thank you this time. Without you, I could never have entered the cave alone, and even if I had, I wouldn't have made it out alive. Yet all the treasures within the cave were claimed solely by me, the little medical sage said, her footsteps slowing as she spoke apologetically. Actually, I am the biggest winner in this endeavor. Just look. Xiao Yan understood that the girl had been feeling guilty for not obtaining any treasures herself, and warmth filled his heart. To alleviate her feelings of remorse, he excitedly waved a small fragment of a map in front of her. What use is this worthless piece? The little medical sage scrutinized the fragment for a moment, but could not discern its significance, expressing her skepticism. This is what I acquired from that skeleton at the last moment. It depicts the location of a tremendous treasure, so please don't feel guilty. Xiao Yan reassured her with a smile. Really? I haven't studied, so don't deceive me. A radiant joy surfaced on the little medical sage's face at his words. Of course it's true. On the rugged mountain path, the sounds of youthful laughter echoed as the little medical sage's guilt began to dissipate, leading to a more cheerful conversation between the two, the atmosphere significantly brighter than before. Looking up, they noticed that the eastern horizon was already tinged with the light of dawn, and in the blink of an eye, the day was breaking. After another 10 minutes, Xiao Yan and the little medical sage exited the bounds of the monster beast mountain range, reaching the agreed-upon small path by the forest's edge. Today has truly been unlucky. I couldn't even gather 10 experience points along the way. Xiao Yan's face bore a bitter expression as he couldn't help but complain. Having traversed nearly an hour around the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range without encountering a single first-tier monster, it was undeniable that Xiao Yan's luck had been rather unfortunate. You two took quite a while to return. As Xiao Yan and his companion stepped onto the woodland path, a sudden rustling erupted from the trees on either side, and in an instant, nearly 50 figures emerged, weapons gleaming in their hands, surrounding Xiao Yan and the little healer. Among them stood a towering man, more than 8 feet tall, with a dense chest of hair and a full beard, wearing a fearsome expression. Indeed, he was Mu Shi, the leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, the very one who had spoken earlier. Before Xiao Yan could utter a word, the little healer's face paled, and she exclaimed in shock. It was no wonder she was so flustered. Mu Shi's prowess was said to have reached the level of a 6-star great fighter, making him the most formidable presence in the vicinity of Qingshan town. The fact that he had personally come to confront them left her in disbelief. Little healer, if you obediently surrender the treasures acquired from that cave and agree to marry my son, I shall spare your life. As for Xiao Yan beside you, he faces only a path to death. Mu Shi's cold gaze swept over the two, finally resting on the little healer as he spoke in a chilling tone. You despicable scoundrel, you are dreaming. The little healer's face hardened in anger upon hearing his words. She had not anticipated that Mu Shi would send someone to track her movements, discovering the matter concerning the treasures of the cave. As for his son, Muli, who had persistently clung to her like a stubborn gum, her heart brimmed with disdain. You know my name? At this moment, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. In Qingshan town, aside from the little healer, no one was aware of his true identity. How had Mu Shi come to learn it? Haha. No need to be surprised. An old friend is quite eager to meet you. Mu Shi replied with a sinister smile. Following his words, he clapped his hands, and another figure emerged from the woods. This newcomer was a bald man of impressive stature, his body a mass of bulging muscles, wielding a gleaming golden spear. A jagged scar ran diagonally across his face, rendering him terrifying to behold. Fixing his cold, serpentine gaze upon Xiao Yan, the bald man snarled with gritted teeth. Xiao Yan, today I shall slay you to avenge the over 200 souls of the Jialia family. You are the second elder of the Jialia family, Jialia Nu? Xiao Yan's heart tightened at this revelation. He had learned that Jialia Nu was away when he had annihilated the Jialia family, so he had not expected to encounter him here today. More importantly, Jialia Nu's strength surpassed that of the family head, reaching the level of a 6-star or even 7-star great fighter. Ever since I learned of my family's destruction at your hands, my mind has been consumed with thoughts of vengeance. Alas, the Xiao family has grown powerful in Wutan City, and I alone cannot hope to bring about its downfall. If you had obediently remained with the Xiao family or accompanied your mentor to the Canaan Academy, I would have had no means to deal with you. Unfortunately, you have chosen to seek death on your own. As he spoke, a hint of a cold smile emerged at the corners of Galanu's mouth. He directed a mocking gaze towards Xiao Yan. You despicable fools. At this moment, the little medical fairy, her charming face flushed with indignation, couldn't help but scold them. It turned out that their movements had long been exposed to the surveillance of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. The opposing side clearly intended to use them as pawns, exploiting their efforts to seize the treasures within the cave. Once Xiao Yan and the Xianbing Python Tail Tiger were engaged in battle and their strength diminished, they would strike to eliminate him, reaping the benefits as opportunists. Galanu, what about our prior agreement? Yet, in the face of the little medical fairy's reprimand, both Mu Shi and Galanu chose to ignore her. The former seemed to intentionally keep a suspenseful air, tilting his head towards Galanu and saying, "Rest assured, Captain Mu. All the treasures obtained from the cave are yours. I merely require the strength of your Wolfhead mercenary corps to deal with this Xiao Yan." Galanu, understanding his intent, fixed his murderous gaze on Xiao Yan and coldly replied, "Indeed, it is settled. Ha ha ha, Galanu, you are indeed straightforward. Then we shall each get what we desire." Mushi laughed boisterously. "I must say, gentlemen, is it not a tad disrespectful to discuss the distribution of spoils so hastily without considering my presence?" A calm voice interrupted Mushi's laughter. Despite being surrounded by over 50 men, Xiao Yan displayed no signs of tension or fear. Instead, a faint, nonchalant smile lingered on his lips, his gaze filled with playful intrigue as he studied Galanu and Mushi. "Little brat, continue your charade. You are not worthy to boast before me now. However, you are indeed peculiar, having the capability to slay the clan leader of a 5-star dome master at such a young age. Even a lion exerts its utmost strength when hunting a rabbit. Therefore, to ensure absolute certainty, we shall both strike you together." Galanu responded coldly, sharing a glance with Mushi, both of them smirking. "You speak the truth. My current condition is indeed not optimal. I cannot claim I would defeat even one of you. Yet, have you never heard the saying?" As Xiao Yan paused, Galanu's gaze fell upon the young face adorned with a hint of mockery, suddenly stirring an inexplicable sense of unease within him. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body was enveloped in a shimmering silver lightning aura, summoning the thunder armor. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he charged forth. However, his target was not Galanu or Mushi, but rather a member of the Wolfhead mercenary corps standing near him. In the split second, Xiao Yan appeared before his foe as if he had teleported, leaving the latter no time to react. He was sent flying several dozen meters by a single punch, blood spurting from his mouth, mingled with shattered internal organs. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to a senior lower ninja. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for awakening the bloodline limit, corpse bone pulse, along with all corresponding ninjutsu. As the resonant voice within his mind subsided, Xiao Yan felt an exhilarating surge of warmth coursing through his entire being. With merely a thought, he could command any bone in his body to engage in offense or defense. He had never anticipated that the upgrade package would bestow such a magnificent gift. At that moment, Xiao Yan's heart brimmed with unparalleled excitement. The Bone Vein, a hereditary limit of the Hui clan, endowed him with the extraordinary ability to manipulate his bones at will for both defensive and offensive maneuvers. Anything related to bone, be it osteoblasts, osteoclasts, or calcium concentration, could be controlled without restriction, allowing him to generate, decompose, or harden his bones, effectively transforming him into a living weapon. Moreover, with the enhancement of his cultivation level, the chakra within his body, previously depleted, rapidly replenished to a robust state, more potent and vigorous than before, significantly aiding the healing of his internal injuries. As they sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Xiao Yan, both Jayli and Mu Shi exchanged astonished glances, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Observing Xiao Yan's appearance, it was evident that he had indeed elevated his level, yet typically, practitioners would seek a tranquil sanctuary to cultivate in seclusion during such advancements, making it utterly improbable for someone like Xiao Yan to achieve a breakthrough immediately after slaying an adversary. Furthermore, judging by the energy emanating from Xiao Yan, his strength was now on par with either of them. This young man is far too peculiar. We cannot afford to delay. Mushi's expression shifted at this realization, but after a brief moment, he gritted his teeth, brandishing his long blade, and shouted at the members of the Wolfhead mercenary corps surrounding them. "Kill him! Slay him!" As Mushi's command echoed, over 50 members of the Wolfhead mercenary corps erupted in a unified roar, brandishing their gleaming weapons, charging towards Xiao Yan and the little medical sage. Humph! Xiao Yan let out a cold snort, extending his palm outward toward an approaching member of the Wolfhead mercenary corps. Suddenly, a sharp spike, resembling a grayish-white bone, protruded from his palm, piercing through the man's neck and causing blood to spurt forth. Without a moment's hesitation after dispatching one member of the Wolfhead mercenary corps, Xiao Yan surged into the fray, clad in his lightning armor and wielding the Bone Vein, akin to a tiger among sheep, unstoppable by any foe. Chapter 61, 1 against 2. Xiao Yan. Humph. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan let out a disdainful grunt, extending his hands with palms flat. Fingers aimed at several members of the Wolfhead mercenary corps, and suddenly shouted, "Finger-piercing." In that instant, a series of sharp cracking sounds erupted from his fingertips, as the bones of his 10 fingers burst through the skin, shooting forth at an imperceptible speed, continuously darting towards the members of the Wolfhead mercenary corps. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled thuds reverberated as the attackers assailing the little medical sage were instantly riddled with dozens of bloody holes, their battle attire providing no semblance of protection. Are you all right? Xiao Yan swiftly flashed to the little medical sage's side, inquiring with concern. I am well. But what about you, Xiao Yan? Xiao Yixian quickly shook her head, her delicate fingers grasping Xiao Yan's hand to examine it closely, her pretty face etched with concern. Clearly alarmed by the terrifying attack he had just unleashed with his finger bones. Do not worry, the previous attack was merely a technique of mine. Xiao Yan replied with a reassuring smile, his voice soft. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixian sighed in relief, yet her expression abruptly changed, and she cried out in alarm. Xiao Yan, beware of behind you. Tang Song's dance. Clang. A sharp sound akin to metal clashing suddenly resonated from behind Xiao Yan. The glinting blade had yet to descend upon him when several ominous white bones erupted from his back, intercepting the strike. What manner of creature is this boy? The assailant, Mu Shi, was equally astonished. He had never encountered anyone utilizing their own bones for both offense and defense in such a way. Hastily, he withdrew, standing alongside Galanu, both staring in horror at Xiao Yan. The members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps also found their faces paling, instinctively retreating a few steps, their hands trembling upon the hilts of their weapons. As Xiao Yan slowly turned, a shocking sight unfolded before all eyes. His back, chest, arms, and thighs were adorned with varying numbers of white bones protruding through his skin, resembling sharp barbs, giving him an appearance akin to a hedgehog, exuding an eerie, sinister aura. Come, continue. With a hint of provocation in his gaze directed at Galanu and Mu Shi, Xiao Yan spoke as he reached for the back of his neck, slowly beginning to pull upwards. Hiss. Witnessing this bizarre scene, shock and fear were evident in the eyes of all present, their throats involuntarily constricting as cold sweat drenched their backs. At last, Xiao Yan fully extracted his spine, holding it in his hand, an exceedingly strange sensation coursing through him. Merely a display of theatrics. Mu Shi, let us strike together and eliminate him. Observing how Xiao Yan's presence instilled terror in Mu Shi and the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, Galanu recognized that if this continued, their fighting spirit would be utterly shattered before Xiao Yan even made his move. Determined to suppress his own astonishment and fear, he shouted. The speed at which Xiao Yan had grown truly astonished Galanu. He understood that if he allowed Xiao Yan to continue his ascent, the enmity of the Galanu family would remain unavenged for eternity. Today was his last chance. Mu Shi, upon hearing this, also underwent a transformation of expression, eventually nodding resolutely. After exchanging a glance with Galanu, both felt a surge of immense battle energy erupt within them as they charged toward Xiao Yan, armed with their great sword and spear. Come, let the battle commence. With a hearty laugh that echoed through the heavens, Xiao Yan brandished a vertebra in hand, his feet aglow with silver light as he charged forward. Noticing Xiao Yan's aggressive advance, Mu Shi was the first to strike, bellowing as he raised his long knife high above his head, then swinging his arms down with tremendous force aimed directly at Xiao Yan's head. As the chilling blade approached, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, lifting his left arm to shield himself. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as sparks flew. Mu Shi's sharp blade striking as futilely as if it had collided with stone, unable to breach Xiao Yan's defenses. Having successfully warded off the attack, Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, flicking his right wrist as the vertebra in his grasp traced an uncanny arc, thrusting it towards Mu Shi's chest. The tailbone, glimmering with a frosty white light, sliced through the air like a dagger, accompanied by a piercing wind that surged forth. Mu Shi, taken aback, hurriedly crossed his large knife before him. Though he managed to block Xiao Yan's onslaught with a sharp clang, he was nonetheless forced to retreat several paces, his internal organs roiling as if caught in a tempest. Galliabi felt his arms, which gripped the spear, tremble violently, the weapon vibrating ominously as a surge of fighting spirit erupted within him, momentarily dissipating the dreadful force. The fierce battle raged on, and as time passed, Galliabi's fury and Mu Shi's astonishment only intensified. The vertebra wielded by Xiao Yan was extraordinarily enigmatic, hard as steel, capable of piercing and cleaving, yet supple as a whip, able to strike and ensnare, with angles of attack so cunningly vicious that they were nearly impossible to defend against. Moreover, at this moment, Xiao Yan's thunder escape armor and the dance of the pine from the corpsebone pulse combined to create an astonishing level of defense, impenetrable by the attacks of either Galliabi or Mu Shi. Who could have anticipated that within just a month, this young man would ascend to such heights? Chapter 62, Ruthlessness. If this continued, not only would they fail to avenge themselves, but they might also lose their lives in the process. However, Galliabi was not one to engage in ventures without certainty. Thus, upon discovering Xiao Yan's whereabouts, he chose to ally with the Wolf Head Mercenary Group, each with their own motives. Galliabi truly believed that with his 7-star great fighter strength, alongside Mu Shi's 6-star great fighter prowess and the numbers of the Wolf Head mercenary group, they would surely be able to subdue Xiao Yan. Yet, tragically, reality proved merciless. Not only did Xiao Yan withstand their combined efforts without faltering, but he also found the opportunity to retaliate fiercely, leaving many of the ordinary members of the Wolf Head mercenary group either dead or grievously injured. This young man had surpassed Galliabi's capabilities. Retreat was the only option, with plans to reassess in the future. With this thought, Galliabi forcefully collided his spear against the vertebra in Xiao Yan's hand, only to be propelled backward by the resulting impact, desperately seeking to escape. Fool! Mu Shi's expression darkened at Galliabi's actions, unable to suppress his furious exclamation. His decision to ally with Galliabi had been predicated on leveraging the latter's strength to eliminate Xiao Yan and seize the treasures obtained from the cave. Yet, to his dismay, this cowardice had manifested in Galliabi's abrupt and decisive flight. The mercenaries of the Wolf Head Brigade had already suffered nearly half of their losses at the hands of Xiao Yan. If they failed to secure the treasure this time, it would truly be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Attempting to flee, observing the retreating figure of Jialanu, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a sharp command, he flicked his wrist, causing the vertebra in his hand to extend abruptly, wrapping around Jialanu's waist like a constricting serpent. On the ground, Jialanu struggled desperately against the binding force of the vertebra, his aura surging as he fought to free himself. Little did he know, the more he struggled, the tighter the vertebra constricted, akin to steel wire. Xiao Yan, if you release me, I swear I shall never trouble you again in this lifetime. Jialanu's expression changed dramatically, fear etched across his face as he gazed at Xiao Yan. His previous arrogance now entirely diminished. Xiao Yan regarded him with a chilling gaze, unmoved by his pleas. If you are not at ease, I can forfeit my aura, rendering myself a mere shell, incapable of posing any threat to you henceforth. Jialanu's eyes widened in terror, cold sweat beading on his forehead, for he could sense a palpable aura of malice emanating from Xiao Yan. I apologize, but only the dead pose no threat to me. Dance of the iron wire flowers. With a commanding shout, Xiao Yan's expression grew icy. His right hand held the vertebra binding Jialanu, while his left arm extended toward him, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's entire left arm was enveloped in a hard, bone-like substance of a ghostly white hue. At that moment, his left arm took on a conical shape, its tip gleaming coldly, sharp as a spear, and the bone-like material that clung to it began to spin like a top. With the increasing speed of its rotation, a piercing hum resonated loudly. Xiao Yan, you little wretch, even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. By now, Jialanu understood that no matter how fervently he pleaded for mercy, Xiao Yan would not relent. His expression twisted into a snarl, and he began to curse vehemently. Xiao Yan remained unfazed by Jialanu's vitriol, his demeanor calm as he slowly advanced. He stopped half a stride away from Jialanu, raising his rapidly spinning left arm high above him. While you live, you cannot harm me. When you are dead, what can you do? With a frigid tone, Xiao Yan wasted no time, plunging his left arm toward the incapacitated Jialanu. With a piercing scream, the rapidly rotating bone struck Jialanu's body, and shockingly, his aura armor offered no defense, tearing through like parchment. The sharp tip penetrated deeply into Jialanu's chest. Accompanied by his agonizing cries, crimson blood mixed with shattered flesh sprayed forth, drenching Xiao Yan, who appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell. Yet, upon witnessing the fallen Gallienu, life had long since ebbed away, his visage still etched with terror and disbelief. Most chilling was the gaping wound in his chest. The size of a basketball, a grotesque sight. His internal organs had been mercilessly shredded into oblivion by Xiao Yan's prior assault, splattering everywhere. The members of the Wolf Head mercenary group stood transfixed, their gazes glazed over, horrified as they beheld the young figure drenched in blood. His garments thoroughly soaked with cold sweat, legs quaking uncontrollably. Some were so paralyzed by fear that they collapsed to the ground, their lower bodies soaked in an indescribable manner. He is a demon. Run. Among the crowd, one individual finally succumbed to the overwhelming dread and anguish, letting out a piercing scream before dropping his weapon with a clatter and fleeing for his life. Run. With the first to flee, a chain reaction ensued. The remaining members of the Wolf Head mercenary group echoed the cries, scattering in a panic like frightened birds. At that moment, Mu Shi was equally alarmed and anxious. If even a formidable 7-star Great Dome Master like Gallienu had perished at Xiao Yan's hands, and in such a horrific manner, how could he muster the courage to continue fighting? If he did not flee now, he would be the next to perish. With this thought, he disregarded the fates of the other mercenaries, gathering all his Do Chi into his feet and fleeing for his life. Since we have come, why not leave no one behind? Death blossoms, the early fern dances. Chapter 63, No one survives. As the cold and emotionless command echoed, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes, all of his chakra flowing seamlessly from his body into the ground beneath him. Suddenly, the earth beneath the nearest fleeing member of the wolf-head mercenary group erupted violently, as a bone spike, as thick as a man and 3 to 4 zhang long, shot up from the ground, piercing through his body with brutal force. The mercenary barely had time to scream before being impaled, suspended like a candied hawthorn on a stick, his face still reflecting the terror and bewilderment of his final moments. Following this, the ground erupted repeatedly with the sounds of piercing, sharp, thick, conical bone spikes continuously emerged from the earth, radiating outward from Xiao Yan with an alarming speed. The harrowing cries echoed relentlessly at the foot of the monster mountain before dawn, as massive, white, ominous bones erupted from the ground, mercilessly impaling everything in their path. In mere moments, aside from Xiao Yan and the little doctor, who remained unharmed, the area within several li was engulfed by the sharp, eerie white bone spikes. Towering, robust bones stood upright, transforming the landscape into a macabre forest of bones, a sight to behold. At a glance, the densely packed, conical white bones were punctuated by the occasional appearance of a corpse, each one in a state of horrific demise, their bodies pierced through by sharp bone spurs. Crimson blood dripped down the eerie white skeletons, reminiscent of plum blossoms blooming against a snowy backdrop, exuding an unsettling blend of the bizarre and the macabre. Thus, every member involved in the ambush against the wolf-head mercenary corps, including Galanu, met their end at the hands of Xiao Yan, leaving no survivors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 6-star Grand Fighter, earning 600 experience points and 600 exchange points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a 2-star Grand Fighter, acquiring 200 experience points and 200 exchange points. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in his mind, and within just a few breaths, Xiao Yan had amassed a remarkable 3,000 attribute points, a bountiful reward indeed. Xiao Yan, let us depart. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yan turned his head, unable to suppress a smile. Towering white bones surrounded him, making it impossible to see Xiao Yan's figure. Xiao Yan, are you unharmed? He fixed his gaze on the girl not far away, noticing that she appeared unscathed, which brought him relief as he hurried towards her. However, to Xiao Yan's astonishment, as he approached, she recoiled in terror, her once familiar gaze now filled with an unfamiliar fear. Taken aback, Xiao Yan glanced at his bloodstained body and understood her reaction. Yet, had he not acted in such a manner, both he and Xiao Yan would have perished today. Since arriving in the Duki continent, he had gained a deeper, more visceral understanding of the concept of survival of the fittest. The weak have no place in this world, while the strong can act with impunity. To become powerful, one must tread upon a foundation of countless bones. This was a necessary trial for Xiao Yan's growth. In time, you will come to comprehend these truths. Nevertheless, he silently wished for Xiao Yan to retain her innocence and kindness. The thought of her, one day transformed into the ruthless heavenly poison woman due to her cursed body, pierced his heart with anguish. But such matters could wait. He first needed to address the immediate predicament. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan concocted a plan, feigning a cry of agony before collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yan, what has happened to you? Witnessing his sudden fall, Xiao Yan's fear transformed into a rush of concern as she sprinted to his side, crouching down and shaking him vigorously. Xiao Yan, please don't frighten me. Noticing his continued silence, her voice quivered with impending tears, crystal droplets cascading down her pale chin, landing on Xiao Yan's blood-streaked cheek. Cough, cough. Sensing the tears cascading down his cheek, Xiao Yan understood the need to temper his emotions. He feigned a visage of anguish and coughed softly, gradually awakening from his stupor. Xiao Yan, you are awake. How wonderful. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's return to consciousness, the little healing fairy, whose face had previously been a portrait of sorrow, now radiated a genuine smile of joy. A single, glistening tear shimmered under the nascent sunlight, akin to a pearl suspended delicately upon her slightly trembling, elongated eyelashes. A wave of tenderness surged within Xiao Yan, prompting him to reach out and gently wipe away the tear lingering at the corner of her eye. Fool, do not weep. See, I am perfectly fine. His voice was as soft as a gentle breeze in March, brushing away the remnants of her unease. Indeed, how could she have harbored such feelings towards Xiao Yan? Fear, disdain, and at times perceiving him as a merciless fiend. It was essential to recognize that his actions had been solely to shield himself from harm, even when besieged by the likes of Gailey and Mu Shi. He had never once forgotten his own existence, risking his life to extricate her from peril. As she recalled her earlier demeanor towards Xiao Yan, marked by indifference and even trepidation, regret, grievance, and guilt surged within the little healing fairy. Her teary, wide eyes gazed vacantly at Xiao Yan, and in the next moment, she could no longer suppress her emotions, collapsing into his embrace and sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 64. A ruckus at the Wolf Head headquarters. As he held the tear-streaked little healing fairy in his arms, a tender affection blossomed within Xiao Yan. He refrained from uttering comforting words, instead gently caressing her back. Eventually, after several minutes, her sobs began to subside, until they ceased altogether. "My dear ancestor, have you finally cried enough?" As she slowly lifted herself from his chest, Xiao Yan glanced at the tear-stained fabric and her swollen, peach-like eyes, inwardly lamenting, "Indeed, women are made of water." Seeing the bittersweet expression on Xiao Yan's face, the little healing fairy couldn't help but chuckle through her tears, wiping her delicate nose and inquiring with concern. "All right, but before that, we must thoroughly resolve the troubles we faced earlier." Xiao Yan agreed, yet his tone shifted, darkening with a chilling intensity. "You mean the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps?" The little healing fairy was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "Yes, and also one Yao Zhai. That boss Yao not only sent people to surveil you, but has also imprisoned Xiaolon, harboring nefarious intentions towards you. We cannot let him go unpunished." Xiao Yan replied coldly. He preferred to eliminate potential threats entirely, although the loss of Mu Shi, a 6-star dome master, had rendered the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps significantly weakened. Xiao Yan despised the feeling of being watched from behind, akin to a thorn in his side. The previous encounter with Gailey served as a stark reminder. Had Xiao Yan not achieved a breakthrough at a critical moment, he might have indeed fallen into that man's clutches. Yet, he pondered, but what about your current injuries? At this moment, the little medical fairy comprehended Xiao Yan's intentions. After the previous events, her somewhat excessive sympathy had subsided, yet she harbored concerns for Xiao Yan, fearing that after his series of fierce battles, coupled with his injuries, he might be unable to bear the strain. "It's nothing. These minor wounds are inconsequential," Xiao Yan replied with a smile, nonchalantly waving his hand. Although he had sustained some injuries earlier, they were not severe, and his previous fainting had been feigned. "Indeed." The little medical fairy nodded gently. "There's no time to waste. Let us depart at once." The warm morning sunlight cascaded down in a melodious embrace, illuminating all of creation with an equal grace, rendering everything serene and beautiful. However, the headquarters of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps in Qingshan Town was enveloped in anguished wails and cries from the early hours of the morning. As anxiety surged within, the main gate was suddenly kicked open, and several guards were unceremoniously thrown inside like refuse, crashing to the ground and wailing incessantly. In shock, the remaining guards hurriedly rushed out with a dozen companions. At this moment, Xiao Yan stepped through the entrance with deliberate calmness. To spare the little medical fairy from witnessing the gruesome scene of his violence, he instructed her to wait outside. Thus the intruders failed to recognize his true identity. "Who dares enter? Do you not know this is the headquarters of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps?" Mu Li exclaimed, astonished at Xiao Yan's audacity. Regaining his composure after a brief moment of shock, he noted that Xiao Yan appeared younger than him, and with so many of them present, they had no reason to fear this youth. "That is precisely why I have come to deal with you." A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as his gaze swept over Mu Li and the two middle-aged men flanking him, one skinny as a wisp, the other robust as a mountain. Mu Li, the vice-captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, Gan Mu, the second captain, and He Ming, the third captain. "How splendid it is that you are all gathered here." With a mere glance, Xiao Yan recognized their identities. "Who on earth are you?" Mu Li and his companions were taken aback, their hearts pounding. How did this stranger possess such intimate knowledge of their identities while they knew nothing of him? What was his origin? "A dead man has no need to know who I am." As the chilling words fell, a wave of dread surged within Mu Li, a visceral fear of impending death enveloping him. Cold sweat beaded on his brow, and his fighting spirit surged as he instinctively recoiled. "Go join your father." A voice, cold and foreboding as the judgment of death, suddenly echoed before him. Mu Li's face contorted in horror as, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan materialized before him. Boom! A fist struck with devastating force, and in the next moment, Mu Li was sent hurtling like a cannonball. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his chest caved in. Ultimately, he crashed to the ground dozens of yards away, laying motionless like a lifeless dog. With a single punch, Mu Li was vanquished, and Xiao Yan's feet shimmered with a silvery glow, instantaneously transporting him to the bewildered side of Gan Mu. "So you're quite formidable, huh? Why not take on iron or steel? I am eager to see just how tough you truly are." With a swift motion, Xiao Yan transformed his fist into a claw and forcefully grabbed Gan Mu's lower region, tightening his grip with ferocity. The sound of two muffled pops reminiscent of bursting fish bladders echoed as a piercing scream erupted from Gan Mu's throat, who then collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony while clutching his injured area. Such a dreadful sound. It's worse than a quacking duck. Xiao Yan found himself somewhat perturbed by the wretched cries akin to those of a castrated man. With a casual kick, Ganmu's frail form was sent flying like a deflated ball, crashing against the wall, ultimately falling silent. So adorable. Yet I feel no stir of affection for your round face. Did your parents misunderstand the meaning of adorable when they named you? Turning his gaze towards the towering and portly Herman, who trembled in fear, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation as he observed the large, round face adorned with glistening snot resembling translucent noodles. Without hesitation, he launched a kick towards Herman's chubby visage. In response, Herman, not daring to be complacent, swiftly channeled all his energy into his arms, crossing them like two stout pillars to shield his plump face. Indeed, a large chest with a vacant mind. Xiao Yan chuckled mockingly as he redirected his kick downward. The toe of his foot, encased in silver lightning chakra, transformed into a sharp dagger that struck Herman's protruding belly. With a sickening squelch, Xiao Yan's foot penetrated Herman's abdomen, which yielded as easily as tofu, causing a deluge of pink, greasy intestines to spill forth from the gaping wound. Good grief. In my past life, I abhorred fatty meats. Only lean, chewy cuts were my preference. The sight of the lard-laden Herman was indeed revolting to Xiao Yan. At that moment, Herman stared vacantly at the bloodied hole in his stomach, vitality swiftly draining from his corpulent face. With a trembling finger, he pointed at Xiao Yan, stammering, I'm not finished eating yet. Boom. As his words fell, Herman, resembling an iron tower, collapsed to the ground. Clearly, Xiao Yan had arrived too early for the wolf-head mercenary group. They hadn't even had breakfast. It seemed he was still a glutton at heart, unable to forget about food even in death. Xiao Yan found himself bemused, wondering about the world of gluttons which he truly did not comprehend. Run? What a joke. A bunch of minor characters. Prepare to accept your fate. With that declaration, Xiao Yan's feet crackled with lightning, his figure darting through the fleeing mercenaries like a specter. Each time he brushed past one, they would abruptly halt, only to slowly collapse to the ground, lifeless. I blossom amidst the carnage, much like a flower in the dawn. At this very moment, a line from a hero in a game I played in my previous life suddenly surged within Xiao Yan's heart. Many regard birth as the epitome of pristine beauty, the rising sun at dawn as life, and the setting sun at dusk as death. Yet, from another perspective, death intertwines with all the facets of existence. How could it not be splendid and beautiful in its own right? Moreover, art is eternal. Each demise heralds a new creation. For some, death radiates the brilliance of dawn more than life itself. Upon contemplating this, any lingering guilt Xiao Yan harbored from the act of killing was effortlessly cast aside. What he was engaging in was not murder. He was liberating them, assisting sentient beings in transcending the abyss of suffering. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of pride welled within Xiao Yan as he shouted towards the fleeing members of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. Every life must eventually meet its end. Some merely require a slight assistance. Do not flee. I come to aid you. With excitement, Xiao Yan charged forth. The piercing cries once again echoed through the headquarters of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, and after approximately 5 or 6 minutes, all sounds of agony abruptly ceased. Under Xiao Yan's aid, not a single member of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps survived. Host, Xiao Yan. Realm, Advanced Lower Ninja. Chakra Attributes, Fire, Lightning. Experience, 1, 099, 030, 000. Exchange Points, 7, 200. Skill Points, 6, 990. Gold Coins, 7, 240. Bloodline Limit, Corpsebone Pulse. Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Level. Body Technique, Lightning Release. Body Protection, Status 2, 8 Gates of Duanjia. Second Gate. Gazing at the personal panel in the system, which now boasted an additional 2,000 attribute points, Xiao Yan felt quite pleased, looking at the myriad of corpses and sighing. How wonderful this is. I have assisted you in finding liberation, and in turn, I have gained attribute points. Truly, helping others brings joy to oneself. There is no need for thanks. We shall meet again in the next life. With that, Xiao Yan clasped his fists and turned to leave, leaving behind a figure that exuded elegance, concealing both merit and fame. Is everything resolved? Upon seeing Xiao Yan emerge unscathed, the little medical fairy let out a sigh of relief and inquired, Yes, let us proceed to the Wan Yao Pharmacy. The little medical fairy nodded in agreement, for Xiao Lan remained there, and a visit to Wan Yao Pharmacy was essential. Approximately 20 minutes later, the two approached the location of Wan Yao Pharmacy. However, as their gaze lingered at the entrance, a sense of astonishment washed over them. They discovered that 5 or 6 dozen figures stood at the entrance, poised and vigilant. Beside them was an enormous iron cage forged from fine steel, within which resided a bird-like magical beast adorned with blue feathers. Indeed, it was Xiao Lan. Yet, as Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man leading the group, he could not help but chuckle. The middle-aged gentleman donned a white robe, his demeanor strikingly handsome, wielding a folding fan. The gentle breeze caused his attire to flutter, imparting an air of nonchalance and ethereal grace. Upon his head, he wore a hat that was incongruous with his attire, particularly notable for the vibrant emerald gemstone embedded at its center, which shimmered with a faint green light under the sun, resembling a green cap from a distance. This casual appearance was indeed amusing, thought Xiao Yan with a silent chuckle. Despite the formidable atmosphere exuded by the Wan Yaozhai, he felt no fear. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips as he strolled over to the little healer, saying, "Old Yao. Oh no, I mean Boss Yao. Today I intend to ensure that your Wan Yaozhai faces dire consequences." However, before Xiao Yan could finish his statement, Boss Yao abruptly dropped to his knees with a thud, exclaiming in desperation. Instantly, dozens of Wan Yaozhai members followed suit, kneeling and pleading for mercy. This unexpected display left Xiao Yan utterly bewildered. What was unfolding before him? Even the little healer beside him wore an expression of astonishment. For Boss Yao had previously exuded an air of elegance, never once displaying such a pitiful demeanor. To his surprise, it seemed this man was quite well informed. After a moment, a knowing smile crept onto Xiao Yan's face. Surely, this individual had covertly placed spies and learned of his recent triumph over the wolf-head mercenary group. Otherwise, he would not have capitulated so easily. Hero, consider me a mere inconvenience, and let me go. Chapter 66. To navigate life, one must wear a touch of green. Goodness, this fellow is exceedingly shameless. I have never encountered such audacity. Xiao Yan could no longer contain himself and shouted in outrage. At that moment, Boss Yao remained on the ground, clutching Xiao Yan's leg tightly, tears streaming down his face, leaving Xiao Yan's trousers soaked with snot. Get off me. These trousers are a limited edition, handcrafted. Xiao Yan's heart ached. These were the trousers sewn by Sun Er, now studying at the Canaan Academy, and the only keepsake she had left him. How could he allow this scoundrel to tarnish them? If you do not spare me, I shall not rise. Boss Yao seemed to have found his resolve. Unbelievable, are you pouting now? I could easily kick you away. Xiao Yan felt his temper flare at such outrageous behavior. Just as he prepared to channel his chakra to deliver a forceful kick, he suddenly paused, his expression shifting in alarm. For he noticed that Boss Yao had shamelessly wiped his glistening snot on his hand, staring at Xiao Yan with a hint of menace, as if to say, "Go ahead. Kick me, and I will smear this on your trousers. Please, don't do that. Let us discuss this calmly." Xiao Yan managed to force a rather unpleasant smile, hastily attempting to placate him, fearful of any irrational actions. "As long as you spare me and my comrades, I shall release you," Boss Yao declared with an air of misplaced pride. Is he mocking me? You best understand the current situation. It is you who begs for mercy here, my good sir. Xiao Yan inwardly cursed, on the verge of a furious outburst once more, when his gaze fell upon the translucent, faintly glowing snot in Boss Yao's hand. Shimmering in the sunlight, he hastily suppressed the fury that surged within him. "Spare me, O hero. I have elders above and young ones below. Please, grant me mercy." One could easily envision dozens of grown men kneeling before him, weeping and wailing, their faces a comical blend of tears and snot, resembling a funeral scene. Xiao Yan began to question his very existence. "Very well, I shall spare you." He was utterly exasperated by these fellows, verbally acquiescing while secretly vowing, "First, I shall promise to rescue this large bird, and then I will deal with you. You shall see my true strength. I can easily knock each of you out with but a single punch." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's promise of clemency, Boss Yao was elated, hastily rising to issue commands to several of his subordinates. "You lot, do hurry and release Lord Xiaolan." "Yes, boss," they replied, as the cage door swung open. Several of Wan Yaozhai's subordinates lined up on either side, bowing and gesturing with one hand in a manner reminiscent of welcoming esteemed guests. With a chirp, Xiaolan emerged, shaking its light blue feathers and strutting forth with an air of pride and arrogance that was surprisingly human-like. How curious. Was it not said that animals were forbidden from attaining sentience? Even if it were to achieve such a state, it clearly does not meet the standards of a magical beast. Generally, a sixth-tier magical beast possesses intelligence comparable to that of a human, while a third-tier beast, like the Xianbing python, exhibits some degree of awareness. Yet, Xiaolan evidently falls short of even the third tier. Otherwise, Wan Yaozhai would not have been able to capture and imprison it. "Xiaolan," chirped the creature. Little Dr. Xian appeared quite delighted, rushing toward Xiaolan, who flapped its large wings and flew to her, nuzzling against her slightly ample bosom with apparent enjoyment, occasionally casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan in the distance. "How dare you, you lecherous bird, take advantage of little Dr. Xian and yet look down upon me. Once I deal with this gaggle of sobbing fools at Wan Yaozhai, I shall ensure you are rendered powerless. With a resolute determination, Xiao Yan cast aside all hesitation, letting out a fierce roar as his entire being radiated with silver light, and he hurled a powerful punch toward Boss Yao. At that moment, Boss Yao's complexion paled, utterly shocked that Xiao Yan had deceived him, feigning mercy only to wait for a moment of joy when he would have nothing to smear on him. Despicable scoundrel. Boss Yao silently cursed, realizing it was already too late to evade. Xiao Yan, no. Just as Xiao Yan's fist was about to descend upon Boss Yao's head, a voice of urgency rang out from behind him, belonging to little Dr. Xian. He quickly reined in his strength. The formidable force of his punch halted mid-air. Xiao Yan, spare him. Although he harbors ill intentions towards me, he took me in as a child at the Wan Yao Zhai and is, in a sense, my benefactor. Let him live. The little medical fairy hastened to Xiao Yan's side, casting a glance at Boss Yao that was laden with complexity, and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but smirk coldly. The little medical fairy, with her pure and kind heart, was blissfully unaware of this man's duplicitous nature. He surely intended to adopt her under the guise of benevolence, only to corrupt her once she had grown. Alas, it was a pity that Boss Yao, after spending decades waiting for his daughter to come of age, had his plans thwarted by Xiao Yan's unexpected intervention, truly deserving of the title Old Green. Nevertheless, he did assist the previously forsaken little medical fairy, albeit with impure motives. Yes, for the sake of the little medical fairy, spare his life, O hero. Boss Yao, who had resigned himself to his fate, now saw a glimmer of hope and hastily pleaded for mercy once more, tears and mucus threatening to spill forth. All right, I yield to you completely. Farewell. Oh no, I mean, never to meet again. Fearing that this stubborn man might cling to him again, Xiao Yan seized the little medical fairy and hurriedly departed. Farewell, O hero. Farewell, O hero. The chorus of voices from the Wan Yao Zhai's numerous patrons echoed behind him. A playful smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he paused and turned back. Hero, is there something else? Seeing Xiao Yan turn, Boss Yao's expression shifted, fearing that Xiao Yan had changed his mind. He regarded him warily and cautiously inquired. Xiao Yan glanced at the green light hovering above Boss Yao's head and replied with a smile. No, I merely find you quite adept at seeking opportunities. Remarkably skilled at making a living. After uttering these words, Xiao Yan burst into laughter, leading the little medical fairy further away. Do you think the hero was praising me? Boss Yao, somewhat bewildered by Xiao Yan's final remark, tilted his head to ask one of his subordinates. Although he could not comprehend what the hero meant, the upward curve of Xiao Yan's lips and his smiling visage assured me he was indeed complimenting you, boss. The subordinate quickly responded with obsequiousness. Indeed, a master is a master, even in their subtle praises. You spoke wisely. I shall grant you a raise next month. Boss Yao, in high spirits, stroked his goat-like beard and waved his hand generously. Thank you, boss. Xiao Yan, are you all right? It's nothing serious, just a bit fatigued. Xiao Yan replied with a wry smile. The little medical fairy was evidently quite concerned about Xiao Yan's injuries. All right then. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan did not refuse, for he had sustained some injuries in that cave, and given the continuous string of battles, entering the perilous monster mountains in his current state would not be a prudent decision. Oh dear. However, little did Xiao Yan know that as he had just settled onto Xiao Lan's back, a sudden jolt caused him to tumble unceremoniously to the ground, eliciting a series of pained exclamations. GG. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's comically awkward fall, Xiao Lan emitted a series of remarkably human-like chirps, seemingly mocking him in delight. Xiao Lan, if you continue like this, I shall ignore you. The little medicine fairy, witnessing the scene, chastised him with a slight frown, hastening to assist Xiao Yan to his feet. Once they were again seated atop the bird, Xiao Lan, though still somewhat disgruntled, merely let out a couple of low chirps before soaring skyward with a powerful flap of her wings, having taken heed of the little medicine fairy's prior admonition. Rest assured, I will make you pay for this. Xiao Yan grumbled to himself, rubbing his sore backside. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, Xiao Lan spiraled through the mist-laden heights, eventually descending into a secluded valley. As she gradually landed, the dense energy permeating the valley filled Xiao Yan with euphoric delight, prompting him to inhale deeply, instantly invigorating his spirit. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? The little medicine fairy inquired, her tone tinged with pride as she observed Xiao Yan's astonished expression. Indeed, it is splendid. Nodding in appreciation, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the valley, shrouded in ethereal energy mist, where he discovered numerous rare medicinal herbs flourishing within. The fragrant aroma of the herbs wafted through the air, creating a refreshing ambience. The little medicine fairy turned her head toward Xiao Yan, her large, glistening eyes forming crescent shapes as she smiled. Do not worry about me. My injuries are not severe. Focus on concocting your poison. Xiao Yan hastily gestured dismissively. Very well then, she replied, acquiescing to his request. Acknowledging that Xiao Yan's injuries were indeed minor, she whistled to Xiao Lan, allowing her to soar freely, while she led Xiao Yan to a corner of the valley, pointing to a modest hut with a smile. With such a lovely companion, I could grow accustomed to any location, Xiao Yan teased, glancing at the little medicine fairy's porcelain-like profile. Humph, you speak nonsense. At his words, the little medicine fairy's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare before turning away, gliding gracefully like a delicate butterfly among the valley's exotic flora. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, then settled cross-legged upon a smooth boulder, focusing inward to assess his condition. He could faintly sense that, due to his acquisition of an initial generation cell, his internal injuries were gradually mending, albeit at a painfully sluggish pace. System. Assess the quantity of initial generation cells within my body, Xiao Yan commanded mentally. Ding. The modification ratio of the host's initial generation cells is at 0.5. Xiao Yan inwardly lamented his predicament. It had been 5 or 6 days since he acquired the primordial cells, and at this pace, it would take at least 3 to 4 years for the transformation of the cells within him to be complete. Due to the differences in physique, the host needed to gradually accommodate and adapt to the primordial cells. To expedite the transformation, the host could opt to purchase additional primordial cells, which would simultaneously accelerate the cultivation of Baiju, as suggested by the system. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan resolved to spend 3,000 gold coins to acquire another primordial cell. In the perilous Do-Chi continent, his body was particularly fragile without the protection of techniques like the lightning escape armor. Furthermore, since he could not consume the medicinal pills of this world, sustaining injuries would pose significant trouble. Although the healing properties of Xiangling's blood were remarkable, they were ultimately a one-time consumable and quite costly. Thus, fundamentally transforming his body with primordial cells was the only viable solution. As the second primordial cell entered his body and began to divide, Xiao Yan could subtly perceive some changes within himself. His body was gradually growing stronger from the inside out, and the recovery of his injuries was noticeably accelerated. Satisfied, he nodded and focused his mind on the space for cultivating Baiju. At his current rate, he could cultivate 2 Baiju in a single day? Little Medicine Fairy. Come play Mahjong. Chapter 68. The Joy of Mahjong. What is Mahjong? Why are we playing it? The Little Medicine Fairy looked at Xiao Yan in confusion. Her brow furrowed in inquiry. Mahjong is not a person but a form of entertainment I invented. Look, Xiao Yan replied, feeling a bit awkward, but then shamelessly took credit for the great invention of Mahjong. With a swift motion of his hand over the storage ring, the Mahjong tiles crafted from jade by Yang Yan appeared upon the massive stone. Now, let me teach you how to play Mahjong. First, you need to recognize the tiles. This one is a circle, and this one is a bamboo, he said. Excitement palpable in his voice as he began enthusiastically explaining the rules to the Little Medicine Fairy. She seemed quite intrigued by the small jade tiles, frequently picking them up to examine the intricate designs. According to what you said, Mahjong requires 4 players to participate, but there are only the 2 of us. Even if we include Xiao Lan, we still need one more person. After listening to Xiao Yan's incessant chatter for a while, the Little Medicine Fairy appeared somewhat impatient, her delicate face scrunching up as she interrupted him. That big perverted bird must be limited in its time with the Little Medicine Fairy. Xiao Yan silently cursed but maintained a composed smile on his face. Don't worry about that. Let me introduce you to my 2 friends. With that, he focused his mind, and 2 pristine white Baiju appeared atop the giant stone. What are these things? Suddenly, 2 ghostly white figures appeared, startling the petite healer, who quickly recoiled and pointed at the pale beings, exclaiming in shock. It is no wonder that she was left pale with fright. These 2 figures, entirely devoid of color, had eyes resembling yellow beans that remained eerily still. Their greenish hair resembled that of a turtle, and they moved with a zombie-like demeanor. More alarmingly, they were entirely lacking in certain anatomical features. Do not be afraid, little healer, Xiao Yan reassured her hastily. Despite their grotesque appearance, their intelligence is rather limited, and they pose no threat. Is that truly the case? The healer inquired, her heart slightly calming as she patted her rapidly rising chest. Upon seeing Xiao Yan nod, she hesitantly reseated herself upon the large stone. After observing that the 2 figures remained unthreatening, she finally felt at ease. Very well, let us commence our practical training. This will allow you to grasp the essence of Mahjong more swiftly, Xiao Yan declared with a smile. All right, she replied softly. After Xiao Yan shuffled the tiles and set them up, they began playing Mahjong together. As time passed, the healer gradually became familiar with the rules and, on one occasion, astonishingly won a hand. Xiao Yan, you are truly brilliant. How could you invent such a delightful game? She exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement, her large eyes sparkling with admiration for him. This is merely the beginning. I have also created another game called poker, which I can teach you if you are interested. Xiao Yan said, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Really? Xiao Yan, you are a genius. She responded enthusiastically. However, this is becoming rather monotonous. Why not raise the stakes a bit? After a few more rounds, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, Xiao Yan proposed, how about we wager a kiss? If I win, you grant me a kiss. If I lose, I will kiss you instead. What do you think? You are quite shameless. It seems you have all the advantages. How is that fair? The healer retorted, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. How can you say that? My first kiss is precious. Xiao Yan protested, feigning innocence. Who isn't? She shot back, momentarily taken aback by his playful grin, which caused her cheeks to redden even further. I don't care. If you lose, we must change the wager. It appeared the young lady was no fool. With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Yan replied, very well. What do you propose? Seeing his pained expression, the healer's face brightened with a triumphant smile. After a moment of contemplation, she cunningly suggested, all right, it's settled. Xiao Yan gladly agreed, recalling that despite his youth, he was renowned as a mahjong master in his previous life. He truly could not believe it. That he would lose at mahjong to a little girl who had just learned the game. Without hesitation, the four players began to shuffle the tiles, and soon enough, the first round concluded with Xiao Yan's triumphant victory. Come on, Xiao Yan exclaimed, flashing a mischievous grin at the little medical fairy, shamelessly leaning his face toward her. The little medical fairy's cheeks turned crimson, however, given that the rules had been mutually acknowledged by both her and Xiao Yan. She hesitated for a moment before quickly pressing her cherry-red lips against his cheek. As she felt the soft, moist touch against his skin, Xiao Yan's heart fluttered. But before he could truly savor the sensation, the little medical fairy's lips withdrew in an instant. Was that it? Xiao Yan inwardly lamented, thinking that the contact barely lasted a fraction of a second. You little rascal, what else do you want? The little medical fairy, blushing, playfully swatted at Xiao Yan's face. Her delicate fist raised as if to strike. Seeing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly begged for mercy, and they moved on to the next round. In the subsequent 3 rounds, Xiao Yan emerged victorious each time. Although the little medical fairy appeared quite flustered, she remained true to her word and pecked Xiao Yan each time. Yet it was always just a fleeting touch. Unable to restrain himself from complaining, Xiao Yan fell silent under the fierce glare of the little medical fairy. Free of bamboo. Haha, I win. She exclaimed with delight, clapping her hands and laughing melodiously, while Xiao Yan's expression darkened considerably. Let me think for a moment. Do you have a girl you like? What is her name? Chapter 69, The Game. Upon hearing such a pointed question from the little medical fairy, Xiao Yan's face grew somewhat pained as he protested, but you promised that if you won, you could only ask one question. The little medical fairy seemed to have caught on to Xiao Yan's weakness, pressing him further with her piercing gaze, though for some reason, there was a hint of anticipation on her lovely face. Wow. It appeared that the little medical fairy was not the naive simpleton everyone claimed. Innocence does not equate to foolishness. With this thought, Xiao Yan's mind raced, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply, seemingly resigned. All right, since you've seen through me, I won't hide it any longer. His expression turned serious, his gaze no longer evasive, locking onto the little medical fairy's eyes, causing her face to flush even more. The girl I like, her surname is Xiao. Although I know this is not her true surname, from the very first moment I met her, I sensed that it was not mere coincidence, but rather something destined. Xiao Yan gazed deeply into the little medical fairy's eyes, gently placing his hands on her shoulders, and continued. Our encounter was serendipitous, yet it felt as if we had known each other for ages. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, a single glance was sufficient to recognize one another. From that moment onward, it seemed that the surrounding scenery acquired a purpose for existence. She bestowed upon me an extraordinary sensation, a feeling of familiarity despite our prior unacquaintance, a premonition of kinship before true knowledge. I believe this is what love truly embodies. Although we have yet to express our feelings, there exists an unspoken understanding between us, as clear as a mirror. When I behold those suitors who harbor ill intentions towards her, a tempest of inexplicable fury arises within me, leading me to contemplate their demise. At times, I wonder if my actions might lead her to misconstrue my intentions, yet I have come to realize that, given another chance, I would act without hesitation for her sake. For she occupies a sacred and cherished space within my heart. The mere glance of another man upon her is an affront. Under the intense gaze of Xiao Yan, the little healer's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson, her eyes darting away, unable to meet his gaze. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's heartfelt words laden with memories, her heart fluttered like a startled fawn, nearly overwhelming her composure. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan solemnly began, "She is the woman I cherish most in this lifetime. And her name consists of 3 characters, Xiao." However, his subsequent words were abruptly interrupted by the soft, delicate press of her lips against his. Xiao Yan felt a surge of sensations, a delightful tingling coursing through him like an electric current, igniting his very being. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his tongue gently prying open her lips with a fervor that was almost primal. Their essences intertwined, an age-old truth emerged. Profound affection cannot be contained. Only schemes can capture the heart. After an eternity, their lips parted. The little healer's cheeks blazed like the fiery clouds at dusk, almost as if they would bleed. She nestled her head against Xiao Yan's chest, her fingers tracing gentle circles upon him. Xiao Yan, if one day I become the kind of person that everyone despises, would you still hold affection for me? After a while, her tone grew melancholic, a shadow of doubt crossing her voice. Xiao Yan's heart jolted, quickly realizing she referred to her cursed body. Once it fully manifested, the surrounding lands would become barren, devoid of life. How could they remain so close then? Even though he could not cultivate the devouring fire of the flame control, the ninja system contained numerous sealing techniques. Thus, he believed it was feasible to restrain her cursed body. He leaned closer, earnestly declaring, "Do not worry. No matter what you become, my feelings for you will remain unchanged." At that moment, he felt her delicate form tremble within his embrace, followed by soft sobs. Empathy surged within him as he adjusted her position, gently brushing his fingers across her flushed face to wipe away her tears, smiling as he spoke. There, you are no longer a little girl. It is time to stop crying." As Xiao Yan spoke, he suddenly sensed that his lips had become numb, rendering his speech rather clumsy. "Xiao Yan, what happened to your lips? They've swollen up." Xiao Yan, noticing something amiss, looked up and was alarmed to see Xiao Yan's lips had swollen to resemble two large sausages, panic evident on her delicate face. "Did you sneak some crayfish?" "I'm allergic to them," Xiao Yan mumbled, still confused. "Huh, what crayfish? Don't scare me, Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan's face drained of color as she realized Xiao Yan was rambling, tears streaming from her large, glistening eyes. "Ding. The system has detected mild poisoning in the host. Please purchase an antidote for detoxification. It is recommended to acquire the antidote prepared by Sakura, priced at 200 gold coins." Wasn't the antidote 500 gold coins? Xiao Yan mused, momentarily startled. He delved into the system and discovered that the antidote came in 3 tiers. Sakura's antidote for mild poisoning at 200 gold coins, Tsunade's for moderate poisoning at 500 gold coins, and Hashirama's for severe poisoning at 1,000 gold coins. It appeared that he was not in any immediate danger. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Yan wasted no time. Having a swollen mouth was quite uncomfortable. He promptly spent 200 gold coins to purchase the antidote and injected it into his arm. "Xiao Yan, don't scare me." Upon witnessing Xiao Yan piercing himself with a needle, Xiao Yan burst into tears, desperately trying to intervene, but was brushed aside by Xiao Yan. "Hey, I spent 200 gold coins on this." However, with his lips swollen, he could utter no words, only silently lamenting within. "Ding. Toxin is being cleared. 10, 20, 30. As the system's countdown echoed, within moments, Xiao Yan's mouth returned to normal. He exhaled deeply, only to see Xiao Yan, her eyes swollen like peaches, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls, her expression one of regret, despair, helplessness, and disappointment, a sight that evoked sympathy. Chapter 70. The Solution. "Don't come any closer." As Xiao Yan approached, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically. She trembled, retreating with her arms wrapped around herself. Her tear-streaked face filled with guilt and sorrow. Her reaction pierced Xiao Yan's heart like a needle, as he understood that her behavior stemmed from the knowledge that his condition was a consequence of her cursed body. To avoid further harming him, she was trying to distance herself. "Xiao Yan, please don't act this way. Look, I'm perfectly fine now." Xiao Yan forced a radiant smile, gently reassuring her, hoping to alleviate her guilt. With tear-filled eyes, Xiao Yan gazed at Xiao Yan, and after a long pause, she slowly shook her head. "Xiao Yan, I'm so sorry." With a voice choked by sobs, the little healer suddenly turned and fled into the distance. "Stop." A shiver ran through Xiao Yan's heart, fearing she might do something foolish. In an instant, he summoned the thunder armor, and with a flash of silver light beneath his feet, he appeared before the little healer as if teleporting, grasping her delicate wrist tightly. "Let go of me. We can never be together in this life." The little healer struggled violently, her cries strained and hoarse, salty tears cascading down her cheeks, landing coolly on the back of Xiao Yan's hand. "Calm down," Xiao Yan bellowed, forcefully adjusting her body to face him, speaking deliberately. "I, Xiao Yan, have said that no matter how you change, my feelings for you will never waver." As his words fell, he captured her trembling lips with his own once more, pressing down with fervor. Caught off guard by Xiao Yan's sudden advance, the little healer emitted muffled sounds, her hands flailing as they struck against his chest. Yet, no matter how she struggled, she could not escape his grasp. Overwhelmed with grievance and sorrow, She bit down fiercely on his lip, warm, metallic liquid flowing forth, mingling with her icy tears as they soaked their entwined tongues. A jolt of pain surged through Xiao Yan, but he did not relent. Instead, he tightened his embrace around her slender waist, as if he wished to fuse her very being with his own. His kiss grew more fervent and possessive, demanding in its urgency. Gradually, the little healer's resistance waned, and she ultimately surrendered, allowing Xiao Yan to claim her, though tears continued to fall from her cheeks, one after another. After a long while, their lips parted. "Why are you so foolish? Being with me will bring you death." She gently caressed Xiao Yan's lips, which had begun to swell again, murmuring in disbelief. Xiao Yan took hold of her delicate hand, smiling softly as he replied, "I know, I understand. It's merely the evil poison body, right? Do not worry. I will help you control it." You know about the evil poison body?" The little healer gasped, her body trembling in shock as she stared at Xiao Yan in disbelief. The evil poison body is a rare and terrifying constitution in the Doqi continent. Although it allows one to rapidly increase strength by consuming poison, poison remains poison. While she could suppress its toxic effects for a time, if she were to consume more poison than her body could withstand, the pain of 100 poisons would ultimately lead her to a slow death in the most excruciating manner. Moreover, when the evil poison body erupts, it would spell disaster for any living being that came into contact with her. Previously encountering Xiao Yan and subsequently enduring various dangers and hardships together, the heart of the little medicine fairy had long harbored a faint admiration for him. However, upon obtaining the 7-colored poison scripture and understanding her own physical condition in conjunction with the book's descriptions, she became aware of her unique constitution. Yet, her affection for Xiao Yan still clung to a glimmer of hope. Alas, upon learning that Xiao Yan had been poisoned because of her, that remaining flicker of hope within her was utterly extinguished. Witnessing Xiao Yan's agonized visage, she found herself unable to muster the courage to be with him. Moreover, the calamity poison had already shown such potency even before its complete eruption. Should it fully manifest, any further contact with Xiao Yan would lead to certain death. Thus, her earlier intimate gestures towards him had been met with such resistance. Yet now, upon hearing Xiao Yan proclaim his ability to control her calamity poison, she was both astonished and profoundly elated. "Therefore, you need not avoid me due to your condition. Once I utilize the sealing technique to gain control over it, you will be able to liberate yourself from its grasp entirely." As he spoke, Xiao Yan procured another dose of the antidote, watching as his swollen lips returned to normal. "Is what you say true?" Hope blossomed in her heart, and the little medicine fairy shook off her earlier despondency, eagerly inquiring, "Look, my lips were swollen due to your poison, yet they are perfectly fine now, right? Trust me, I would not deceive you." Xiao Yan, with a touch of pride, pointed to his lips, his somewhat comical gesture eliciting a soft laugh from the little medicine fairy. "All right, come inside so I may check your condition." Xiao Yan gently ruffled her hair before leading her into the small cottage. "System, how can I control the calamity poison?" Inside the cottage, as Xiao Yan grasped the little medicine fairy's delicate wrist, his consciousness delved into the system. Ding. The current spread rate of the poison is 5. With the host's present strength, it is impossible to completely control the calamity poison. Only the sealing technique can delay its eruption. The system's voice echoed in his mind. What conditions must be met to achieve complete control? Xiao Yan urgently posed the most critical question. Once the host awakens 5 chakra attributes and becomes a Jinchuriki of the One Tail, the 5-element sealing technique may be purchased and utilized, using the wind, water, fire, and earth chakra attributes, combined with the sealing power of the One Tail Shikaku, to possibly gain full control over the poison. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Over this long period, he had only awakened 2 chakra attributes, and acquiring chakra attributes could not be directly purchased from the marketplace, but rather obtained through upgrade packages and rewards from hidden quests. As for the One-Tail Shikaku, it could be purchased from the marketplace, yet its price incited a desire to spew blood. A staggering 30,000 attribute points were required. Not merely individual attribute points, but a total of 30,000 in gold, exchange points, and skill points each. Chapter 71. The Sealing Method. At this moment, Xiao Yan's countenance fell into utter despondency. Originally, I believed that after my battle with the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps, I had become a modestly wealthy individual. However, I have now come to realize how naive that notion truly was. My yearning for that has grown increasingly urgent. Moreover, this is merely the prerequisite for becoming a Jinchuriki of the One Tail. The requirements for the 2 tails, 3 tails, and ultimately the 9 tails will undoubtedly demand exorbitant attribute points. Given the combat prowess within the world, without the power of the 6 paths, I will possess no leverage to contend against those elite warriors in the later stages. Accelerating the acquisition of has become a pressing necessity. What troubles you, Xiao Yan? At this moment, the little healing sage noticed the dejection and gravity etched upon Xiao Yan's face and inquired, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely contemplating the sealing technique." Xiao Yan replied with a forced laugh, attempting to deflect the concern. His mind swiftly returned to the system. Upon assessing the current state of his body, the system recommended the use of which could mitigate the spread of toxins within while allowing the utilization of, available for purchase at a cost of 500 exchange points. For if a more advanced sealing technique were to be forcibly employed, should the little healing sage's cursed body erupt, the energy from the toxin's spread would counteract the sealing energy. Regardless of which force prevailed, she would ultimately be the one to suffer, as her current strength was insufficient to withstand such impact. "Please remove your coat. I am about to commence the sealing technique." "Ah!" The little healing sage gasped in surprise, her face turning as crimson as a ripe apple. However, she understood that this matter pertained to her ability to control her cursed body. After a brief hesitation, she responded with a soft, almost inaudible agreement and began to loosen her garments. With a gentle rustle, her delicate hands moved like fluttering butterflies, and as the light green attire slipped away, her exquisite, luminous back was unveiled within the confines of the modest hut. Gulp! Staring vacantly at the scene unfolding before him, Xiao Yan's eyes widened, and he unconsciously swallowed. The little healing sage was left clad only in a small red belly band, her beautiful back completely exposed to his gaze, especially that slender waist, which ignited an irresistible urge within Xiao Yan to reach out and gently caress it. More significantly, from his vantage point, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the alluring beauty ahead. "Turn around." Clearing his throat, Xiao Yan's tone was slightly altered, his voice trembling ever so slightly. After he spoke, he could distinctly see the petite figure of the little healer, who had her back to him, shudder abruptly. Yet, after a brief moment, she obediently turned around. At that moment, her delicate face was flushed crimson, her head lowered in shyness, not daring to meet Xiao Yan's gaze. Her slender arms were tightly wrapped around her chest, resembling a pitiful little kitten hiding in a corner. Witnessing such a scene, any normal man would undoubtedly feel a surge of compassion, unable to resist the urge to embrace the person before him tenderly. Naturally, Xiao Yan was no exception. However, attending to the pressing matter at hand was of utmost importance. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully suppressed the alluring thoughts swirling in his mind. His right hand, slightly trembling, gradually covered the little healer's flat abdomen, devoid of any excess flesh. Such an intimate gesture naturally elicited another gasp from the little healer, her cheeks flushed, nearly appearing as though they might bleed. At that moment, Xiao Yan's heart fluttered, and he quickly focused his mind to utilize the system to detect the distribution and spread of toxins within the little healer's body. This would inevitably lead to a degree of physical intimacy. As Xiao Yan's palm gently roamed, the little healer's delicate form would shiver slightly. However, to avoid disturbing Xiao Yan, she remained silent thereafter. Of course, whether due to unavoidable circumstances or Xiao Yan's intentional teasing, his hand would occasionally brush against certain areas, causing both to feel a rush of sensations. After 5 minutes of this examination, Xiao Yan reached a conclusion. Overall, the little healer's condition was not dire. The toxins from the evil poison body began to erupt from her lower abdomen, spreading through her meridians to various parts of her body, while purple toxic veins began to emerge on her arms. When these reached her heart, the evil poison body would completely erupt, making it nearly impossible for even a deity to save her. Currently, the toxins within the little healer had merely begun to spread from her lower abdomen, with the toxic veins only appearing at her wrists. Therefore, after employing the sealing evil technique to slow the toxin spread, it was likely that no significant issues would arise for at least a year or so. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan felt no hesitation. With a single thought, he initiated the sealing evil technique, his fingertips becoming imbued with fire attribute chakra as he began to target several acupoints near the little healer's abdomen. In the original text, it was that could restrain the evil poison body. Although Xiao Yan's fire attribute chakra was not as potent as when used in conjunction with sealing techniques, it could still yield commendable results. As Xiao Yan's fingers, now infused with fire attribute chakra, made contact with the little healer's flawless skin, a faint hissing sound was produced. A look of pain flickered across her charming face, and she could not help but emit a soft groan. Endure it. Xiao Yan felt a pang of sympathy, but this was an essential part of employing the sealing technique, so he could only offer words of comfort. Chapter 72. Worse than beasts. In the ensuing moments, Xiao Yan's fingers continuously tapped on the meridian points of the little medical fairy's abdomen, gradually gathering the toxins dispersed throughout her body towards her lower abdomen. As the sealing process progressed, the pain that the little medical fairy had to endure intensified, perhaps fearing to cause Xiao Yan distress. She gritted her teeth and resolutely suppressed the excruciating agony, her delicate form trembling slightly, yet she uttered not a sound. Under the searing influence of Xiao Yan's fire attribute chakra, the skin on her abdomen began to blush with a delicate pink hue, and occasionally, crystalline beads of sweat would slip from her soft, fair skin, leaving behind faint trails of moisture that exuded a unique allure. However, Xiao Yan's focus remained unwaveringly on the task at hand, not out of desire, but out of trepidation. This was indeed a critical moment in the sealing technique. Any misstep could not only fail to contain the spread of toxins within the little medical fairy, but could also exacerbate the situation, hastening the eruption of the toxic body, with Xiao Yan himself facing potential backlash. At that pivotal instant, a low growl escaped Xiao Yan's lips, and his hand seals shifted abruptly as he forcefully pressed his fingers against the little medical fairy's abdomen. Seal of evil. The toxins that had been driven towards her lower abdomen were now concentrated, and with renewed determination, he propelled the sealing technique, aiming to confine the toxins back to their original reservoir, the toxic cavity. As Xiao Yan executed the sealing technique, the driven toxins seemed to sense the imminent danger and began to resist fiercely, desperately attempting to break free from Xiao Yan's binding. I refuse to believe I cannot cure you. The defiance of the toxins ignited a flicker of anger within Xiao Yan. If he could not even suppress the malevolent toxic body at this moment, how could he hope to assist the little medical fairy in mastering it entirely in the future? With this thought, Xiao Yan's expression hardened, and he summoned the full force of his fire attribute chakra, allowing it to surge unreservedly into his palm. Accompanied by the influx of his formidable fire chakra, the little medical fairy let out a muffled grunt, her frail form beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Xianer, hold on just a little longer. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's suddenly tender address, the little medical fairy shuddered violently, as if struck at the softest part of her heart. The burning pain within her seemed to diminish significantly. Indeed, for 16 years, no one had ever called her name in such a manner, and no man's call had ever stirred such primal emotions deep within her. Perhaps, no matter what transpired in her life, she could never erase the image of this young man from her heart. Enough, scoundrel. It turned out that during the execution of the sealing technique with fire chakra, Xiao Yan had inadvertently come into contact with the little medical fairy's clothing, resulting in numerous scorched holes due to the intense heat, even revealing glimpses of her alluring figure. After a delicate pout, the young healer, Xia, blushed deeply and hurriedly pulled the quilt from the bed beside her to cover herself, curling up like a small kitten within its folds, revealing only her petite head and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that gazed at Xiao Yan with a mix of shyness and annoyance. Ahem. Your cursed poison body has been temporarily subdued by me. As long as you do not actively lift the seal on it, there should be no immediate issues. However, to completely gain control over the cursed poison body is beyond my current capabilities. Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Xia's charming face. She was all too aware of her own body. Although Xiao Yan had managed to seal the toxins back to their original place, she could still faintly sense the venom seeping through the seal, albeit at a significantly reduced pace compared to before. Xianer, trust me. Just give me a little more time, and I will surely help you gain complete control over the cursed poison body. Seemingly sensing the dimness in Xia's expression, Xiao Yan hastily reassured her. Of course, I believe in you, for you are the only one in this world who truly regards me as a friend. As she heard Xiao Yan's anxious promises, a soft giggle escaped Xia, though when it came to the word friend, she shyly lowered her head. Xiao Yan understood her meaning. Girls are often bashful, and he chose not to press the matter further, letting the rogue side of him take charge. Glancing at the darkening sky outside, Xiao Yan shot a mischievous grin towards the concealed Xia and playfully cracked his knuckles, adopting a lewd demeanor. What are you doing? Realizing his intentions, Xia clutched the quilt tightly around her, curling herself into the corner of the bed, her half-exposed face flushing crimson. Good friends naturally share a bed. With a chuckle, Xiao Yan lunged at Xia like a hungry wolf. You scoundrel! Wow, Xianer, is that the nickname you gave me? I absolutely adore it. The next morning, as the blinding sunlight streamed through the window, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a melodious voice bathed in the morning light. Taking a gentle sniff, the fragrant aroma of food wafted into his senses. Shielding his eyes, he finally discerned that Xia had been busy cooking since the early hours. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, a bittersweet smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. He and Xia had not progressed to the final step of intimacy, not due to a lack of affection on Xia's part, but rather because her love ran so deep. Ultimately, it was the cursed poison body that held them back. Although Xiao Yan had claimed he could gain complete control over it, Xia understood that the path to acquiring such power would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. If their relationship solidified before achieving full control, the inevitable eruption of the cursed poison body would bring them both unbearable suffering. Given Xiao Yan's steadfast nature, he would undoubtedly remain loyal to her. However, due to the affliction of her poisonous body, she would ultimately be unable to come into contact with anyone, leading to a slow demise in solitude. The mere thought of Xiao Yan enduring the anguish of longing after her departure caused a pang of inexplicable sorrow in the heart of the little healer. Perhaps it would only be after she gained complete control over her toxic condition that her heart would fully open to me. Chapter 73, Leaving Without a Word. Xiao Yan, you are awake. Come, it's time to eat. Xiao Yan nodded and, after freshening up, took a seat at the modest table. As he settled down, a bowl of steaming, aromatic food was placed before him. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. Through the wisps of steam rising from the bowl, he discerned the ingredients within. The staple was a luminous, pale yellow corn, each kernel plump and inviting. However, the corn from the Do-Chi continent differed slightly in shape from that on Earth, being more rounded and oval rather than distinctly angular. As for the accompanying ingredients, Xiao Yan could only recognize the mushrooms. The others, including small pink flowers and vibrantly colored stems and leaves, eluded his identification. The enticing aroma wafting from the dish made Xiao Yan's stomach rumble uncontrollably, and without further ado, he lifted the bowl and began to devour the food with fervor. With the first bite, as his teeth sank into the glistening, succulent corn, the kernels burst in his mouth, releasing a sweet, juicy essence that tantalized every taste bud on his tongue. The delightful sweetness of the corn combined with the fragrant mushrooms, along with several other unfamiliar ingredients, created an unprecedented culinary experience that resonated deep within his heart. This is absolutely delicious, Xiao Yan exclaimed, his mouth full. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Observing Xiao Yan's gluttonous behavior, the little healer couldn't help but smile, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at him. Though a flicker of melancholy briefly crossed her eyes. Another bowl, please. In the following days, Xiao Yan and the little healer enjoyed a blissful, secluded existence in their remote valley. Occasionally, the little healer would summon Xiaolan, and the three of them would soar through the skies above the monster beast mountain range, embracing each other at soaring altitudes while gazing down at the breathtaking scenery. During such moments, Xiaolan, the jealous little bird, would squawk in discontent. But after a stern word from the little healer, it would obediently quiet down. Under the silver moonlight, the little healer and Xiao Yan sat atop a massive rock. The morning mist that had enveloped the valley during the day had now dissipated, revealing a clear sky adorned with countless stars. Nestled against Xiao Yan's chest, the little healer gazed dreamily at the boundless starry river, lost in thought. As for the fledgling medicinal herbs, the little healer forbade Xiao Yan from touching them. In her words, this place was where the two of them spent their days together. If it were to become a barren wasteland, it would indeed spoil the scenery. Sienna, let us depart from here tomorrow. Xiao Yan's words shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Upon hearing this, he could distinctly feel the delicate body of the little healer tremble slightly in his embrace. What is the matter? Do you not wish to leave with me? Xiao Yan asked, mildly astonished, as he lowered his gaze. How could that be? I want you to take me along until I've fully mastered the control over the calamity poison body, and then we shall traverse the continent together. You shall never be able to shake me off in this lifetime. The little healer lifted her head from Xiao Yan's embrace, beaming sweetly at him. Then we shall set out first thing tomorrow morning. Fear not, I will undoubtedly help you control the calamity poison body completely, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, tightening his embrace around her slender waist, burying his head in her silky hair, inhaling the faint fragrance, and whispering softly. Yet, unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, a single crystalline tear slipped down the cheek of the little healer nestled in his arms. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Xiao Yan surprisingly awoke early. Still groggy, he reached out beside him, only to find it empty. Stretching lazily upon getting out of bed, he noticed that the little healer was not in the room. Waking up so early, off to gather herbs again? Truly a model of a virtuous wife. He chuckled, shaking his head as he drowsily descended from the bed. His gaze then fell upon an envelope left on the table, and an ominous premonition suddenly welled up within him, his mind buzzing. Xiao Yan hurriedly approached and opened the envelope. Xiao Yan, I have left. Do not come looking for me. I know my own body better than anyone. Throughout history, no one has ever been able to control the calamity poison body. Perhaps you do have a way to help me master it completely. But the process of gaining such power will undoubtedly be perilous. I do not wish for you to take risks on my behalf. Moreover, I am aware that you carry burdens of your own. Do not let my condition delay your important matters. I, too, have many unfinished tasks that I must fulfill. In this life, if it is only a fleeting encounter, let it be like a dream. Perhaps we shall meet again under the moonlight. Sienna, to avoid being a burden to me, you would rather face everything alone. After a moment, Xiao Yan found himself sitting despondently on the ground, a hint of bitterness curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he silently vowed to become a Jinchuriki swiftly, unlock 5 chakra attributes, and then find the little healer to completely control his poisoned body. However, as he slowly raised his head and surveyed the surrounding cliffs, he could not help but murmur bitterly, "Sinner, you have taken Xiao Yan away. How can I leave the valley alone?" Chapter 74, Flying Thunder God Technique. Gazing up at the steep cliffs surrounding him, Xiao Yan wore a bitter expression. Lightning release armor. As the thunderous roar echoed, Xiao Yan activated his thunder escape armor and began to sprint from approximately 200 meters away from a cliff face. With a powerful push from his toes against the ground, he soared upwards in an instant. However, as he reached a certain height near the cliff summit, he soon found himself descending due to the depletion of his strength, without even catching a glimpse of the cliff's edge. "I can't get out like this," Xiao Yan murmured helplessly upon landing. The small valley was surrounded by towering walls, each rising 1,000 fathoms high. Even with the combined effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia and the thunder escape armor, it was utterly impossible to surmount them. Moreover, the cliff walls were steep and smooth, making any attempt to climb them exceedingly unrealistic. He could only hope to find a solution within the system. With a sigh, Xiao Yan immersed himself in the system, meticulously searching for a way out. Flying Thunder God Technique. A glimmer of excitement lit up his eyes after a moment. Upon binding with the ninja system earlier, he had taken note of the Flying Thunder God, a technique that seemed almost overpowered. The Flying Thunder God Technique, developed by the second Hokage, was a time-space ninjutsu that belonged to the category of body flicker techniques. By utilizing the technique, the user could achieve instantaneous movement, leaving a Flying Thunder God seal at any location they could touch, allowing for instant teleportation of the user or any object in direct contact with the user's chakra. Moreover, when fully energized, it could facilitate multiple transfers of large targets. Previously, Xiao Yan had longed for this ninjutsu, as acquiring it would grant him the ability to teleport, far surpassing any movement techniques in the Dopa world. After all, no matter how fast one could run, could they outpace teleportation? However, the cost to learn the Flying Thunder God technique was a staggering 5,000 exchange points, an exorbitant price for Xiao Yan at that time. Furthermore, after purchase, it required skill points for upgrades before usage, with each special kunai for the Flying Thunder God, and the imprint needed costing an additional 200 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 5,000 exchange points to successfully acquire the Flying Thunder God technique. Please pay 3,000 skill points to upgrade it to the next level before use. Upon hearing the voice resonating in his mind, a twitch appeared at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. The system was indeed merciless. The very first upgrade required a whopping 3,000 skill points. Yet, with no other options available, Xiao Yan reluctantly pressed the upgrade button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Flying Thunder God technique to level 1. Current range of application, 10 kilometers. A distance limitation. Xiao Yan was utterly speechless. To attain a greater range of application, further upgrades of the Flying Thunder God technique would be necessary. It seemed this ninjutsu truly had an insatiable appetite. After silently grumbling, Xiao Yan gradually found solace in his heart. After all, it was only natural to pay a price for mastering a technique akin to a cheat in existence. A distance of merely 10 kilometers is sufficient for Xiao Yan at this moment. Should the distance be greater, the chakra required for the technique would be exceedingly vast. Given Xiao Yan's current strength and the amount of chakra within him, he simply cannot sustain a long-distance transmission. Gazing vacantly at the thatched cottage, memories of his time spent with the little doctor resurfaced, her innocent smile and her unwavering loyalty, choosing to endure suffering herself rather than allow him to face danger alone. This stirred a determination within Xiao Yan, making his resolve increasingly clear and steadfast. "Sinner, wait for me. Once I acquire the power to help you completely control the poisoned body, I will certainly find you, and then we shall never part again." After murmuring these words, Xiao Yan felt no lingering attachment and abruptly turned towards a sheer cliff. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, he looked up at the mist swirling above and examined the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand, a look of anticipation gracing his face. He was eager to test the renowned technique that had shaken the ninja world, confident that the Flying Thunder God technique would flourish in his hands and radiate its unique brilliance across the Do-Chi continent. Whoosh! With these thoughts, Xiao Yan hesitated not a moment longer. He swung the kunai forcefully, sending it soaring towards the cliff's summit accompanied by a rush of wind. "Flying Thunder God technique," he exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips as awe filled his heart. Seizing the kunai, he hurled it upward once more. Flying Thunder God technique. Xiao Yan's form defied logic as he continually teleported upward through the air. After repeating this 5 times, he finally landed steadily atop the cliff. "Ah, I have finally emerged." The air of freedom. Elated to be free, Xiao Yan spread his arms wide, relishing the breeze that brushed against him, his heart soaring with joy. Chapter 75, First Encounter. Host, Xiao Yan. Rank, high-level genin. Chakra attributes, fire, lightning. Experience, 899, 030, 000. Exchange points, 2, 200. Skill points, 1, 990. Gold, 2, 940. Bloodline limit, corpse bone pulse. Ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, level, body technique, lightning release, body protection, state 2, 8 gates, second gate, flying thunder god technique, 10 kilometers. Upon exiting the small valley, Xiao Yan observed a significant reduction in his attribute points displayed on the system panel, prompting an involuntary sigh. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the depths of the monster beast mountain range. During his ensuing days within the mountain range, although life was far from the ease found outside, Xiao Yan reaped numerous benefits. As he ventured deeper within, he encountered increasingly powerful magical beasts, even sensing the presence of a fifth-tier magical beast nearby, a being comparable to a human Do Wang-level expert. Certainly, although Xiao Yan harbored an intense desire for attribute points, he was not reckless enough to dare provoke a fifth-tier magical beast. Instead, he selectively targeted those beasts he could swiftly vanquish within a short time. Over the course of several days, Xiao Yan successfully accumulated 2,000 attribute points each. Roar. On this day, as Xiao Yan lay in ambush, preparing to launch an attack on a second-tier magical beast known as the Earth Oyster, he was suddenly captivated by a thunderous roar echoing from the distant sky. He quickly raised his head to gaze upward, only to be taken aback. Was that the purple gold-winged Lion King? Although he had never laid eyes on such a formidable beast, the vivid descriptions from the original text lingered in his mind, allowing him to identify it from such a great distance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated a hidden quest. Assist Yun Yun in acquiring the purple spirit crystal to receive a mysterious gift package. Would you like to accept? At that moment, as hesitation coursed through Xiao Yan's mind regarding whether to join the fray, the sudden system prompt startled him. Yun Yun? The mere mention of her name caused Xiao Yan to pause. He held a significant admiration for this noble and beautiful woman who wielded control over the Cloud Lightning sect. Alas, due to their opposing positions, they had never been able to unite, making her one of the most lamentable and heart-wrenching characters in battle through the heavens. However, as he scanned the distance, he initially failed to catch sight of Yun Yun. After a prolonged wait, he finally discerned what appeared to be a small black dot in front of the purple gold-winged Lion King, which was likely Yun Yun. Accept. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan accepted the quest. It wasn't merely a matter of his willingness to assist Yun Yun. He was also motivated by the allure of that mysterious gift package. The rewards within could potentially include other chakra attributes, and to miss such an opportunity would leave him with no place to lament. System, can you help me conceal my aura? I wish to approach for a closer view. Xiao Yan inquired internally. Since he needed to complete the task, he had to draw near to his target. Moreover, this was his first encounter with a battle between Do Huang-level experts, stirring considerable anticipation within him. Certainly, it will cost 100 gold coins per minute. The indifferent voice from the system caused Xiao Yan's expression to darken immediately. This system seemed intent on exploiting him. After all his hard work accumulating attribute points, he had hoped to redeem a guardian crane, yet it was now seeking to squeeze him dry. Cunning indeed. After cursing the system in his mind countless times, Xiao Yan reluctantly gritted his teeth and accepted the system's demands. Once the system concealed his aura, he wasted no time in cautiously approaching the scene unfolding high above. While the system could mask his presence, the purple gold-winged Lion King was not blind. Should it catch sight of him, it would likely eliminate this insignificant fly before resuming its business with Yun Yun. As he drew ever closer, Xiao Yan finally began to discern the unfolding drama in the sky. Before one's eyes looms a colossal beast in the sky, its immense form stretching a remarkable 7 to 8 meters in length, entirely enveloped in a layer of purple crystalline substance. Bathed in sunlight, it radiates an almost blinding brilliance. The beast's head resembles a fearsome lion, its blood-red eyes glimmering with an unusual violet light, complemented by a massive mouth adorned with sharp fangs. Atop its lion-like head, a fiery red spiral horn rises, surrounded by swirling clusters of purple flames. To the side of its massive lion body, a pair of purple wings unfurl, and as they flap, tendrils of pale purple flames cascade outward in a sweeping display. Each of its 4 sturdy claws is similarly encased in the purple crystal, and with each step, the void quivers beneath its might, an incomprehensible power evident in its presence. As this gigantic beast stands in the void, an invisible pressure descends from the heavens, causing Xiao Yan's heart to tremble. Gradually, his gaze shifts to the regal figure preceding the purple gold-winged Lion King, and an overwhelming sensation surges through his mind, an unmistakable feeling of attraction. In the skies, a woman clad in a simple gown gracefully envelopes her voluptuous form, wielding a uniquely shaped sword that emanates a bluish glow. Her long, flowing hair is styled into an elegant phoenix arrangement, and her strikingly beautiful visage exudes a serene composure, undisturbed by the presence of a beast renowned even across the entirety of the Do-Chi continent. Behind her, a pair of azure wings, somewhat ethereal, appear to be formed from her own Do-Chi, a hallmark of those who have surpassed the Do-Wang level, standing gracefully in the sky. Her tranquil beauty is accentuated by an undeniable air of nobility that her modest attire cannot conceal. This extraordinary woman could only be Yun Yun, the esteemed leader of the Yunlin sect. Ah, fair celestial maiden, might I inquire as to your purpose in seeking the little lion? The massive purple crystalline winged lion king suddenly speaks, revealing its sentience. At this level, magical beasts have developed intelligence comparable to that of humans. However, the words it utters nearly cause Xiao Yan to choke on his own blood. How is it that these magical beasts not only possess intelligence, but have also become so audaciously flirtatious? Upon witnessing the unusual behavior of the purple gold-winged lion king, Yun Yun momentarily falters, her brows knitting slightly. Yet, out of respect for the ruler of the eastern region of the Beast Mountain, she refrains from immediate confrontation. I seek to borrow the essence of your purple spirit crystal, she states, her eyes fixed on the beast with a composed demeanor, her voice as melodious as pearls cascading onto a jade plate. Oh, so the celestial maiden wishes to borrow my crystal? That essence is the culmination of my own power. How could I simply bestow it upon another? The Lion King's colossal eyes sweep over Yun Yun's figure, a glimmer of human-like greed and desire momentarily flickering within its gaze. I am willing to exchange something of value for what I require, Yun Yun responds, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications in the Lion King's words. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged Lion King let out a strange, cackling laugh. Yunji furrowed her delicate brows slightly, then shook her head and spoke softly, I apologize. But such a transformation elixir is exceedingly rare within the borders of the Gamma Empire, and I doubt many could procure it. However, if you are willing, I can offer 3 fifth-tier magic cores along with a tome of advanced mystical techniques for your cultivation in exchange. The golden-winged Lion King replied with a sly grin. I am not particularly interested in what the fairy mentioned. However, if you agree to one condition, I can provide you with not just purple spirit crystals, but any essence you desire. Oh, what might the Lion King's condition be? Upon sensing a shift in the conversation, a hint of joy flickered across Yun Yun's charming face. As long as the fairy agrees to be my mountain-pressing consort, we can then seek the transformation elixir together. Alternatively, once I advance to a 7th-tier magical beast and attain human form, we can enjoy each other as company, he proposed with a mischievous tone. How shameless. I have never encountered such unabashed audacity in a beast. Xiao Yan, who was hiding below, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Had it not been for his concern over the strength of the Do Emperor, he would have charged forth to roast the lion on the spot. Shameless. It was only now that Yun Yun realized the base intentions of the Lion King. With a pout on her lovely face, she raised her delicate hand, and a small azure tornado suddenly materialized in the sky. The tornado began at a mere 2 meters in size, but moments later, it swelled dramatically with the wind, rapidly transforming into a colossal whirlwind spanning over 10 meters. The azure tornado howled and spun, uprooting giant trees from the ground and shredding them into countless splinters amidst the furious gusts. Love arrives too swiftly, like a tornado, in the face of Yun Yun's onslaught. The golden-winged Lion King exhibited neither anger nor displeasure. Instead, his massive jaws began to chant a melody that was eerily familiar to Xiao Yan. Though astonished and puzzled, Xiao Yan had no time to delve into these thoughts, for as the azure whirlwind expanded, he too was on the verge of being caught in its grasp. At that moment, he lacked the ability to withstand an attack from a Do Emperor. With a swift motion, he summoned the flying thunder god Kanai, wielding it with a flick of his arm, vanishing from his original position in an instant. As the melody faded, the purple crystals adorning the body of the golden-winged Lion King blazed with radiant light, and in the blink of an eye, a torrent of purple flames erupted from within him. The violet flames began to twist and churn, ultimately coalescing into a massive purple fire vortex that soared skyward. The intense heat was palpable, causing Xiao Yan, even at a distance, to break into a sweat. In response to the approaching azure tornado, the golden-winged Lion King let out a hearty laugh, unfurling his wings as the enormous purple fire vortex, spanning 2 to 3 meters, detached from him and charged towards the storm. The tempest and the fire vortex collided fiercely, each unleashing terrifying energy, causing the very fabric of space to ripple at their intersection. Boom. After several minutes of a fierce stalemate, both forces finally exhausted their energies, culminating in a thunderous sound that reverberated through the mountains as they vanished into thin air. As the initial clash between them dissipated, Yunyun's figure showed no signs of pause. With a sudden flap of her azure wings, she wielded her longsword, unleashing a flurry of chilling brilliance directed fiercely at the golden-winged Lion King. Observing the fierce battle unfolding in midair between the human and the beast, Xiao Yan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Despite his rapid ascension in strength due to the system, he still lacked the qualifications to contend with a Do Huang powerhouse. System, how can I locate Yunyun's whereabouts? Xiao Yan's heart tightened as he suddenly recalled something and inquired within his mind. This fight, barring any unforeseen circumstances, was likely to conclude with the Lion King's victory, leaving Yun Ji injured and sealed, unable to escape. However, the vastness of the Beast Mountain range posed a dilemma for Xiao Yan. Where could he possibly search for her remains? Ding. It is recommended that the host employ dynamic tracking. Taken aback, Xiao Yan's expression darkened upon reading the explanation at the bottom of the page. The so-called dynamic tracking was a technique utilized by the ninja dog Akamaru in Naruto, which involved marking the enemy with one's urine and tracking them through acute olfactory senses. In simpler terms, it meant that Xiao Yan was to use urine to trace Yunyun. Such a notion was an affront to his goddess. Chapter 77, A Facade of Disgrace. System, is there no other method? Xiao Yan asked reluctantly after a moment of contemplation. There are none. Aside from this, the host must rely on their own efforts, came the reply. How infuriating. Xiao Yan couldn't suppress his exasperation as his gaze shifted back to the battle above. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, he noted that the golden-winged Lion King, possessing a fiery attribute, would experience a boost in combat prowess under the blazing sun, which would wane slightly during the night. Hence, the battle might conclude swiftly before sunset. Just as this thought crossed his mind, after repelling Yunyun with a swipe of its paw, the Lion King revealed an impatient glimmer in its massive eyes and spoke. Fairy sister, you have worn away my scarce patience. If you exchange the purple spirit crystal with me, I shall overlook your earlier rudeness. Clearly irritated by the Lion King's flippant demeanor, Yunyun responded defiantly, refusing to back down. If that is the case, then I shall first claim your body before winning your heart. With that declaration, the purple light radiating from the golden-winged Lion King intensified, soon rivaling the brilliance of the setting sun. Realizing that the battle was on the verge of reaching a decisive conclusion, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, refusing to hesitate any longer, and promptly spent 400 gold coins in the marketplace to acquire the necessary items for the dynamic tracking. As his mind focused, 2 items materialized in his palm. One resembled a water gun from his childhood, priced at 300 gold coins, while the other was a small bottle made from a special material with remarkable elasticity, containing approximately 200 milliliters of a pale yellow liquid. Upon acquiring these 2 items, Xiao Yan had no time to be repulsed by the yellow liquid. He swiftly grasped the bottle and began to attach it to the nozzle of the water gun. Once assembled, he raised the water gun, aiming at the figure of Yunyun suspended in midair. How considerate, he thought, as he noticed it was equipped with an 8-fold magnifier. According to the system's description of this tool, as long as the user locked onto the target using the 8-fold magnifier, the emitted liquid would automatically track the target until it struck true. My goddess, I beg your pardon. With that thought, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth fiercely and pressed the trigger of the urine gun with his index finger, sending a slender stream of pale yellow liquid shooting towards the sky. As Xiao Yan made his move, a sky filled with violet radiance condensed after a moment's preparation, compressing into a deep purple beam of light barely half a foot in diameter. With the roar of the Lion King, the deep purple beam shot forth like lightning, its velocity terrifying, appearing almost in a flicker, reaching just in front of Yunyun after 2 swift leaps. Riftwind Spiral. Yunyun's expression shifted as she lightly called out, causing the space before her to ripple slightly. Countless massive, deep green wind blades, each measuring several dozen feet, materialized out of thin air, intertwining like a cylindrical mass of blades, spiraling outwards at high speed. Boom! Where the purple beam collided with the wind blades, the space distorted slightly, and in an instant, the 2 forces clashed with a force reminiscent of a meteor impact. The purple beam, upon encountering the wind blades, clearly gained the upper hand. Within moments, the wind blades erupted in a deafening explosion, while the purple beam merely dimmed slightly. After obliterating the wind blades, the purple beam advanced with an unstoppable force, piercing through the many layers of wind shields Yunyun had erected before her, ultimately penetrating into her very being. Simultaneously, neither the purple gold-winged Lion King nor Yunyun noticed a seemingly inconspicuous stream of pale, yellow liquid quietly landing upon the back of Yunyun's garment. Oh, my poor goddess, struck twice in a single day. Xiao Yan's expression reflected genuine concern. As the purple beam struck its target, The massive form of the purple crystal-winged Lion King appeared before Yun Yun, its sinister laughter echoing as its enormous claw ruthlessly aimed for her chest. Little fists pounding your chest. At the moment the colossal paw was about to make contact with Yun Yun, her peculiar long sword quivered suddenly, unleashing a slender beam of profound light, barely the size of a thumb, that shot forth instantaneously. As the light emerged, the very fabric of space quivered. Crack! The beam sped towards the head of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, which, taken aback, instinctively lowered its massive head. The light struck squarely against the red horn atop its head, slicing through its toughest area with ease. Simultaneously, the purple-gold-winged Lion King's claw crashed heavily against Yun Yun's chest. As a jarring metallic creak echoed through the air, Yun Yun, struck hard, coughed up a small mouthful of blood. Her cheeks paled slightly, and with a swift turn, she unfurled her azure wings. In an instant, her figure flickered mysteriously, vanishing into the horizon. The vengeance for today's broken horn must be repaid in flesh. Search for me. I must find the fairy sister. The enormous head gazed down at the mountains, and the roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King sent the beasts below into a frenzied rush. System. Lock onto Yun Yun's location. At that moment, Xiao Yan commanded in his mind, and soon, silver-white lightning flickered around him. Before long, he too disappeared into thin air. Racing through the Beast Mountain range, Xiao Yan followed the system's guidance towards Yun Yun's position. However, she was also moving at high speed. And had he not practiced the Flying Thunder God technique, coupled with the explosive speed of the lightning armor, he would have struggled to keep up. Yet, after several minutes of frenzied running, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that Yun Yun's speed was diminishing due to her injuries, bringing him closer to her. Observing the situation, he believed it wouldn't be long before he caught up. With such thoughts, excitement surged within him, and as chakra erupted within, his speed increased further. Surely this is the place? Why is there no one here? Xiao Yan halted by a small river, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of anyone. The system indicated this was the location. Just as confusion settled in his heart, he suddenly felt a shadow loom overhead. He quickly looked up, exclaiming, "What a stroke of luck, an empty fall." Chapter 78. Healing. Carrying Yun Yun into a nearby cave. He retrieved some moonlight stones from his storage ring and embedded them into the cave's ceiling, illuminating the entire space. Gently, he laid her on a stone platform and sat beside her, panting heavily. Observing Yun Yun closely, a wave of awe washed over Xiao Yan. It seemed inadequate to describe her beauty with mere words like delicate features or ethereal grace. What captivated him most was the regal and noble aura she exuded. His gaze swept across her flawless face, gradually moving downward, only to furrow his brows slightly. There, beneath her graceful neck, 5 horrific claw marks marred her chest, blood staining her garments a deep crimson. In her unconscious state, her delicate brows were slightly knitted, a hint of pain etched upon her features. Though this demeanor was somewhat at odds with her usual grace, it rendered her even more enchanting. She needed healing. Xiao Yan swallowed hard, hesitating momentarily before reaching to unfasten Yun Yun's garments. However, just as his hand was about to touch her, her tightly shut eyes snapped open. Her beautiful gaze glinted with a mix of coldness and embarrassment, fixed intently upon him. Xiao Yan had long anticipated that she would open her eyes. Although his heart was filled with trepidation at that moment, after spending considerable time in the Dochi continent and interacting with various types of women, he had gleaned some insights into the art of dealing with them. Yun Yun was the kind of woman with a notably proud disposition. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, she occupied a lofty position, and those who encountered her were often filled with reverence, admiration, desire, and flattery. However, based on Xiao Yan's conjecture, there was no one bold enough to treat her with disdain or arrogance. Naturally, even if someone harbored such thoughts, they lacked the courage to provoke a Dohuang powerhouse. It would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately for Xiao Yan, Yun Yun was currently in a weakened state, both injured and sealed in her powers. The air of nobility she usually exuded, along with her guarded demeanor, had become exceedingly fragile. This was indeed an opportune moment for conquest. I can manage this myself. Yun Yun understood Xiao Yan's intention to heal her, noticing the clarity and brightness in his eyes. Devoid of the lecherous and irksome expressions that other men displayed in her presence, her expression softened slightly as she spoke. Lie down obediently. I have no interest in you. If you wish to recover before the purple gold-winged Lion King finds us, then you should refrain from struggling. Xiao Yan's tone was indifferent, even laced with a hint of command, seemingly disregarding the authority of the Yunlan sect's leader, who commanded the very lifeblood of the entire Gamma Empire. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's domineering tone, which resembled a reprimand, Yun Yun's delicate frame trembled slightly, her bright eyes fixed on him in disbelief. It was worth noting that among the men she had encountered, Xiao Yan was the first to dare speak to her in such a manner. Even among her suitors, including the renowned 6th-tier alchemist Gu He, none had ever dared to address her as Xiao Yan did. You. Xiao Yan's attitude undoubtedly provoked a sense of indignation and affront to Yun Yun's dignity and authority, igniting a surge of unexplained fury within her. With a sultry face, she reprimanded him sharply, "Be quiet, and lie down obediently." However, Xiao Yan paid no heed to her admonishments. He roughly pressed her shoulders down against the stone platform. Without a moment's hesitation, under Yun Yun's astonished and furious gaze, he reached out to unfasten her upper garment. As her clothing fell away, a pale blue metallic inner armor was revealed beneath, shimmering like flowing water, clearly not an ordinary item. The armor bore 5 deep claw marks, from which droplets of blood seeped. Gazing at her flat abdomen, devoid of any excess flesh, and the deep, snowy ravine accentuated by the armor, Xiao Yan felt a stirring in his heart, but quickly reined in his emotions, reaching to unfasten Yun Yun's inner armor. "Stop. If you continue, I will kill you once I regain my strength." Yun Yun, now thoroughly exasperated by Xiao Yan's relentless transgressions, struggled desperately to rise. But her injuries and sealed powers rendered her efforts futile. "You may do as you please. As a healer embodies the heart of a parent, I would unhesitatingly offer my aid even to an injured tiger. Even if it were to devour me once healed, I would harbor no regrets. Thus, if you wish to swiftly regain your strength and end my life, you ought to obediently heed my words." Xiao Yan's tone remained unruffled by Yun Yun's threats, exuding a calmness and composure akin to one prepared for death. What a remarkable little creature indeed. Reflecting on this, Yun Yun felt a flicker of guilt arise within her. Noticing Yun Yun cease her struggles, Xiao Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. When faced with a woman of her stature, it was essential to exert control at the right moments. However, one must not apply pressure indiscriminately. There exists a delicate balance, for should one provoke the proverbial tigress, inciting her ire, it would be exceedingly difficult to regain her favor. Xiao Yan's earlier declarations starkly contrasted with his previous domineering demeanor. Such a significant disparity was most likely to resonate with a woman of Yun Yun's commanding disposition. To elicit her awareness of his assertive side and overwhelm her with his presence, he planned to execute a dramatic reversal when the moment was ripe. Even if she explicitly stated her intention to kill him once her injuries healed, he would still attend to her wounds. This situation was akin to having received a slap while inquiring if her hand ached. As he carefully unfastened the last button of her inner armor, Xiao Yan gingerly removed it from Yun Yun's body. Despite his utmost caution, the metallic surface grazed her wound, prompting her to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. "Bear with it. I will be as gentle as possible," he said softly. Chapter 79. Cohabitation in the cave. Once the inner armor was removed, Yun Yun's upper body lay entirely bare before Xiao Yan. The sight of her alabaster curves ignited a tempest within him, causing his blood to surge and an uncontrollable desire to rise from his core. He forcefully suppressed his inappropriate thoughts, swallowing hard and striving to maintain an air of indifference. This was a pivotal moment. The more nonchalant he appeared, the better impression he would leave upon Yun Yun. Should he falter, the formidable persona he had crafted would collapse in an instant. "I am going to cleanse the wound now," he announced. Retrieving the medical alcohol purchased from the system for 20 gold coins, he poured a small amount onto a piece of gauze and began to gently dab at the blood surrounding the injury. The alcohol's sting elicited a slight furrow of her brows, and soft, pain-laden moans escaped her lips. Even through the gauze, he could distinctly feel the remarkable elasticity beneath his fingertips, accompanied by her alluring, ethereal sounds, which sent a rush of heat through him, causing blood to flow from his nostrils. What is happening? Why is your nose bleeding?" Yun Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, yet upon witnessing Xiao Yan's state, a hint of concern flickered in her expression as she softly inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan suddenly realized, feeling the warm, sweet scent rising from his lips. He cleared his throat and feigned calmness as he retrieved the jade vial containing Aunt Xiang's menstrual blood from his storage ring. Cough, cough. Although your external injuries are not severe, employing ordinary medicine for treatment is bound to leave scars. For such a celestial beauty, if I fail to heal you perfectly, it would be a sin I could never atone for in 1,000 lifetimes. Thus, I shall channel my internal fighting spirit to force my essence out and tend to your wounds." With that, Xiao Yan opened the vial and held it to his nostrils, mixing his own nasal blood into it. Yun Yun's delicate face momentarily froze, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of gratitude. After a brief silence, she softly murmured, "Thank you." Though her voice was faint, it resonated in Xiao Yan's ears like celestial music, striking the deepest chords of his heart and filling her with a burgeoning sense of happiness. It seemed that despite her outwardly mature demeanor, Yun Yun's inner self was as innocent as a naive girl. Observing that his excuse had not been uncovered, Xiao Yan secretly sighed in relief and gently spoke. I am going to apply the medicine now. He then poured a small amount of the mixture of menstrual blood and nasal blood onto a piece of gauze and carefully wiped her wound. In truth, this minor injury would heal instantly with just the oral intake of menstrual blood, rendering such elaborate steps unnecessary. However, Xiao Yan had ulterior motives. Eager to draw closer to Yun Yun, as his fingers brushed against her delicate skin, the faint red blood blossomed against her snowy chest. Reminiscent of a cold plum flower blooming amidst the snow, exquisitely beautiful and utterly enticing. Xiao Yan's heart raced, nearly overwhelming him. He hastily recited the Ice Heart mantra to suppress the flames of desire igniting within him. Naturally, he did not overstep his bounds while applying the blood, otherwise, he risked arousing Yun Yun's suspicions and diminishing her regard for him. After all, she would be unable to break the seal within her body for the time being, and there were many days ahead for them to spend together. Drink this. What is it? Yun Yun's brows furrowed slightly. Earlier, she had seen Xiao Yan mix his nasal blood into the vial, but the scent emanating from it was not singular. It bore a familiar undertone. Moreover, the blood had flowed from his nose, where dust and mucus typically reside, making the thought of consuming it rather repugnant. Yet, just as Yun Yun hesitated, Xiao Yan suddenly lifted her head, unceremoniously bringing the vial to her cherry lips. Injured and bound by the sealing technique, she had neither the strength nor the time to resist, allowing Xiao Yan to dictate her actions, her gaze filled with resentment and fury as she glared at him. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt a surge of satisfaction within, particularly from the sense of coercion he exerted over another, especially when the individual was a beautiful, noble, and powerful woman. This overwhelming sense of achievement was perhaps a reflection of a man's inherent desire to conquer. Moments later, under Xiao Yan's forceful intervention, Yun Yun ultimately consumed every drop of the remaining menstrual blood from the vial. The corners of her lips bore traces of crimson. Her face flushed with indignation and resentment as she pointed at Xiao Yan and admonished, I warn you, even if you are my savior, should you behave so rudely again. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted as she began to notice her injuries miraculously healing at an astonishing rate. Peeking beneath the collar of her garment, she observed that the wound on her chest was rapidly mending, returning to its unblemished state within mere blinks of an eye. This astonishing spectacle left Yun Yun momentarily speechless. It was known that even the healing elixirs crafted by Gu he could treat injuries without leaving scars. Yet none could exhibit such rapid efficacy. Yet here stood a youth, seemingly no older than his teens, who had achieved the impossible. In response to Yun Yun's astonished gaze, Xiao Yan merely smiled, denying her the opportunity to inquire further as he turned and strode toward a corner of the cave. Indeed, women are creatures of profound curiosity. Thus, retaining an element of mystery serves to keep their interest and excitement alive. What are you doing? Yun Yun called out as she observed Xiao Yan's actions. You've just emerged from a fierce battle and sustained injuries. Allow me to prepare something for you to eat. Chapter 80. Delicacies. You can cook? Yun Yun was taken aback by his words, and a twinge of embarrassment arose within her. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, she had long relied on others for mundane tasks such as cooking, leaving her entirely inept in culinary matters, thus finding herself outmatched by the seemingly younger Xiao Yan. When it came to cooking, Xiao Yan was no expert, yet he surpassed many of his peers, having lived independently in his previous life for an extended period. He could not subsist solely on instant noodles. Consequently, he frequently perused online videos showcasing culinary creations. One day, upon viewing a video on preparing crayfish, he could no longer suppress his desire to try his hand at it, despite having harbored a deep-seated fear of shellfish. Xiao Yan was compelled by the tantalizing presentation of the dish in the video, prompting him to take the plunge. The process of preparing crayfish was relatively simple, and before long, Xiao Yan had crafted a delightful dish that appeared quite appetizing. Staring at the creatures adorned with numerous legs and formidable pincers, he exerted considerable effort to overcome his psychological aversion. However, once he savored the first crayfish, he found himself unable to stop, swiftly devouring an entire platter with remarkable zeal. As Xiao Yan, filled with exuberance, planned to head to the supermarket once more to procure some ingredients, he suddenly became aware of an intense itch enveloping his body, accompanied by swelling in his tongue and lips. A quick search online revealed that he had developed an allergy to crayfish, prompting him to hasten to a nearby hospital to preserve his life. However, there was no longer a need for Xiao Yan to laboriously prepare a meal, for he had just discovered that the system contained a variety of culinary delights from the world of Naruto. Grilled fish, 50 gold coins per serving. Pan-fried dumplings, 20 gold coins each. Glutinous rice balls, 20 gold coins apiece. Udon noodles, 30 gold coins per bowl. The selection was indeed abundant. Xiao Yan murmured in awe as he surveyed the system's offerings, which boasted an impressive array of over 100 distinct dishes, dazzling him with their variety. Ichiraku ramen? 300 gold coins per bowl? When his gaze lingered upon the somewhat familiar name, Xiao Yan momentarily lost his train of thought. He held a particular fascination for Ichiraku ramen, the favorite dish of Naruto, the protagonist of Naruto. It seemed that no matter the challenges or adversities he faced, a bowl of Ichiraku ramen would rejuvenate him, enabling him to overcome any obstacle. Moreover, among the plethora of other ingredients within the system, none were priced over 100 gold coins. Yet a bowl of Ichiraku ramen commanded a staggering price of 300. This ignited a spark of curiosity within Xiao Yan. With this thought in mind, he made a decisive purchase of a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, complemented by some customary side dishes, and thoughtfully acquired a cup of coconut milk and a strawberry-flavored chocolate cake for Yunji as a dessert. Dinner is served, he announced moments later, placing the array of dishes before the stone platform and addressing the resting Yun. Yun opened her beautiful eyes and, upon seeing the assortment of oddly shaped delicacies, could not help but exclaim, "Did you make all of this?" Xiao Yan smiled and nodded gently, responding, "You must be famished. Please indulge." Yun hesitated, contemplating a polite refusal, but a growl from her stomach betrayed her hunger, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as the words caught in her throat. Xiao Yan merely smiled softly, choosing not to call her out, and arranged the food neatly before her. With a blush, Yun struggled to rise, finally managing to sit upright, her lovely face tinged with embarrassment as she murmured, "That wretched fellow. How could he have ensnared me with his sealing technique?" "I can handle it myself." Before her protest could fully escape her lips, Xiao Yan unceremoniously interrupted her. Yun's charming face was a blend of annoyance and determination, yet the memory of the lecherous gaze from the golden-winged Lion King filled her with revulsion. In contrast to that beast, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly far more endearing. Silenced, Yun's fierce gaze remained fixed upon Xiao Yan, a silent expression of her discontent. Unfazed, Xiao Yan supported her with one hand while gently offering the side dishes to her lips with the other. After a moment's hesitation, Yun set aside her modesty, her rosy lips parting slightly as she drew in the delectable morsel. The subtle sound of her chewing resonated in the air, and with a slight movement of her throat, she swallowed the food. This delicate savoring did not evoke any impatience in Xiao Yan. On the contrary, he found immense pleasure in the process. It was only now that he truly comprehended the phrase "a feast for the eyes." Observing Yun's graceful manner of eating, coupled with her expressions of indignation and shyness, surpassed even the most exquisite landscapes of the world, evoking a thrill greater than indulging in the food himself. After enticing Yun with some appetizers, Xiao Yan gently rested her head against his chest, wrapping his left arm around her. He lifted a bowl of mian with his right hand, dipped a strand of noodles into the luscious broth, and brought it to her lips. Yun slightly parted her mouth, delicately taking hold of one end of the noodle. With a gentle pull, accompanied by a faint slurping sound, the fragrant and silky noodle was drawn into her mouth, leaving a smudge of oil on her rosy lips, which glimmered under the luminous moonstone. Xiao Yan gazed at her in a trance, retrieving a clean handkerchief to carefully wipe away the oil at the corner of her mouth, his tender demeanor akin to that of an artist preserving a priceless masterpiece. This meticulous act caused Yun's cheeks to flush, eliciting a wave of gratitude and warmth within her. She had been so engrossed in her training that she had forgotten how many years it had been since she had felt such a heart-racing sensation. As she chewed and swallowed the noodle, beyond the delightful taste and texture, Yun sensed a subtle enhancement in the potency of her internal fighting energy. Although her fighting energy was currently sealed by the golden-winged Lion King, and the feeling of enhancement was faint, it was nonetheless unmistakable. This noodle was remarkably enchanting. It could actually elevate the vigor of my fighting energy. If this continues, my time to unravel the seal within me will be hastened. At this moment, Yun could hardly contain her joy. Disregarding the slightly intimate position they occupied, she raised her charming face toward Xiao Yan and exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. No wonder this mian was priced so high. It possessed the power to enhance a cultivator's strength. He resolved that she could not have any more. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan wasted no time. Under Yun's astonished gaze, he brought a bowl of mian to his own lips, and with a series of slurping sounds, he polished off the entire bowl in mere seconds. No wonder this mian was so expensive. After finishing, Xiao Yan discovered that his experience points had increased by 500, and his internal chakra had become noticeably denser. At that moment, Yun felt a mix of exasperation and confusion, struggling to understand Xiao Yan's sudden and unexpected action. Burp. After letting out a prolonged belch, Xiao Yan feigned an expression of grievance and said, "Sister, After toiling all day, I am quite famished. Besides, I prepared these dishes myself. Is it unreasonable for me to indulge a little? Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's innocent demeanor, Yun Yun felt exasperated, yet she could not refute the truth in his words. Thus, she sulkily turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Observing Yun Yun's stubbornness in refusing the food he had offered, Xiao Yan, with a faint sigh of regret, remarked, "Are you certain you won't partake? Perhaps among the remaining dishes, there are ones that could enhance your strength even more than the noodles did. Since someone is unappreciative, I shall reluctantly consume it all myself." With that, he exaggeratedly sighed and proceeded to shove the food into his mouth. Wait. The moment Xiao Yan finished speaking, Yun Yun's lovely face shifted, and she finally succumbed to her urge to speak. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled and continued to joyfully feed her, after sampling several different dishes. However, Yun Yun no longer felt the sensation of strength enhancement and thus lost her appetite, stating blandly, "I am full." In response, Xiao Yan paid her no heed. Fully aware that she was merely sulking, he picked up a strawberry-flavored cream chocolate cake nearby, scooped a piece with a small spoon, and held it to her lips, commanding, "Hurry and eat. Look at how thin you've become." At this point, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Yun Yun's chest, which bore the marks of damage from a prior encounter with the golden-winged Lion King, allowing him a glimpse of enticing curves from his vantage point. Just as Yun Yun was about to scold him, he deftly seized the moment when her mouth opened, accurately inserting the spoon filled with cake. However, as she experienced the unprecedented delightful flavor in her mouth, she was momentarily entranced. The cake was extraordinarily soft and smooth, with the fresh aroma of cream perfectly mingling with the sweetness of chocolate, enhanced by the hint of strawberry. It tantalizingly awakened her taste buds, and the cake's fluffy, melt-in-your-mouth texture was an indescribable delight. Even as the leader of the Cloud Mist sect, who had savored the finest delicacies, she had never encountered such exquisite flavor. "How is it? Delicious, isn't it?" Seeing Yun Yun's expression, Xiao Yan smiled and inquired. Yet, due to her previous grievances, she held some resentment towards him. But the cake's allure was simply too tempting for her to utter a refusal, so she remained silent. This woman is still so stubborn, Xiao Yan mused inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade as he continued bringing the cake to her lips. Before long, a small piece of the strawberry cream chocolate cake was devoured by Yun Yun, and Xiao Yan thoroughly relished this delightful process. After finishing the small cake, Xiao Yan brought a tiny cup of coconut milk to Yun Yun's lips. Initially, she sipped delicately, her brows furrowing slightly, clearly expressing her reluctance to embrace the flavor of coconut juice for the first time. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan insisted on forcing it upon her. Although Xiao Yan was quite satisfied with every aspect of Yun Yun, she had recently suffered an injury and lost vitality, and it was said that coconut juice could aid in her recovery. Thus it was essential for her to replenish her strength. Once they had finished their meal, Xiao Yan tidied up the dishes and stepped toward the cave entrance. "Where are you going?" Yun Yun inquired, lying on the stone platform. Due to her own sealed powers, she found it exceedingly difficult to move. As she witnessed Xiao Yan preparing to leave, an inexplicable sense of panic gripped her. In less than a day, she had unknowingly developed a dependency on this young man. After all, despite her status as a lofty Dou emperor and the leader of the Yunlan sect, she too possessed a vulnerable side, particularly now that her strength was sealed, amplifying her fragility. As the cave's passage took on a zigzag shape, Xiao Yan's figure vanished around the corner, only to halt at the cave's entrance. From Yun Yun's perspective, it seemed that Xiao Yan had exited. After calling out several times without receiving a response, she, in a fit of frustration, struck the stone platform with her jade-like hand, a crystalline tear escaping her eye unbidden. It seemed that since becoming the leader of the Yunlan sect, she had not shed a single tear. Yet, today, after being injured and having her powers sealed, she had just experienced the meticulous care and warmth from a stranger, only to feel abandoned in the cold cave. This stark contrast shattered the last barrier within her heart completely. Chapter 82. I Am a Saint. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, Xiao Yan paused to survey his surroundings. Night had fallen, the moon hanging like a silver disk amidst a tapestry of twinkling stars. However, distant echoes of a few beastly roars occasionally pierced the silence, a clear indication that under the wrath of the furious golden-winged Lion King, the lower-tier magical beasts in the eastern part of the Beast Mountain range were in a state of unrest, tirelessly searching for Yun Yun. Truly persistent. Sighing, Xiao Yan scanned the cave's periphery. Although the terrain was treacherous and relatively concealed, the keen senses of some magical beasts could easily detect their presence over time. Blocking the cave entrance with a large stone would only draw more attention. An open cave would raise little suspicion, while sealing it off would blatantly signal to others that someone was inside. Having arrived at this juncture, Xiao Yan devised a more prudent course of action. He used his fingernail to create a small incision on his fingertip, allowing droplets of crimson blood to seep from his skin. Under his mental control, the blood began to transform rapidly, morphing into a substance reminiscent of mushrooms sprouting from decaying wood after rain, manifesting as a grayish-white robe at the wound's site. This was precisely the technique of the White Absolute's robe. Possessing the primordial cells, Xiao Yan had mastered this particular ninjutsu. Moreover, the growth of the robe within him, fueled by his blood and chakra, was astonishingly rapid, expanding to the size of a basketball in mere seconds. Under Xiao Yan's deft control, the robes began to spread from his fingertips, enveloping the cave entrance in just a few moments. Upon witnessing the accomplishment of this remarkable feat, Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction. The wall formed by the robe technique not only bore an uncanny resemblance to the surrounding rock formations, but also served to conceal his presence. Even the most astute of magical beasts would be unable to detect this location. More importantly, as this creation was derived from his own cells, he would instantly sense any intrusion or contact with the wall. How intriguing! Hearing footsteps, Yun, who had been lying on the stone platform in silent tears, felt a surge of joy and couldn't help but exclaim. It was only after her words escaped her lips that she realized her lack of composure. Previously, this individual had left without a word, ignoring her inquiries. This thought ignited a flicker of anger and grievance within her, prompting her to turn away in silence. Why are you still crying? Has someone wronged you? Xiao Yan feigned surprise, hastily approaching the stone platform, his heart aching as he inquired. Yun stubbornly refused to respond. You've just been injured, and it's cold here. Crying incessantly like this could easily lead to illness. Xiao Yan's tone was exceedingly gentle, akin to soothing a 3-year-old child, as he tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of Yun's eyes with a handkerchief. With a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, Yun struggled to push his hand away. So, this was what had upset her. How could I bear to leave you all alone? I merely went to the cave entrance to set up some defenses, lest we wait for those magical beasts to find us. Xiao Yan feigned realization, speaking with a hint of grievance. Yun was momentarily taken aback, her expression softening as she understood that he had been attending to important matters. It appeared she had misjudged him. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she found herself being lifted by Xiao Yan once more. The nights in the Beast Mountain range were exceedingly cold, and now, with you under the ceiling technique, you cannot circulate your internal energy to keep warm. As he spoke, Xiao Yan spread a tiger skin blanket over the frigid stone platform, carefully placing Yun upon it, then draping a fine silk quilt over her, ensuring to seal any gaps around her neck, leaving only her small head exposed. These items were all top-quality goods that Xiao Yan had purchased for 300 gold coins in the system. After completing these tasks, he paid no mind to Yun's astonished and grateful gaze, instead sitting cross-legged beside the stone platform, feigning a state of meditation. Gazing at the slightly emaciated figure of the youth, Yun's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. Several times, she contemplated calling Xiao Yan to rest upon the stone platform, yet her feminine reserve ultimately stifled her words. At that moment, a unique sentiment began to blossom within her heart for Xiao Yan. Typically, when men first laid eyes on her, they were utterly captivated. However, given her position as the sect leader of Yunlan and her formidable strength as a 3-star Do Huang, many would hesitate to approach her. In the eyes of those men, she resembled a celestial being, exalted and untouchable. Her nobility and confidence rendered those lesser men utterly ashamed. Numerous suitors matched her status and prowess, including formidable individuals from nearby empires, yet their approaches were monotonously predictable, offering high-grade medicinal pills or powerful artifacts. Yet, with her disposition, how could she ever find value in such gifts? Thus, those who pursued Yun, along with their offerings, met with her unyielding rejection. Initially, she believed she might never encounter a man capable of stirring her heart until she met the young man before her. He, at times domineering and at others gentle, often engaged in antics that vexed her, yet he invariably appeared at the most opportune moments when she felt most vulnerable. An inexplicable warmth and sweetness enveloped her heart, and soon she succumbed to a deep slumber. Little did she know, the young man pretending to be a sage was grappling with an unbearable turmoil within. Chapter 83, Capturing the Little Lobster. The next morning, having donned the facade of a sage throughout the night, Xiao Yan rose early to procure a sumptuous breakfast from the system, arranging it before Yun awoke. Today's offerings differed from the previous day, featuring fried dumplings as the main dish, accompanied by longan and lotus seed soup, pickles, and 2 small pieces of sushi. You're awake. Come eat. As soon as Yun opened her eyes, Xiao Yan hurried to support her, witnessing the lavish spread he had prepared so early in the day. Astonishment and gratitude flickered in Yun's beautiful eyes. After a night of restful recuperation, her injuries had significantly improved, although the seals within her remained unbroken, preventing her from utilizing Do Qi, She was now able to eat independently and move without impediment. This realization left Xiao Yan feeling a sense of disappointment, for he yearned to assist the beautiful woman with her meal, a missed opportunity that weighed heavily on him. By the way, what is your name? During their meal, Xiao Yan casually inquired, seemingly indifferent. Yun was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a fleeting struggle before she softly replied, Yunji, and you? Aware that she was using an alias, Xiao Yan chose not to expose her. With a fleeting thought, he spontaneously replied, my name is God of Men. God of Men. Yun murmured those words softly, then gently nodded in acknowledgement. In the peculiar realm of Duki continent, there exists a multitude of unusual surnames, such as Yun, which is quite rare even on Earth. The Soul clan, with its peculiar lineage, is also seldom encountered. Upon meeting Yun, Xiao Yan harbored no suspicions and secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. After she finished her meal, he tidied up and strode directly toward the cave's entrance. What are you doing? Yun, sensing an inexplicable surge of panic, hurriedly inquired. However, only after the words escaped her lips did she realize her indiscretion, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze from Xiao Yan. I'm going outside to gather some ingredients. After all, it will still take some time to break the seal within you, and we cannot starve in the meantime. He replied. Just be careful, she cautioned softly. After a moment's hesitation, rest assured, Xiao Yan responded with a smile, and then he stepped outside the cave. As he did so, the white robe at the cave's entrance automatically elongated, sealing it once more. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan unleashed a burst of lightning beneath his feet and dashed into the distance. At present, his purpose was not merely to gather ingredients, but rather to hunt magical beasts and earn attribute points. Having spent 500 gold coins on a meal with Yun after just one day of acquaintance, it was a rather extravagant expense. However, to win the affection of a beautiful maiden, sacrifices were necessary. Thus, Xiao Yan resolved to venture out and hunt magical beasts to compensate for the costs. He ran for over 20 miles from the cave before finally halting to seek a target. Along the way, he encountered numerous low-tier magical beasts but refrained from engaging them. He understood that drawing blood would attract more beasts, and given their proximity to the cave, it would be a fool's errand should they sense anything amiss. Hence, he opted to hunt at a considerable distance. Subsequently, Xiao Yan found several suitable targets and swiftly dispatched a few first-tier magical beasts along with 2 second-tier ones. Although he could defeat third-tier magical beasts, it would require significant time, and prolonged battles could easily attract nearby beasts' attention. Therefore, he abstained from pursuing them. To err on the side of caution, Xiao Yan employed the formidable impact of his thunder armor, delivering fatal blows to the beasts without utilizing any bloodletting weapons, thus preventing the scent of blood from permeating the air. While passing a small river, his pupils suddenly constricted in disbelief as he spotted something by the water's edge, an adorable little crayfish. On this refreshing morning, an unexpected encounter unfolded. The crayfish, with its numerous tiny legs, moved gracefully, each step seemingly striking the most delightful rhythm. Its dark red shell exuded an aura of wildness and dominance, reminiscent of a formidable general in all its glory, with its 2 sharp and formidable pincers waving incessantly above its head, resembling the antennas of a Teletubby. The little lobster caught Xiao Yan's attention. He forcefully suppressed the overwhelming joy within him and cautiously approached the creature. His demeanor exhibited a level of trepidation that surpassed even the thrill of confronting a third-tier magical beast. Carefully maneuvering around to the creature's rear, he let out a sigh of relief as he grasped it in his hands. I've got it. I've got it. At that moment, Xiao Yan felt as exhilarated as a child. Encountering a familiar species in this strange world was truly an exhilarating experience. Little lobster, do tell me where your family resides. He provocatively teased, extending a finger to gently prod the lobster's chest with a mischievous grin. The little lobster, caught off guard by the unexpected advance, flailed its pincers, seemingly gesturing towards the river. Thank you. Wow. So many. A few minutes later, as Xiao Yan lifted his stick, he couldn't help but exclaim in excitement at the multitude of little lobsters crawling atop it. With a single strike, he had caught at least 20 or 30 of them. This was a stroke of fortune. His spirits soared as he continued to fish for more. And soon hundreds of lobsters found their way into his large tank. Gazing at the tank filled with those adorable little creatures, Xiao Yan was overwhelmed with joy. Just as he was about to continue his endeavor, however, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed that the entrance of the cave had been breached. Oh no, Yun is in danger. This alarming thought sent chills down his spine. Without hesitation, he summoned his thunder armor and dashed towards the cave. Regret washed over him. But there was no time for lamentation. He could only hasten his pace. Chapter 84. The Trouble Caused by a Bath. Yun, like a bolt of lightning, Xiao Yan charged into the cave, unable to restrain his voice from calling out. However, as he swiftly passed through the passage into the cavern. He was taken aback by the sight before him. Inside the cave, Yun sat quietly on a stone platform, seemingly engaged in the unraveling of a seal within her. Her previous attire had been torn by the golden-winged Lion King, and she now donned a simple moon-white skirt. Her 3,000 strands of hair were slightly damp, cascading loosely down her back. At that moment, Yun appeared to possess less of her usual nobility and more of a languid charm. Upon noticing Xiao Yan's hurried entrance, her previously closed eyes snapped open, and she fixed him with a gaze filled with wariness and vigilance. Her voice slightly frosty as she inquired, "What did you just call me?" In a moment of concern, Xiao Yan, overwhelmed by the urgency of the situation, inadvertently uttered her true name. A glint of cold malice flickered in Yun's beautiful eyes, although the seal within her had not yet been lifted. The imposing presence she exuded from her high status sent a chill through Xiao Yan's heart. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he managed a somewhat innocent, wry smile. "I called you Yun, of course. Isn't your name Yunji? I would prefer to call you something more endearing. After all, I cannot simply refer to you as Ji, akin to the squeaking of a mouse." At this juncture, Xiao Yan animatedly mimicked a mouse's movement, causing Yun to stifle a laugh, her previous wariness dissipating in an instant. Although she held the esteemed position of the leader of the Yunlan sect, few outside the sect had encountered her, as she had often secluded herself within its confines. Had Xiao Yan truly discerned her true name and identity earlier, Yun would have been compelled to question the young man's intentions in approaching her. "Ah, by the way, I sense that the seal I left at the cave entrance seems to have been breached. Are you unharmed?" Noticing Yun's expression soften, Xiao Yan hastily inquired about the critical matter. "Oh, I just stepped out for a quick bath," Yun replied casually. However, scarcely had her words faded when a resounding roar from a beast echoed nearby, causing both Xiao Yan and Yunji to exchange alarmed glances, exclaiming simultaneously, "We've been discovered." "You." At that moment, Xiao Yan glared at Yun, a hint of frustration evident on his face, as if he wished to voice something yet hesitated. "I apologize. I did not foresee this situation arising," Yun responded, a look of guilt crossing her delicate features as she quickly offered her apology to Xiao Yan. "You took a bath and didn't call me." The word Xiao Yan had been holding back finally escaped his lips. "You rogue, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Upon realizing she had been teased, Yun felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, surprised that, even in such a perilous moment, he still had the audacity to jest. "Enough of the banter. I must go out and deal with that magical beast." Observing Yun's rising temper, Xiao Yan promptly interjected, "Given your capabilities, it would be better if I went instead." In Yun's eyes, Xiao Yan was merely a young boy of around 15 or 16 years, even with exceptional talent. He could only be at the level of a fighter. Therefore, upon hearing Xiao Yan's intent to confront the beast alone, her concern deepened. "Sister, do not complicate matters further. Your presence will only attract more magical beasts." Standing still, gazing at the young man's retreating figure at the cave entrance, Yun waved her delicate hands in a flurry, seemingly at a loss for an appropriate expression. After a moment, she stamped her foot, chiding him. Despite her words, however, her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the spot where Xiao Yan had vanished, a hint of worry etched on her face. Once outside the cave, Xiao Yan surveyed the surroundings and exhaled a sigh of relief. Just a second-tier ice and snow magical beast. As a human figure suddenly appeared within his line of sight, the beast's eyes gleamed with intent, preparing to unleash a cry, seemingly to signal its brethren. "Lightning armor." In response, a cold smirk played at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth as he was enveloped in a silvery electric glow. With a powerful stomp on the ground, the rock shattered, and he surged forth with astonishing speed. With a resounding thud, the icy beast plummeted heavily to the ground, its formidable armor proving utterly ineffective. Not even a cry escaped its lips before it succumbed to its demise. After vanquishing the icy creature, Xiao Yan hurriedly dragged its carcass behind a rock. Casting a cautious glance around, satisfied that he had not alarmed other beasts, he let out a sigh of relief, having so effortlessly resolved the issue. Xiao Yan was about to stow the beast's body in his spatial ring to leave no traces when a sudden thought sparked within him. A smile crept onto his lips as he reclined beside the icy beast's corpse and began to hum a carefree tune. Time was of the essence. As the blood flowed steadily, Xiao Yan skillfully controlled it with his chakra to prevent any spillage. He swiftly retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring and collected the blood within. Once this task was completed, he quickly stored the beast's body in the ring, applying the blood to the corners of his mouth and his face. Summoning his resolve, he activated his bone pulse once more, tearing his shirt open to leave several crimson streaks across his chest. Yun, I am coming. Chapter 85, Selling the Lion. Within the cave, after waiting for a considerable time without Xiao Yan's return, Yun Yun could no longer contain herself. Biting her silver teeth, she clenched her delicate hand, and an extraordinary sword shot forth, intent on charging out. At that moment, a figure suddenly stumbled into the cave from outside. "Are you all right, my lord?" Upon recognizing the figure, Yun Yun's face brightened with joy, and she hurried over to inquire. "Please, do not go out. If another beast appears, I shall truly perish." Xiao Yan, covered in blood, managed a wry smile at Yun Yun, rolling his eyes before collapsing. In that instant of falling, a wave of delight surged within Xiao Yan as he sensed that he had landed upon something soft and fragrant. "Zijingwang Winged Lion King, you wretch. Should anything happen to my lord, I shall not rest until I turn your mountain of beasts upside down." Witnessing Xiao Yan faint, a cold glint of murderous intent flashed across Yun Yun's lovely face as she admonished. She quickly dragged Xiao Yan's body, exerting considerable effort to lift him onto a stone platform. With her powers sealed, Yun Yun appeared as delicate as any frail woman from the mortal realm. Positioning Xiao Yan's lower half upon the stone, she cradled his upper body in her arms, his head resting perfectly upon her soft bosom. Feeling the delightful softness and resilience of her touch, the intoxicating scent enveloping him, Xiao Yan's heart raced, and he shamelessly leaned closer to her chest, feigning a pained expression of unconsciousness while internally reveling in delight. Yun Yun's face was etched with worry as she glanced at Xiao Yan's actions, harboring no suspicion. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the jagged wounds across his chest, and she could not help but feel a pang of heartache. However, upon closer inspection, Yun Yun discovered that although Xiao Yan's injuries appeared rather alarming, they were merely superficial wounds, without any damage to his muscles or bones. This realization allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief, and she was somewhat astonished to see that Xiao Yan's wounds had already begun to form scabs and heal. This little fellow indeed possessed remarkable recuperative abilities. "Mother, don't go. Don't leave me." Just as Yun Yun intended to place Xiao Yan on the stone platform, he groggily wrapped his arms around her delicate neck, burying his entire face into her bosom, presenting an utterly pitiful sight. Taken aback by Xiao Yan's sudden embrace, Yun Yun let out a soft gasp, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. She attempted to gently push him away, yet his arms clung to her like iron clamps. Not daring to exert too much force for fear of aggravating his injuries, she reluctantly allowed him to hold her. Gazing at the youthful and somewhat innocent face of the unconscious young man, Yun Yun felt a twinge of compassion within her heart. She gently stroked Xiao Yan's head with her delicate hand, a tender expression gracing her features. "It seems you are quite the unfortunate little soul. Of course, feigning unconsciousness requires a certain degree of moderation." Thus, after maintaining their position for nearly an hour, Xiao Yan finally stirred and awakened. "Are you all right?" Seeing Xiao Yan regain consciousness, Yun Yun's expression brightened, and she promptly inquired with concern. Xiao Yan feigned pain, patting his own head. "I apologize. I did not anticipate such consequences." With a forced smile, Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. "It's my fault for not clarifying things with you beforehand." At that moment, a vague sound reverberated from afar, startling both Xiao Yan and Yun Yun. "Could it be that he has discovered us?" Yun Yun exclaimed, her lovely face etched with regret and panic. "Do not worry, he has likely not noticed us yet. Otherwise, he would have charged in long ago." Rather than shouting outside and alerting us, Xiao Yan replied, calming himself after the initial shock. The cave's entrance was concealed by a white cloak, appearing indistinguishable from the ordinary mountainside, effectively masking their presence. Even a Dozong expert would find it challenging to uncover their location, let alone the purple gold-winged Lion King. However, it was possible that Yun Yun's earlier excursion to bathe had led the purple gold-winged Lion King to narrow down their whereabouts. This meant that the cave they occupied was no longer safe. If the purple gold-winged Lion King initiated a thorough search of the surrounding area with the beasts of the Monster Beast mountain range, they would inevitably be discovered. "Sister Fairy, do you remember the enchanting scenes from yesterday when we were entwined, floating gracefully, and playfully teasing each other?" The shameless voice of the purple gold-winged Lion King echoed from a distance outside the cave. "What shall we do now? That beast will surely arrive here soon." Yun Yun was deeply infuriated by the shameless words of the golden-winged Lion King, and she felt a profound sense of regret. Had it not been for her decision to step out for a bath, such troubles would not have arisen. Damn it! What sort of creature is this lion? Capable of seducing women even better than I? It audaciously transformed the previous life and death battle between Yun Yun and itself into a mere flirtation, truly despicable. At that moment, Xiao Yan's mind was racing with a myriad of expletives, vowing that he would make this golden-winged Lion King comprehend the true meaning of cruelty when the opportunity presented itself. However, he was currently no match for the lion, and thus he had to swallow his indignation for the time being. "Stay here and do not venture out. I will assess the situation. Your injuries." Before Yun Yun could finish her sentence, Xiao Yan had already vanished from her sight. Chapter 86. Finding another cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Xiao Yan first instructed the system to conceal his aura. He then cautiously peered outside to gauge the situation. At that moment, aside from the distant, indistinct roars of the golden-winged Lion King, everything outside was eerily quiet. From the sound, it seemed the beast was at least 5 or 6 kilometers away. Although the creature could not locate him for now, Xiao Yan remained uneasy. He despised the feeling of being on edge. And if he wished to survive in the Duki continent, caution was essential. With this thought, Xiao Yan made a decisive move, spending 1,000 gold coins to purchase 5 Thunder God Kunai from the system, bringing his total to 6, including the one he had previously utilized in the small valley. He scanned the area around the cave entrance and found a discreet spot to leave 1 kunai behind. Casting a glance in the direction of the golden-winged Lion King's roar, Xiao Yan smirked and took off in the opposite direction. Having learned the Thunder God technique, any kunai within his range would resonate with him. After running for a while, he reached the threshold where he could sense the kunai left at the cave entrance and sought out another hidden spot to place the second kunai. Continuing onward, he followed the same procedure until he had left the 6th kunai at the entrance of yet another cave he discovered. The Beast Mountain range was teeming with magical beasts, some of which carved their own dens. Due to hunting or being consumed by other beasts, there were numerous empty caves along the mountain walls. Thus, finding a refuge was relatively easy for Xiao Yan. Done. Thunder God technique. Clapping his hands together, Xiao Yan smiled, and with a thought, his figure vanished into thin air. Not yet, but it seems it has locked onto our general location. Finding us is merely a matter of time. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yun bit her lip in silence, her expression one of struggle. You should go. Don't worry about me. Leave the Beast Mountain range as soon as possible. And thank you for your care over the past few days. Yun's words were laced with guilt, gratitude, and a hint of reluctance. She lamented her own cleanliness, questioning why she had ventured out for a bath. What do you take me for? To abandon the woman I cherish and flee alone? If a man were to act in such a manner, what difference would he have from a eunuch? Xiao Yan, with both hands resting on Yun's shoulders, enunciated each word with gravity. At that moment, Yun's delicate form trembled, as a realization struck her. Was he confessing his feelings? The thought ignited a rush of warmth across her cheeks, a mixture of excitement and complexity flooding her heart. She had once believed she might never encounter a man who could stir her emotions, yet in merely 2 days, this youth before her, not yet 20, had claimed a space in her heart that had remained unoccupied for years. Confusion, joy, uncertainty, and a tinge of fear swirled within her, leaving her unable to articulate the sentiments she held for this young man who had unexpectedly entered her life. Begone. Who is your beloved woman? Yun's face flushed like the evening sky, and though she playfully chided him, she dared not meet Xiao Yan's gaze. Let us go. Observing Yun in her rare state of shyness, Xiao Yan smiled, his heart swelling with tenderness. He gently grasped her delicate hand and spoke softly. Where are we headed? Of course, to change our chamber. She retorted, blushing fiercely. Before exiting the cave, Xiao Yan instructed the system to conceal their presence. He surmised that the golden-winged Lion King had managed to locate their general vicinity due to a seal left within Yun. However, Xiao Yan speculated that even if the Lion King could sense the seal within her, the connection was faint. Otherwise, it would have already attacked, rather than allowing them to remain at ease. Where are we going? It's easy for that beast to discover us. Upon exiting the cave, Yun scanned their surroundings warily and quietly inquired of Xiao Yan. Hold on tight. Don't let go, as the seasoned driver is about to take off. With a mischievous smile directed at Yun, Xiao Yan concentrated, and with a ripple of space, both he and Yun vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the location of the second flying Thunder God Kunai. What kind of jutsu is this? Yun exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yan chuckled, understanding that maintaining the freshness in their relationship required a touch of mystery. He chose not to answer her question, instead retrieving the kunai before activating his ninjutsu once more to leap through space. In mere moments, they materialized in a newly chosen cave. This cavern bore little difference from the previous one. He cast the moonlight stone from his spatial ring against the surrounding walls, illuminating the interior brilliantly. How do you find our new home? He inquired with a smile, surveying their surroundings. Ah, you truly are a master of subtlety. In Yun's beautiful eyes lingered a hint of astonishment and incredulity as she gazed at Xiao Yan, her expression complex, evidently captivated by his earlier flying thunder god technique. It is no wonder, on the Duki continent, even the most advanced movement techniques of the heaven rank cannot achieve instantaneous teleportation, unless one possesses the strength of a Do Zun or even Do Sheng, capable of deftly wielding spatial power and traversing through the void at will. Yet, The young man before her appeared to be no more than 15 or 16. The notion that he could be a Dozun powerhouse was utterly inconceivable to Yun Yun. Chapter 87. Are you hungry? Having successfully found a new abode, both Xiao Yan and Yun Yun were filled with joy. They busied themselves retrieving various necessities from their spatial ring, arranging them neatly within the new cave, resembling a young couple setting up their home. The cave's decor was exceedingly simple, and within mere minutes, everything was in place. At that moment, a rumbling sound emerged from Yun Yun's stomach. So soon to feel hungry? She truly is a little foodie, yet somehow, she never seems to gain weight. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan cast a mischievous glance towards a certain part of Yun Yun. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she ineffectively patted her belly. Hee. Encountering me surely brings you good fortune. Today, I shall prepare a grand feast for you. With a mysterious smile directed at Yun Yun, Xiao Yan set up a pot and ignited a fire in one corner of the cave. What are you planning to make? Yun Yun, filled with curiosity, squatted beside Xiao Yan, her gaze intently fixed on his actions. There was an enchanting charm about Xiao Yan as he earnestly prepared the meal, captivating Yun Yun's attention entirely. It is said that a man is most handsome when he is diligently engaged in work. Such was the case here. Behold this. Xiao Yan grinned mischievously, suddenly pulling a small crayfish from his spatial ring and holding it mere inches from Yun Yun's face. Ah, what is that? Take it away. Faced with the unexpected appearance of such a many-legged creature, Yun Yun's face paled, and she instinctively recoiled several steps, shrieking in fright. A dignified Do Huang, reduced to fear by a mere crayfish. Truly, women possess an innate aversion to such multi-legged, shelled beings. Xiao Yan found amusement in this. But seeing the look of dread on Yun Yun's face was rather entertaining. It was rare to witness such a side of this proud woman, and he felt a playful urge rise within him as he advanced towards her, crayfish in hand. I warn you not to come closer. Realizing Xiao Yan's mischievous intentions as he approached with the crayfish, Yun Yun quickly raised her arms defensively, retreating further, her voice trembling slightly from fear. All right. I shall not tease you any longer. I will cook it for you right away. How does that sound? Understanding the need to stop his antics, Xiao Yan gently manipulated the crayfish's large pincers and reassured Yun Yun. Could it be that the grand feast you mentioned consists of this? As Xiao Yan's words fell, Yun Yun, who had comprehended the meaning behind his statement, wore a look of disbelief and inquired, Indeed, this is a rare delicacy. Coupled with my unparalleled culinary skills, it is not something the average person can savor. Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on the struggling crayfish in his grasp. To him, it had already transformed into a delectable dish, with a few crystalline droplets of saliva trickling down the corner of his mouth. Yinji would rather starve to death outside than consume such a thing, even if captured by the Golden Wing Lion King, Yun Yun declared emphatically, her gaze laden with distaste as she fixed her eyes on the crayfish held by Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan merely shrugged, non-committal, before turning back to his task. The first step involved removing the dark intestinal tract of the crayfish. With one hand securing the creature, he deftly pinched the middle of its tail fin with the other, gently pulling it away. Done. After a mere 10 minutes, a large plate of vibrant red crayfish was artfully arranged. Xiao Yan savored a mouthful of saliva as he drizzled the fragrant broth over the crustaceans, then sprinkled a handful of verdant cilantro atop. A visually stunning and aromatic dish of spicy crayfish was thus completed. Stealing a glance at Yun Yun nearby, he noticed her seemingly entranced by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Her right hand caressed her ravenous belly, her beautiful eyes occasionally darting toward him. However, when Xiao Yan's gaze met hers, she hastily averted her eyes. With a grand gesture, Xiao Yan placed the plate of crayfish before Yun Yun and feigned a sigh of regret. Such a delicious treat, yet some individuals simply lack appreciation. He nonchalantly seized a crayfish, audibly cracking off its head before indulging in a fervent feast. Wow! After 3 long years, the long-awaited crayfish, I'm back, he exclaimed, thoroughly relishing the meal, undeterred by his allergy to the crustaceans. The enjoyment was worth the 500 gold coins he would need to spend on an antidote. Observing Xiao Yan devour the crayfish with abandon, Yun Yun felt a flicker of doubt arise within her. Could it be that this seemingly grotesque and fearsome creature was truly so delectable? Yet, as she cast her eyes upon the severed limbs of the crayfish he had ruthlessly dismantled, a chill of disgust washed over her, and she resolutely concluded that she could never consume such a revolting dish. Yet the tantalizing aroma lingering in the air only intensified her already protesting stomach. This woman truly has a penchant for stubbornness. As he continued to relish the crayfish, Xiao Yan found the situation rather amusing. He carefully selected a larger, plump crayfish from the plate, and with meticulous care, began to peel it. If it were for himself, he would simply discard the head, but for a lady, he felt it necessary to exercise more caution. Thus, he meticulously removed the legs and the outer shell, dipped it in the luscious broth, and offered it to Yun Yun. I won't eat it. Yun Yun remained obstinate, for although she had lost both the pincers and the multitude of legs of the little crayfish, rendering them less daunting, an innate resistance still brewed within her. Do not compel me to take action. You must handle it yourself. Xiao Yan's tone bore a hint of authority. Yun Yun slowly shook her head, retreating slightly, but in an instant, a flash of lightning appeared before her, and Xiao Yan had already materialized behind her, his left arm encircling her neck, while his right hand thrust a crayfish toward her mouth. Yun Yun tightly sealed her lips, struggling futilely against his grasp. Alas, her powers were sealed, leaving her unable to escape Xiao Yan's control, and ultimately, he succeeded. As the crayfish was forced into her mouth, just as she was about to expel it, she was suddenly enveloped by an indescribable, rich aroma that began to unfurl within her mouth. How delightful! Chapter 88, Delight. Observing Yun Yun devouring the crayfish with such fervor, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. Should he commend the exquisite flavor of his crayfish or lament the fickleness of women? At that moment, Yun Yun paid no heed to decorum, consuming the crayfish at a pace that eventually surpassed even Xiao Yan's. Her rosy lips were smeared with grease, shimmering enticingly under the glow of the moonstone. As the plate of crayfish dwindled, Yun Yun boldly seized the plate for herself, resembling a protective kitten, mumbling through her mouthful, "Stop eating. They are all mine." Xiao Yan, witnessing this, could only shake his head in bemusement, greedily licking the sauce from his fingers as he chuckled. "Fear not, no one will snatch them from you. Shall I prepare more?" Upon receiving her nod, Xiao Yan shook his head with a wry smile, yet suddenly, he froze, reaching to touch his lips, which appeared unscathed. A wave of confusion washed over him. He recalled that during his last allergic reaction to crayfish, he had barely consumed a fraction of this amount before feeling as though his mouth were no longer his own, and his entire body had begun to itch and ache. Why, then, had he consumed so much now without any adverse reaction? System, assess my physical condition. Xiao Yan commanded inwardly. Ding. All bodily indicators of the host are normal. This revelation left Xiao Yan utterly perplexed. Could it be due to the binding of the system? A plausible theory emerged in his mind. Previously, when he had been poisoned by a pill, the system had mentioned that his physique had been altered. Xiao Yan had been despondent over his inability to consume the elixirs of this world, only to discover that this change had also remedied his allergy to crayfish. Truly, misfortune may turn to fortune. With his spirits lifted, Xiao Yan joyfully retrieved over 200 crayfish from his storage ring, preparing to cook them anew. Having overcome the risk of poisoning from consuming crayfish, it has become apparent to Xiao Yan that these delicacies are now an essential part of his culinary life. However, he remains uncertain whether crayfish inhabit the rivers of other regions within the Dochi continent, which leads him to entertain the notion of cultivating them himself. Crayfish are omnivorous creatures that favor a diet of mud found on riverbeds, as well as deceased fish and other aquatic organisms. Their diet predominantly consists of plant matter. Yet they will consume small fish, shrimp, plankton, benthic organisms, and algae, exhibiting a lack of dietary selectivity. Thus, it can be asserted that they are remarkably easy to rear. Additionally, their reproductive capabilities are exceedingly robust. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had come across numerous reports of a farmer who, after releasing 3 crayfish into a rice paddy, experienced an uncontrollable proliferation that led to a veritable crayfish calamity. Xiao Yan's method of cultivating crayfish is both simple and effective, utilizing the primordial cells within his own body for cultivation. After acquiring 2 primordial cells, a subtle transformation within him began to take place. His blood now brims with vitality and energy, capable of proliferating and expanding like a garment, making the cultivation of crayfish a trivial endeavor. Due to the unique properties of the primordial cells, the crayfish reared in this manner not only possess exquisite flavor, but also serve to enhance one's physical constitution over time. For those recovering from injuries, consuming them can expedite the healing process. Xiao Yan is confident that, before long, this culinary delight will captivate the entirety of the Dochi continent, thanks to his efforts. Moments later, 200 freshly cooked crayfish emerge, and both Yun Yun and Xiao Yan waste no time in indulging, devouring the delicacies with great enjoyment. Xiao Yan reclines, leaning back against the ground, rubbing his full belly and releasing several satisfied belches. What is this? Why is it so delicious? Yun Yun, with her rosy tongue playfully flicking around, licks her lips. Still wanting more. Xiao Yan, curious, observes Yun Yun's slender waist, which remains enviably trim despite her hearty appetite, pondering the remarkable nature of women. These crayfish are indeed a rare culinary treasure. It is a true shame that this world lacks someone to recognize their worth, he laments with a sigh. Yun Yun, amused by his exaggerated lamentation, covers her mouth with her delicate hand, and teasingly replies, "Are you still planning to seek out the amethyst-winged Lion King after your seal is lifted?" Realizing he may have inadvertently revealed too much, Xiao Yan hastily redirects the conversation. "Yes, I need to acquire the purple spirit crystal." Xiao Yan shook his head, having witnessed her battle with the amethyst-winged Lion King. He clearly believed that Yun Yun's chances of success were slim. "Our strengths are not far apart, but I did not anticipate that it had mastered sealing techniques. Last time, I was caught off guard, but in our next encounter, my wind's extreme destruction might not be outmatched." Observing Xiao Yan's expression, Yun Yun furrowed her delicate brows, her words tinged with a hint of reluctance. That move was indeed formidable. Xiao Yan did not doubt the power of the profound light that had severed half of the amethyst-winged Lion King's hardest horn. However, if it truly came to a confrontation with the amethyst seal, Xiao Yan was uncertain who would prevail. "Nevertheless, if I were to assist you, your chances of obtaining the amethyst spirit crystal would increase significantly." Xiao Yan offered Yun Yun a tranquil smile. "Oh." Yun Yun was momentarily taken aback by his words, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. She had long harbored doubts and expectations regarding Xiao Yan's true capabilities. She understood that this young man before her was not like his peers. Certain aspects of him eluded even her, a Do Huang. When he claimed he could aid her, Yun Yun did not perceive it as mere jest. As for Xiao Yan, he was well aware of Yun Yun's quest for the amethyst spirit crystal, which was intended to enhance Nalan Yinran's strength. It was noteworthy that the master and apprentice bore many similarities. Both possessed breathtaking beauty and a regal pride. It seemed that Nalan Yinran sought to elevate her power in hopes of washing away the humiliation Xiao Yan had inflicted upon her that day in Wutin City. In the days that followed, due to Xiao Yan's attentive care, their relationship deepened. Perhaps due to the sealing, the aura of nobility that had once characterized Yun Yun began to fade. Their cohabitation within the cave was far from tedious. In addition to indulging in crayfish, they enjoyed a variety of exquisite dishes each day. Of course, beyond dining, they engaged in recreational activities as well. Xiao Yan taught Yun Yun the art of playing mahjong, even summoning 2 white absolutes to make up the numbers. Initially, Yun Yun was startled by Xiao Yan's eccentricities, but as anticipated, she soon became enamored with mahjong, feeling restless if she couldn't play for a while. As a result, Yun Yun spent most of her time reveling in their feasting and merriment, rarely finding moments to unravel the seal within her. "Come eat." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's call, Yun Yun, who had been in a meditative state, slowly opened her beautiful eyes, smiled gently at him, and stepped forward to assist in bringing the dishes to the stone table. After days of interaction, their bond grew increasingly intimate. Yet they remained at a threshold just beyond friendship, as Xiao Yan himself would describe it, beyond friends, but not quite lovers. However, such matters cannot be rushed, particularly when it comes to a woman like Yun Yun, who possesses a certain inherent pride. It is exceedingly unrealistic to hope to completely win her heart in such a short span of time. Yet, Xiao Yan understands that once a woman like her gives her heart, she is steadfast and unwavering in her devotion. Tonight's dinner is nothing short of sumptuous, featuring an array of 8 or 9 different dishes. Xiao Yan even thoughtfully spent 300 gold coins from his system to purchase a bottle of 1982 Lafite. And to further enhance the romantic ambience, he lit several red candles on the stone table. Naturally, the main dish, crawfish, could not be absent. Remarkably, despite having indulged in crawfish for several consecutive days, Xiao Yan and his companions felt no hint of fatigue. It seems this delicacy possesses a peculiar charm. "Please." Xiao Yan made a notably gentlemanly gesture, inviting Yun Yun to partake. Yun Yun shot him a rather exasperated glance, but, without further ado, began to relish the lavish meal. Although life in the cave has been quite comfortable and even somewhat luxurious, Xiao Yan's gold coins were steadily dwindling. Roughly estimating, he had already spent around 3,000 gold coins during the 5 or 6 days spent with Yun Yun. Moreover, due to the earlier encounter with the golden-winged Lion King, he had refrained from hunting magical beasts since that day. He ventured out to acquire 500 attribute points, leading to a rather precarious financial situation. Just as Xiao Yan was mulling over his dwindling gold reserves, a prompt from the system suddenly broke the silence. "Only a bottle of Lao Ganma." As the voice from the system concluded, the look of delight on Xiao Yan's face slowly froze. He had anticipated a grand reward, only to find it was merely a bottle of Lao Ganma. Nevertheless, he accepted it with a resigned sigh, reasoning that something is better than nothing. He retrieved the Lao Ganma from the system and, using a spoon, scooped out a generous dollop to mix with the crawfish. "What is this?" Yun Yun's delicate face bore a look of curiosity. The young man in front of her constantly produced peculiar and unfamiliar items. "Hee, it's my exclusive secret sauce. Crawfish and Lao Ganma pair wonderfully for dinner." Xiao Yan reminisced fondly about Lao Ganma, In his past life, although he received an allowance from his parents, his obsession with the internet led him to squander most of it, leaving him to rely on Lao Gan Ma and steamed buns during the last few days of the month. Yun, intrigued, dipped a peeled crawfish into the Lao Gan Ma and then placed it into her rosy mouth. How is it? Xiao Yan inquired, his gaze fixed on her. It's truly delightful. Yun's complexion flushed as she spoke, her words slightly muffled. She fanned her mouth with her jade-like hand, seemingly overwhelmed by the spiciness. As glistening tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. Is it so delicious that it brings you to tears? Let me try? After placing the small lobsters coated with the renowned Lao Gan Ma into his mouth, Xiao Yan suddenly felt as if a fierce fire ignited within, searing its way down his throat to his lower abdomen, then surging upward to his mind. Eventually, a white mist began to rise above his head, and an indescribable spiciness enveloped him, instilling a sensation akin to ascension. Indeed, it felt exhilarating. Xiao Yan's heart swelled with joy, and after exchanging a glance with Yun, they both fixed their ravenous gazes upon the plate of small lobsters, devouring them with fervor. Hey, did you notice something off? After a moment, Yun, seated across from Xiao Yan, suddenly asked with a flushed face. At her inquiry, Xiao Yan lifted his head, his heart racing as he beheld Yun's charming visage. Now adorned with a tempting blush, her once lively eyes now clouded with a hint of daze. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that even the elegant curve of her neck was graced by a delicate pink hue. Indeed, something was amiss. With a bitter smile, Xiao Yan realized that his own body had inexplicably grown warm, the heat gradually spreading. Yun, her eyes glazed over, weakly inquired, I have no idea. What we ate today was the same as usual. Xiao Yan's gaze darted across the stone platform, and after a moment, it suddenly fixed upon a bottle, the notorious Lao Gan Ma Devil Spicy Sauce, gifted by the system. Could this be the source of their predicament? A jolt of surprise coursed through Xiao Yan as he hastily picked up the bottle. Simultaneously, a small line of text caught his eye. Delicious seasoning from the distant and mysterious Eastern world. Consuming it will ignite a fierce fire within, redden your complexion, and accelerate your heartbeat. Oh my, isn't this akin to an aphrodisiac? Chapter 90. Indescribable. What on earth is this substance? Observing Xiao Yan's actions, Yun seemed to discern that her current state was likely related to that bottle of Lao Gan Ma. At this moment, she felt an increasing heat within her body, almost succumbing to the impulse to shed her garments. However, as a formidable Do Huang, even with her powers sealed, her past composure remained intact, forcing down the surging warmth. She urgently asked, this must be some side effect of the seasoning. Xiao Yan, wary of revealing the truth, hastily replied, perhaps. It's just a condiment. What should we do now? At this juncture, Yun appeared flustered, completely devoid of her previous bravado that once rivaled the kings of the Monster Mountain range. Try using your internal Do Qi to suppress it. It's merely a seasoning, so it shouldn't possess significant medicinal effects. Blushing, Xiao Yan quickly closed his eyes and activated his chakra to quell the rising flames of desire. Meanwhile, he silently lamented, never anticipating that this troublesome system would orchestrate such a predicament. Despite his yearning for such matters, Xiao Yan remained resolute in his intentions. Although his relationship with Yun had grown increasingly intimate, it had yet to reach that level of closeness. Should he forcefully pursue such actions, he risked rendering all his prior efforts futile, and the favorable impression he had cultivated in Yun's heart would disintegrate into nothingness. Thus, confronted by the exquisite beauty before him, he could only feign the composure of a sage. The discomfort of this predicament was indescribable. Observing the closed eyes of Xiao Yan, Yun contemplated settling down to harness her Do Qi for suppression. However, as she attempted to channel her energy, she was horrified to discover that her Do Qi had been entirely sealed by the purple crystal, leaving her powerless to quell the flames of desire raging within her. As the fire of yearning entwined and consumed her, her bright eyes grew increasingly dazed, the fire driving her rationality away. I cannot remain here. I must escape. A sudden clarity jolted through Yun. With a determined bite of her silver teeth, she dashed toward the cave's exit. She understood all too well what would transpire if she lingered. Even if Xiao Yan possessed remarkable self-control and was a beast in comparison, she was bound to commit some disgraceful act under the influence of her own desire. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, she could not permit such a scandal to unfold. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, who had been suppressing his own desires, was taken aback by Yun's words. You can't leave. The monstrous beasts will flood this place, he exclaimed urgently, swiftly opening his eyes and rushing to embrace Yun from behind. The moment his arms encircled her delicate waist, Yun's body stiffened, and instinctively, she turned to slap his face. Yet, in her weakened state, the strike was soft and feeble, akin to a playful gesture between lovers. Please, calm down. Some beasts are equally interested in human women, like the combined ape, Xiao Yan implored hastily. In this tense moment, whether to stay or to leave became an unbearable dilemma. Driven by desperation, Yun suddenly bit down on Xiao Yan's shoulder. However, the proximity to his masculine essence ignited a conflagration within her, as her inner heat surged like dry, kindling meeting a roaring fire. At that instant, Xiao Yan's body quivered, and the pain from her bite did nothing to diminish the desire that coursed through him. Instead, the warm and moist touch of her lips against his skin acted as a catalyst, stirring his heart. Overcome with emotion, he leaned in to capture Yun's flower-like lips with his own. Cradled in warmth and softness, Xiao Yan felt an uncontrollable fire surge from his abdomen, accompanied by an indescribable sense of repression that overwhelmed him. In that fleeting moment, he wished to meld the person in his arms into his very being. The intimate contact between them jolted Yun back to reality, her face paling as she swiftly detached from his lips. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter in a low, strained voice, "If you dare to take such liberties, once I regain my strength, I shall kill you." The words of Yun, laced with a hint of menace, reached Xiao Yan's ears. Already burdened by the arduous task of suppressing his inner fire, he felt a surge of inexplicable anger welling up within him. As for the saints, let them take on that mantle if they so desire. I shall embrace my primal instincts, for I refuse to be less than a beast. With this resolution firmly entrenched in his heart, Xiao Yan cast aside all other concerns. His mind consumed solely by the enchanting beauty before him. Her full, somewhat clumsy lips pressed against his like delicate petals, as his hand, which encircled her slender waist, gradually moved upward, followed by the sound of fabric tearing. Under the influence of the old lady's concoction, Yun now found herself in a state that hovered between dreams and reality, her sultry gaze hazy as she responded to him. Her fair skin radiated an alluring blush, her form melting against Xiao Yan's as if she were devoid of bones. Whispers akin to a dream echoed in his ears, resembling soft sobs, concealing a thrill of excitement and joy beneath her shyness. The fragrant scent of orchids enveloped him, weaving through every fiber of his being. In a moment of reverie, Xiao Yan felt as if he had been asleep for an eternity, standing at the narrow entrance of a secluded valley, entranced by its mysterious allure, yearning to uncover its deepest secrets. Upon entry, the path initially constrained widened after a few dozen steps, revealing a breathtaking expanse. He felt himself dissolve, wishing to merge entirely into this dreamlike state, as if suspended in a gossamer cloud. Everything felt both tangible and illusory. He was enveloped in a warm, slippery cocoon, experiencing an indescribable joy and self-forgetfulness. Suddenly, a cry erupted from the depths of his soul, a release of the accumulated essence from his past and present. This sensation was profoundly liberating, akin to breaking free from shackles that had long bound his body. The explosion of happiness that ensued was beyond the reach of any words to convey. However, as this euphoric feeling subsided, it was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fatigue, as if it stemmed from the very core of his being, a weariness that was both exhausting and joyous, not unlike the aftermath of a great battle. In his daze, Xiao Yan sensed droplets of cool rain striking his cheeks. As he hazily opened his eyes, he found a peculiar long sword poised menacingly at his throat. At that moment, a chill coursed through him. Yun had changed into a new dress, yet it appeared somewhat disheveled, perhaps due to the haste of her attire. Even her elegant phoenix hairpiece had fallen out of place, lending her an air of languid charm. Yun's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Yan, her expression a tumult of pain, struggle, regret, and grievance. She seemed unable to discern her true feelings for the young man before her. Suddenly, her hand gripping the sword began to tremble slightly, her red lips pursed yet silent, as if awaiting Xiao Yan's next words. "I merely brushed against it. I did not enter." As soon as Xiao Yan's words fell, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, warm blood already streaming forth. A fierce anger appeared on Yun's face, her gaze seemingly directed at a certain spot on the stone platform, her eyes betraying a sudden swell of tears. Startled, Xiao Yan's heart raced. He glanced at the place where Yun had looked, and understood why his earlier words had provoked her ire. There lay a patch of deep crimson blood. Xiao Yan silently lamented his plight, yet dared not move. For at this moment, his life was entirely in the hands of this emotionally volatile woman, especially after Yun had broken her seal and regained her powers. He realized he possessed no means to escape her grasp. Moreover, even if he could flee, such an action would irreparably damage their relationship, a consequence he had never intended. His gaze lingered on Yun, whose tear-filled eyes and complex expression were directed at him. After 3 seconds of contemplation, Xiao Yan resolved to take action. Now, a sincere love lay before me. If I fail to cherish it, I will inevitably regret it when it is lost. There is no greater agony in life than this. Thus I must not miss this opportunity. Yunji, I love you. If I must impose a time limit on this love, I hope it lasts for 10,000 years. With each utterance, Xiao Yan took a slow step toward Yun Yun, indifferent to the sharp blade that drew blood from his neck. Yun Yun appeared startled by his sudden movement. Her arm trembled as she held the sword, her lips pressed tightly together, yet tears flowed silently down her cheeks. With every step Xiao Yan took forward, she retreated, her face a portrait of struggle and conflict. Let your sword descend upon my throat. If this can heal the scars within your heart, if it can absolve you of the pain I have caused, then I willingly submit. As the final 3 words fell from his lips, Xiao Yan halted, gazing at Yun Yun with a mix of deep affection and resolute determination. He then slowly closed his eyes, a single, fervent tear gliding down his cheek. The sharp clatter of the sword dropping echoed profoundly in the stillness of the cave. In the next moment, Xiao Yan felt as if the entire world had collided against his chest. The woman in his arms clung tightly to him, trembling uncontrollably. As the long-suppressed grievances and pain finally erupted into unrestrained sobs. In that moment, Xiao Yan's heart ached. It turned out that beneath her facade, she was so fragile, akin to a starving stray kitten shivering in the winter wind. He held her close, gently patting her back. In a past life, Xiao Yan had once heard a saying that now seemed remarkably profound. After a girl endures such experiences, she may begin to transition into a woman. However, if she is already a woman of noble and independent stature like Yun Yun, she may instead become as fragile as an innocent little girl. Yun Yun's sobs lingered for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. At that moment, the fabric of Xiao Yan's attire was thoroughly soaked with her tears, prompting him to reflect on the truth that women are indeed made of water. After a lengthy pause, Yun Yun finally withdrew from Xiao Yan's embrace, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her delicate face bore a hint of embarrassment and frustration, seemingly regretting her earlier display of vulnerability. When do you plan to seek out the golden-winged Lion King? The atmosphere between them fell into an awkward silence, and after a moment, Xiao Yan scratched his head and cleared his throat to ask, perhaps tomorrow. My seal has just been broken, and my strength has yet to fully return to its peak. I require some time to recuperate. Her expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, Yun Yun retrieved a small diamond-shaped crystal from her storage ring and handed it to Xiao Yan. Chapter 92. A broadsword S stirring. No problem, leave it to me. Xiao Yan responded with great enthusiasm. He was well aware that within the lair of the golden-winged Lion King, there resided a third-tier top-level beast. However, given Xiao Yan's current prowess, even if he were unable to defeat that creature, it could not easily harm him. Yun Yun nodded gently, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, before turning her head away and closing her eyes to enter a meditative state. Observing her, Xiao Yan shook his head with a wry smile. Women, they remain an enigma, perpetually shrouded in mystery. The current Yun Yun, compared to the tearful girl who had sought refuge in his arms, seemed to have reverted to her former noble demeanor, even exhibiting a touch of aloofness. Her gaze towards him carried a newfound complexity, as if an invisible barrier had arisen between them, suggesting that their relationship had woven in some additional threads of complication. After indulging in such errant thoughts for a moment, Xiao Yan shook his head to dispel the distractions from his mind. The matters between him and Yun Yun would likely remain unresolved for the foreseeable future, and given his current strength, he was far from qualified to intervene in affairs concerning the Do Huang level. Regaining his focus, Xiao Yan concentrated his thoughts on the system. For after the indescribable events with Yun Yun, he had surprisingly completed a hidden quest, leading to the acquisition of a hidden gift package. Having opened several hidden gift packages before, Xiao Yan understood that they typically contained valuable items. Thus he felt a surge of anticipation for this one. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the weapon, Broadsword of Stirring. What on earth is this? I've never heard of it. Observing the 2 words Jiao Ji materializing on the interface, Xiao Yan found himself enveloped in profound curiosity. With a mere thought, accompanied by a ripple of energy emanating from his palm, an oddly shaped object materialized before his eyes. This weapon bore a striking resemblance to an enlarged wolf fang mace, its handle adorned with a plethora of backward-facing spikes, gradually widening from a narrow base to an impressive length of approximately 2 meters, with a width of half a meter at its apex, categorizing it as a formidable heavy weapon. Even more peculiar was the large mouth situated at the top of the mist, revealing a glinting array of metallic teeth that sent a chill down one's spine. Was this not the weapon Samahata wielded by Kisame from Naruto? How had it transformed into Jiaoji? Recognizing the weapon's distinct form, Xiao Yan murmured in perplexity. Suddenly, Jiaoji emitted a sound akin to a cat's meow, leaping upright into Xiao Yan's embrace, its crimson tongue enthusiastically licking his cheek, resembling an excited kitten eager to please its master. Haha, enough of that. Stop it. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh heartily at the creature's antics. Strangely, as Jiao Ji, with its seemingly razor-sharp spikes, made contact with Xiao Yan's body, it instinctively softened, causing an amusing tickling sensation that left him in fits of laughter. Xiao Yan understood that this blade possessed sentience, capable of absorbing an opponent's chakra during combat to augment its size, and could transfer the absorbed chakra back to him at will. This remarkable ability filled him with joy, for it meant he would no longer need to rely on those dreadful energy pills due to a lack of chakra. Moreover, he found a deep affection for this weapon, akin to having a charming pet. What is this creature? The commotion also caught the attention of Yun Yun, who was meditating nearby. Upon opening her eyes and witnessing the enormous entity in Xiao Yan's arms, she expressed her astonishment with a question. Ah, this is my weapon, or perhaps my friend. It possesses its own life and consciousness, Xiao Yan explained. Such a marvelous weapon exists. Yun Yun, filled with a mix of shock and curiosity, approached Jiao Ji, eager to uncover its secrets. However, as she drew within 3 paces of Xiao Yan, Jiao Ji suddenly lunged forward, ascending rapidly and charging towards Yun Yun, its gaping maw clamping down with a series of chilling clicks that echoed ominously. Jiao Ji, stop! The abrupt action startled Xiao Yan, and as he reacted to warn Yun Yun, it seemed she had already lost the chance to evade. Confronted with the assault of the creature, Yun Yun's expression shifted dramatically. She let out a cold snort through her delicate nose, gracefully waved her jade hand, and traced an exquisite arc in the air. A pale blue chain of wind attribute combat energy was swiftly unleashed, striking fiercely at the creature. With a resounding thud, the creature suddenly hit, let out a pained yelp as its entire body was sent flying by Yun Yun's force, crashing heavily against the mountainside. The entire cavern trembled at that moment, with debris cascading from the ceiling. At this juncture, Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had momentarily forgotten that Yun Yun had regained her strength and that the creature alone could not inflict harm upon her. The creature, however, soon rose again, emitting a sound akin to a dog's bark as it charged towards Yun Yun once more. A strange expression appeared on Yun Yun's exquisite face, not due to the creature's attack, but rather because of the earlier bizarre incident. The seemingly casual strike she had executed harbored enough power to severely injure a Do Wang expert, yet the creature appeared unscathed. While it was true that the creature's inherent hardness as a weapon surpassed that of human flesh, that was not the primary reason. Rather, it was the fact that half of the combat energy from her previous attack had been absorbed by the creature itself. A weapon capable of absorbing the combat energy from others' attacks was indeed a fascinating concept. The creature persisted obstinately, attempting to break free and launch another assault on Yun Yun. If you do not behave, I shall discard you, Xiao Yan threatened, grasping the creature's handle with all his might. What had initially been a casual remark suddenly caused the creature to halt in its tracks, leaving Xiao Yan caught off guard, to stumble backward and fall to the ground with a thud. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's fall, the creature seemed to display a measure of concern, hurriedly bounding to him and nestling into his embrace, emitting pitiful meow sounds. Strangely enough, despite its considerable size, Xiao Yan felt little weight pressing down on him. He soon understood why the creature was called Jiao Ji, realizing it was yet another trick orchestrated by the system. Whenever a member of the opposite sex approached him, the creature would exhibit hostility, barking like a dog, yet it remained docile and cat-like towards him, meowing softly. Observing the two nestled closely on the ground, an inexplicable irritation arose within Yun Yun, prompting her to furrow her delicate brows and inquire, is this creature male or female? It should be male, right? Xiao Yan, somewhat exasperated, replied, since it is called Jiao Ji, it must certainly be male. Ah, Yun Yun responded nonchalantly, her expression easing slightly. She then chose to disregard Xiao Yan, returning to her meditative state with closed eyes. Noting her continued focus on cultivation, Xiao Yan hastily stored the creature within the system, realizing that it should not be taken out carelessly in the future. Xiao Yan inwardly lamented his predicament, realizing that this ninja system was indeed a trap, constantly playing tricks on him. Despite the peculiar affection he harbored for this mischievous creature, its power was undoubtedly formidable. The fact that it had withstood Yun Yun's attack unscathed was a testament to its extraordinary nature. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, Xiao Yan noted that aside from its large mouth, the creature bore no other human-like features, lacking even the most basic attributes. With this in mind, he reasoned that its antics were akin to those of a playful kitten or puppy, merely seeking affection and perhaps a gentle lick, but certainly not posing any real threat to him. As he yawned, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, reminding him of the serious endeavors awaiting him the following day. Thus, he succumbed to slumber soon thereafter. The next day, under the radiant morning sun, Xiao Yan gazed up at the elegant and statuesque figure standing atop a colossal stone. A beam of sunlight cascaded from the heavens, enveloping her in a delicate veil of luminescence. "Shall we set forth?" he asked, admiring her enchanting visage with a smile. "Mm." Yun replied with a slight nod. As she trembled gently, a pair of azure energy wings unfurled from her back. Yet, upon noticing Xiao Yan's posture as if to embrace her, she froze momentarily, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks as she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Xiao Yan, caught in the act of preparing to embrace her, widened his eyes in astonishment and replied, from such a distance, "Are you truly expecting me to make my way there alone? What if I encounter a 4th or 5th tier magical beast along the way? Wouldn't that spell disaster for me? Didn't you possess that teleportation technique before?" Yun inquired, her gaze a mix of surprise and skepticism. "Dear sister, even my teleportation technique has its limitations. Do you think I am a Do Shang, capable of effortlessly tearing through the fabric of space?" Xiao Yan explained, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Yun's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her long eyelashes fluttering as she took a deep breath and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Observing her acquiescence, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a faint smile as he stepped closer, once more drawing the noble woman into his embrace. "Do not move recklessly, or I shall drop you," he teased with a grin, murmuring softly, "Regardless, I have already made my move." Her beautiful face turned slightly red, but Yun pretended not to hear his mutterings. With a gentle flap of her wings, the two ascended swiftly into the sky. As they soared into the air, Xiao Yan playfully ensnared Yun in an embrace, causing her delicate features to pale in exasperation. Just how long had it been since he had cast aside his own words so carelessly? His audacity was truly remarkable. Yet, reflecting on the situation, she acknowledged that her very form was ensnared by this rogue. With this thought, her cheeks reddened further. However, as for the matters concerning their sect, it appeared they would have to take one step at a time. A flash of azure light darted across the sky before silently landing amidst a chaotic pile of stones. Upon landing, Xiao Yan instinctively released his embrace of Yunji, casting his gaze towards a distant, towering mountain. At the summit, a large cave entrance, partially concealed by branches, was faintly visible. After all, seizing the purple spirit crystal was of utmost importance, and since Yun was already his, there would be ample time for tenderness in the future. Xiao Yan was not one to lose sight of priorities. Was that the lair of the purple crystal-winged Lion King? Standing behind a rock, he cautiously directed his gaze towards the peak and inquired softly. "Indeed." Yun replied with a slight nod, her eyes sweeping over the vicinity of the cave entrance. Her delicate brows furrowed as she remarked, "The defenses have become significantly more stringent. It seems that creature has heightened its vigilance. I will do my utmost to slay or injure the high-level magical beasts guarding the entrance, and you should choose the most opportune moment to slip stealthily into the lair." Yun instructed as she turned to Xiao Yan. "Understood," Xiao Yan affirmed with a nod, signaling his comprehension. Once all her instructions were conveyed, Yun felt a sense of reassurance. As she prepared to take flight, she turned her head slightly and whispered to Xiao Yan, "Be careful. Do not get into any trouble. Are you worried about me?" Xiao Yan's gaze fixated on Yun's slightly flushed face, disregarding her astonished and embarrassed expression, as he boldly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "You!" Yun exclaimed in surprise at Xiao Yan's sudden advance. Immediately, a faint azure aura surged around her, and she attempted to push him away. "Go ahead and try. If I get hurt, no one will be there to assist you with the purple spirit crystal," Xiao Yan retorted, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, his words laced with a clear undertone of threat as he tightened his embrace around her waist. "What do you intend to do?" Yun's hand froze midair, a mix of indignation and frustration evident on her face, as Xiao Yan's audacity surpassed her expectations. "Kiss me, and I will let go," Xiao Yan playfully challenged, and after uttering those words, he shamelessly turned his head, pouting like a blooming flower. "How infuriating. Get away." Yun, vexed, attempted to break free. However, Xiao Yan's hold was firm, and she feared that using her powers might genuinely injure him. Yet, she was reluctant to concede to his audacious request, leaving her in a predicament. Despite Yun's struggles, Xiao Yan seemed unbothered, relishing the moment. With every movement, her slightly ample bosom inadvertently brushed against him, a sensation he found exceedingly pleasurable. Moments later, Yun, clearly aware of Xiao Yan's somewhat oblivious expression, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. To prevent his relentless pursuit, she bit her lip and fleetingly pressed her soft lips against his cheek, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming over water. "I meant a kiss on the lips, not the cheek," Xiao Yan murmured, slightly dissatisfied as he felt the fleeting warmth against his face. "Little rogue, if you don't let go, don't blame me for being impolite." Yun was evidently incensed by Xiao Yan's incessant advances, her body enveloped in a faint azure aura that surged forth, seemingly poised to send this shameless rascal flying at any moment. Very well, you shall only compensate me once you acquire the purple spirit crystal. Xiao Yan reluctantly released Yun Yun, muttering with a hint of grievance. With a face flushed in indignation, her beautiful eyes shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yan. Yun Yun ceased any further conversation, unfurling her wings with a graceful flutter, her enchanting form soaring into the sky before darting like lightning toward the enormous cave entrance. Her figure was unmasked, and as she approached within 100 meters of the cavern, a chorus of beastly roars resonated throughout the mountains. Grasping her jade hand, a peculiar azure longsword materialized in her palm. Yunji transformed into a streak of azure light, plunging into the dense forest surrounding the cave. Each swing of her sword, enveloped in her fighting spirit, unleashed a formidable wave of azure energy, cleaving any magical beast that dared to cross its path in twain. It seemed that Yun Yun had channeled all her dissatisfaction and fury towards Xiao Yan into these beasts, unleashing her wrath without an ounce of mercy. Instantly, a cacophony of anguished roars erupted as numerous magical creatures fled in terror from the vicinity of the cave, finding no opportunity to display their ferocity before a battle emperor. Purple gold-winged Lion King, come forth.